On May 1st, 2121, several giant meteorites tore through the sky and fell all over the blue planet. A highly confidential virus research institute in the United States was unfortunately hit by a meteorite, resulting in the leakage of a deadly virus. The virus spread faster than expected and swept the world in just a few days. After the incubation period, these infected people mutated and turned into bloodthirsty monsters. Mosquitoes have evolved into veritable vampires that can suck humans into a mummy with just a few bites. Thousands of giant cockroaches were flying in the air, leaving no grass anywhere they went. Even a peck from an eagle can cause a helicopter to crash instantly. Except for a very few official secret bases that still maintained order, most areas were in complete collapse. At the same time, an unprecedented meteorite shower suddenly fell across the world. Meteorites are scattered in uninhabited areas or places with inconvenient transportation. People do not take them seriously, and at most pick up one or two as souvenirs. Time passed quickly, and on June 8th, the first batch of infected people began to mutate comprehensively. At the same time, those meteorites that had come into contact with humans suddenly burst into dazzling light, merged into the human body, and endowed the holder with powerful superpowers. Before the end of the world, I was a small boss with assets worth over 100 million yuan, living a life that others envied. However, after the apocalypse, I was betrayed by my beloved girlfriend and her lover, and eventually died in the bloody mouth of a monster. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself back to before the end of the world. What was even more surprising was that I activated the apocalypse villain system, which allowed me to get rewards by plundering the protagonist's luck and killing him. Since kindness brings betrayal and death, this time, I am destined to embark on the path of evil. Seize the protagonist's luck and open unlimited storage space. Accumulate powerful forces in the end times and become an unrivaled king. Those adulterers who caused my tragic death, wait for my revenge. In a luxurious office, I made a phone call, and my tone was calm but powerful. Zheng Fan, contact Mr. Qian to discuss the share transfer and raise the offer price. 16 billion is the starting point, 19 billion is also acceptable, but the minimum cannot be less than 15 billion. After signing the contract, the full amount must be received within 24 hours. On the other end of the phone, Zheng Fan was obviously shocked, and his voice was full of confusion. Mr. Su, you want to sell the company? But loaning technology is now a hot stock at the cusp of the storm. It's only a matter of time before the market value exceeds 1 trillion. Do as I say, and don't ask any more questions. I hung up the phone and sighed. The end of the world is coming, and wealth is nothing more than a piece of waste paper. There is no point in keeping it. Immediately, I started making more phone calls and quickly assigned various tasks. The purchasing team was responsible for stockpiling daily necessities, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, sausages, and all those that could be stored for a long time. Medicines, crop seeds, livestock cubs, and even a batch of civilian armored vehicles, large-scale power generation equipment, and air purifiers are also required. Rent whatever you can, and pay 1 month's rent first. After all, after the world is in chaos, no one can collect debts. In addition, I also issued a seemingly bizarre announcement. I would buy meteorites at a high price. The reason? Simple, I gave myself the title of astronomy enthusiast, and if I set up a museum, I must have collections. The operation was done in one go, clean and neat. Just as I had made all the arrangements, the phone rang again. Su Tianjiao, come to Wantong Shopping Mall immediately. Your credit card is maxed out, pay the bill quickly. Su Tianjian's familiar and condescending voice came from the other end of the line. After hanging up the phone, I called the mall manager. Old Wu, there is a woman named Su Tianjian who used my card to pay for luxury goods. If she can't pay, just ask the security guard to ask her to leave. Old Wu was stunned on the other end. Mr. Su, isn't she your girlfriend? From now on, no more. My tone was cold, leaving no room for negotiation. After hanging up the phone, I leisurely started the Maserati and drove towards the Wantong shopping center. Half an hour later, I saw Su Tianjian being escorted out by security guards in a panic. Her face was bruised and swollen, and she started to curse angrily as soon as she got in the car. Su Tianjiao, you make so much money, but you only give me a credit card limit of 100,000 per month. That's too stingy, and that manager is really looking down on people. Please help me complain about him. I might have been submissive in the past, but now I just find it ridiculous. This woman is nothing more than a chess piece that Lin Dong has planted beside me. Does she really think I will always pamper her? I smiled, feeling happy inside. Lin Dong, this is your treasure. I gave it to you for a free test drive. Thank you so much. It tastes good. Okay, get in the car. I'll take you back to school. I said lightly, but before I finished my words, my hand naturally rested on Su Qianqian's thigh. She was so frightened that she wanted to get angry, but when she met my cold eyes, she dared not say a word. Along the way, I casually appreciated this free benefit. It felt really good, but I knew in my heart that such people were just discarded pawns in a game. On the campus of Jinling University, Lin Dong walked hurriedly, with a hint of annoyance between his brows. However, when the students passing by greeted him enthusiastically, he immediately put on a sunny smile, as if all his anxiety disappeared in that instant. His two faces that switched that will always made people unable to read through him. Senior Lin Dong, can you help me with advanced mathematics? Senior, let's have dinner together tonight. Facing these admiring junior schoolmates, Lin Dong was at ease and chatted happily. He is handsome and witty and has long been recognized as a celebrity on campus. Unfortunately, behind the dazzling halo, there is a poor family. His father died early, and his mother supported the whole family alone, raising him and his brother. The family situation did not improve until my brother entered a scientific research institution. However, Lin Dong is not simply an inspirational young man. His difficult upbringing, superior appearance, and popularity with women make him look like the protagonist of life in a novel, but they cannot cover up the darkness and distortion deep in his heart. As he watched several schoolgirls leave, his smile gradually cooled, his eyes became cold and sick, and he murmured, "Such an alluring posture, but it's a pity that it was defiled by those dirty men." He whispered to himself, as if he was lost in his own crazy obsession. When the end of the world comes, those polluted women will not deserve to continue living. In fact, Lin Dong had learned from his brother that the world was secretly covering up the truth of a virus outbreak. A catastrophe sweeping the world was about to come, and the social order would soon collapse. And those top wealthy and powerful people have already made preparations for the end of the world. Although Lin Dong is not a rich man, he has become one of the few insiders thanks to his brother's relationship. However, he is different from those wealthy people who live in mediocrity. His goal is to use the end of the world to create his own empire and become the king of this ruin. Ambition needs resources to support it. Lin Dong knew that he didn't have the wealth to build a shelter. So, instead of accumulating it, it's better to take it directly. His eyes condensed coldly and stared at me. He secretly showed another side of himself, a master of psychological manipulation. He successfully brainwashed the cold and arrogant schoolgirl Su Qianqian through a series of covert PUA methods. If I control Su Qianqian, I will also control Su Tianjiao's wealth. Lin Dong's plan was precise and cruel. To him, Su Qianqian was just a member of his future harem, and my wealth was the cornerstone of his dream of dominating. However, just as Lin Dong was planning step by step, a silver Maserati slowly drove into the campus. I got out of the car, walked around to the passenger seat, and elegantly opened the door for Su Qianqian. A pair of slender and well-proportioned legs stepped out gently, followed by the girl's perfect figure, with graceful lines that took your breath away. The eyes of the people around were instantly attracted. Lin Dong stood not far away, watching the scene, the jealous rage surging in his heart, almost devouring his sanity. What made it even harder for him to accept was that I, in front of everyone, domineeringly hugged Su Qianqian and kissed her directly. It was a deep kiss full of possessiveness and provocation, undisguised and wanton, and the gesture was so bold that it was shocking. Su Qianqian lay in my arms, her cheeks as red as ripe apples, and she was trembling slightly. The surroundings were filled with discussions. Senior Su is so handsome. Who can resist a man like this? And he even forced a kiss? Oh my God, this is too domineering. He's a typical domineering CEO. I didn't bother to pay attention to the onlookers. They just liked to watch the fun. My eyes were fixed on the figure in the corner from beginning to end, Lin Dong. This guy thought he was hiding very secretly, but unfortunately, it was useless to me. I pinched Su Qianqian's buttocks carelessly and slapped her. The crisp sound echoed in the air, which was very refreshing. His eyes swept over Lin Dong. His face was twisted like a rotten tomato with anger. His eyes were bloodshot, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a rattling sound. I chuckled, lowered my head close to Su Qianqian's ear, and said in a voice that only she could hear, "Be good, cooperate." I have to say that Su Qianqian is quite sensible. Although she blushed, she still leaned obediently in my arms, like a helpless little white rabbit, letting me do whatever I wanted. At this time, the cold mechanical voice sounded again. Ding! Detected the owner of the SSS-level protagonist Halo, Lin Dong. Mission objective. Seize the luck value of Lin Dong and use it for yourself. Warm tips. Killing is the last resort. Please consider killing after the target has lost its value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taking 6 points of luck. Reward. Storage space unlocked. Hearing this, the corners of my mouth slightly raised, and I sneered in my heart. Lin Dong. Ah, Lin Dong. So what if you were the child of destiny? If you meet me, Su Qinjiao, you are destined to become a joke. Of course, I knew that Lin Dong would never admit defeat. Not long after, he really turned around and rushed out, and Su Qianqian foolishly chased after him. TSK, this is getting more and more interesting. I took out my phone and gave the system a command. Synchronize Lin Dong's updates. A few seconds later, the scene of Lin Dong and Su Qianqian arguing in the park appeared in my vision. Lin Dong, please listen to my explanation. Su Qianqian trotted after him, her voice filled with tears. Explain? What the hell? Lin Dong shouted angrily, his voice deafening. Why didn't you resist just now? I couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy's EQ is really touchingly low. Su Qianqian's acting was quite convincing. She lowered her head and spoke softly. I didn't have time to react. He was a man, and I was just a weak woman. Seeing this, I almost burst out laughing. Her pitiful appearance was more than enough to deal with a straight man like Lin Dong. The anger on Lin Dong's face obviously eased a little. Although he said forgiveness, he already hated me in his heart. Su Tianjiao, just wait. He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of venom. One day, I will take everything from you. After parking the car, I sat in the underground garage, lit a cigarette, and had a smug smile on my face. The little operation just now gave me 6 points of luck, which was a pleasant surprise. It seems that the so-called son of luck, Halo, is not unbreakable. I looked down at the list of system rewards, and Su Qianqian's figure appeared in my mind. Her soft touch. It's really fresh in my memory. However, she is just the beginning. In his previous life, Lin Dong's harem was magnificent. It was not only his emotional support, but also a boost to his career. Since these women were his right-hand men, why not break them one by one? I sneered and blew out a puff of smoke with a plan in mind. After finishing my cigarette, I put out the cigarette butt, and with a thought, I activated the system storage space for testing. A bottle of mineral water disappears in your hand in an instant and appears in the virtual space in your mind. The space is vast and boundless, and the bottle of water is like a speck of dust in the universe. What's even better is that the objects placed into space will enter a time-frozen state. To test this, I lit a cigarette and put it in. After a few minutes, I took it out, and the smoke was still stagnant, and the traces of burning had not changed at all. What does this mean? Not only can the items be preserved intact, but the shelf life can also be extended indefinitely. If this function is used at a critical moment, it is undoubtedly the ultimate weapon for victory. Then I picked up a half-dead fly and tried the experiment again. When it entered the space and was taken out, it had become a lifeless specimen. It seemed that this space was an absolute dead zone for living things. This characteristic could be used to store supplies and also become a silent weapon when necessary. The end of the world is imminent, and material reserves have become a top priority. I calculated that I had less than $2 billion in liquid funds on hand, and I could raise about $15 billion by cashing in company shares. But facing the end of the world, this amount of money is obviously far from enough. Loan, I murmured with a smile on my face. In the name of Loanting Technology Group, I could borrow billions from the bank with just a phone call. However, I suddenly had an idea and changed my strategy. I sent a message to my subordinates. Please help me find the contact information of Chu Yueyao, the loan specialist of Jinling Construction Bank. Chu Yueyao? This name is not unfamiliar to me. In her previous life, she was the newlywed wife of Lin Dong's good brother Lin Yun, but because of Lin Dong's conspiracy, she eventually became a member of his harem. Thinking of this good story, I couldn't help but chuckle. If Lin Dong regarded her as his forbidden lover, then it was even more necessary for me to include her in my camp. Not long after, I got Chu Yueyao's contact information. At the same time, his subordinates also sent a few photos. In the photos, Chu Yueyao was wearing revealing clothes and posing in a seductive manner. It was really an eye-opener. She was charming and charming, with both the cuteness of a young girl and the charm of a young woman. No wonder Lin Dong couldn't forget her. Interestingly, Lin Dong has a quirk. He cannot accept non-virgins. Although Chu Yueyao is newly married, she is still a girl because Lin Yin was called back to the research institute on his wedding night and did not have time to consummate the marriage with her. In his previous life, Lin Dong used despicable means to plunder Chu Yueyao, and even designed to kill Lin Yun and take his sister-in-law into the harem. How could such a person become a son of luck? What a irony. Interesting. I whispered, saving the photos on my phone into the system space and sketching out the next plan in my mind. At 5:30 in the afternoon, I was sitting in the car, looking through the window at the Jinling Construction Bank headquarters across the street. It was getting off work, and the lights in the building were turning on one by one. Between the light and shadow, I seemed to be able to imagine Chu Yueyao's expression at the moment. "It's time to start," I murmured softly, opened my phone, and sent the message. Sure enough, she didn't let me down. Within 2 minutes, the message came back. "Don't worry, Mr. Su, I will arrive on time." I couldn't help but smile. She knew what the name of Longting Technology Group meant. As a young and wealthy entrepreneur, I only needed to flick my finger, and these elite women would be eager to grab the opportunity. As for Chu Yueyao, she must have put down her work immediately, not even caring to listen to the gossips among her colleagues, and got up to prepare. Would those colleagues surround her at this moment, seemingly caring about her, but actually making sarcastic remarks? However, such drama was meaningless to her. Chu Yueyao is not the kind of woman who will be bound by emotions. She only cares about one word: opportunity. And this time, the opportunity is in my hands. Half an hour later, at the gate of Mingxing Mansion, a silver Maserati parked steadily in front of the gate. I leaned leisurely beside the car and watched her hurried over. Obviously, Chu Yueyao dressed up specially for tonight. The slim-fitting business suit outlined her exquisite curves, and the delicate makeup embellished her facial features just right. Although her steps were hurried, they were still elegant. "Miss Chu, you have a very good sense of timing." I smiled slightly, and my eyes swept across her face. She was a little nervous, but nodded calmly. "Mr. Su, you are too kind." I led Chu Yueyao through the corridor and finally walked into box 404. I locked the door gently as I closed it. She didn't seem to notice, or rather, she didn't dare to pay attention to these details. As soon as I sat down, she began to make tea for me attentively. When I lowered my head, the scenery of her neckline was slightly revealed, and her fair skin and charming curves seemed to present a visual feast for me inadvertently. I laughed in my heart, but I didn't show it, just glanced at her casually. "Miss Chu, let's get straight to the point and talk about business." I retracted my gaze and said in a calm tone. Chu Yueyao immediately raised her head, her expression both nervous and expectant. "Mr. Su, please speak." Longting Technology Group plans to borrow money from Jinling Construction Bank. I paused and continued. "I want to put this business under Miss Chu's name. I wonder if you are willing to help me with this." As soon as she finished speaking, I saw her pupils shrink slightly, and she looked extremely excited. "Of course I am willing. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I will definitely do my best." I looked at her with a faint smile on my face. "Miss Chu, your professional attire is very appropriate tonight. However, I think a gray lace swimsuit would suit you better." This sentence was like a flash of lightning, and she froze in an instant. Her face flushed red, and her voice trembled. "Mr. Su, how did you know I had that swimsuit?" She was obviously trying to hide her inner panic, but she was exposed in front of me. "Did Lin Dong show you my photo?" She sounded angry and shy, and even her neck was as red as a ripe apple. I shook my head and smiled meaningfully. Don't get me wrong. Photos are so boring. I prefer the surprise of being on the scene. Then I pointed to a bag next to her and asked her to open it. Chu Yueyao walked over hesitantly and opened the bag tremblingly. The next second, her eyes stayed on the familiar lace, and her whole body trembled slightly as if she had been electrocuted. In the dormitory, Lin Dong leaned against the bed, staring at his phone with cold eyes, and said in a grim tone, "Qianqian, we must take action this time. Time waits for no one." On the other end of the phone, Su Qianqian's voice was filled with hesitation and struggle. "But he is really good to me. Don't forget our goal." Lin Dong snorted coldly, his tone as cold as a knife. "Doomsday may break out at any time. We need money. Su Tianjiao's money. As long as you can get him to sign the property transfer agreement, all problems will be solved." Su Qianqian's voice trembled, full of fear. But what if he finds out? Lin Dong sneered disdainfully. What if he finds out? It's normal for a bootlicker to give his life to his girlfriend to pay some money. Besides, I have already made arrangements. When the time comes, the money will be transferred directly overseas. He can't do anything to us. At this point, Lin Dong's tone suddenly turned cold, and every word he said was sinister. If it really doesn't work, then make him shut up forever. You mean? Su Qianqian suddenly froze, her voice becoming more nervous, as if she realized the deeper meaning of his words. Doesn't he love you? Lin Dong raised his lips with a sinister smile. If that's the case, let him die for you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Dong leaned back in his chair, his eyes showing a hint of arrogance and excitement. He murmured in a low voice, "This is the perfect plan." Then, he seemed to remember something, picked up his phone again, opened WeChat, and clicked on a dialog box. The screen showed the profile picture of sister-in-law Chu Yueyao. Sister-in-law, how are you doing recently? Lin Dong quickly typed a line of words with a hint of false concern. Come and sit with me in the evening. I promise to behave properly. A few seconds later, he sent another message. Sister-in-law, are you busy? I miss seeing you. After sending the message, a secret smile appeared on Lin Dong's face, as if he was starting to conceive another dark plan. Inside the private room of Jinling Mingxing Mansion, the atmosphere was ambiguous and tense, as if it was about to explode. Chu Yueyao lowered her head and curled up on the floor. The gray lace swimsuit she was wearing could barely hide her graceful figure, but it only made her curves more exquisite. She hugged her arms, trying to cover herself, but it was hard to hide her pitiful appearance. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she tried hard not to collapse. Have you seen enough? She finally spoke, her voice trembling but filled with stubbornness and anger. Su Tianjiao, I used to think you were a gentleman, but I didn't expect you to humiliate me in this way. I leaned back in my chair, smiling meaningfully. Miss Chu, this is unfair. You wore this dress yourself, didn't you? Chu Yueyao was so angry that she was shaking all over. She pointed her slender finger at me, but she was choked with sobs and couldn't utter a word. I found her anger and helplessness somewhat amusing. I slowly stood up, looked down at her, and said in a voice as cold as the wind, a woman who is willing to be toyed with by others, what qualifications does she have to act noble in front of me? This sentence was like a slap in the face. Chu Yuyao's body trembled slightly, and her eyes dimmed instantly. She had always been proud of herself, but she had lost her bottom line because of some irresistible reality earlier. Now that she was exposed, it was as if all her disguises were stripped away. She lowered her head, tears silently falling, but she did not refute anymore. However, my next move was beyond her expectations. I bent down, exerted a little force with my fingers, and pulled her up from the ground. Countless possible scenes flashed through Chu Yuyao's mind in an instant, and she even held her breath, preparing for the worst fate. I just squeezed her arm calmly, took out my phone and took a few photos, then threw her original clothes to her and said, "Put them on and let's get down to business." All this made Chu Yueyao stand there in a daze. Her mind went blank. After she changed her clothes, she managed to regain some composure, sat opposite me, and tried to cover up her uneasiness with a professional tone. Mr. Su, are you here today for the loan? Yes, I need 5 billion. There is no upper limit, but it cannot be lower than this number. I said straightforwardly. Chu Yueyao was silent for a moment, then thought carefully before answering. With your company's assets and rating, you can theoretically get a loan of 7 billion to 8 billion. I will do my best to help you get the ideal amount. Miss Chu is really smart. I nodded gently, leaned back in my chair, and looked deep in my eyes. However, I hope that everything that happened today can become a little secret between us. Chu Yuyao's face turned pale. What do you mean? Don't be nervous. My smile was gentle, but my words were as sharp as a knife. It's just a friendly reminder. A pleasant cooperation is beneficial to both parties. Of course, I also believe that Miss Chu will spare no effort to cooperate with me when needed. Chu Yueyao bit her lip, trying to keep herself calm, and ultimately said nothing more. After leaving Mingxing Mansion, Chu Yueyao couldn't calm down for a long time. Humiliation, unwillingness, and confusion intertwined in her heart. What does this man want to do? On the other side, I saved the photo I just took and sneered, Lin Dong, this is your beloved one. I hope you will like this gift. When Chu Yueyao posted the message in the department group, the whole office exploded instantly. Fuck, this is too explosive, right? I can't believe that Chu Yueyao, who is usually so quiet, is actually in contact with Su Tianjiao behind the scenes? Colleagues whispered. The atmosphere was very exciting. Cheng Yin, who was standing by, was so jealous that she uttered a mocking remark. Chu Yueyao, you are really good at this. Do you dare to share your experience with everyone? That's enough. President Zhou Guanglai frowned and glanced at Cheng Yin coldly, his tone unquestionable. Cheng Yin, watch your words. If President Su heard this, what do you think the consequences would be? Cheng Yan's face froze. Although she was unwilling, she had no choice but to shut up. The president immediately turned to Chu Yueyao. His expression instantly softened. Yueyao, you did a great job this time. This big order directly brought our bank's performance to a new height. This is a great achievement. Applause followed, and the office was filled with flattery. However, everyone knew that in a bank where only results mattered, no one would delve into the methods you used. Anyone who could bring results was a hero. There's an extra 12 billion in the company account. I looked at the bank's text message on my phone, the corners of my mouth slightly raised, and there was a cold calmness in my voice. Very good. Now notify the purchasing department. Everyone cancel their vacation and report to work immediately. For every 8 hours of overtime, there will be a reward of 10,000. Also, arrange for the Human Resources Department to create a ranking system and give the top 10 people an extra bonus of 30,000 yuan per day. Let them compete to spend the money. By the way, let's also arrange the lucky draw. 5 lucky winners every day. Each will receive a reward of 50,000. After hanging up the phone, I lit a cigarette and looked out the window at the darkening skyline, my eyes calm but resolute. Half an hour later, I drove to 10 huge warehouses in the suburbs, which were filled with all kinds of supplies I had purchased in advance. Food, compressed biscuits, bottled water, medicines, and even flour piled up into small hills. 30 heavy trucks were used to purchase flour alone, with a total of 2.5 million kilograms. The purchase of grain was even more astonishing, with 80 trucks carrying 7.5 million kilograms. The warehouse manager came over to me excitedly and reported, Mr. Su, the warehouse is full. There is no place to store the materials that have been delivered. Don't worry about these. I will arrange for someone to clear out the warehouse tonight and continue to restock tomorrow. I patted his shoulder, speaking in a relaxed and confident tone. Just buy and make sure to use up all the funds. The administrator was stunned for a moment, frowned, and whispered, clearing out so many supplies in one night? This is impossible. I didn't explain much, just said, you guys will get a share of the bonus. Late at night, when everyone was asleep, I walked into the warehouse alone and put the mountains of supplies into the storage space. This is my biggest trump card, a mysterious space that can easily accommodate the supplies of 10 warehouses, and its capacity is far from reaching its limit. After confirming this, I finally put my mind at ease and continued to frantically purchase supplies to make the best preparations for the impending doomsday. Late at night, Chu Yueyao finally finished a busy day and replied to Lin Dong. I took a big order today, and I'm so busy that I just finished it now. I am sorry. Her tone was a little tired and apologetic, and she explained carefully, but she did not mention the fact that Su Tianjiao was involved in this deal. She knew very well that those disturbing chat records had already made her walk on thin ice, and now every step seemed to be exposed to my eyes. But even so, the complex feelings for Lin Dong in her heart were still hard to dissipate. After hesitating for a long time, Chu Yueyao couldn't help but admonish him. Lin Dong, it's been quite chaotic outside recently. Don't cause trouble. Keep a low profile. And if you get into trouble, ask your sister-in-law for help. Don't be stubborn. On the other end of the phone, Lin Dong laughed heartily, with a frivolous and confident tone. Sister-in-law, you underestimate me. No matter how chaotic this world is, no one can do anything to me. If the end of the world really comes, I can still thrive. Chu Yueyao sighed, her tone helpless. Okay, you are awesome, but I have to go to a dinner party here. Let's talk later. After hanging up the phone, Lin Dong held the phone in his hand. His eyes fell on the call record on the screen, and he couldn't help but feel complicated. He murmured to himself, if such a woman were mine, how great it would be. After Chu Yueyao hung up the phone, she sat in the car for a long time. Countless questions popped up in her mind. Did Lin Dong really offend me? Or was my attitude towards him wrong? But why would a billionaire deliberately make things difficult for him? She shook her head and put aside these messy thoughts. At least for now, I didn't really take action against Lin Dong. Perhaps this is already a blessing in disguise. At 11 o'clock in the evening, I had finished a busy day's work, and my stomach was already growling with hunger. I was thinking about what to eat when my cell phone suddenly rang. Su Qianqian's message popped up on the screen. "Baby, I missed you. You look so handsome today that my heart was moved." It completely opened the door to a new world for me. I sneaked out of school and booked a hotel. "Do you want to have a romantic candlelight dinner together?" Seeing this, I frowned, feeling something was wrong. In my previous life, Su Qianqian had indeed invited me, but the time was definitely not tonight. Could it be that because of my rebirth, some things happened earlier? I calmly replied, "Of course a candlelight dinner is fine, but forget about the hotel. Come to my villa. I'll ask the servants to stay away. Tonight will be just the two of us." The other party was silent for a while, as if she didn't expect me to say that. Su Qianqian tried to find excuses to make me change my mind, but I solved them one by one, and finally she reluctantly agreed. After hanging up the phone, I asked the servants to prepare a delicious dinner and then drove back to the villa. On the way, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The rumored SS-level star-shaped meteorite seemed to be in the hands of a girl from Jinling University. Although I have sent people to look for her everywhere, there is still no trace of her. Now that I have thought of it, I must go there myself. But the problem is, I can't just force my way into a place like the girls' dormitory, right? At the same time, in the playground of Jinling University, Lin Dong looked at the screen of his mobile phone with a gloomy face. "Hasn't Su Tinjiao always been obedient to you? Why does he insist on letting you go to his villa this time?" He stared at Su Qianqian with burning eyes, his tone full of temptation and oppression. Su Qianqian's heart trembled, but she still tried to remain calm. "Impossible. Our plan is flawless. He will never find out." Lin Dong was silent for a moment and finally nodded, his tone softened a little. "Maybe I'm overthinking it. However, proceed as planned. Remember, you must be careful. Don't be discovered when you drug me." He paused, then added coldly, "The black bag contains drugs, and the white bag contains poison. If necessary, you know what to do." Hearing this, Su Qianqian couldn't help but shudder. But thinking of the wealth and glory she would gain after the plan succeeded, she finally gritted her teeth and agreed. Half an hour later, Su Qianqian changed into an exquisite dress, put on makeup, and prepared to leave. Before leaving, her roommate Xianlin excitedly took out a star-shaped meteorite and showed it off to her. "Qianqian, look, isn't this meteorite super beautiful? It's just that the shape is not heart-shaped, otherwise it would be perfect." "Well, it looks pretty good." Su Qianqian responded absent-mindedly and left the dormitory in a hurry. Looking at her back, Xianlin whispered, "It's so late. Where is she going in such a hurry?" "Where else could she go? I heard she was going to meet her boyfriend, so she asked us not to say anything." Another roommate continued. Without giving it any more thought, they gathered around the meteorite and excitedly discussed it. Under the light, the walnut-sized, angular, star-shaped meteorite emitted a faint glow. Late at night, in Fuxiang Villa District. This is the most expensive residential area in Jinling City, and every resident is either rich or noble. Even the smallest villa starts at 100 million. My mansion is the best here. A 3-story detached house covering an area of 1,800 square meters, with an underground garage and open-air parking spaces that can park 9 cars at the same time. It has a courtyard, a swimming pool, a private cinema, and a gym. It is extremely luxurious. With such a big house, it is natural to have several capable servants to take care of it. There are 8 servants in my house, and their foreman is Sisterin, full name and Siyuan. "Sisterin, how is your work lately? Are you tired? If you have any financial difficulties, you can always tell me." And is 37 years old, divorced, and raising an 18-year-old daughter alone. She is a mature and sexy woman, and her clothes always show her charm, just right. Black silk suspenders with maid clothes, which looks almost irresistible. But I know that this is not her nature. She dresses so eye-catchingly just to make more money to support her daughter. But she always abides by her duties at work and never crosses the line. "Mr. Su, I'm fine. The work is not tiring at all. Don't worry about the money. I don't need a raise. I just ask that you don't fire me." Her voice was cautious. I couldn't help but laugh. "Sisterin, why do you think so? How could I fire you?" However, I changed the subject and said in a more serious tone, "But the situation is indeed a bit bad recently. The L virus is spreading around the world, and some people are even saying that the end of the world is coming. Although it sounds like a joke, it's always right to prepare for a rainy day." Hearing the word end of the world, Sister Anne's face suddenly changed. If someone else said this, she might just laugh it off, but when it came from my mouth, she dared not disbelieve it. After all, I, Su Tianjiao, am a legendary figure who started from scratch, and I have never been a person who jokes easily. Sister, and if there really is a day when monsters are rampant outside, I will take you into the shelter. Of course, I will also need someone to serve me by then. Before I could say anything more, she said firmly, Mr. Su, if that day really comes, I am willing to follow you wholeheartedly, as long as my daughter and I can have enough food to eat. I smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I will definitely protect the safety of you and your daughter. Bring your daughter over as soon as possible. Don't delay. Sister nodded with tears in her eyes. Then I added, to the remaining servants, please convey my meaning. Those who are willing to stay can continue, and I won't force those who don't want to stay. However, there are 3 people. I don't plan to keep them anymore. She hesitated for a moment, seemed to have guessed my intention, and nodded in agreement. Although those 3 people did nothing wrong, I still have concerns. Before the end of the world, what I need is an absolutely reliable partner, not a troublemaker. By the way, prepare my midnight snack. You can go home after you finish eating. I have booked a private room at the nightclub opposite the villa area tonight. I've already paid the fee. Let's relax. Sister didn't ask any further questions. She quickly arranged a sumptuous midnight snack and then left with everyone else. Meanwhile, on the other side of the road, Su Qianqian was gritting her teeth in anger. Su Tianjiao, that bastard. He actually asked me to take a taxi here by myself, and he said he liked me? What a cold-blooded guy. Cursing in her heart, she had already made a plan to join hands with Lin Dong to bring me down and take my wealth for herself. In her eyes, only men like Lin Dong who can coax people are worthy of trust. However, when Su Qianqian stepped into the Fuxiang Villa district, she was completely stunned. The mansion seemed to have come out of a movie or TV series, and my mansion made her wonder if she had come to the wrong place. He actually lives in a place like this? Su Qianqian bit her lip, feeling mixed emotions in her heart. In the mansion restaurant, she and I sat face to face. The table was filled with top-quality red wine, caviar, abalone, and sea cucumber. The luxury was breathtaking. Even Su Qianqian, who was always confident, was a little overwhelmed at this moment. But she quickly adjusted her mood and began to get into the mood. Tianjiao, we have been together for so long, but it seems that we have never had a good meal together. Especially when you kissed me at the school gate today, I really felt shy and sweet. She tried to arouse my interest with her tender tone and affectionate eyes, but I just raised my eyebrows with a meaningful sneer on my lips. That's a good performance. I chuckled in my heart. Then let me see what tricks you can come up with. I had long expected that Su Qianqian's so-called romantic dinner tonight was nothing more than Lin Dong's insignificant trick. In order to ensure that the plan was correct, I spent some time to get their chat records. I have to say that this couple refreshed my understanding of the word stupid. From the beginning to the end, Su Qianqian is not only Lin Dong's woman, but also a cruel and vicious woman. She is very good at stealing money and killing people. Since you have come to my door in person, I naturally have to treat you well. Qianqian, I'm going to the bathroom. I said this casually, turned around and left, sneering in my heart. Next, it depends on how this movie queen lady will make her move. Sure enough, after I took a few steps, Su Qianqian immediately nervously took out the medicine bag from her bag. She hesitated for a long time and finally chose the black drug bag. She deftly poured the powder into my wine glass and even sprinkled some on a few dishes, as if she would not give up until she succeeded. A few minutes later, I returned to the table as if nothing had happened, pretending to be unaware, and sat back down. Seeing her trying to cover up carefully, but her hands shaking from nervousness like she was copying answers before a test, I sneered in my heart. How blind was I to fall for this kind of stuff? Apart from that fair skin and beautiful appearance, what else do you have left? She tried to act calm, but her poor acting still made me feel nauseous. I raised my glass and said to her with a smile, Qianqian, cheers to our future. She quickly agreed, clinking her glasses together, her eyes full of pride. Just as I was pretending to drink it, I suddenly had an idea and slapped my thigh. Oh, I almost forgot. There is a surprise dish specially prepared for you in the refrigerator. Shall I go get it? She offered. Go quickly. I smiled harmlessly. She then gave a fake smile and went to the kitchen. I took the opportunity to leisurely swap the 2 glasses of wine and waited again for the climax of this good show. After a while, she came back with a delicate little cake. There was a candle on the cake, and some ridiculous words were written on it. Su Qianqian, I will always love you. Oh, I deliberately arranged this ridiculous line. How could I make her performance more realistic without some dog-licking routines? Su Qianqian pretended to be moved to tears, and while lighting the candle, she recited the line she had memorized long ago. Tinjiao, I really didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. This is so romantic. As she spoke, she raised her glass, as if she couldn't wait to send me to sleep. Come on, let's drink tonight's romance. I almost couldn't help laughing out loud as I watched her drink up the swapped glass of red wine without hesitation. To cover it up, I drank the wine in my glass and chatted with her for a while, letting her continue to immerse herself in her victory fantasy. I didn't touch the food on the table, but she didn't notice it at all. Soon, her face turned pale and her hands began to give out, but I remained steady as a rock. Come on, I want to see how long you can hold on. Finally, her eyes began to blur, her body softened, and she collapsed on the chair. Su Tianjia, what's going on? I pretended to be panicked and ran over to support her, shouting with concern. Qianqian, what's wrong with you? Where do you feel uncomfortable? While shaking her body, I deliberately grabbed the minefield on her chest a few times. Listening to her dazed moans, I couldn't help but sneer. It's okay, don't force your acting skills. After making sure she was completely unconscious, I calmly locked the door of the villa and threw her onto the sofa. Seeing the dazed look on her face, I took out my phone, found her account, and took a video. In the video, she murmured hot and hug, and she looked like she was drunk, which made people imagine a lot. I added the text. My partner is drunk. What should I do? As soon as I posted it on WeChat Moments, it went viral. The lickers left crazy comments. Some angrily scolded me as worse than an animal, and some begged me to let their goddess go. What's more interesting is that several Tauren fans sent me private messages, wanting to know the whole process, and even hoping that I would share my feelings. Looking at these ridiculous replies, I couldn't help but sneer. What a bunch of trash. No wonder they can only be bootlickers. However, my real target is not these clowns, but Lin Dong. Sure enough, when Lin Dong saw the video on WeChat Moments, he almost went crazy. He couldn't understand why the plan failed. Why was I fine, but Su Qianqian fell down? How ridiculous! How ridiculous! Su Qianqian is mine. Su Tianjiao. Why do you touch her? He roared, smashed the cup on the table, and even punched the wall with his fist, tears streaming down his face. But no matter how much he roared, he couldn't change the reality. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully seizing the luck value. 7 points. With just one circle of friends, I actually got 7 points of luck. I glanced at Su Qianqian, who was unconscious on the sofa, and raised a sneer at the corner of my mouth. Lin Dong, your woman? She is nothing more than this. Meanwhile, the confident Lin Dong was on the verge of collapse. He stared at the photo, and the more he looked at it, the more his head felt numb. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, Su Qianqian was clearly trying to trap Su Tianjiao, but how did she get herself into trouble? This is unscientific. Did she really drink some kind of drug that could make her lose her mind? Lin Dong, who was increasingly dazzled by the green hat on his head, was so angry that his face turned blue. He slammed his fist on the table and roared, Su Tianjiao, I'm gonna kill you. You dare to touch my woman. Just wait for me. However, the anger did not last long. A few hours later, he sat slumped in the dorm with the lights off, staring at the screen of his mobile phone, his eyes empty and his face dead. 2 hours passed, and Su Qianqian didn't send any messages. The phone was as quiet as a brick. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, how many times can I do it in an hour? He tried to shake off the image in his mind, but it became clearer and clearer, as if the glowing green hat had become the main light source in the dormitory. He had no intention of reflecting on it, and he did not realize that he was the instigator of this farce. Instead, he directed all his anger and resentment at me. Su Tianjiao, this matter is not over. Su Qianqian, you bitch. How dare you betray me? If I don't kill you, I won't be called Lin Dong. At the same time, I lazily leaned against the head of the bed, and the system prompt sound kept ringing in my ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking the luck value. 7 points. Ding! Successfully took the luck value again. 7 points. Ding! I casually closed the system interface and counted today's gains with a smile on my face. I earned 28 points of Lin Dong's luck just by eating a meal, which was really a good deal. I looked down at the dress I was wearing. This was the one I had specially prepared for Su Qianqian. At the moment, she was lying quietly beside me, like a well-behaved kitten. I had already appreciated what I should have appreciated, and I had not wasted the opportunity to act. However, I don't plan to completely defeat Lin Dong now. After all, this kind of thing is more shocking when performed in person, and the luck value can be squeezed out more cleanly. Sister and Mr. Su, I'm back. Go wake up Su Qianqian and tell her that her clothes are dirty and are being washed in the washing machine. You helped change them. And Si Yuan nodded slightly. Although she was a little confused about my instructions, she didn't ask any more questions. I trusted her ability and knew she wouldn't make any mistakes. After she finished all these, I turned and walked out of the room, opened my moments and posted a status. It's been so long and he hasn't woken up yet. Is it because I was pushing too hard? The accompanying picture was a photo of Su Qianqian sleeping soundly, with a rosy face and a peaceful expression, as if she had just experienced an ultimate satisfaction. The circle of friends immediately went viral. Mr. Su works out regularly and has a great body. With his stamina, he can easily do it 3 or 4 times a night, right? 3 or 4 times. You are underestimating Mr. Su. His muscles are so perfect. 7 times is not too much, right? I looked at these comments with a slight smile on my face. Today's script has just begun. Lin Dong was so angry that he smashed his phone to the floor, and the screen shattered. His emotions were like a volcano that could erupt at any time, wild and out of control. Su Tianjiao, you and I can never coexist. His roar was deafening. He ran towards the gymnasium and howled to the sky. His voice echoed in the night sky, startling the entire campus. The students around him stopped and whispered, "What happened to Lin Dong? Did he break up?" Looking at his attitude, he must be a complete cuckold. Late at night, Lin Dong finally received a text message from Su Qianqian, which contained only 4 words, "I'm back to school." He asked her to meet him in a remote corner of the campus. As soon as he saw Su Qianqian, his expression was as gloomy as the sky before a storm, and his voice was icy cold. "The money has not arrived, and the plan has failed?" Su Qianqian was stunned, then lowered her head and nodded slightly. "Bah!" With a crisp sound, she was slapped hard in the face, and half of her face suddenly swelled up. "You shameless bitch!" Lin Dong gritted his teeth, his eyes full of anger and disdain. "You slept with Su Tianjiao behind my back. 5 or 6 hours, that was enough fun, right? Did he serve you well? Did he tell him all our plans?" Su Qianqian burst into tears instantly and shook her head repeatedly. "No, really not." But Lin Dong didn't believe it at all. He sneered and took out his phone, ruthlessly handed her a screenshot of the circle of friends. Those intimate photos and ambiguous texts hurt her eyes, and she felt like she was falling into an icy cave. "Don't play innocent." Lin Dong's tone was full of sarcasm. "Are you trying to make up a story about losing your virginity while drunk so that I can forgive you? Oh, Su Qianqian, you overestimate yourself? I'm warning you. I'll give you another 48 hours. If you can't deal with Su Tianjiao and the plan fails, you're dead." After saying that, he turned around and left coldly, leaving Su Qianqian standing there alone, with the burning pain on her face and the grievance in her heart intertwined into one. She helplessly watched Lin Dong's back as he left, with mixed feelings in her heart. Why did this happen? She helped him wholeheartedly, even betraying my friendship, but in return she was humiliated like this. She recalled what I said before she left. It's not as easy as you think to see a person clearly. They only show the side you want to see. At that time, she sneered, thinking it was just my hypocritical preaching. But now, Lin Dong's bad attitude made her feel a little chilly. Could it be that he had been pretending? No. Su Qianqian shook her head violently, forcing herself to deny this idea. Lin Dong loves me. He is just too angry. He must have misunderstood me. She gritted her teeth and decided to work harder to make amends and prove with her actions that she had not betrayed him. However, what she didn't know was that in Lin Dong's heart, she had long been a slut who could be thrown away after being used. At the same time, I was carefully examining the meteorites I had collected. Although there were quite a few, I was a little disappointed to find that the most important star-shaped meteorites were not among them. Forget it. Although these ordinary meteorites are not enough to unleash their full potential, they are enough to support the initial stage of the experiment. I thought calmly. As long as we successfully cultivate a superpowered army, even if Lin Dong gets the star-shaped meteorite, we won't be afraid. My plan is clear and firm. The star-shaped meteorite has SSS-level supernatural potential and is the crucial factor in determining the outcome. It must belong to me. At this time, news about monster attacks broke out on the internet one after another. Although it was quickly blocked, I knew in my heart that the end of the world was getting closer and closer. Time was running out, and I had to get the star-shaped meteorite before Lindong. At dusk, I changed into ordinary student clothes and sneaked into the Jinling University campus. After some inquiries, I got an important clue. A girl named Zixuanlin seemed to have a star-shaped meteorite in her hand. She was worried about the radiation problem and wanted to dispose of it, but she returned to the dormitory first because of something urgent. When I heard the news, my eyes lit up. This is a godsend. As long as I find Zixuanlin, I might be able to get the meteorite at a low price. However, when I tracked down the girls, they had already disappeared into the dormitory building. The dormitory door was firmly locked by the security ante, and I was not allowed in. It seems we have to think of another way. I whispered to myself, a hint of coldness flashing across my eyes. Lindong may receive intelligence from his brother tomorrow. Once he starts to act, the situation will become complicated. I secretly made up my mind. The star-shaped meteorite must belong to me. Only in this way can I control the overall situation and completely suppress Lindong, the fake son of luck. Recalling the memories of the previous life, Zixuanlin was Su Qianqian's roommate and one of the most popular school beauties on campus. At this moment, the door of the dormitory seemed like an insurmountable barrier. Was he really going to break into the school beauty's dormitory at night? Chapter 15. You dare to make me kneel down and apologize? In the early hours of the morning, the latest headlines shocked everyone. Just half an hour ago, the Eagle Sauce BCC News announced that a virus laboratory leaked due to a meteorite impact accident. The Eagle Sauce officials have thoroughly disinfected all infected areas. Please don't panic. Just go about your daily life. Those soothing words at the end can only fool fools at best. What kind of disinfection process is this? It's clearly completely out of control. I heard that all the creatures around the place where the incident happened turned into horrible man-eating monsters. Even 2 Special Forces teams were wiped out while trying to destroy these monsters. So the Eagle Sauce authorities had to use bombers to carpet bomb the area. I have a relative who works in the United States. According to him, the bombing range even includes the town near the virus laboratory. There were at least hundreds of thousands of residents living in these towns, and in the end, none of them were spared. What? The Eagle Sauce officials actually killed more than 100,000 people? Are they crazy? I heard through the grapevine that the Eagle Sauce officials did this to prevent the virus from spreading further. Because all residents there have been infected with the alienation virus, for which there is no antidote. If they don't, they will all turn into monsters sooner or later. That's hundreds of thousands of monsters. Even the Eagle Sauce army may not be able to withstand them. Monsters, those man-eating monsters, do they really exist? I don't dare to think about it anymore. People who are in panic can only hope that the disaster in the United States will not affect China. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory of Jinling University, before going to bed, everyone changed into a variety of cute pajamas. Without the restraint of underwear and covers, the thin pajamas could not hide the girls' graceful figures at all. Su Tianjiao successfully got the key from the dormitory manager through the school leaders. He opened the door and sneaked into the girls' dormitory quietly. Of course, rather than sneaking in, it is better to say that it is an open entry. On the way to Su Qianqian's dormitory, Su Tianjiao was naturally seen by many girls. They were so shocked that they could hardly believe their eyes. When boys appear in the girls' dormitory late at night, they are usually kicked out as hooligans. But Su Tianjiao's fame is too loud. He is not only young and handsome, but also a billionaire. Even if the girl had just finished taking a shower and was wearing almost nothing, she didn't care at all that Su Tianjiao saw her naked. And when Su Tianjiao saw those hot girls in pajamas or bathrobes, he suddenly felt his blood boiling. Su Tianjiao felt like a monk who was seeking Buddhist scriptures in the West, surrounded by ferocious female goblins. Fortunately, he has been exercising all year round and is strong and agile. Otherwise, he would have been dragged into the devil's cave by them and completely drained of his energy. It's such a headache. I was planning to throw it away, but I couldn't bear to do it. Later, I heard that someone was willing to buy these meteorites, so I went to ask, but they were only willing to pay $100. Zixuanlin is complaining to her roommates. Su Qianqian was in a low mood and remained silent. The other girls didn't dare to disturb them, as they all thought that Su Qianqian and Su Tianjiao were having some unpleasantness. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She stood up and said loudly, "Those profiteers will only deliberately devalue my star-shaped meteorite. I think it's really unique and definitely worth collecting, so I'd better keep it. Even if there is radiation, I can find a box that can shield it." Su Tianjiao was overjoyed when he finally found his target, and he pushed the door open and walked in. "I know what's good, sell it to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Tianjiao and the 6 girls in the dormitory looked at each other. 2 girls were picking their feet leisurely, and 2 others were completely naked, wearing nothing. Su Qianqian was like a wooden man, with no reaction to anything in the outside world. The school beauty Zi Xianlin, who was holding the star-shaped meteorite, was wearing extremely thin, almost transparent pajamas. With Su Tianjiao's interruption, the atmosphere in the entire dormitory froze instantly. The next second, several girls immediately screamed loudly. Su Tianjiao had to admit that he met those people with special abilities in his previous life who could manipulate ultrasound. It's not as scary as these girls who are screaming collectively now. "Shut up, everyone!" With his domineering shout, the girls' screams stopped abruptly. Then, they were so scared that they all hid in their beds. I have to admit that the girls in this dormitory are generally very good-looking. Each one has a better figure than the other. Although only Su Qianqian and Zi Xianlin are known as school beauties, the other 4 girls also have their own merits. Some have curvy figure, some have legs that are 1.6 meters long, and some have average figures but looks like female stars. Everyone present thought that Su Tianjiao was here to see Su Qianqian. Even she herself thinks so. But Su Tianjiao just glanced at Su Qianqian and walked straight towards Zi Xianlin. He only glanced at the graceful curves hidden under Zi Xuanlin's pajamas, and then turned his gaze to the star-shaped meteorite. Su Tianjiao, who was always calm and composed, now had an eager light in his eyes. "I'm sorry to scare you. Can you show me the meteorite in your hand?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Xianlin had no time to answer. A girl next to him, who weighed 160 kilograms and was 160 kilograms tall, suddenly became furious and began to loudly scold Su Tianjiao. "Is an apology enough? There are only weak girls in our dormitory. You, a grown man, suddenly barged in. Do you have any bad intentions? I'm warning you, Su Tianjiao. Even if you are Su Qianqian's boyfriend, trespassing into a girl's dormitory is disgusting to me. Don't try to make excuses. Based on my understanding of men, you definitely want to have your foot in the door with the girls in our dormitory. So you come here to show your affection, right? I will definitely post what happened tonight on Little Red Potato and expose you, a shameless person, unless you kowtow to us and apologize now. Immediately. Right now. Otherwise, you're screwed. Chapter 16. Get it? The horror of SSS-level superpowers. Su Tianjiao never expected that he would be scolded by a dinosaur. Moreover, this dinosaur was arrogantly ordering him to kowtow and apologize. Su Tianjiao sneered and kicked the other person in the abdomen without hesitation. Bang! Because the opponent was too short, the kick accidentally hit the dinosaur's chest. The powerful force made her fall to the ground. The dinosaur covered his chest, his face flushed red, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Su Tianjiao's sudden action stunned everyone present. He slowly retracted his feet and said with a grim expression, "You idiot. Why don't you look in the mirror and see how disgusting you look? It's not your fault that you're ugly, but it's wrong for you to come out and scare people." As Su Tianjiao spoke, he walked straight to the dinosaur. His ferocious eyes and expression scared the dinosaur so much that it swallowed back the words it was about to say. She waved her hands repeatedly, indicating that she would never dare to do it again. As for whether this dinosaur is still secretly planning to expose itself on the sweet potato, Su Tianjiao didn't care at all. At this time, Su Qianqian also felt that Su Tianjiao was somewhat unreasonable. After all, you were the one who made the mistake first. You broke into the girls' dormitory late at night without permission, and then started beating people up because of a disagreement. But after thinking about it, she chose to remain silent. We can't let tonight's little incident ruin Lin Dong's plan. Before successfully seizing Su Tianjiao's property, she still has to act like a caring girlfriend. But in Su Qianqian's heart, she still hoped that Su Tianjiao would be hung on the internet by that dinosaur and taught a good lesson. Student Zixuanlin, can you let me see that meteorite? When facing other people, Su Tianjiao quickly returned to his usual confident and handsome appearance. In fact, Zi Xianlin also thought that the dinosaur's request was a bit excessive. Such an arrogant person will get his comeuppance sooner or later. This retribution came a little too quickly, but what made her a little depressed was that Su Tianjiao had been staring at the meteorite with extremely fanatical eyes, but he didn't even look at her curvy figure. Could this man in front of me be gay? Okay, let me show you. If you really like it, I'll give it to you as a gift. But don't get me wrong, I didn't give it to you for any other reason. I just didn't want Su Qianqian to have any misunderstandings. Su Qianqian, who was standing by, was also curious about Su Tianjiao's purpose. Didn't he come to apologize to me? It's just a piece of broken stone. What's so good about it? Su Tianjiao was carefully looking at the meteorite in his hand. That's right. This is exactly the star-shaped meteorite that contains SSS-level supernatural powers. In his previous life, Su Tianjiao had seen with his own eyes that Lin Dong, holding a star-shaped meteorite, was shrouded in dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, he obtained powerful SSS-level superpowers and became an overlord in the apocalypse. I plan to build a museum with the theme of extraterrestrial objects, so I've been collecting various meteorites recently. I heard that classmate Zi Xianlin had a meteorite of a unique shape, so I hurried over. Sorry, I was a little reckless and disturbed everyone's rest. The girls waved their hands to show that they didn't care. After Su Tianjiao looked at it carefully for a few more times, he suddenly said to Zi Xianlin, "Give me a payment code." "Ah, what QR code? You want to add me as your friend?" Zi Xianlin was suddenly at a loss as to what to do. Reason told her that she should refuse. After all, Su Tianjiao was Su Qianqian's boyfriend. How can I poach my roommate students? But Su Tianjiao's strength made her dare not say no. Zi Xianlin obediently showed her QR code. When she finished doing all this and looked up to meet Su Tianjiao's puzzled eyes, her face suddenly turned red with shame. "What did you just say was the payment code? What else could it be?" Sorry, I accidentally clicked the wrong button." Zi Xianlin wished she could find a hole to crawl into at this moment, as she mistakenly thought that Su Tianjiao wanted to add her as a friend. But when she received the 20,000 yuan transferred by Su Tianjiao, she was so shocked that she was almost speechless. "That's too much. Su, this is really too much." "Just accept it with confidence. I don't like to owe favors to others. Also, if anyone still has meteorites, please feel free to contact me, and I will buy them at this price." After saying that, Su Tianjiao turned around and left with a meteorite. He didn't even look at Su Qianqian again. In an underground parking lot somewhere outside the school, Su Tianjiao sat in the car, carefully looking at the meteorite in his hand. His hands were shaking, and his face was full of joy. "Got it! Finally got it!" In the previous life, someone had made a rough statistical analysis of the probability of appearance of various levels of supernatural powers in meteorites from outer space. Among the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of meteorites in a city, there will be no more than 2 with supernatural powers that can reach the SSS level. There may very well be only 1, or even none at all. Even SS level or S level abilities are extremely rare. After the end of the world, an A-level mutant is enough to dominate an area. They enjoyed almost unlimited resources and women, as well as the respect and offerings of thousands of subjects. The gap between different levels of superpowers is as huge as a chasm. Su Tianjiao remembered that in Jinling City, only Lin Dong had ever obtained a meteorite containing SSS superpowers. Apart from this, there is no news of any SSS-level psychics here. If I remember correctly, this star-shaped meteorite contains the creative power, Pango. As long as the possessor of the supernatural power has a thought, he can even create out of thin air objects that only exist in imagination. Unfortunately, the time has not come yet, and it is just an ordinary stone for the time being. But when the end of the world comes, just a slight touch will make it emit an extremely bright light. The stronger the supernatural power contained in it, the more brilliant and colorful the light it emits. Immediately afterwards, the outer shell of the meteorite will automatically fade away and turn into a ball of light. As long as you swallow it, you can fully master the corresponding supernatural powers. It would be a waste if a loser like Lin Dong got such a powerful ability. In that case, let me take you with me and become the emperor of this last age. Chapter 17. Plunder the Key Luck, Super Evolution of Superpowers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 48 points of luck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully seizing Lin Dong's key opportunity. The reward is doubled. The total luck value obtained this time, 96 points. 96 points. Seeing this number, Su Tianjiao couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He knew that this star-shaped meteorite was the key for Lin Dong to become the overlord of the end times. But Su Tianjiao didn't expect that the system rewards would be so many. Whether it was kissing Su Qianqian in front of Lin Dong and knocking her unconscious in his villa, he still used the chat records to threaten Chu Yueyao and took photos of her naked body. The total amount of luck gained through so much effort is not even as much as the luck gained from seizing this star-shaped meteorite. 48 points, plus the double reward, a total of 96 points of luck, just got it so easily. Su Tianjiao was only briefly excited and then immediately regained his composure. If I were to get carried away with such a small gain and become the arch-villain of the apocalypse and the reaper of the sons of destiny, it would be too cheap of me to be so proud of myself. Lin Dong, killing you is as easy as squeezing a rat in a gutter. But this is too cheap for you. Rather than killing Lin Dong outright, Su Tianjiao wanted to make him completely desperate and mentally collapse, and then torture him to death. Don't worry. Take your time. The real show has just begun. Su Tianjiao thought again. After losing so much luck, would Lin Dong notice something wrong? At the same time, on the campus of Jinling University, Lin Dong was in the men's restroom cubicle, holding his cell phone with an intoxicated expression on his face. A beautiful woman wearing a lace swimsuit and with a curvy figure is dancing passionately in the live broadcast room. That thin layer was completely unable to cover her key parts. Just when Lin Dong was excited, trembling all over, closing his eyes, and preparing to climb to the top, he suddenly felt a surge of blood rushing to his forehead. His face turned purple, and he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Puff! Maybe it's a coincidence, maybe it's irony. In short, blood and all kinds of dirt mixed together and splattered on the wall panels of the compartment. Lin Dong's mind went blank, and he had no idea why he suddenly vomited blood. During my last physical examination, the doctor said I was in good health. Could it be that doing traditional crafts is so harmful to your health? Just as Lin Dong was wondering whether he had done too much traditional craft work or was seriously ill, a sense of loss for no apparent reason suddenly came over him. It feels like your precious treasure has been taken away by others and can never be taken back. It was as if his beloved woman had been betrayed by another man. Fuck, what the hell is going on? Lin Dong's suspicions were quickly magnified. He couldn't help but start thinking, did Su Tianjiao really do something to Su Qianqian? Thinking of this, Lin Dong, who was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood and then fainted. When he slowly woke up, he found that this was the school infirmary, and his clothes were also covered with all kinds of dirt from the toilet. No way. Is it possible that I have some incurable disease? Lin Dongji stood up and looked around. He saw that his roommates and the female doctor on duty were all staring at him with extremely strange eyes. Hey, Lin Dong, we are all young men in our prime. It's normal to have some physiological needs. Yes, Lin Dong. Don't worry. The doctor has checked you, and you are definitely not sick. It may be because of the excitement that caused the blood pressure to rise. I just need to be more careful next time. I told my brother, if you want to masturbate, why don't you just do it in the dormitory? Why do you have to go to the toilet? If I hadn't seen the blood on the floor when I went to the bathroom, you would have probably fallen there. If this matter got out, it would be so embarrassing. After seeing Lin Dong wake up, his roommates teased him a few times. Finally, the female school doctor advised helplessly. I understand that young people are full of energy, but we can't let them indulge themselves like this. This is the first time I've seen someone masturbate until he vomits blood. When you were first sent here, your blood pressure was ridiculously high, but it's back to normal now. It's probably caused by being too emotional. There's nothing wrong with your body. Just remember to be more restrained in the future. Everyone thought that Lin Dong vomited blood and fainted in the toilet because he did too much manual work. He had just woken up, but instead of feeling everyone's concern, he began to stubbornly retort. How can you slander me like this? Can I spit blood while doing craft work? Hearing this, the roommates were suddenly speechless. Isn't this a case of a dog biting Lu Dongbin? Hardmouth, huh? Okay, let me show you the evidence. This is a photo from that time. In addition to the blood and water from the toilet, your body was also covered with. Did you spit these things out of your mouth? After spraying this long string of sprays, the roommates immediately felt a lot more comfortable. But for Lin Dong, this was like adding fuel to the fire. He wanted to explain himself, but found that he couldn't explain himself at all. Why? Why is this happening? Lin Dong, who was extremely depressed, suddenly felt his blood rushing up and fainted again on the bed in the infirmary. But this time, the roommates were unwilling to care about this guy anymore. They all agreed that there was definitely something wrong with Lin Dong's character. People with weird behavior and who don't know how to be grateful are not suitable for close friendships at all. At the same time, Su Tianjiao was receiving good news one after another. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement newbie, plundering a total of more than 100 points of luck from the protagonist's Halo owner. Reward: the host's superpower will undergo super evolution. Note: when the host obtains the next superpower, it will take effect immediately. Chapter 18. You poor fellow, are you still learning acquisition from a billionaire? When Su Tianjiao saw this system reward, he was stunned. The next superpower he would obtain would definitely be the SSS level creation ability contained in the star-shaped meteorite next to him. Panga. It's already the most top-level SSS level supernatural power. How can it evolve further? Is it possible that above the SSS level, there is a completely new area that people have never touched before? But no matter what, as long as there is strengthening, it is a good thing. God is helping me. SSS level superpowers, storage space, and the opportunity to enhance superpowers. If it weren't for the luck points that Lin Dong plundered from him, Su Tianjiao would not have been able to obtain so many good things so easily. His next goal is to collect 1,000 luck points to unlock the system mall. Lin Zong. Lin Zong. I really hope you can live longer. Otherwise, where can I get so much luck points? Thinking of this, Su Tianjiao couldn't help but smile. In Su Tianjiao's eyes, Lin Dong had turned into an old hen kept in a cage, laying golden eggs. The day when he stops laying eggs, you can kill him and make soup. After returning home, Su Tianjiao saw a table full of delicious food and a bowl of ginseng soup prepared by Nc Yuan for him. What he didn't expect was that Nc Yuan was wearing a lace pajamas and kneeling in front of him. She seemed to want to feed the ginseng soup to herself mouth to mouth in this position. The whiteness on the chest made Su Tianjiao unable to look away. He admired it for a moment, then reached out and squeezed it hard a few times. Just when Nc Yuan's face was flushed and she was confused, Su Tianjiao forcibly suppressed his desire and began to concentrate on eating. After the betrayal he experienced in his previous life, he could never fully trust anyone. At least before obtaining SSS-level supernatural powers, Su Tianjiao will not let himself down. After finishing the last bite, he turned and went upstairs to his room. The sound of the door closing meant that Su Tianjiao was ready to rest and didn't want anyone to disturb him. Nc Yuan stood in the living room, pursing her lips in thought. Does Mr. Su really think he is too old? Although she is no longer young, Nc Yuan is still as pretty as a young girl in terms of appearance and figure. Of course, she still maintained her girlish firmness, but she had long forgotten the smell of a man. Nc Yuan, who had just boldly crossed the line, thought Su Tianjiao would accept her. Even if she was just his maid, she was willing to do more services for Su Tianjiao. But the other party's ruthless rejection made Nc Yuan feel a little inferior. She thought that Mr. Su preferred young and beautiful girls rather than middle-aged women like herself who were old and ugly. But what Nc Yuan didn't know was that her figure was actually quite good. Her grace was still as good as before, but she even had the charm of a mature woman. Just now, Su Tianjiao was indeed moved. It's a pity that the timing is wrong. Only when he truly obtains the power to become the emperor of the last days can he let down his guard and completely return to himself. By then, Nc Yuan will see how terrifying the man she provoked is. My daughter will be here soon. I can't lose my composure like this anymore. Nc Yuan put away her emotions and sent a message to Su Tianjiao to apologize. Su Tianjiao simply replied, "It doesn't matter," indicating that he was not angry about it. Only then did Nc Yuan feel relieved. Early the next morning, Zi Xianlin sent a friend request to Su Tianjiao. Did she want to return the money she spent on the meteorite to herself? Just when Su Tianjiao was about to refuse, he suddenly saw the message attached to the application. I have contacted several classmates, and they all want to sell you the meteorites they found. I hope you can make an offer. By the way, Lin Dong is also buying meteorites, but they don't want to sell them to Lin Dong. After seeing this message, Su Tianjiao curled up a smile. It seems that the plot of the previous life has been completely ruined by myself. Interesting. Su Tianjiao readily accepted Zi Xuanlin's friend request. After all, treasures like meteorites, the more the better. On the other side, Su Tianjiao also received secret news from his elder brother Lin Yun. After learning that the meteorite contained some kind of mysterious energy that might be of great use in the future, Lin Dong suddenly became excited. Although he hasn't thought about developing superpowers yet, he feels that it's a good idea to strike first. Once the Research Institute announces the news, the price of the meteorite will definitely be driven up. By then, I might be able to sell the goods in my hand for a good price. Of course, it would be best if we could get money from Su Tianjiao. But if you can't figure it out, selling meteorites is a good backup plan. In preparation for the upcoming doomsday, Lin Dong needs to find every possible way to make money. Then, Lin Dong began to ask around the campus and talk business with the students who had picked up the meteorite. But he soon discovered that there seemed to be another person on campus who was buying meteorites at a high price. When Lin Dong finally found out this person's name, he almost fainted from anger again. Su Tianjiao, it's you again, you damn bastard. After thinking for a moment, he called his two younger brothers. Qiangzi, Kunzi, how is the situation? Have you collected any meteorites? Brother Dong, we can't help it. No one wants to sell to us. How is the situation over there? Me too. In their previous life, because Lin Dong had purchased a large number of meteorites in advance, both of them successfully obtained A-level superpowers and became Lin Dong's confidants. In this life, Lin Dong, who received secret intelligence, still ordered them to purchase meteorites. Lin Dong is willing to bid 600 yuan for each meteorite, and if the quality is good, he can add an additional 200 yuan. This price is still very attractive for ordinary college students. In his previous life, Lin Dong used this method to collect all the meteorites in the school. Even ordinary residents outside the school were extremely shocked. A piece of broken stone that fell from the sky can actually be sold for up to 800 yuan. Everyone put down what they were doing and went to the wilderness to look for meteorites and sell them to Lin Dong. Before the end of the world, Lin Dong received at least 50 or 60 meteorites. And the school beauty Zi Xianlin, because of the star-shaped meteorite, came into contact with Lin Dong and was controlled by him mentally. After the end of the world, she was naturally taken into Lin Dong's harem. This time, Lin Dong also set his eyes on Zi Xianlin and the star-shaped meteorite in her hand early on. He generously offered a high price of 3,000 yuan, wanting to make Zi Xianlin feel his wealth. Coupled with his elegant, gentle appearance and conversation, Lin Dong believed that he could definitely win the heart of this beautiful schoolgirl. Su Qianqian was ruined by Su Tianjiao. That's nothing. After all, there is my sister-in-law, Chu Yueyao, and the beautiful Zi Xianlin to pursue. When I become the king of the world, won't I be able to have as many women as I want? Just when Lin Dong was full of confidence and began to fantasize about a bright future, the words of his two followers brought him back to reality. Those people said that Su Tianjiao was willing to offer 20,000 yuan to buy these meteorites. But you only offered 800. That's right, Brother Dong. Not only did they not sell, they also scolded us, saying that poor bastards shouldn't follow the billionaires. Chapter 19. Face-to-face provocation. Lin Dong was forced to bow his head. You even called me a poor bastard? Hearing these words, Lin Dong's face suddenly darkened. I asked you two to report the situation, but you didn't gain anything. However, I remember all the trash talk clearly. Is it because his EQ is too low, or is he trying to disgust me on purpose? It is now basically certain that almost all the meteorites in the school have been bought by Su Tianjiao. Lin Dong's face darkened, and he remained silent. Zhou Qiang and Su Kuan looked at each other and couldn't help but ask the questions in their hearts. Brother Dong, what is the use of purchasing these meteorites? If you have the money to buy meteorites, you might as well use it to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Why buy these broken stones? Shut up. I know better than you whether these meteorites are useful or not. Lin Dong reprimanded harshly. Then he realized that his tone might be too harsh, so he softened it a little. As you all know, the current situation is getting worse day by day, and even the authorities are losing control of the situation. When the world falls into complete chaos, Lin Dong, will definitely seize the opportunity to rise. Don't think I'm just bragging here. In fact, I've been preparing for this for a long time. In short, all you need to know is that if you follow me, you will be guaranteed to have a good life in the future. Zhou Qiang and Su Kuan always obey Lin Dong's orders. They have always believed that Lin Dong is a man of extraordinary bearing and is the kind of person who can accomplish great things. The most important thing is that Lin Dong's elder brother Lin Yun has become a scientific research expert that is the focus of official attention at a young age. He has a bright future, and maybe Lin Dong could also achieve class transition by relying on his elder brother's relationship. It is precisely because of this that the two of them are willing to follow Lin Dong wholeheartedly. Brother Dong, you decide what to do. We have absolutely no objection. After Lin Dong pondered for a moment, he said helplessly, "Go and help me find out where Su Tianjiao is. I plan to talk to him in person." For Lin Dong, who has always been arrogant, bowing his head and asking for help is an extremely difficult thing. But for the sake of the greater plan, he knew he had to do this. At the same time, outside the gate of Jinling University, as the external situation further deteriorated, the school's top management ordered that the entire campus be completely closed and no one was allowed to enter or leave. Su Tianjiao was somewhat helpless, so he had to park his Maserati here and then talk business with the students inside the gate through the fence. "Students, your 20,000 yuan has been deposited into your account. If anyone discovers a new meteorite, please feel free to contact me. Even if someone offers a higher price than me, I am willing to pay more for it. Of course, those who want to play double act, drive up the price, and make me the scapegoat should put away your little tricks as soon as possible. I'm not a fool. I just want to pay for my hobby." In the transaction, Su Tianjiao played the role of a museum owner who was very interested in extraterrestrial objects. The students, who were blinded by money, easily believed his reasons. After all, they really couldn't imagine at this moment what use a few broken stones that fell from the sky could have. And Su Tianjiao was indeed a bit too generous. Just spend a little time looking for meteorites in the back mountain, and you can make 20,000 yuan. This is simply pie in the sky. What's there to be dissatisfied about? Besides that, if you know anyone who has meteorites and is willing to sell them, you can introduce them to me. For every successful introduction, I will give you at least 4,000 yuan in agency fees. As soon as these words were spoken, those unlucky guys who didn't find the meteorite suddenly became agitated. "Oh my god, 4,000 for the introduction fee? Boss Su is so generous and domineering." Even the security guards at the gate started contacting their relatives and friends to see if there was anyone who could help them earn some extra money. "Brother Dong, Su Tianjiao's price is so high, no one wants to sell it to us." Lin Dong and his two men, who had been hiding in a dark corner, couldn't help but curse inwardly when they saw this scene. It's great to be rich. Can you do whatever you want if you have money? At the same time, Su Tianjian's campus beauty roommate Zi Xianlin was also working hard to promote Su Tianjiao and had facilitated several new orders. Su Tianjiao was not stingy and directly transferred the sky-high agency fee to her. Stimulated by various incentive measures, the news that Su Tianjiao was going to buy up meteorites on a large scale had spread quickly. "Lin Dong, are you here to sell meteorites too?" "Mr. Su, don't joke around. Just call me Lin Dong. I don't have any meteorites to sell. I just want to talk to you. Can I have a word with you?" As soon as Lin Dong and his two followers appeared, they became the focus of everyone's attention. Because everyone knows that he has also been buying up meteorites in large quantities recently. Coming here suddenly, are you here to cause trouble? Although he was very reluctant, Lin Dong had to muster up the courage to stand up for his grand blueprint. Let's talk about it right here. Su Tianjiao didn't even want to pay attention to this kind of clown. It's just because there are too many people around watching the show, and if we turn hostile directly, we will be laughed at. Only then did he suppress the anger in his heart and greet the other party. Lin Dong forced a smile and flattered. "Mr. Su, I know you collect these meteorites because of your personal hobby. But actually, I also like space and meteorites. If you hadn't acted so quickly, I might have gotten them." Su Tianjiao looked at Lin Dong with a playful smile. There were few opportunities for face-to-face communication between the two of them. After his rebirth, Su Tianjiao suddenly realized that Lin Dong now looked like a funny clown. Seeing that the other party was indifferent, Lin Dong continued. "Mr. Su, I want to know if you can transfer these meteorites to me. If you don't want to transfer all of it, just give me 1 or 2 pieces. As for the price, I will never let you suffer a loss. You bought it for 20,000 yuan, and I can buy it for 30,000 yuan. The extra money will be my compensation to you, Mr. Su. What do you think?" After hearing these words, the onlookers were all stunned. $30,000 for a meteorite? What kind of treasure is this that can make both Lin Dong and Su Tianjiao crazy about it? Lin Dong knew that Su Tianjiao might refuse his request, but he agreed reluctantly for the sake of their friendship as alumni. Then you will make a lot of money. After hearing this, Su Tianjiao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Dong, do you think someone like me, who is worth over 100 million yuan, would care about your little money? When I usually do charity, I usually donate more than this amount, right? This ordinary sentence made Lin Dong feel as if he was slapped in the face several times in public. Su Tianjiao, you deserve to die. How about this, Lin Dong? If you can answer a few questions for me and pay me a little more, I'll sell you 2 meteorites. How about that? Su Tianjiao's change of tone rekindled hope in Lin Dong, who was originally disheartened. No problem, just ask. Hearing Lin Dong's answer, Su Tianjiao laughed again. But this time, the smile was full of irony and provocation. Lin Dong, what do you think of Su Tianjian's figure? Chapter 20. What? Lin Dong, are you not convinced? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in confusion. What is Su Tianjian's figure like, and what does it have to do with Lin Dong? Isn't she your Mr. Su's girlfriend? Understood. Boss Su probably wanted to hear Lin Dong flatter him to satisfy his vanity. However, no one noticed that Lin Dong's face had become extremely distorted at this moment. Su Tianjiao had said before that as long as he answered a few questions, he would be willing to transfer some of the meteorites to him. Even though it would cost more money, Lin Dong gritted his teeth and accepted the condition. In Jinling University, most of the meteorites, which were already extremely scarce, have been purchased by Su Tianjiao. And since students are prohibited from leaving the school, he has no way to contact meteorite holders outside the school. Lin Dong didn't take the questions seriously at all. After all, what kind of outrageous questions could this guy ask in public? But unexpectedly, Su Tianjiao dealt him a critical hit as soon as he opened his mouth. Why did Lin Dong suddenly freeze? Is there any need to think about this question? Yes, Su Tianjian is the recognized campus beauty of Jinling University. She is a top-notch student with a top-notch figure and appearance. There is nothing to consider, right? Lin Dong was not thinking. He was just forced to recall those extremely painful memories. Su Tianjian was drunk by the man in front of her and had sex with him in the villa for 6 or 7 hours. This incident also became a scar in Lin Dong's heart that cannot be touched. And now, Su Tianjiao actually opened his wound ruthlessly and sprinkled another can of salt on it. The most important thing is, no matter how reluctant he is, Lin Dong still has to rely on Su Tianjian to obtain Su Tianjiao's assets. So Lin Dong couldn't say anything now and could only swallow his anger. And Su Tianjiao's behavior at this moment was as if he had slept with someone else's girlfriend and asked the cheated man to tell everyone in public how outstanding and beautiful his girlfriend was. Damn it, Su Tianjiao, you're going too far. Lin Dong was in extreme pain and even began to deceive himself. Maybe he just asked such a question because of his vanity. After all, it was impossible for Su Tianjiao to know the relationship between him and Su Tianjian. Su Tianjian is the campus beauty of our Jinling University. Is there anything else to say about her figure and beauty? Lin Dong adjusted his mentality and began to act dumb in front of everyone. At this moment, Su Tianjiao suddenly interrupted Lin Dong. He first smiled at Su Tianjian, who was watching from a distance, then turned to the security guard next to him and asked, "Brother, I haven't seen my girlfriend for a while. Can you ask her to come out for a while? Please." As he spoke, he casually handed over a box of Hidiangxia. Seeing these expensive high-end cigarettes, the security guard dared not disobey. He smiled and opened the tightly closed school gate. Su Tianjian suddenly felt extremely regretful, regretting why she came here to join in the fun. She even wanted to turn around and run away. But for Lin Dong's plan, she absolutely could not get angry at this time. She could only put on a forced smile and pretend to be Su Tianjiao's caring and good girlfriend. When passing by Lin Dong, the two did not look at each other, but Su Tianjian could sense that he was on the verge of exploding. "Tianjiao?" After coming to Su Tianjiao, Su Tianjian just opened her mouth to say something when she was interrupted by the other party. Su Tianjiao put his arms around her slender waist, put his hands into her shirt in public, and began to grope her flat belly. Su Tianjian's plump figure was squeezed out of shape. The onlookers suddenly felt that they were being shown a show of affection. But they also think that Su Tianjiao is not only bold, but also very manly. He is simply a role model for boys and the dream lover for girls. Lin Dong's smile became more and more forced, and his hands in his pockets were clenched into fists, almost bleeding. However, Su Tianjiao did not stop there, but became even more presumptuous. In full view of everyone, He forcefully kissed Su Tianqian's red lips once again. The smooth touch and familiar fresh scent made Su Tianjiao intoxicated, and he kept greedily demanding it. Amid the screams and laughter of the people around him, Su Tianjiao changed from holding Su Tianjian's waist with one hand to tightly grasping her hips with both hands, kissing her passionately and attentively. The girls all blushed, and their legs involuntarily clamped together. The boys' eyes were red with envy, and they wanted to shout, "Let go of that beauty and let me come." After dozens of seconds, Su Tianjiao let go of Su Tianqian reluctantly. She didn't dare to resist, and could only stare at Su Tianjiao with a resentful look. Su Tianjiao didn't care about all this. He grabbed Su Tianqian's hips and pinched her chin, deliberately letting Lin Dong see her bitten and bleeding lips. "You can answer me now. What is Su Tianqian's figure like? What is her appearance like? Does she suit your taste?" In front of the protagonist's halo, in full view of everyone, openly playing with his woman's feelings. "It feels so good." Lin Dong gritted his teeth and began to praise Su Tianqian's figure and appearance, calling her the #1 campus beauty of Jinling University. In his words, Su Tianqian even surpassed all the female stars and Victoria's Secret models and was an ultimate beauty. After saying this, Lin Dong began to brainwash himself again. Su Tianqian has now been defiled by Su Tianjiao. She is no longer his woman. Whether it was being forcefully kissed, being groped in public, or passing out drunk in Su Tianjiao's big villa, it had nothing to do with him. After hearing Lin Dong's praise, Su Tianjiao smiled with satisfaction. Then he said something that made Lin Dong completely collapse. "You're right, Su Tianqian is indeed very good. Here, I would like to solemnly apologize to Su Tianqian. Su Tianqian had dinner at my house before and accidentally drank too much that night. When she woke up, I used her phone to post a few messages on WeChat Moments. Many classmates may have seen it. I shouldn't have done that, but Su Tianqian was so beautiful when she was drunk. But don't get me wrong, we didn't do anything that night. My housekeeper took care of her the whole night." After saying that, Su Tianjiao gave Su Tianqian another kiss. His aggressive gaze kept scanning Su Tianqian. "But one day, I will turn Su Tianqian into a real woman." Chapter 21. You have no money. Why are you showing off to me? Hearing this, Lin Dong's face suddenly turned red. Some people around started to make a fuss, saying that Su Tianjiao was lying and advised him to stop hiding it. After all, it's hard for something to happen when a man and a woman are alone in a room late at night. But Lin Dong knew that what Su Tianjiao said should be true. Because Su Tianqian said the same thing before, their words matched exactly. So that night, nothing really happened between Su Tianjiao and Su Tianqian. Therefore, Su Tianqian is still innocent and is still Lin Dong's woman. In other words, Su Tianjiao once again forcefully kissed his woman, Su Tianqian, in front of his classmates. Thinking of this, Lin Dong was about to go crazy, and Su Tianjiao felt extremely comfortable. "Lin Dong, thank you for your cooperation. If you want the meteorite, I can sell it to you now with a little more money." Lin Dong held his breath and made a bold request. "If possible, give me half." "Sure." Su Tianjiao agreed immediately. "After all, I haven't said how much extra money I want. And according to the memory of the previous life, apart from the star-shaped meteorite containing SSS-level supernatural powers, no other high-quality meteorites have appeared in Jinling University. If Lin Dong can really afford the money, it's not impossible to sell it to him for a few dollars. Of course, if I were really that rich, I wouldn't be in this situation now. Give me 500,000, and these meteorites of slightly inferior quality will all be yours. Just 4 meteorites, and you want me to raise the price by $500,000? You just don't want to sell it." Lin Dong was about to explode when Su Tianjiao shook his head and corrected himself. "It's $500,000 for each meteorite." "Su Tianjiao, you're going too far." Lin Dong finally couldn't hold it in any longer, and he immediately tore his face off and roared. But Su Tianjiao just replied lightly, "You have no money. Why are you showing off to me?" Lin Dong looked at Su Tianjiao hatefully, then turned and left with his 2 younger brothers. Su Tianjiao looked at everyone and emphasized, "Everyone, no matter how much money others offer, I will only offer more than them. If you want to sell meteorites, you can always come to me." After the farce ended, Su Tianjiao plundered another 12 points of luck from Lin Dong. Zi Xinlin, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly felt that Su Tianjiao was not as simple as everyone imagined. He is not only handsome and domineering, but also meticulous. Zi Xianlin simply couldn't refuse this kind of man, After Su Tianjiao left, all kinds of rumors spread all over the campus. Some people say that there was some unpleasantness between Lin Dong and Su Tianjiao. Some people also speculated that it was because Lin Dong was secretly pursuing Su Qianqian that Su Tianjiao was dissatisfied with him. But Su Tianjiao was too lazy to care about these gossips. As for what Su Qianqian and Lin Dong said afterwards, he didn't take it to heart. Su Tianjiao knew clearly that after going through so many things, Lin Dong had already developed a psychological obsession with this woman. Not only would he not touch Su Qianqian, he might even feel more disgusted with her. A few days later, Su Tianjiao successfully transferred most of the shares of Longting Technology Group. Even though the other party used the rampant virus and unstable situation as an excuse to desperately lower the price, Su Tianjiao still successfully obtained 12 billion in new funds. Under normal circumstances, most of Longting Technology's shares could be sold for at least 15 billion to 20 billion. However, Su Tianjiao was very open-minded and did not feel regretful at all. After all, the end of the world is coming, and no matter how much money you have, it will become a piece of waste paper. So he was already very satisfied with the price. Moreover, the company's previous working capital and borrowed loans had long been spent by Su Tianjiao and turned into massive amounts of supplies in the storage space. And the L virus will break out in about 3 days. Su Tianjiao plans to spend the last 12 billion as at least 30 billion, or even more. Mr. Su, we don't have much money left. Do we really want to buy these things? This is almost 5 times our budget. If we can't pay on time, let all purchasing personnel tell Party B that we will pay a 20% deposit first. If anything goes wrong in the end, I'll be responsible. In addition to giving bonuses to everyone, we will also use the remaining money to purchase more meteorites. The more the better. No problem, Mr. Su. Anyway, after the end of the world comes, no one will come to me to ask for the balance. Being able to pay them a deposit is already very honest and trustworthy. Unfortunately, all the supplies in Jinling City have been purchased by Su Tianjiao. Everything that follows will have to be shipped from nearby areas. Su Tianjiao issued a strict order, requiring all parties to transport all goods to the location he designated within 2 days. If he can't do that, he won't pay. In addition, Su Tianjiao also collected about 200 meteorites. Although it is not as much as expected, it is acceptable. He estimated that he could collect about 50 more before the end of the world. At that time, Su Tianjiao can use this opportunity to form an army of superpowers with amazing combat effectiveness. At the same time, Lin Dong was also trying hard to collect meteorites, but to no avail. This made him feel very frustrated and helpless. But Su Tianjiao suddenly made an amazing discovery. When he purchased meteorites from the students of Jinling University, he actually also took away Lin Dong's luck value. Maybe it's because in the original plot, these meteorites should belong to Lin Dong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement one step further, plundering a total of more than 200 points of luck from the protagonist's Halo owner. Reward: complete immunity to L virus and all its variants. When Su Tianjiao heard about this reward, his eyes suddenly lit up. Recently, public opinion can no longer be suppressed. Even in Jinling City, there are more and more widely reported monster attacks. Although most areas remain calm, the police responsible for maintaining law and order have been overwhelmed by these cases. There is not even enough manpower to deal with minor cases such as theft and fighting. The public security systems around the world are almost on the brink of collapse. Su Tianjiao was also worried that he would be accidentally infected with the L virus before he gained superpowers. So he is always very cautious when traveling. But now, I have 100% immunity. Even if you get bitten, you don't have to worry about getting infected and mutating into an irrational monster. At this moment, Su Tianjiao's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his confidant Zheng Fan. Mr. Su, I have 3 meteorites in my hand now, but I was accidentally trapped on the roof of a residential building by 3 monsters. No one answered the call to the police. It's impossible for anyone to come and rescue me. I'm sorry. I can't work for you anymore. If we can meet again in the next life. Zheng Fan is willing to work for you, Mr. Su. Su Tianjiao's eyes flashed, but he was not panicked at all. Instead, he interrupted him calmly. Shut up, Zheng Fan. You can't die without my permission. Listen carefully. First, find some metal objects nearby to protect yourself. And don't let the monster scratch or bite you. Then you have to aim for the monster's head and smash it hard to kill them completely. If you haven't managed to kill even one monster by the time I get there, then you can kill yourself. But if you can kill a monster, you can continue to work for me, Su Tianjiao. When the time comes, I will naturally rescue you. Chapter 22. Prepare to intercept. The second key destiny appears. These are 3 meteorites. Don't lose it. Moreover, Su Tianjiao was unwilling to give up Zheng Fan, his capable and loyal assistant. But the prerequisite is that he has to prove himself. Without waiting for the other party to reply, Su Tianjiao ended the call. Time is running out, and there is no time to waste. He got in the car and drove straight to the place Zheng Fan mentioned. Su Tianjiao didn't know that another very crucial woman was about to appear. In her previous life, as an SS-level mutant, she not only became Lin Dong's strongest combat force, but was also naturally taken into Lin Dong's harem. At that time, many people believed that without this woman, it would be difficult for Lin Dong to dominate the area. Whether it was the elite soldiers and generals that Lin Dong later conquered, or the large amount of weapons and survival supplies, they were all inseparable from this Valkyrie. If we want to discuss Lin Dong, the owner of the protagonist's halo, how many big leaks did he pick up? First of all, it must be the star-shaped meteorite containing SSS-level supernatural powers that helped him become a top powerhouse in the apocalypse. And secondly, there is this powerful and mysterious woman. The biggest loophole has been exploited by Su Tianjiao, and the second biggest loophole is about to appear next to Su Tianjiao. At the same time, Jinling International Airport. Due to the epidemic caused by the L virus, most flights have been suspended. The airport, which was once crowded, is now empty. At this moment, a luxury private jet with a national flag painted on its fuselage was slowly landing. A special forces team armed with live ammunition surrounded the plane tightly. No living creature dares to approach this place. The cabin door opened, and a tall woman in military uniform slowly walked out of the plane. With her appearance, a solemn and murderous atmosphere suddenly enveloped the airport. Even the well-trained Special Forces members around were suppressed by this invisible aura and dared not even breathe. By any standard, she was an extremely beautiful woman. But unlike weak women like Su Qianqian and Zi Xinlin, this woman exudes a kind of heroic beauty that has been honed through countless life and death tests. She has a petite figure, a calm expression, and appears very fragile, but she possesses deadly fighting skills that can defeat the enemy with one move. Reporting to Miss Chiu Shui, I am Zhou Jingyu, the captain of the Panlong Special Forces and the Guard. I will lead 60 elite members to escort you safely to the designated location. Son, at Zhou Jingyu's command, 60 Special Forces soldiers saluted in unison. Hearing this, Yi Chiu Shui looked slightly displeased. Captain Zhou, I am also a soldier. Please address me by my rank. I am Major Yi Chiu Shui. Zhou Jingyu was speechless about this request. Miss, don't forget that your father is the commander-in-chief of the Jinling military region. How dare we treat you like an ordinary soldier? Zhou Jingyu didn't say it explicitly, but he didn't change the address either. He just saluted again. Yi Chiu Shui was no longer surprised by this. She did not continue to dwell on this issue, but looked around and said seriously, judging from the situation at this airport, the L virus epidemic in our Yanhuang territory seems to be quite serious. Report, the situation is indeed serious. Zhou Jingyu did not say it explicitly, but he believed that the other party should have understood the meaning of his words. Because Yi Chiu Shui, who had just returned to China, had not studied or worked abroad before, nor was he on vacation. On the contrary, as the daughter of a military district commander, Yi Chiu Shui was very courageous. She took the initiative to apply for and join the special operations team that was specifically responsible for exterminating monsters. Due to her outstanding training performance, she also served as vice captain. The first mission of this special operations team after its establishment was to go to the United States and clear out all infected people near the virus laboratory. After the mission was over, only 60 of the more than 100 elite soldiers survived. As for those team members who died, even their bodies were not brought back. They all had their protective suits accidentally bitten by monsters during the battle and were infected with the L virus. In order to prevent the further spread of the virus, these brave warriors were quickly cremated and buried on the spot in a foreign country. A few days ago, the surviving team members brought back their photos and held a small memorial service and medal awarding ceremony. Yi Chiu Shui was the last member of the special operations team to return to China. The reason she did this was not because she disobeyed orders or acted on her own. Instead, Yi Qiu Shui wanted to collect more information about the L virus and how to better deal with mutant monsters in Eagle Country. With top-level fighting skills and professional knowledge of virology, she took on this task without hesitation. Yi Qiu Shui lived up to everyone's expectations and successfully brought back important virus research results. This is also one of the reasons why a guard team of 60 special forces was formed to escort her. Let's go. Take me to the Virus Research Institute. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, a convoy of several armored personnel carriers was on the road. Yi Qiu Shui sat in the armored vehicle in the middle, surrounded by several other heavy explosion-proof vehicles in a triangle. In addition, there were 2 Special Forces soldiers and team leader Zhou Jingyu on board for close protection. Such security configuration can be said to be foolproof. Even if there are some blind people who want to use cars to set up roadblocks and rob people on the road, this convoy can just rush through them brutally. On the way to the Virus Research Institute, Yi Qiu Shui discovered that the streets and shops were much quieter than usual. From time to time, she could see police cars speeding past in groups with sirens blaring. There were even sporadic gunshots heard in the distance. Are there many people infected with the L virus in Jinling City? Yi Qiu Shui asked. Zhou Jingyu was silent for a moment and replied with a slightly heavy voice. During these days, the police station receives calls about mutant monsters every day. And every time it takes a large number of police forces to eliminate a first-generation mutant monster. Ms. Qiu Shui, I think you should know that the combat effectiveness of the first generation of virus-infected people after mutation is far greater than that of their offspring. Yi Qiu Shui nodded slightly and fell into deep thought. Zhou Jingyu paused and continued to explain. In the past 7 days, more than 100 police officers in Jinling City have been killed by the monster's sharp claws and teeth. 90% of them were killed by the first generation of mutant monsters. A police squad of more than 10 people will be wiped out in an instant. And such tragedies have occurred at least 4 times. The data Zhou Jingyu listed one by one made Yi Qiu Shui's calm and rational face reveal sadness and anger that were difficult to conceal. The current Eagle Sauce country may collapse at any time. But what I didn't expect was that the situation in Yanhuang has become so serious. We have tried our best and all the police officers have stayed at their posts, but we are still unable to turn the situation around. As the number of monsters increases, the number of police deaths also continues to rise. The public security system may only be 1 or 2 days away from complete collapse. What about the army? The military is doing some of the more dangerous missions. And you may not know, Ms. Qiu Shui, that there are far more soldiers who sacrifice their lives in the army than in the police. Judging from the current situation, we Yanhuang seem to have no hope at all. Chapter 23, Outsmarting the Monster, a saturation rescue by 2 people. After hearing Zhou Jingyu's words, the 2 guards beside him did not show the slightest surprise. His seemingly outrageous remarks just now were just the true thoughts of the vast majority of people right now. Everyone in the armored vehicle fell silent, with sadness spreading across their faces. After a moment, Yi Qiu Shui broke the silence first and ordered, Captain Zhou, I don't want to hear this kind of thing again. Besides that, you are not allowed to say such negative things in front of anyone. You must also adjust your own mentality and reflect on it. Although the L virus is terrible, as long as we are united and work together, there is nothing we can't overcome. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, we must do our best to grasp it. Zhou Jingyu saluted and began to reflect on himself. Yi Qiu Shui really gave everyone a shot of confidence. But no one could say how long this power can last. Yi Qiu Shui pressed the button, causing the armored vehicle's bulletproof glass to drop, revealing a slight gap. Not only does it allow for ventilation, but it also allows you to hear cries for help from the roadside more clearly. Through the conversation just now, Yi Qiu Shui suddenly realized that the official is short of manpower, but there are still many people who need help. Although she may be powerless to change the situation, she cannot just sit there and do nothing. Get out of my way, you damn monsters. Mr. Su is still waiting for me. I will not die here. At this moment, a voice that was almost collapsed but full of anger came over. Stop. I want to save someone. Yi Qiu Shui ordered instinctively. The source of the sound was the rooftop of a nearby residential building. I saw a man standing on the edge of the roof. If he took a few steps back, he would fall down. The man's desperate cry pierced the sky, and even Yi Qiu Shui, who was 100 meters away, heard it. But right below the residential building, the monster that was hiding behind a trash can, waiting to hunt, was also attracted by the sound. It would be fine if it was just an ordinary monster mutated from a human. Even if you find the direction where the sound comes from, you can't do anything about the man upstairs. But this monster was actually the first-generation species that mutated from a gecko. It raised its head, revealing its bloody mouth, and began to climb up the wall. The scene that came into view made Yi Qiu Shui's expression become even more solemn. Oh no, that citizen is probably in big trouble. Miss Yi, my mission is to escort you to the Virus Research Institute first, and then escort you back to the Yi family manor. Before Zhou Jingyu could finish his words, Yi Qiu Shui forced him back with a look. I said, be saved. Do you understand? Zhou Jingyu looked embarrassed, but still saluted. He understood that even if his military rank was higher than the other parties, given this young lady's temper, she would never obey orders, but would choose to take the risk alone. If Yi Qiu Shui encountered any accident while rescuing people, he would definitely be the one to bear the consequences. There's no other way. I've got to just go for it now. Understood, Major Yi. Let's start the rescue operation immediately. But at this moment, a silver Maserati came like lightning and stopped suddenly under the residential building. Su Tian pushed open the car door roughly, then took out 2 long knives from the passenger seat. When the long sword flew out of the scabbard, the dazzling cold light seemed to be demonstrating to the enemy. This extremely handsome and smooth scene made Yi Qiu Shui stunned. But when she saw Su Tianjiao rushing into the building without hesitation with a long knife in his hand, labels such as dandy boy and middle school syndrome flashed through her mind. She hurriedly urged, hurry up! That idiot is going to die. Kill! At the same time, on the rooftop of a residential building. At this moment, Zheng Fan's eyes were firm and his face was full of solemnity. When Su Tianjiao spoke to him just now, his attitude was very cold. But Zheng Fan understood that Mr. Su was forcing him to cheer up. Otherwise, even if he managed to survive this time, it would be difficult for him to survive for too long in this apocalypse where monsters are rampant and dangers are lurking everywhere. If I can only survive like a weak woman under the protection of Mr. Su, I might as well choose death. Thinking of this, Zheng Fan quickly adjusted his mentality and calmed down. He thought to himself that he must not embarrass Mr. Su and must not let him take risks for himself. He must kill at least one monster before Mr. Su arrives, otherwise Mr. Su might also be in danger. There's a reason why Zheng Fan became Su Tianjiao's confidant. His panic and despair just now were also normal. Ordinary, untrained people will have this reaction when they face a monster for the first time. But now, Zheng Fan was able to quickly recover from his panic, stay calm, and seriously think about countermeasures. This is what makes him different. As the boss of a listed company, Su Tianjiao also has many outstanding talents under him. But there are very few people like Zheng Fan who have extremely strong psychological qualities and the ability to withstand pressure. If we only talk about knowledge, Zheng Fan doesn't even rank among Su Tianjiao's subordinates. But he is definitely the most loyal, calmest, reliable, and the one that Su Tianjiao can trust the most. At this moment, Zheng Fan's body was still shaking and his legs were weak. But he still found a rusty fire axe amid the roars of several monsters. Fortunately, these 3 monsters are all mutated from humans. Their movement speed was not very fast, and if Zheng Fan ran at full speed, he could barely leave them behind. But once you stop, you will soon be caught up. This sense of crisis that followed made it difficult for Zheng Fan to think of a response strategy. I have to calm down. Boss Su once said that the fatal weakness of these monsters is their heads. Zheng Fan swings the fire axe. Sometimes it hits, sometimes it misses. There was even one time when the fire axe was almost caught by the monster. Zheng Fan realized that a rusty old fire axe seemed unable to cut through the monster's hard skull. Damn it, these monsters are too hard to deal with. Zheng Fan was at his wit's end and had to stay on the rooftop, leading the monsters in circles. His strength was gradually failing and he might collapse at any time. If this continues, it will just be a chronic death. At the moment of life and death, Zheng Fan suddenly had a bold idea. He changed his trajectory of action, causing these clumsy monsters to lose their composure. At this moment, one of the monsters actually stood on the edge of the roof. Zheng Fan seized the opponent's weakness, rushed forward, and first made a feint at the monster with the fire axe. When the monster tilted its body to avoid the attack of the fire axe, Zheng Fan kicked it hard and hit it right in the chest. This kick almost exhausted all of Zheng Fan's strength. Deforme. Chapter 24. First encounter with Valkyrie, the shock of the Special Forces members. The monster lost its balance instantly and fell down. The first-generation monster that was mutated from a gecko just climbed to this position and was about to climb onto the roof. Before it could react, it was hit by the monster falling from above and fell heavily to the ground. "Throw yourself to death, you bastard." Zheng Fan was so excited that he laughed out loud. A moment later, he suddenly realized that two monsters seemed to have fallen down together. No way. These monsters can climb walls? Before Zheng Fan had time to think about it, the other two monsters behind him pounced on him again. He dodged quickly, but was almost caught by the monster's claws. He broke out in a cold sweat. But Zheng Fan also saw a glimmer of hope from the experience just now. It turns out these monsters are not invincible. But the remaining two monsters seem to become even more violent than before because of the death of their companion. They are faster and more agile. Zheng Fan, who had not rested for a long time, was completely exhausted. "Boss Su, I have tried my best and killed a monster. This fire axe can't kill them at all. I think I'm going to die here today." Just as Zheng Fan collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself sadly, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. "Not bad. I didn't expect you to kill a monster." "Mr. Su?" Zheng Fan struggled to stand up, his eyes full of surprise. But the next second, he suddenly became scared. Zheng Fan was afraid that Mr. Su would also fail here. He just tried to persuade Su Tianjiao to leave quickly, but he saw the other party holding two knives and revealing a bloodthirsty look in his eyes that he had never seen before. The smile at the corner of his mouth was a bit ferocious and a bit excited. "Open your eyes. Look at how I kill these damn monsters." The pair of swords in Su Tianjiao's hands were specially customized at a high price after his rebirth. In order to test their sharpness, the knives were previously tested on live cattle. No matter how hard the cow skull was, it could be cut in one stroke by these two knives. And after these monsters mutated, their bone strength did not increase significantly. As Su Tianjiao raised his sword and slashed, the two monsters were instantly beheaded. Zheng Fan was stunned, and his heart was filled with admiration. "Mr. Su, so you are so amazing." Su Tianjiao shook the blade lightly to shake off the blood. At this time, Zheng Fan was actually exhausted, but he was still holding on because of Su Tianjiao's words. When the crisis was resolved, he suddenly felt his legs go weak and fell to the ground. At this moment, Su Tianjiao quickly grabbed Zheng Fan's arm and lifted him up. "Zheng Fan, I told you on the phone before. As long as you can kill monsters, you can continue to be my right-hand man." These words made Zheng Fan's blood boil. It was obvious that Mr. Su's strength was so hidden, but he never looked down on a loser like me. And he was even willing to risk his life and come to the rescue in person. Zheng Fan secretly swore in his heart that he would serve Mr. Su at all times and go through fire and water for him throughout his life. Immediately afterwards, Su Tianjiao began to inspect the three meteorites. These meteorites have strange shapes, but from the outside, there is nothing special about them. However, their texture is so hard that even diamond cutters cannot cut them. Otherwise, these meteorites would have been cut open to find out what was inside them. "Boss Su, I have completed the task you assigned to me. It's just that it's too chaotic outside. You really shouldn't have come to rescue me in person. You should at least bring a few bodyguards." Su Tianjiao patted Zheng Fan's arm and told him to stop talking and concentrate on resting. "Believe me, I'm probably not as tough as the bodyguards when it comes to hitting people. But when it comes to killing monsters, I can easily beat them by 10 blocks. Before being framed to death in his previous life, Su Tianjiao also struggled for a while in the apocalypse, relying on his bold and careful character, as well as his already strong physique. Before long, Su Tianjiao had completely mastered the skills to deal with monsters. For these ordinary monsters, even if there are 7 or 8 of them, he can easily deal with them alone. Of course, to do this, you also need some handy weapons. That's why after his rebirth, he spent a huge amount of money to customize a pair of swords that could cut through iron like mud. Of course, the most important thing is complete immunity to the L virus. For Su Tianjiao now, when facing monsters, as long as he is not besieged to death, those ordinary scratches and bites are nothing at all. After making all the necessary preparations, he decided to rescue his most capable assistant and the 3 meteorites. This trip did not disappoint Su Tianjiao. and it can be said that he gained a lot. Hurry up, be quick, and stay alert. Judging from the situation, the creatures in this building should have mutated. There may be more monsters infected with a mutant virus hiding in the corners, and they may jump out at any time. Miss Chioshui, please be careful. Everyone, please protect Miss Chioshui. Stop talking so much. Every second you delay will increase the risk to people's lives. Do you want to see only 2 cold bodies lying in a pool of blood when you rush to the rooftop? As you command, Miss Chioshui. Zhou Jingyu led the way, weapon tightly in his hands, walking in front fearlessly to lead the way. This old residential building has very narrow corridors and dim lighting. Dozens of Special Forces members walking together looked very crowded. Yi Chioshui, who was protected in the middle of the team, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She never expected that the handsome and familiar-looking guy would foolishly run up to save people. Although he had weapons in his hands, those monsters were not vegetarians either. Even if you chop them many times, it will be a waste of effort if you don't hit the brain. Now that we have encountered this, we can't just stand by and watch. We must save the people. Yi Chioshui and his group quickly arrived at the rooftop. They just raised their guns and aimed, but were surprised to find that the monster was already lying on the ground, and even its head was gone. Looking at Su Tianjiao and Zheng Fan, they didn't even have a single injury on their bodies. The 2 calm and composed people looked at the newcomer with some doubt, as if asking, "There are only a few monsters here. Is it necessary to mobilize so many troops?" Seeing this scene, Yi Chioshui and Zhou Jingyu were stunned. "Well, you two just killed all these monsters?" Chapter 25, Eye-Opening Battle, First Encounter with the Valkyrie. Su Tianjiao shrugged, appearing somewhat speechless. Isn't it obvious? Then, he subconsciously looked at Yi Chioshui a few more times, feeling as if he had seen this woman somewhere. When Su Tianjiao was about to ask, he saw Zhou Jingyu staring behind him with a look of nervousness on his face. Su Tianjiao instinctively turned around quickly and found that it was the first-generation monster that had mutated from a gecko. The monster's powerful self-healing ability not only saved it from being killed by the fall, but also allowed it to climb up again silently. As soon as it reached the rooftop, it pounced towards Su Tianjiao and Zheng Fan. As a first-generation species, its bone structure seems to have undergone extremely amazing changes. Not only did it become larger and stronger overall, but it also grew terrifying claws several dozen centimeters long. Bong, bong, bong. Yi Chioshui and others fired several shots in succession, but none of them hit the monster's head. While its dodge points were maxed out, its movements didn't slow down at all. Broken. Everyone's hearts sank. Just when everyone thought that Su Tianjiao was going to be eaten alive by that horrible monster. Swish! There was a flash of knife light, and the monster's head fell to the ground. The other knife even cut it in half, and the intestines, internal organs, and half-coagulated blood mixed together and spilled all over the ground. Seeing this extremely handsome and oppressive scene, everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Fuck, this is so disgusting. Su Tianjiao swore, and then casually shook the blood off the knife. There was no sign of relief for escaping death, nor any sign of relief for having survived the disaster on his face. It was as if what Su Tianjiao had just killed was not a first-generation monster, but a lamb that had been tied up and waiting to be slaughtered. Before leaving, Su Tianjiao specifically asked Yi Chioshui's name. Generally speaking, Yi Chioshui would feel a little disgusted by the opposite sex who took the initiative to chat with her. But the extremely shocking battle scene that Su Tianjiao had just seen made her feel respect for the handsome guy in front of her. Just like that, both of them gave their names. When Su Tianjiao took Zheng Fan away, Yi Chioshui subconsciously muttered to himself, "A first-generation monster like that is enough to destroy a fully armed police team. Even a machine gun couldn't do anything to it, but he killed it with just a few slashes. I didn't expect that there would be young people in Yanwang who are more capable than me." Yi Chioshui was deeply shocked. "I've seen many people kill monsters with guns, but this is the first time I've seen someone kill a monster with a knife." Zhou Jingyu pondered for a moment and reminded, "Miss, don't you think the name Su Tianjiao sounds familiar?" "It does look familiar. Su Tianjiao? Could he be Su Tianjiao, the founder of Longting Technology Group?" When his peers were still in college, he had already dropped out and founded a listed company with assets exceeding 10 billion. It was the first time that Yi Chioshui realized that his view of rich people was too stereotyped. They are not all fat greedy fools who only think about money. For example, Su Tianjiao is an exception. Meanwhile, inside Maserati, Zheng Fan, who had recovered most of his strength, temporarily acted as the driver, while Su Tianjiao sat in the back seat with his eyes closed to rest. He was also searching for relevant information about Yi Qiushui in his mind. Lin Dong's top general, the daughter of the commander-in-chief of the Jinling military region, nicknamed the Valkyrie of the End Times. Thinking of this, a gleam of light flashed in Su Tianjiao's eyes. He was determined to intercept Lin Dong's other key fortune. At the same time, Su Tianjiao also felt that the end of the world was getting closer. In order to avoid any accidents, he issued an order to inform all employees who were still working that they must work in groups of at least 3 to 5 people and bring self-defense weapons. Su Tianjiao also revealed the monster's weaknesses and how to deal with them. In addition, in order to motivate employees and improve work efficiency, he asked the finance department to pay all wages for this month in advance. The bonuses and commissions promised previously were also transferred to each employee's account without a penny difference. Finally, Su Tianjiao used his trump card. From now on, wages and commission bonuses will be increased to 5 times the usual amount and paid on a daily basis. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. The employees who were afraid of monsters and dared not go out to work suddenly became full of fighting spirit. What's there to be afraid of? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Boss Hu is so dominating. You're right, you can't get a tiger cub without risking it. But almost as his face. Su Tianjiao was very satisfied with this momentum. He now has only one goal, which is to spend all his money quickly and stockpile as many supplies as possible. If an employee dies as a result of this, all we need to do is block the news first and then use money to shut up the family members. In Su Tianjiao's opinion, this was the utmost that could be done. In short, he would not allow his doomsday stockpiling plan to be disturbed in any way. So far, all the collected supplies have been stored in Su Tianjiao's storage space. The scale of this purchase is astonishingly large, at least millions of tons. Su Tianjiao was too lazy to count them one by one. After all, if he relied on his own strength, he would probably not be able to finish counting all the supplies in his lifetime. Anyway, just pack as much as you can. Su Tianjiao didn't care even if he forgot to purchase some things. When the end of the world comes, he can go outside the shelter and get the abandoned machinery and steal for free. Moreover, Su Tianjiao can rely on his SSS-level superpowers and the army of superpowers to seize supplies from the enemy. And he now has enough food to last him a lifetime. This is the hardest currency in the end times. So Su Tianjiao could also choose to be more gentle and use food to exchange what he needs from others. Now, social order has not completely collapsed, so Su Tianjiao will still abide by the rules. But when the end of the world comes, all rules and civilization will no longer exist. Even if there really are rules, they will be the law of the jungle dominated by Su Tianjiao. Chapter 26. The drill turns into an accident. Want to be a hero to save the beauty? No way. Longting Technology, Conference Room. Mr. Su, these are the meteorites we received today. We will continue to purchase them, but the martial law in Jinling City has been tightened again, and it may become increasingly difficult to purchase meteorites. After listening to his subordinates' reports, Su Tianjiao calmly gave the order. Then double the purchase price, and also double the commission for purchasing meteorites. As soon as these words were spoken, the subordinates became excited instantly. Understood, Mr. Su. I'll notify them right away. As of now, the original procurement plan is progressing smoothly. Su Tianjiao has already collected more than 200 meteorites. However, as the situation becomes increasingly severe, the subsequent acquisition progress remains not optimistic. After seeing Su Tianjiao's large-scale purchase of meteorites, some people, although they didn't quite understand the ins and outs, also began to hoard meteorites in the same way. They didn't believe that Su Tianjiao spent a high price to buy so many meteorites just to build a meteorite museum. But as a result, the meteorites, which were already scarce, suddenly became even scarcer. However, Su Tianjiao didn't pay much attention to this. Because the only SSS-level meteorite in Jinling City and its surrounding areas has been obtained. No matter how many meteorites of other levels there are, they're just icing on the cake and cannot change the overall situation. Su Tianjiao was playing with the meteorite in his hand, while thinking secretly. Is it possible to identify the level of supernatural power contained in the meteorite before it is activated? Zheng Fan, come and take a look at these meteorites. Is there anything special about them? In other words, assuming that this star-shaped meteorite is a representative of high-quality meteorites, how can we find similar good ones from other meteorites? Su Tianjiao doesn't plan to tell anyone the secret of his supernatural powers for the time being. If the news leaks out, the subsequent meteorite acquisition work will definitely be much more difficult. And who knows, someone might even set their eyes on the star-shaped meteorite in his hand. In order to avoid accidents, Su Tianjiao did not reveal a word even to the most loyal and reliable Zheng Fan. I think this star-shaped meteorite not only has a very regular shape, but also has a very smooth surface. Although it's not the standard five-pointed star in textbooks, at least you can still see its five corners. Except for this star-shaped meteorite, most meteorites look like toads with bumps on the surface, which doesn't look very good. The remaining few meteorites have smooth surfaces, but irregular shapes. In short, they are far inferior to this star-shaped meteorite. Finally, according to Su Tianjiao's request, Zheng Fan classified these meteorites into 6 levels. After seeing the results, Su Tianjiao became more convinced that keeping Zheng Fan was a wise choice, because the levels he divided were basically consistent with Su Tianjiao's own judgment. As for whether this division is correct, I'm afraid we can only know it after the doomsday comes and all the meteorites are activated. At present, in addition to the star-shaped meteorite, there are more than 20 meteorites that look good. Su Tianjiao guessed that it should contain at least be level or above supernatural powers. However, abilities of level C and below are basically useless. Although they may still evolve by chance, there is not much room for improvement. Unless there is a protagonist with a halo who can constantly change his fate, he is at most just a minor character who is slightly stronger than an ordinary person. But anyone who possesses B-level superpowers is at least an elite monster. Once the A-level superpower is activated, at worst you will be a small boss with a name. Going further up, even the weakest S-level psychic can be a tough guy who can dominate the apocalypse. The combat power of an SS-level psychic can be said to be second to none. No matter how many low-level psychics there are in front of them, they are like ants that can be easily crushed to death. Finally, the rarest and top-level SSS-level psychics are simply impossible to lose to anyone except opponents of the same level. If these 20-odd meteorites really contain supernatural powers above level B, then we would make a lot of money. Zheng Fan, aren't you curious about what I've been busy with recently? Everything seems out of place, not like normal business practices. Su Tianjiao asked tentatively. Zheng Fan was stunned for a moment, and then answered after hesitating for a moment. To be honest, I am indeed curious, but if you don't tell me, I will never take the initiative to ask. And I believe you must have your own reasons for doing this. Zheng Fan is a smart man. He understands that knowing too much is not a good thing. And Su Tianjiao was very satisfied with his answer. On the other hand, when Chu Yueyao successfully obtained Su Tianjiao's huge loan business, she not only received high praise from her superiors, but also received a large bonus. She also recalled that day when she had to wear a somewhat revealing swimsuit in front of Su Tianjiao and kept posing in a coquettish manner. But Su Tianjiao did not actually take action. Could it be that he is playing some kind of hard-to-get trick? Maybe Su Tianjiao wanted to use this method to slowly break down his psychological defenses. Wait until you are willing to throw yourself into Su Tianjiao's arms, and then let him control you? As for Lin Dong, it has become difficult for him to meet Chu Yueyao privately. Because the school has now been completely closed, no students are allowed to enter or leave. Moreover, after Su Tianjiao got hold of her handle, Chu Yueyao no longer wanted to maintain this improper relationship with Lin Dong. She was afraid that the truth would be exposed or told by Su Tianjiao. Chu Yueyao couldn't imagine what would happen to her if her husband Lin Yun found out about this. At the same time, Su Qianqian felt extremely lost. When she was kissed and molested twice by Su Tianjiao, she suddenly witnessed the violence and anger that Lin Dong had never shown before. Su Qianqian suddenly realized that she didn't seem to understand Lin Dong. Does he like me or not? Did he acknowledge me? Would he just use me as a pawn to achieve his own goals? Lin Dong didn't know that the PUA skills he was so proud of were gradually becoming ineffective. Whether it is Su Qianqian or Chu Yueyao, these two women who have been regarded as members of Lin Dong's harem are about to be taken away by Su Tianjiao. At Jinling University, Lin Dong put on a handsome suit and prepared to meet the important person introduced by his elder brother Lin Yun. This person is none other than the Valkyrie with explosive combat power, Yiqiu Shui. At the Virus Research Institute, she met Lin Yun. Lin Yun introduced Yi Qiu Shui to his younger brother Lin Dong. He hopes to use the power of the Yi family to help himself and his brother climb to a higher position. Lin Dong, who has greedy ambitions, naturally would not miss this good opportunity. The two brothers quickly reached a consensus. At the same time, Yi Qiu Shui was preparing to come to Jinling University to explain to students how to properly deal with people infected with the L virus. Lin Yun took the initiative to apply to join the propaganda team. Yi Qiu Shui also planned to take this opportunity to discuss the research results of the L virus with him. So she approved Lin Yun's application. Due to the large number of students, we plan to conduct the drill observation in batches. Commander Yi, everyone is ready. Shall we start now? Inside the auditorium, the president of Jinling University introduced to the students with a smile the military representative Yi Qiu Shui and virology expert Lin Yun, who came to give lectures. And because of his elder brother Lin Yun, Lin Dong could sit in the first row. But he didn't know that Su Tianjiao had already sneaked into the auditorium and sat in an inconspicuous corner. He was closely watching Lin Dong's every move. When the drill began, Lin Dong volunteered to go on stage and attack the students who played the monsters. He had learned karate and planned to take this opportunity to show off his skills in front of Yi Qiu Shui. Lin Dong's mediocre skills were successfully received with cheers and applause from the students below the stage. Senior Lin Dong is so amazing. Those kicks just now were so cool. Senior Lin Dong is so handsome. In addition, Lin Dong's performance also won Yi Qiu Shui's special attention. If the original plot had developed, he would have played the hero to save the beauty and completely captured her heart. And this scene is about to happen. Principal, something terrible has happened. In the girls' dormitory, there's a classmate twitching all over, with red eyes. A girl rushed into the auditorium breathlessly and shouted. Before the student could finish his words, Yi Qiu Shui and Lin Yun immediately exchanged glances. Not good. This is a sign that those infected with the L virus are about to become alienated. Chapter 27. Lin Dong, are you having a second-year syndrome? Who would have thought that at a seminar on how to deal with monsters, a monster would actually appear? The students in the auditorium suddenly panicked. Even the principal was encountering such a situation for the first time, and his legs began to go weak. But the good news is that military representatives and soldiers happen to be there. The principal believes they can keep the situation under control. He also knew that he must not show any cowardice at this moment and needed to keep the situation stable. Everyone, stay calm and follow Commander Ye's instructions. Yi Qiu Shui's arrangement was very direct, which was to let the students stay on standby. She took Zhou Jingyu and some of the accompanying soldiers to the scene of the incident. The rest of the soldiers were scattered around the students, armed with guns and ready to respond to any possible crisis at any time. Attention everyone! At present, there may be people infected with a variant in the school, but it may also be just a misunderstanding. If the worst-case scenario does happen, don't panic. Trust the special forces on the scene. They will definitely ensure everyone's safety. Everyone, stay where you are. After Yi Qiu Shui made the deployment, she waved her hand, and 15 Special Forces members immediately followed. Lin Yun planned to stay here, but he didn't expect that his younger brother Lin Dong would follow him. He also borrowed a saber from the Special Forces member on guard duty. Friend, I'll return it to you after I use it. Don't worry, brother. The infected person over there might be my classmate. And Commander Yi has already gone out, so I certainly can't fall behind. You just stay here. Be careful. Lin Yun knew clearly that Lin Dong wanted to take this opportunity to show off and try to win Yi Qiu Shui's favor. Although there will be risks, after all, there are 15 fully armed special forces following him, so there shouldn't be any major chaos. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Opportunities always come with risks. He trusts his brother's judgment. As long as they can get Yi Qiu Shui's heart, the Lin family will surely soar to the sky no matter whether it is the end of the world or the peaceful times. The temporary captain appointed by Yi Qiu Shui before leaving is trying to keep everyone calm. At this time, a handsome and determined figure quickly caught up after Lin Dong joined the team. Hey classmate, you! The special forces responsible for protecting the students tried their best to stop him, but the opponent was extremely agile and cleverly slipped out from the gap in the defense. And other students also recognized this person's identity. It's Su Tianjiao. The principal was also confused. Sir, that's Su Tianjiao, the pride of our school. Wait, why is he here? One student explained. Principal Su Tianjiao's girlfriend, Su Qianqian, is a student in our school. I see. Although this is a bit risky, with Commander Yi and Captain Zhou, as well as 15 fully armed Special Forces soldiers, there won't be any trouble. No one thought too much about it, but Lin Yun looked at Su Tianjiao thoughtfully. He recalled that his younger brother Lin Dong had once inadvertently expressed his envy of Su Tianjiao's tens of billions of assets. Captain Yi, please wait a moment. You are Lin Dong. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay where you are? Yi Qiushui is 24 years old this year, 3 years older than Lin Dong and Su Tianjiao. But in terms of appearance and figure, she is not inferior to other girls in the school. Moreover, Yi Qiushui's heroic aura as a strong woman makes Su Qianqian, who is known as the school belle, look pale in comparison. Lin Dong originally wanted to soar to the sky, so he pursued Yi Qiushui at the suggestion of his elder brother Lin Yun. But when Lin Dong saw Yi Qiushui in person, he was deeply attracted by her nearly perfect appearance, temperament, and figure. Lin Dong suddenly felt that even if Yi Qiushui's family was ordinary, he had to pursue this peerless beauty and take her into his harem. Captain Yi, you have to be careful too. People infected with the L virus are very dangerous. Leave this matter to us men. Don't put yourself in danger. If anything happens, hide behind me. Yi Qiushui smiled coldly and did not refute. She knew it clearly in her heart, without any guessing, that this little guy wanted to be in the spotlight. But this fool obviously didn't realize how ferocious the monster he was going to face next was. What's the difference between trying to be in the limelight at a time like this and seeking death? If Yi Qiushui had not seen the famous scene where Su Tianjiao slashed the sword and easily killed the monster in seconds, he might still be impressed by Lin Dong's courage. But now, it's like watching a clown. No way. Su Tianjiao's performance was so cool, so manly. Without any show-off, he killed the 3 monsters in seconds. Only someone like Su Tianjiao, who is mature and doesn't like to show off in front of the opposite sex, can be appreciated by Yi Qiushui. Lin Dong, who is of similar age to Su Tianjiao and attends the same school and class as him, is still trying to show off at this critical moment. It's obvious who is better. Yi Qiushui was too lazy to say anything more and could only ask the accompanying soldiers to keep an eye on this burden that was holding them back. At this time, Lin Dong had no idea that Yi Qiushui had already treated him as a little brat with a Chinibyu syndrome. He was still feeling smug about his seemingly cool speech just now. Lin Dong thought that Yi Qiushui must have been deeply moved by now. If there is real danger later, he also plans to give it a try. Even if you cannot kill the monster, you must show a life-or-death rescue response at the critical moment. Want to win Yi Qiushui's heart? Isn't that easy? At that time, relying on Yi Qiushui's relationship, he could control the massive amount of arms and soldiers in the Jinling military region. Even if he didn't have Su Tianjiao's hundreds of billions of assets, his dream of becoming the king in the end times didn't seem so far away anymore. Thinking of this, his fighting spirit became even higher. But Lin Dong didn't know how scared he would be when he encountered a monster for the first time. At the same time, the girls' dormitory was filled with panic and despair. Ah, quick, someone come and help hold her down. Don't come over here. Chun-Chun, don't come over here. Don't you recognize me? She has lost her mind. Chun-Chun has gone crazy. Don't run. Don't leave me. The sounds in the dormitory gradually changed from the initial calls for help to desperate screams. Others also realized that the situation was not good and began to flee in all directions. Chapter 28. Killed with one blow. All the girls in the school are stunned. Monster. Chun-Chun has turned into a monster. Run. Run. Why are there monsters in the school? Is the end of the world really coming? Can someone help me? I sprained my ankle. Coincidentally, the dormitory where Su Qianqian and Zi Xianlin lived was right near the scene of the incident. They were ready to escape at any time, but were held back by their roommates. And that roommate just happened to be the dinosaur who had had a conflict with Su Tianjiao before, weighing 160 kilograms and 160 centimeters tall. Not only does she often litter, she also doesn't like to take a shower. She always smells bad. So this dinosaur naturally became the one with the worst popularity in the entire dormitory. Moreover, at the critical moment of life and death, all the girls were thinking about saving their lives, and they had to run away quickly even at the risk of exposing themselves. Only this dinosaur was still hesitating in putting on its clothes, fearing that its body, which was as heavy as a heavy tank, would be seen by the boys. Liwan, hurry up! Liwan, don't put it on, it's too late. Chun-Chun has turned into a monster, and Yinzi may soon be too. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Xianlin was so anxious that she kept urging him. Su Qianqian also hurried to pull her. But Dinosaur Li Wan didn't know how to appreciate the kindness and angrily said, "You guys are sick, please stop pulling me. Of course I know it's dangerous, but do you have to watch me go out naked and be peeped at by those stinky men before you are satisfied?" Hearing this, Su Qianqian and Xianlin were suddenly speechless. If a man accidentally sees your fat and smelly body, he will probably have nightmares all night long. The two women looked at each other, immediately reached a consensus, and slipped away quietly. Li Wan had just put on her pants and looked up, only to find that the dormitory was already empty. She immediately flew into a rage and started cursing. "Get out of here, you heartless bitches. Bitches. You're all bitches. I shouldn't be living in the same room with you guys." Li Wan grabbed the glass photo frame with the dormitory photo on the table and smashed it to the ground. Just when she was about to curse a few more words, a figure suddenly appeared outside the dormitory door. Li Wan, who was busy putting on her clothes, thought that Su Qianqian and Xianlin had returned. Immediately afterwards, a pair of bloody thighs came into view. Looking closely, the surface of the thighs was full of pits and pus. Moreover, Li Wan discovered that the person who came was not wearing any shoes and was stepping barefoot on the glass photo frame that had just been broken. The shards of glass had penetrated deeply into the flesh, but the other party still didn't make any sound. "It's like I can't feel any pain at all." "Hun, you are Chun-Chun." At this time, Chun-Chun's eyes were red. Veins popped out all over his body. His mouth was wide open, and a few drops of saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth. It was like a hunter waiting for an opportunity, staring closely at Li Wan in front of it. Seeing this scene, Li Wan's legs went limp with fear. His eyes were filled with fear, and he wanted to run, but couldn't. "Chun-Chun, don't come over here. Don't me notasti." At the same time, the corridor was crowded with people. Xianlin and Su Qianqian followed the slow-moving crowd and still did not leave the dormitory building. Just then, they vaguely heard Li Wan scream, and their hearts sank. "Oh no, Li Wan must have been bitten. Someone's been bitten again. Let me get out. Mom, I don't want to die here. Stop pushing, stop pushing. Someone has fallen down here." Everyone was in a panic and was trying hard to squeeze out. Just when a tragic stampede was about to occur, fully armed Special Forces soldiers appeared in time. Seeing this scene, the students felt a lot more at ease. "We're saved. We're finally saved." Su Qianqian suddenly discovered that Lin Dong had also come here with the Special Forces members. Xianlin also saw Su Tianjiao standing at the end of the team. Why would he come here? This place is too dangerous. Neither woman realized that they were not talking about the same person. Yi Qiushui immediately ordered the soldiers to escort the students to a safe area. After a brief investigation, it was found that at least 3 people had close contact with the infected person 0, including the initial mutated infected person 0. Perhaps 4 girls have turned into monsters. And in this narrow stairwell, the Special Forces members simply cannot exert their full strength. "Oh no, there are monsters here." Before Yi Qiushui had time to formulate a response strategy, he suddenly heard someone's terrified voice. Lin Dong realized that his chance to show off had come, and he rushed to Yi Qiushui, holding the borrowed saber, and shouted, "Don't be afraid, Miss Yi. I'm here to protect you." As soon as he finished speaking, the girls around him who didn't know the truth suddenly felt that Lin Dong was a brave man. Lin Dong ignored Yi Qiushui's attempts to stop him and rushed forward. But when he saw the monster's body oozing with pus and its horrible and hideous face, he was stunned. Lin Dong's brain suddenly shut down, his legs went limp, and he couldn't move at all. Just when everyone thought that he would rush forward and kill the monster cleanly and efficiently, Lin Dong was unsteady on his feet and was almost knocked down by the monster. Having escaped the disaster, he continued swinging his sword, but found that even if he hit the monster, it didn't seem to cause any damage. At this moment, Lin Dong suddenly remembered that he seemed to have to attack the head, but the short saber in his hand could only be used for self-defense and could not touch the monster's head at all. No, Lin Dong can't deal with that monster at all. Senior Lin Dong is in danger. Shoot and save him. If Lin Dong hadn't rushed forward just now, the Special Forces would have opened fire without hesitation. But if we shoot now, we might accidentally injure Lin Dong. In short, he is a brainless, reckless man who only holds others back. Yi Shui was so angry that he kept cursing. This stupid thing? Isn't this messing with us? Have any of you ever had the experience of hunting monsters at close range with a knife? Yi Shui asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the Special Forces members around him shook their heads helplessly. But if it drags on any longer, Lin Dong will most likely die from exhaustion. Thinking of this, Zhou Jingyu made up his mind and stood up. Miss Yi, let me do it. Before he could finish his words, a familiar figure who he had met once before suddenly appeared. Captain Zhou, can you lend me your knife? As soon as Zhou Jingyu saw Su Tianjiao's face clearly, the knife at his waist had been taken away. This speed is simply incredible. If Su Tianjiao was an enemy, he would probably be dead now. Why is this guy so fast? Before he could think about it, Su Tianjiao rushed forward and kicked Lin Dong, who was just hacking around and almost got bitten. After kicking Lin Dong back to a safe area, Su Tianjiao held his breath and concentrated, holding his saber. Faced with the monster rushing towards him, he did not panic at all. He dodged and accurately inserted the dagger into the monster's temple. The opponent instantly lost the ability to move. Originally, everyone thought that Su Tianjiao was also there to cause trouble. But when they saw this scene, they all froze in place. That billionaire Su Tianjiao can actually kill monsters? He's so awesome. Chapter 29. Capturing the Heart, the Clown Lin Dong. The battle was over, and Lin Dong, who was frightened by the monster, was still standing there. His performance today was totally inconsistent with his status as the protagonist. Zhou Jingyu, who originally wanted to stop Su Tianjiao's reckless behavior, couldn't help but open his mouth wide, repeatedly recalling what had just happened. Su Tianjiao's actions were still so decisive and smooth, without any fear or procrastination. Even Yi Shui, the icy beauty who always had high standards and strict requirements, suddenly admired him. Captain Zhou, I think the Panlong Special Forces should strengthen their training, especially their close combat capabilities against monsters. Although the students had just been drilled on how to deal with monsters, those plans were still mainly focused on protecting themselves and escaping. He can truly fight alone, without a gun, and can defeat monsters with just a knife. Even in the military, there are very few. That's what the lady said. Zhou Jingyu felt a little embarrassed. The usually arrogant Special Forces king had to admit at this time that Su Tianjiao was indeed too strong. Oh my god, I didn't expect Su Tianjiao to be so handsome. Not only is he handsome, but he's even more handsome when it comes to killing monsters. I think I've fallen in love with him. The one who has already turned into Su Tianjiao's little fangirl is Su Qianqian and Zi Xuanlin's roommate. Except for the dinosaur named Li Wan, the other girls in this school beauty dormitory are relatively normal. But for Su Tianjiao, this does not include Su Qianqian, who has been brainwashed by Lin Dong. At this moment, when Su Qianqian saw Lin Dong making a fool of himself in public, she also saw Su Tianjiao saving the situation handsomely. She suddenly felt that she had always admired the limelight-loving Lin Dong, but had been disdainful of the down-to-earth and steady Su Tianjiao. Could it be that I have made a mistake? Zi Xianlin pursed her lips and said nothing, but there was a hint of brightness in her eyes as she looked at Su Tianjiao. Thank you, Su Tianjiao. Mr. Su, you are so cool. Su Tianjiao, your clothes are dirty. Let me help you wipe them. Everyone was thanking Su Tianjiao. Yi Shui also nodded slightly, expressing his approval with his eyes. Su Tianjiao was also very clear that even if he had not taken action just now, Lin Dong, as the protagonist, would never die here today. After all, at this moment, he still has a lot of luck left. With so many special forces around, they would definitely not watch Lin Dong die in front of everyone just because they don't know how to fight in close combat. Thinking of this, Su Tianjiao couldn't help but ponder in his heart. If all of Lin Dong's luck was taken away by himself, then wouldn't this so-called son of luck have already become a meal for the monster? The reason why he took action was not because he wanted to save Lin Dong, but to win Yi Shui's favor. This woman is one of Lin Dong's keys to destiny. As long as he gets her, his luck will probably be gone. By then, it will be the day of Lin Dong's death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the luck value. 10 points. The same system prompt sound echoed in Su Tianjiao's mind 3 times. Just by simply killing a monster, he got 30 points of luck from Lin Dong. So cool. Su Tianjiao, you bastard. At this moment, Lin Dong got up from the ground with an embarrassed look on his face and cursed. You are such a rubbish that loves to steal the spotlight. How dare you kick me? If you hadn't suddenly interfered, I would have dealt with that monster long ago. Whether it was professionals like Yi Qiu or ordinary onlookers, they all knew that Su Tianjiao kicked Lin Dong out of the battlefield just to prevent him from getting hurt. Although the action is a bit rough, it is completely understandable. It was clearly a huge life-saving favor, but who would have thought that Lin Dong not only did not appreciate it, but also turned the tables on him? And he was indeed still immersed in his own immature fantasy, unable to extricate himself. Lin Dong thought that if Su Tianjiao had not intervened, he would have killed the monster easily, won Yi Qiu favor, and made her fall in love with him. But now, all plans have been completely destroyed by Su Tianjiao. At this moment, Yi Qiu looked at Lin Dong as if he was looking at an idiot, and the disgust in his eyes was about to overflow. However, when facing Su Tianjiao, she took the initiative to express her recognition and appreciation. Damn it, this should obviously be my Lin Dong's home court. Why are you, Su Tianjiao, here to steal the limelight? Thinking of this, Lin Dong couldn't bear it any longer and exploded completely. Lin Dong, shut up! If you hadn't insisted on going up there to be a hero, you wouldn't have been in danger. Su Tianjiao is not trying to steal the limelight. He is obviously saving your life out of kindness. You are such an ungrateful creature. Yi Qiu didn't want to put up with this clown any longer, so he stood up to defend Su Tianjiao. Su Tianjiao, who was standing aside, had already treated Lin Dong as an animal kept in a pen, ready to be killed and eaten at any time. No matter what the beast said, he didn't take it to heart at all. At this moment, the reminder sound rang again in Su Tianjiao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully plundered the luck value. 20 points. Yi Qiu's words are actually worth 20 points of luck? A smile appeared on Su Tianjiao's lips. It seems that in this crucial battle for luck, I have already firmly grasped the upper hand. At this moment, Lin Dong was about to explode with anger. He now has to prove that he really has the ability to fight monsters alone in order to change Yi Qiu's attitude. Let me guess, are you looking for a monster to prove your strength? Su Tianjiao had already figured out Lin Dong's thoughts. He pointed behind Lin Dong and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Look, there's a monster right there. Go prove yourself." Hearing this, Lin Dong was about to say something harsh when he suddenly sensed the crisis coming from behind. He turned around and swung his sword, ready to learn from Su Tianjiao's body movements and attack methods to kill the monster. At this moment, Lin Dong saw in horror that the mutated dinosaur Li Wan rushed towards him with strong and powerful steps. He was stunned for a moment, his legs trembling constantly, and without any hesitation, he turned around and ran. What the hell? You call this a monster? It's obviously a tiger tank. Don't just stand there, shoot. Shoot quickly. If Li Wan hadn't turned into a monster, she would definitely have called Lin Dong a disgusting bastard. It's a pity that she can't speak now. Zhou Jingyu was about to shoot, but was stopped by Yi Qiu, who was standing beside him. Because Su Tianjiao on the side had already prepared for the battle. When Lin Dong turned around to run away, he suddenly exerted force and pounced forward like a lion hunting. This scene formed a sharp contrast with that disgraceful clown. Maybe because he hated women's boxing, Su Tianjiao not only defeated the opponent quickly and efficiently, but also cut her into pieces. This bloody scene made everyone present feel their scalps tingle. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the crisis had been resolved, the dormitory door in the corridor that was ajar was suddenly pushed open. Two monsters with sharp fangs and claws, whose original appearance could not be seen at all, pounced towards Su Tianjiao at the same time. Su Tianjiao, beware of monsters. Chapter 30. Capture Yi Qiu and seize the key destiny. Yi Qiu was the first to remind loudly. Immediately afterwards, Zi Xianlin also started shouting. The two girls looked at each other, and a spark of competition flashed in their eyes. However, Su Tianjiao's nominal girlfriend, Yi Qianqian, seemed a little confused at this time and didn't know what to do. Su Qianqian's indifference to her boyfriend also caused whispers among people around her. Lin Dong wished that Su Tianjiao would be scratched and bitten, and then completely turned into an irrational monster. As long as he dies, no one can interfere with his plan to pursue Yi Qiu. Everyone, including Yi Qiu, is now subconsciously comparing Su Tianjiao and Lin Dong. Lin Dong was naturally completely crushed and was completely no match for his opponent. If Su Tianjiao continues to be in the spotlight, it will be impossible for him to win Yi Qiu's heart. But unfortunately, Su Tianjiao, who had truly experienced the cruel end of the world, would never fall so easily. Even if he didn't have any superpowers, facing just two newly mutated monsters would be a piece of cake. Their heavy breathing allowed Su Tianjiao to successfully lock their location. Right behind. Without any hesitation, he turned around and kicked. The powerful leg force kicked one of the monsters directly away. If Lin Dong had been kicked like this just now, he would probably have to stay in bed for at least 3 months before he could get up. When the two monsters were separated, the remaining one was no longer a threat and was easily dealt with by Su Tianjiao. Immediately afterwards, the monster that had been kicked away struggled to get up from the ground. Su Tianjiao didn't give it any chance and struck it with another clean and decisive blow. The two monsters were easily dealt with. It's time to call it a day. Su Tianjiao looked around, and after confirming that no one had escaped, he threw the saber to Zhou Jingyu. Zhou Jingyu caught it in a panic, and Su Tianjiao was as calm and composed as usual, and his breathing was not disordered from beginning to end. The monster that the police team couldn't deal with was easily crushed to death in Su Tianjiao's hands like a few ants. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I stole your limelight again. If there is still a chance, I will definitely make you pay enough. Su Tianjiao first spoke sarcastically to Lin Dong, and then apologized to Yiqiu Shui. Maybe I was overstepping my authority just now. I'm sorry, but to ensure the safety of my girlfriend and her besties, I have to take action. Yiqiu Shui also expressed his praise and admiration to Su Tianjiao without reservation. Mr. Su, when we first met, I said that you acted very recklessly and did not consider the consequences at all. Now, I want to sincerely apologize to you for this statement. I hope you can accept my apology. You are truly amazing, even braver than all of our Special Forces soldiers, and you also know the monster's weaknesses and attack methods very well. This is by no means meddling in other people's business, but risking our lives to save everyone. Immediately afterwards, Yiqiu Shui extended an invitation to Su Tianjiao. Mr. Su, I wonder if you are willing to go to the Panlong Special Forces and help us train the skills of killing monsters at close range. To be honest, you can kill monsters with a knife even faster than the well-trained Special Forces can kill them with guns. What Yiqiu Shui didn't expect was that Su Tianjiao decisively rejected his proposal. Sorry, I've been a bit busy lately. I really don't have time for something like special training. Su Tianjiao really wanted to win Yiqiu Shui's heart, but the end of the world was approaching, and he couldn't waste time on these meaningless things. Yiqiu Shui felt a little surprised, but also understood. After all, a billionaire like Su Tianjiao should have a very busy schedule. Just when she was feeling a little regretful, Su Tianjiao suddenly had a new idea. But if you are free, Miss Yi, you can come to me for individual special training. However, since my free time is rather fragmented, the special training may be sporadic, so I can only trouble you to stay with me for a little longer. Hearing these words, Lin Dong's heart suddenly burned with rage. Damn Su Tianjiao. What the hell do you want to do? It's not enough that you've touched my woman Su Qianqian. You're also trying to touch my new prey? Very good. The simple-minded Yiqiu Shui didn't think too much about it and immediately agreed with a smile. Seeing her smiling face, Lin Dong's heart was filled with excitement. Others present were also extremely shocked. Could it really be a serious training for this man and woman to be alone in a room together? You're not going to end up scolding him in bed, are you? But Su Qianqian had no reaction at all, as if she had never known Su Tianjiao. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully plundered the luck value. 15 points. When Yiqiu Shui agreed, Su Tianjiao immediately gained another 15 points of luck. He did some mental calculations and found that he had gained a total of 65 luck points today. This school trip was so worth it. Moreover, the opportunity to win Yiqiu Shui's heart and intercept another key piece of Lin Dong's fortune has already appeared before him. After the briefing, Yiqiu Shui did not return to the Virus Research Institute, but left directly with Su Tianjiao. Su Tianjiao did not hide the fact that he was preparing for the end of the world. Instead, he took Yiqiu Shui with him to a large warehouse in the suburbs. Oh my god, are you planning to open a large supermarket chain? Wait a minute, are you hoarding supplies for the possible apocalypse? Yiqiu Shui has always firmly believed that humans will eliminate the L virus and achieve ultimate victory. She scoffed at the apocalypse theory and believed that it was just a rumor deliberately spread by people with ulterior motives in order to create panic. At the same time, Yi Qiushui also believed from the bottom of his heart that Su Tianjiao was a very reliable man, with a steadiness and foresight beyond his age. And this reliable man would actually invest a lot of manpower and resources just for a rumor. Yi Qiushui, who has always been very smart, naturally smelled something wrong. Could it be that the end of the world is really coming? A few hours later. Su Tianjiao, am I doing this correctly? Well, it's not bad. It would be better if the hips were raised higher. Is that so? Huh. Yes, Miss Yi, you are very talented. Push your chest forward a little more, so it will be more conducive to exerting force. Oh, is that so? Very good. Miss Yi is indeed a leader among special forces. Su Tianjiao's praise was truly from the heart. The buttocks are round and the breasts are very firm. Every part of Yi Qiushui's body is so perfect. The various poses she struck during the special training made people excited and their imaginations run wild. As for killing monsters, are so many postures necessary? Su Tianjiao didn't care. The most important thing is to satisfy your eyes first. But for a woman like Yi Qiushui, who has a top-notch figure and appearance, Lin Dong is not worthy of getting involved at all. Su Tianjiao had no choice but to work harder and win her heart before Lin Dong. If Lin Dong knew before he died that Su Tianjiao had not only taken away all his luck, but also many women who should have belonged to him, would he be so angry that he vomited blood? Thinking of this, Su Tianjiao suddenly revealed a look of great expectation. Chapter 31, Force Kiss. Sister, do you want to experience it yourself? You should call me Xiaoyi or Qiushui. Calling me Missy all the time feels too distant. Even though you are my younger brother, I won't mind if you don't call me sister. Then Xiaoye, just follow my instructions and practice more on this dummy. I still have to go to the warehouse to continue counting the supplies. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Su. Even though you are so busy, you are still willing to take time out to accompany me for special training. Obviously, Yi Qiushui is the older one among the two, but she insisted on calling Su Tianjiao brother. Su Tianjiao shook his head helplessly, while Yi Qiushui was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. It seemed as if teasing this handsome brother made her feel very happy. But Yi Qiushui didn't know that Su Tianjiao had already thoroughly understood her body structure during the special training. This seemingly cool and handsome little brother is actually a wolf full of desire. The people who purchased the supplies were quite discerning. They even prepared so many biscuits, instant noodles, and self-heating hot pots. In peacetime, when there were no monsters, these things would be called junk food. But when the end of the world comes, even a piece of moldy bread will cause people to scramble for it. Self-heating hot pot and instant noodles only require simple heating to allow people to enjoy fragrant, hot vegetables and meat. By then, these junk foods will be as precious as a banquet. Well, they're all good things indeed. Although it consumes a bit of mental energy, Su Tianjiao can store supplies equivalent to half a warehouse with just a wave of his hand. It only took him 2 or 3 minutes to store all the supplies in several huge warehouses. Brother Su, do you still need to continue practicing? I want to find a monster to try my hand at. Yi Qiushui shouted from not far away. Su Tianjiao counted and found that there were still 3 warehouses waiting for storage. He waved his hand and refused. For safety's sake, wait until you have mastered these techniques before considering actual combat. Yeah, okay. Yi Qiushui already felt a little tired. During the several hours of special training, even if she slacked off during the training, she still swung the knife at least hundreds of times. The various strange posture training also made her smooth, white, long legs extremely numb. But Yi Qiushui believed that Su Tianjiao must have his reasons for doing so. In order to master the method of killing monsters at close range with cold weapons, she decided to follow Su Tianjiao's guidance. This guy is even more arrogant than me. Humph, is it because I am not charming enough? Yi Qiushui is indeed a soldier, but she is still a naughty little girl at heart. When she first met Su Tianjiao, she was conquered by his handsomeness and calmness when he killed monsters. Su Tianjiao's combat skills that surpassed those of Special Forces soldiers couldn't help but make Yi Qiushui develop a strong interest in him. In addition to wanting to learn this unique fighting skill, she also wanted to get to know Su Tianjiao better. This is also the reason why Yi Qiushui is willing to undergo special training alone. But she could never have imagined that all this was actually part of Su Tianjiao's plan. According to his memories of his previous life, he knew from the beginning that a girl would be infected with the mutation virus and mutate after returning to the dormitory. Su Tianjiao did not tell anyone about this, nor did he care whether the monster would hurt anyone. He knew this was a great opportunity. Through the clean and neat performance of killing monsters, not only can Lin Dong break down his defense again, but he can also win Yi Qiushui's heart. To ordinary people, this plan may be too cruel and ruthless, and it completely disregards human life. But in the eyes of Su Tianjiao after his rebirth, what does the life and death of others have to do with me? Only those who are useful to you are worthy of some attention. Everyone else is just an ant struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Whether life or death, it is just the arrangement of fate. Even if Su Tianjiao showed mercy and saved the ants once, they would not be able to survive for long in this cruel doomsday without any ability. Being able to become a pawn in his plan is the greatest honor for these ants. And Su Tianjiao's plan did not go wrong at all, and he successfully turned Lin Dong into a clown. No matter what other people think, it is enough for Yi Qiushui to think that Lin Dong is a burden and an encumbrance. Killing two birds with one stone, Su Tianjiao also won Yi Qiushui's act of goodwill. As for Lin Dong, it was impossible for her to have any good impression of him anymore. Everything is developing according to the script planned by Su Tianjiao. 10 minutes later, Su Tianjiao put all the supplies in the 10 warehouses into the storage space. Then he took Yi Qiushui away. On the way back, Su Tianjiao still remained cold and taciturn. Along the way, Yi Qiushui took the initiative to find topics, trying to get Su Tianjiao to say more. Although Su Tianjiao still looked indifferent, Yi Qiushui was not angry. Instead, he was aroused to fight. She firmly believed that with her heroic charm, it was impossible for her to be unable to handle a young brother. This kind of royal sister's arrogance and stubbornness also made Su Tianjiao feel very interesting. Yi Qiushui didn't know why he cared so much about Su Tianjiao's reaction. Seeing that he seemed unable to warm up, Yi Qiushui suddenly had an idea and asked Su Tianjiao to park the car directly on the side of the road. "What's wrong?" Su Tianjiao asked. Yi Qiushui asked with a playful smile on his face. "Little brother, you have been so quiet along the way. Are you still an inexperienced virgin? You are pretending to be cool with me, your sister. Are you afraid that you will be shy if you talk too much?" Hearing this, Su Tianjiao also looked at Yi Qiushui, and their eyes met. Yi Qiushui suddenly felt that she couldn't bear it anymore. She turned her head away shyly, her whole face flushed. "Are you curious whether I am a virgin, Miss Yi? Do you want to verify it yourself?" "Verify it? How do you verify it?" Yi Qiushui got excited and asked without thinking. As soon as she said this, she regretted it. When Yi Qiushui came to her senses, Su Tianjiao's passionate kiss had already landed on her lips. Chapter 32. Miss, you don't want to be ruined, do you? The forced kiss on Su Tianjian before had made her inner arrogance on the verge of collapse. This time, Su Tianjiao used the same trick again. It may not be anything new, but it definitely works. At the moment when their lips and tongues intertwined, Su Tianjiao carefully felt her awkwardness. That clumsy tongue and panicked eyes, clearly wanting to escape but being too proud to back down. Clearly having no experience but pretending to be skilled. Although he is not young anymore, Yi Qiushui is still a blank slate when it comes to love. This young girl's first kiss is amazing. 10 seconds later, Yi Qiushui pushed Su Tianjiao away with force, her face full of shyness. "Can't you be a little gentler? What? Does this prove that you're not a virgin?" "Sister, my charming kissing skills must have charmed a little virgin like you, right?" Su Tianjiao smiled and said nothing. At the end, Yi Qiushui felt a little guilty and couldn't help but turn his head away. She subconsciously compared Lin Dong, who often acted like a hero, acted rashly and impetuously, with a mature and steady man in front of her. After this comparison, it was discovered that Lin Dong was like a childish fool and seemed to be incomparable to Su Tianjiao. When Yi Qiushui completely eliminated the wrong option of Lin Dong in his mind, the familiar system prompt sound rang in Su Tianjiao's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully plundered the luck value. 66 points. Just a forced kiss gave him 66 luck points. Adding to the previous sporadic gains, Su Tianjiao has plundered more than 100 points of luck from Lin Dong through Yi Qiushui. Su Tianjiao smiled slightly, feeling secretly proud. It seems that Yi Qiushui, who is the key to destiny, is not that difficult to deal with. At the same time, in the boys' dormitory of Jinling University, Lin Dong clenched his fists and sat at the table with gritted teeth. This Su Tianjiao ruins my plans every day. We must find a way to get rid of him. As long as he kills Su Tianjiao and regains Yi Xiu Shui's favor, becoming the overlord of the end times is just around the corner. Just as Lin Dong was secretly planning a new plan to kill Su Tianjiao, a mouthful of scarlet blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. The table, chairs, and books in front of him were all covered in blood. The previous vomiting of blood could be forcibly explained as being caused by excessive excitement and masturbation, which led to unstable qi and blood. What about this time? Lin Dong panicked. He thought he might have an incurable disease. Then, that inexplicable feeling of loss once again enveloped his heart. Lin Dong suddenly felt as if something that should have belonged to him had been taken away by someone and could never be taken back. Damn it, what on earth is going on? He roared and fainted again. This time, Lin Dong was really hospitalized. But after a doctor's examination, no major problems were found. After doing a lot of tests, the doctor finally told him that Lin Dong had too much liver fire and he should be less angry in the future. What a bunch of quacks. My body is in this condition, but nothing has been found. Thinking of this, Lin Dong was so angry that he vomited a large mouthful of blood and fainted again. The doctor who treated Lin Dong was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was worried that he had made a wrong diagnosis, so he quickly took him for a bunch of tests. After spending a lot of money, nothing was found out in the end, so they could only ask their classmates to send the unconscious Lin Dong back to the dormitory. Lin Dong didn't know that as the owner of the protagonist's halo, he could have easily become the king in the impending doomsday. But now, most of Lin Dong's luck has been taken away by Su Tianjiao. The reason why he hadn't been angered to death and was still alive was entirely because of the last bit of luck in his body that was holding on. June 8th, 2121. The day when the alienation virus in the previous life broke out completely has finally arrived. Several camouflage armored vehicles were protecting Su Tianjiao's villa. Thanks to Yi Xiu Shui's connections, these armored vehicles, which appear to be civilian versions, are actually already loaded with various heavy weapons. Heavy machine guns, bazookas, and even howitzers. We have everything. Yi Xiu Shui also prepared hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition for Su Tianjiao. And Su Tianjiao didn't even spend a penny for all this. In the coming monster frenzy, these weapons and ammunition may not last long. But if you just want to hold out until Su Tianjiao successfully activates his SSS-level supernatural power and obtains the luxurious shelter as a system reward, it is completely enough. Tianjiao, remember to keep the weapons and ammunition secret for me. No problem. I will never reveal this secret to anyone. Tianjiao, why are you so anxious to request a large amount of weapons and ammunition? Do you have some inside information? Qiu Shui, remember my words. You must ensure your own safety in the next 48 hours. If someone wants to give you a meteorite, don't refuse. If you encounter a danger that you can't solve, be sure to contact me. The part of Lin Dong's luck related to Yi Xiu Shui has been almost completely plundered by Su Tianjiao. But Su Tianjiao will not give up this female war goddess because of this. Although Yi Xiu Shui has not yet obtained the meteorite, Su Tianjiao believes that her fate should not be affected too much by her rebirth. In other words, Yi Xiu Shui will still grow into a female war god. Since Su Tianjiao wants to be the emperor of the last days, he must not let go of top combat power like Yi Xiu Shui. But now, he is not in a hurry to pull Yi Xiu Shui to his side. After all, she has not yet encountered the meteorite containing advanced supernatural powers. If you forcibly interfere with this process, Yi Xiu Shui might miss out on it. That would be a waste of time. Zheng Fan, bring your family to my villa. Remember, you don't need to bring anything. Just bring people here. Su Tianjiao gave Zheng Fan an armored vehicle, which was large enough for him to bring his entire family over safely. All the things that needed to be dealt with had been arranged in advance by Su Tianjiao. At this time, there are only a few hours left before the L virus breaks out. Before that, Su Tianjiao planned to settle the accounts with Lin Dong. Under the current circumstances, killing him is a very simple matter. But Su Tianjiao wanted Lin Dong to fall into complete despair before he died. At the same time, all the remaining luck points on him were plundered. Miss Chu Yueyao, I think you don't want your chat history with Lin Dong to be made public, right? I'll give you 30 minutes to come to my villa. Chapter 33. Full-scale outbreak. Move into the shelter. Before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, under Su Tianjiao's constant urging and the huge bounty, Whether it was the company's assets, shares, or money borrowed from various places, they were all exchanged for meteorites and massive supplies. Su Tianjiao roughly calculated. The total capital was more than 20 billion yuan, and after deducting the bonuses and wages for employees, about 100 billion yuan worth of materials were obtained. Of course, for a large part of these materials, Su Tianjiao only paid a deposit and delayed the balance payment for various reasons. Among these supplies, the vast majority are daily necessities, food, drinking water, and medicine. The rest are various professional equipment and tools, as well as large special vehicles. For example, hundreds of off-road armored vehicles, 30 armed helicopters, 20 large air purifiers, 30 large generators, 15 purified water treatment systems, etc. In addition, there are bulletproof vests, bulletproof helmets, explosion-proof suits, professional protective clothing, various specially made knives, and military shovels. Su Tianjiao also asked the purchasing staff to brainstorm. If anyone mentioned materials that were not on the purchase list but were very necessary, they would receive a high bonus. With a huge reward, a lot more things were added to his shopping list. For example, glucose, adrenaline, sanitary napkins, bandages, and other medical supplies used for emergency treatment. Mr. Su, according to your instructions, I and 4 other people have already brought our relatives here and arranged for them to stay in the 3rd villa. Okay. By the way, you don't have to call me Mr. Su anymore, because the control of Longting Technology Group no longer belongs to me. And Siyuan hesitated, but still agreed. Then we will call you Master Su Tianjiao from now on. This is a name that Siyuan has carefully considered. She had already seen the densely packed armored vehicles and the weapons and ammunition flashing with cold light outside the villa. In addition, there are hundreds of special forces secretly deployed around Su Tianjiao's several villas. And Siyuan realized that Su Tianjiao, who had anticipated the coming of the end of the world, had already made all preparations to become the emperor of the end of the world. By then, young Master Su Tianjiao's name will surely spread throughout the entire wasteland world and be feared by all. As Su Tianjiao's servant, and Siyuan also knew that her words and actions must not bring shame to her master. Su Tianjiao did not express his opinion on the matter of name, and Siyuan did as she was told. Soon, the families of the other servants also arrived at Su Tianjiao's villa one after another. And Siyuan does not treat them differently. As a housekeeper, she arranged work tasks for her daughter and the families of other servants. I hope you guys remember that. In the coming apocalypse, Master Su Tianjiao is willing to grant us a refuge, which is already a great favor. But this doesn't mean we can always rely on him. If we want to stay here and be protected, we have to work very hard. I will also issue detailed servant rules later, such as prohibiting laziness or talking about Master Su Tianjiao behind his back, etc. Let me be frank with you. If anyone breaks the rules, don't blame me for being ruthless and kicking them out right away. And Siyuan's stern attitude surprised her daughter Li Wanqing. She just turned 18 this year. She is tall and graceful and very charming. Although she grew up in a single-parent family, she has always received correct education on the 3 views from her mother. Li Wanqing didn't even have any teenage rebelliousness and was always very obedient. She knew that what her mother had just said was not a joke. Immediately afterwards, Siyuan issued another order. From now on, if anyone experiences vomiting, fever, convulsions, red and swollen eyes, skin damage, etc., they must report it immediately. Master Su Tianjiao has a top-notch private medical team at home, with a full range of medical equipment and medicines. They will do their best to help everyone with treatment. Don't hide your illness. Otherwise, you will be kicked out of the villa. This is, of course, done to prevent the possible spread of alien viruses. As for the so-called treatment, it is nothing but a scam. For the incurable alien virus, the best solution is to eliminate the infected people directly. Everyone wants to know why Su Tianjiao's methods are so domineering. But everyone who came here had heard of how powerful he was. There were indeed a few extremely curious family members who wanted to ask questions, but they were immediately stopped by the servants, because they knew that Su Tianjiao not only had access to all kinds of weapons and ammunition, but he was also directly protected by hundreds of Special Forces members. In other words, he is indeed qualified to act so domineeringly. And those hundreds of Special Forces actually have nothing to do with Su Tianjiao. They only obey Yi Qiu Shui's orders. But Yi Qiu Shui herself has already firmly become Su Tianjiao's woman. The last line of defense around the villa has already been built. Su Tianjiao specially hired decoration workers to build a thick wall around his 3 villas. The wall is made of reinforced concrete and is 1 meter thick. Even if an armored vehicle crashes into it, it will immediately turn into a pile of scrap metal. A 1-meter-high electric fence was also installed on top to prevent monsters from climbing over the wall. This is enough for a temporary shelter that can survive the early days of the apocalypse. Next, as long as he drains all of Lin Dong's luck, he will be able to obtain the highest level system reward, a luxurious shelter. At that time, you can also take military armored vehicles or armed helicopters to transfer directly to the new shelter. Using these vehicles to transport more than 200 people in these villas is just an easy task. The interiors of the 3 villas under Su Tianjiao's name have already been connected. The interior space of each villa is very large, with 5 or 6 bedrooms, plus a living room, dining room, study, etc., so there are a lot of rooms. As long as they squeeze in, it won't be a big problem to accommodate more than 200 people. Outside the villa, where Su Tianjiao lives, there are more than 20 Special Forces members who take turns to protect his safety around the clock. In addition, there were Siyuan and her daughter, Li Wanqing, serving on the side. Not long after, a heavy iron door slowly opened on the wall at the main entrance of the villa. Chu Yueyao drove in. As soon as she saw Su Tianjiao, she spoke with a look of horror. "Mr. Su, are you still in the mood for tea?" The streets outside are in chaos, and there have been a lot of car accidents all of a sudden. When I passed by, I saw that some of the drivers in the cars that had accidents were crazy, some of the passengers were crazy, and some were all crazy. The traffic is a mess. The traffic police and the police who were maintaining order were so busy that I ran through several red lights before I got here in time. In the living room, and Siyuan was leisurely making tea. At this moment, Su Tianjiao suddenly remembered that Chu Yueyao was quite accomplished in tea art, so he waved his hand and signaled Siyuan to leave. Su Tianjiao pointed at the table, tea set and bamboo mat in front of him. "Don't just stand there like an idiot, Miss Chu." Chapter 34. I've taken the bait. Let's get ready to settle the score. Although Chu Yueyao kept describing the dangers outside, Su Tianjiao seemed not to hear her. She wondered why Su Tianjiao was not surprised at all. Could it be that he had predicted these things long ago? "Okay, I'll make you some tea right away." Chu Yueyao dared not disobey Su Tianjiao's order. "Miss Chu, please pay attention to your dress," Su Tianjiao reminded lightly. Hearing his emotionless voice, Chu Yueyao shuddered involuntarily. Even though she was extremely reluctant, she still took off all her clothes in front of Su Tianjiao and put on the familiar swimsuit. But this time it was changed to red, making it look more sexy, enchanting, and attractive. When Su Tianjiao saw Chu Yueyao's perfect body again, he immediately had a physiological reaction. He grabbed Chu Yueyao's arm, pulled her into his arms, and slapped and kneaded her roughly. Chu Yueyao was held at gunpoint and didn't dare to resist at all. After Su Tianjiao had satisfied his craving, he reluctantly let her go and continued making tea. However, Su Tianjiao only tried it briefly every time and did not take any further action. This also made Chu Yueyao feel a little lost. "Miss Chu, I didn't expect you to start flirting so soon. You're a little too hasty. Don't worry, there will be a chance for you to serve me well later. But before that, we have to wait for a special guest." Hearing this, Chu Yueyao's face suddenly turned red. "Who said I was impatient?" "Wait, he said he would give me the opportunity to serve him well later?" Could it be that he was preparing to break through the last line of defense? Evening. There are less than 2 hours left before the L virus breaks out completely. Su Qianqian and Lin Dong avoided the security guards and secretly left the school. While driving, Lin Dong looked at Su Qianqian excitedly. "Are you sure? Did Su Tianjiao really send you a message saying that he had a fever, was vomiting and convulsing, and asked you to go to the villa to save him?" An hour ago, Su Qianqian received a message from Su Tianjiao. In addition, there is a small video. From the perspective of the surveillance camera, Su Tianjiao suddenly fell to the ground and kept twitching. Saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth and all over the floor. In order to shoot this, Su Tianjiao rehearsed several times. And only after making sure there were no loopholes did he send the video out. After reading the news, Su Qianqian was extremely excited. Just as Su Tianjiao expected, she immediately contacted Lin Dong. Su Tianjiao said he was almost dying of pain, and all the servants had gone home to visit their families, so he was the only one at home now. "I originally wanted to find a friend to stay with me, But it turned out like this before I even left the house, so I quickly came to me for help. After hearing the whole story, Lin Dong couldn't hold back any longer and laughed wildly. Ha, God is really helping me. Su Tianjiao, you have finally come to this day. Since you are infected with the L virus, you will soon mutate into a monster. Then let me, Lin Dong, end your life with my own hands. But before that, I'd like to trouble you to press a few fingerprints, do a facial recognition, and transfer all your assets to me. Lin Dong, who was too proud of himself, seemed to have seen his future as the overlord of the end times. If Su Tianjiao had not interfered, and the original plot had developed, his fantasy would indeed have been possible to come true. But after having his key luck intercepted by Su Tianjiao twice, and having a large amount of luck value plundered from him, Lin Dong was no longer the owner of the protagonist's halo. Lin Dong didn't know that Su Tianjiao had already prepared the last gift for him in the villa before his death. At the same time, inside Jinling University, because public opinion control was completely out of control, students also heard a lot of bad news. Many people even witnessed with their own eyes the process of animals and plants mutating into monsters. Although they are not yet to the point where they can be seen everywhere, the number of mutant monsters is several times more than usual. The school's top management also feels that the current situation is becoming increasingly serious and has therefore implemented stricter closed management. The main gate, side gate, and back gate of Jinling University are all guarded by special personnel, and no outsiders are allowed to enter or exit at will. The counselors are responsible for counting the number of students on campus and reporting missing persons in a timely manner. Soon, everyone discovered that some students had quietly slipped out of the school. The most eye-catching ones are Su Tianjiao's girlfriends Su Qianqian and Lin Dong, the younger brother of national treasure-level scientist Lin Yun. But where they are now remains unknown. There was only one girl who was secretly watching Su Qianqian's whereabouts. Yinzi, you once said that Su Qianqian secretly met with Lin Dong several times. I didn't believe it at the time. I thought Su Qianqian was definitely not that kind of person. Now it seems that you are right. Su Qianqian is indeed a treacherous slut. Yes, Xianlin. I've long felt that there was something wrong with Su Qianqian, especially when Su Tianjiao showed up. Su Qianqian wasn't happy at all, as if the two were enemies. If I could have such an outstanding boyfriend, I would probably laugh to death. Su Tianjiao's excellence is known to everyone in Jinling University. In the past, everyone only thought that Su Tianjiao had an outstanding business acumen. But ever since he became so popular in the girls' dormitory, he suddenly had a lot of advantages. Even fully armed special forces would find this monster difficult to deal with. But an ordinary person like Su Tianjiao solved it easily with just a saber. He even killed several of them in a row without batting an eyelid. Everyone who was watching at the scene at that time was deeply shocked by Su Tianjiao's performance. Even Yi Qiu Shui, who was equally outstanding, was completely conquered by him on that day. But at that time, Su Qianqian was not attracted to Su Tianjiao at all, and could even be said to be indifferent. If it's because the cold and aloof Su Qianqian doesn't like people like Su Tianjiao, then that's fine. But she is still Su Tianjiao's official girlfriend. All this evidence shows that Su Qianqian seems to have changed her heart a long time ago and has hooked up with Lin Dong, a person who has no money, no ability, and not particularly good-looking, and even tries to look cool in front of monsters, which puts himself in danger. How could he have a status in Su Qianqian's heart that surpassed Su Tianjiao? Chapter 35 gladly agree to the beautiful schoolgirl's request. Thinking of this, Yanzi analyzed to herself. But Su Tianjiao doesn't seem to be particularly close to Su Qianqian. Although they are recognized as boyfriend and girlfriend, they look very unfamiliar. It's really strange. Maybe they don't like each other? I remember that before Su Qianqian disappeared, she inexplicably said something like Su Tianjiao was finally sick. The tone of her voice at the time did not show any concern or anxiety for her boyfriend. Instead, it revealed a bit of excitement and anticipation. Just then, Yanzi was called by the counselor to help count the student lists, leaving Zi Xianlin alone. After listening to her analysis, Zi Xianlin suddenly connected everything that had happened before. Su Qianqian obviously doesn't like Su Tianjiao, but she hasn't broken up with him yet. I'm afraid it's all because of Lin Dong behind the scenes. They probably planned to take advantage of Su Tianjiao's illness and do something unspeakable. No, I must remind Su Tianjiao. Zi Xianlin picked up her car keys and looked towards the school gate not far away. Although the place is locked, as long as you bribe the security guard, it seems you can get out. A few minutes later, inside the security room, Zi Xianlin found the security guard on duty who was slacking off with a stack of banknotes. Uncle, this won't cause you any trouble, right? Don't worry, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Give me 5,000 yuan, and I'll take the risk. Be careful. After you finish your work, be sure to come back as soon as possible. No problem, don't worry. The security guard pressed a button, causing the door, which should have been locked, to slowly open, leaving a gap about 3 meters wide. A purple women's car drove out of Jinling University silently. Then, the door closed again, as if nothing had happened. After leaving school, Zi Xianlin witnessed the chaos outside with her own eyes. The traffic lights were completely out of control, and the roads were filled with crashed vehicles, making it impossible to drive normally. In order to reach her destination quickly, she rushed directly onto the sidewalk, stepped on the accelerator, and drove at full speed. At this moment, almost everyone is trembling and hiding at home, and no one dares to go out on the streets. So Zi Xianlin doesn't have to worry too much about bumping into anyone. While driving, she sent a voice message to Su Tianjiao. Su Tianjiao, I want to use an important piece of information in exchange for your protection. To show my sincerity, I can tell you first that Lin Dong and Su Qianqian left Jinling University about an hour ago and headed for your villa. But the traffic situation is very bad right now. They are probably stuck on the road. And I am driving over there too. You must be careful of their conspiracy. I hope that after seeing this message, Mr. Su, you can give me a chance to survive in the apocalypse. As long as I can survive, no matter what you ask me to do, it's no problem. After sending the message, Zi Xianlin stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. She usually drives very carefully, but today she nimbly weaves through traffic like a racing driver. Meanwhile, in the villa, after listening to Zi Xuanlin's voice message, Su Tianjiao stroked his forehead and thought of this energetic beauty. As the campus belle of Jinling University, she is not inferior to Su Qianqian in both appearance and figure. Su Qianqian attracted Su Tianjiao's attention with her unique cold temperament. Now it seems that being aloof just means having a sullen face and putting on airs, right? Beneath her cool exterior, she hides a pretentious and mean heart. Su Tianjiao didn't know much about Zi Xuanlin's personality, but at least from now on, she was much more sincere than Su Qianqian. Although the information that Zi Xianlin used for the transaction was just a play planned by Su Tianjiao. But it also proves that this girl is not only very smart, but also understands that there will be rewards only if you make efforts. At least it's not a female boxer like Li Wan's. Thinking of this, Su Tianjiao decided to give Zi Xianlin a chance and see if she could seize it. Although your information is of little value to me, for the sake of your star-shaped meteorite, I will agree to your proposal. Come on, if you can meet my requirements, you can stay. If you can't, or if you want to play tricks on me, don't blame me for being rude. Zi Xianlin couldn't help but shudder when she received the reply. She was sure that the threat from Su Tianjiao was definitely not just talk. A hero in troubled times like him would definitely not be lenient because of his beauty. However, as long as you follow the rules and don't try to be clever, there is still a glimmer of hope. Zi Xianlin suddenly felt fortunate that she had never had any bad thoughts. But she couldn't help but start to worry. What exactly would Su Tianjiao be asking for? However, Zi Xianlin was also prepared to face the worst-case scenario. Zi Xianlin guessed correctly. Although Lin Dong and Su Qianqian left school earlier than her, they were still some distance away from Su Tianjiao's villa. The main reason was that they did not drive as recklessly as Zi Xianlin, so their speed was naturally much slower. Moreover, while Lin Dong was on the road, he also took the time to send a few messages in the family group. He reminded his mother and elder brother Lin Yun to be careful about their safety. Lin Dong estimated that the L virus might soon be out of control. In order to prevent his mother from not believing him, he took a photo of the current situation on the street and posted it in the group. Son, where are you going? Come back quickly. Don't worry, Mom. I'm going to be a billionaire soon. Ha ha ha. At the same time, I will also get rid of my greatest enemy. After all, in the end times, killing is not a crime. Don't worry. I will be careful. It is true that like mother, like son, even Lin Dong's single mother has an extremely twisted personality. Even their whole family knew that Lin Dong was planning to take over Su Tianjiao's property. Lin Dong's mother and elder brother Lin Yun not only did not stop him, but also often gave him advice and reminded him to be careful and not to show his true colors. At this moment, the mother was also extremely surprised to hear her son say this. Son, you're awesome. Keep it up. Lin Yun was more alert and reminded. Lin Dong, it's too dangerous outside now. And after the end of the world, money will be worthless. Is it really worth doing this? But the twisted and sick Lin Dong had already gotten stuck in a dead end and would not listen to anyone's dissuasion. He replied murderously, Idunkar, I must kill Su Tianjiao today. Even if the money doesn't work, I can still drive away his Maserati. And as far as I know, Su Tianjiao has been hoarding supplies these days. There must be a lot of food, drinks, and daily necessities in that villa. As long as we kill him, our family can move in and enjoy a luxurious apocalyptic life. These remarks completely convinced the eldest brother Lin Yun and mother. After a lot of twists and turns, Lin Dong and Su Qianqian finally arrived at the villa area where Su Tianjiao was. The two originally thought that they had to find a way to bypass the security of the villa area, but they didn't expect that the other parties seemed to be prepared for their arrival. When the guard heard that Lin Dong and Su Qianqian were going to Su Tianjiao's villa, he enthusiastically pointed the way. The villas surrounded by 3-meter-high walls are Mr. Su's homes. Chapter 36, Ultimate Despair. Two people who refuse to repent. A 3-meter-high wall? That's great. That's great. Su Tianjiao actually made such thorough preparations for doomsday. Just get rid of him. Take away his villa again. By then, wouldn't his family be able to rest easy in the coming doomsday? Thinking of this, Lin Dong couldn't help but reveal a cruel smile. Su Qianqian, who was standing by, was also frightened by Lin Dong's ferocious expression. But she no longer has the chance to regret. She had always believed that Lin Dong actually loved her very much, but it was only because Su Tianjiao interfered that a rift arose between the two of them. If Su Tianjiao hadn't insisted on kissing Lin Dong in front of him and posted some updates that could easily be misunderstood, then Lin Dong shouldn't be so angry and vent his anger on himself. Soon, the two drove the car to the gate of Su Tianjiao's villa. The gorgeously decorated villa, the impenetrable high walls, and the magnificent gate made Lin Dong's eyes turn red with jealousy. Just when he was planning to use Su Qianqian as bait to lure Su Tianjiao to open the door in front of him suddenly opened slowly. Lin Dong immediately became alert. Wrong. Everything that happened today seemed to go too smoothly. He looked around and saw that the door was empty and there was no unusual movement. Only then did Lin Dong relax his guard and walk towards the villa with big strides. Lin Dong, why do I feel like something is not right? What could be wrong? Su Tianjiao is almost dying. What's there to be afraid of? Don't worry. Even if he turns into a monster, I have a plan to deal with it. As Lin Dong spoke, he pulled out a long sword from his waist. As soon as the two of them walked into the villa, they heard the sound of the door closing behind them. Lin Dong was so frightened that his mind went blank, and he stood there in a daze. Before he could come to his senses, 10 Special Forces members appeared silently from the blind spot and pointed their black guns at his head. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong immediately understood everything. We've fallen into a trap. Su Tianjiao, you are such a despicable and shameless person. Before he could finish his words, Lin Dong was beaten severely. Su Qianqian wanted to stop him, but was stunned by a loud slap in the face. Su Tianjiao, how dare you hit me? Su Qianqian asked, covering her red and swollen cheek. Su Tianjiao curled up the corner of his mouth with a mocking smile and slapped her on the other side of the face. This time the force was even greater, causing Su Qianqian to feel dizzy and almost fall to the ground. Take this guy away from me. As for Miss Su Qianqian, I will receive her personally. Hearing this, Lin Dong, who was beaten to the point of wanting to die, used up his last bit of strength and roared. Su Tianjiao, what are you going to do to Su Qianqian? Su Tianjiao, you can't do this. You can't touch Su Qianqian. Damn it, Su Qianqian is my woman. Even if I let her die, I will never let you touch her. Su Tianjiao. At this moment, Lin Dong finally felt unprecedented despair. This time, it was even more desperate than when Su Qianqian lost contact at Su Tianjiao's house for a whole night. Moreover, from Su Tianjiao's mocking smile, we can see that his despair had just begun. Don't look at me like that. You don't think that no one knows about your conspiracy with Lin Dong, do you? The slap just now was just the beginning. I'll have plenty of time to settle the score with you later. In front of Su Qianqian, Su Tianjiao directly revealed his cards. However, She did not realize the seriousness of the problem and stubbornly believed that now was a society ruled by law and Su Tianjiao would never dare to do anything to her and Lin Dong. Su Qianqian glared at Su Tianjiao with hostile eyes and retorted, "Even if you knew, so what? I have no excuses. If you hadn't noticed, Lin Dong and I would have already become billionaires, enjoying a great life in this apocalyptic world. Kill me if you have the guts. Don't pretend to scare me. Even if Lin Dong wasn't here, I wouldn't be with a licker like you. Is this what it means to never repent?" A stupid woman like Su Qianqian is still immersed in the pie that Lin Dong has woven together even when she is about to die. Not only that, she was so self-righteous that she actually believed that Su Tianjiao had always liked her. Su Tianjiao shook his head, stood up, and prepared to correct her misconception. He raised his foot and kicked directly into Su Qianqian's abdomen. Bang! Su Qianqian fell to the ground and curled up into a ball in an instant, in great pain. Before she could recover, Su Tianjiao kicked her on the head again. Completely ignoring Su Qianqian's severe pain, he looked at this face with amusement, which was originally delicate and beautiful, but now distorted due to pain. "You may have misunderstood something. After all, from the very beginning, I never thought of letting you go." As soon as these words were spoken, Su Tianjiao's strong, murderous intent made Su Qianqian feel the threat of death for the first time in her life. She was so scared that she was shaking all over and even became incontinent. Su Tianjiao glanced at Su Qianqian, who was almost completely collapsed, with contempt, then turned to Yuan and instructed, "Drag her away and clean her up." On the other side, Lin Dong, whose hands and feet were tied, was locked in a screening room with excellent soundproofing. "Return! Come back here! You are illegally detaining me. I'm going to sue you for kidnapping. Su Tianjiao, you have broken the law, do you know that? Let me go now, and I will forgive you and let you go." There were two Special Forces members guarding outside the screening room. Some Special Forces members did raise questions about Su Tianjiao's illegal imprisonment of Lin Dong and Su Qianqian. Immediately afterwards, he was severely reprimanded by the captain, because according to Yi Qiu Shui's orders, they not only have to protect the safety here, but also have to absolutely obey all of Su Tianjiao's requirements. No questioning, no discussion, and no disobeying his demands are allowed. Otherwise, you will be punished by military law. Even if Su Tianjiao asks the Special Forces members to die, they must obey, because obeying orders is a soldier's primary duty. Lin Dong looked up and saw the surveillance camera on the ceiling at a glance. He faced the camera and vented his anger until he was exhausted. And Su Tianjiao has never shown up. Lin Dong suddenly realized that he might not be able to escape today. In order to win the favor of everyone, he has always been very brave. Even when an alien monster appeared in the school, he rushed over at the first moment. But when Lin Dong found out that he might actually die, his inner fear was infinitely magnified, and his psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse. The man who claimed to be the protagonist finally revealed his cowardly side. Chapter 37. Face-to-face humiliation. Lin Dong completely collapsed. Lin Dong was trembling all over. He began to cry, shouting loudly that he wanted to have a good talk with Su Tianjiao, begging Su Tianjiao to give him another chance. Just then, Su Tianjiao pushed open the door and walked in slowly. The moment he saw his mortal enemy, an inexplicable courage surged into Lin Dong's heart. He understood that no matter how he defended himself today, he would not be able to leave here alive. In this case, we might as well be tougher. "Su Tianjiao, you bastard." Just as Lin Dong was about to curse, Su Tianjiao suddenly turned around, took a pistol from the soldier, and installed a long black silencer on it. When Lin Dong felt a loaded pistol pointed at his forehead, his roar suddenly stopped. Lin Dong suddenly revealed an expression of disbelief and horror, and a hot current involuntarily surged out from his body. Faced with the strong threat of death, he knelt down tremblingly with his hands and feet tied. He kowtowed and begged with tears. "Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Please don't kill me. I know I was wrong. I'm willing to admit everything. You'll also be breaking the law if you kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I promise I will never appear in front of you again. Please, please, Su Tianjiao, I really don't want to die." Snot, tears, and the pool of yellow, unknown liquid under him mixed together to form disgusting, dirty water. When Su Tianjiao pressed Lin Dong's face to the ground and rubbed it, all the dirty water was rubbed onto his face. A coward like this wants to be the protagonist? Dream on. Su Tianjiao kicked out fiercely and hit Lin Dong's head perfectly. He was kicked so hard that he felt dizzy, but luckily he escaped from the disgusting mixture. Lin Dong totally didn't understand why Su Tianjiao said he was the protagonist, but he couldn't care about those things at the moment and could only beg Su Tianjiao with pitiful eyes. If you want to live, you have to pay the price. What price do you think you can pay for this miserable life? Lin Dong was at a loss. He tried to calm himself down and began to think of countermeasures. But after thinking for a long time, he realized in despair that he didn't have anything precious that could impress Su Tianjiao. At this moment, Lin Dong suddenly came up with an idea and shouted, "Su Tianjian, I can give her to you. She's still a pure virgin. I swear I haven't touched her. You can tell." As for Su Tianjian, Lin Dong has always regarded her as a chess piece that can be discarded at any time. It is also normal to sacrifice the car to save the driver at a critical moment. Hearing this, Su Tianjiao was amused. "Lin Dong, this is the first time I've seen an opponent as naive as you. If I really want Su Tianjian, do I still need your consent? Don't forget, she is also in this villa, and you don't think I don't know about the dirty things you and Su Tianjian are planning, right? I think you should know exactly why Su Tianjian suddenly asked me out for a candlelight dinner that day. He had never told these secrets to anyone except Su Tianjian. Then why did Su Tianjiao know? Could it be that Su Tianjian has betrayed me?" And it seemed that she was the one who told her that Su Tianjiao was dying. Thinking of this, a terrible speculation suddenly arose in Lin Dong's heart. Maybe Su Tianjian had already been instigated by Su Tianjiao on the night she lost contact in the villa. Everything that happened afterwards was just a trap set by the two of them. Lin Dong didn't dare to respond, but his expression was gloomy and uncertain, which exposed his psychological activities completely. Su Tianjiao looked at Lin Dong with interest and showed the chat history between him and Chu Yueyao. Lin Dong, who was already on the verge of collapse, felt like he was struck by lightning. This is impossible. Why could Su Tianjiao get such private things? I will first post these chat contents to your family's group chat, and then post them online. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't care about these, because Chu Yueyao is already here. Although she is safe now, I can't guarantee what will happen next. When Lin Dong learned that Chu Yueyao had also fallen into Su Tianjiao's clutches, he immediately panicked. He knelt down again and begged Su Tianjiao frantically not to hurt Chu Yueyao. "Don't touch my sister-in-law. Please. Please, Su Tianjiao." Su Tianjiao smiled faintly and asked playfully, "Lin Dong, Lin Dong, don't be too greedy. You can't have both Su Tianjian and Su Yueyao." Hearing this, Lin Dong made his choice without hesitation. "Su Tianjian, I'll give Su Tianjian to you. Let my sister-in-law go. She is the woman I've been dreaming about day and night. Please, Su Tianjiao, I must have her. Please let her be given to me." At the same time, Su Tianjian, who was in another room, also saw Lin Dong's ugly appearance through the real-time monitoring screen. Su Tianjian suddenly felt extremely desperate. She never expected that Lin Dong would treat her like this. Su Tianjian never thought that Lin Dong was actually a pervert who liked his sister-in-law. It's true that you can never judge a person by his appearance. At the same time, Lin Dong's heart was bleeding. Only when he was forced into a corner did he have to choose between Chu Yueyao and Su Tianjian. In fact, Lin Dong, who is extremely possessive, simply cannot tolerate anyone touching his woman. But now I am at the mercy of others, and Lin Dong has no choice but to hypnotize himself and pretend that nothing happened. Immediately afterwards, Su Tianjian was taken to the screening room by Su Tianjiao. He ignored Lin Dong's crying and pleading, stuffed his mouth with a smelly rag, and covered his eyes with a towel. Just like this, Su Tianjiao played with his woman unscrupulously in front of Lin Dong. Lin Dong, with his hands and feet tied, blindfolded and gagged, could only hear Su Tianjian's moans and Su Tianjiao's admiration for her graceful body. Faced with all this, Lin Dong was completely helpless and could only roar in pain and despair. After the battle, Su Tianjiao generously gave Lin Dong half an hour of rest. But his blindfold and the smelly rag in his mouth were not removed. After the break, Su Tianjiao came back and brought another person with him. When he heard the familiar voice of that person, Lin Dong completely collapsed. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law? Su Tianjiao, you bastard. You clearly promised me that you wouldn't touch her." Lin Dong roared angrily in his heart. but no sound came out. If Su Qianqian was here just now, his despair index would be 10 points. When Lin Dong heard Chu Yuyao's voice, his despair index instantly increased thousands of times. Lin Dong, if your brother knew you were so shameless and even attacked your sister-in-law, he would definitely kill you himself. But I have to praise you. You have a good eye for choosing women. Chu Yueyao, it's really moist. Chapter 38. The end of the world is coming. The meteorite is activated. Watapiti. You won't have a chance to see what I said. Immediately afterwards, Lin Dong felt that his head was covered by something. It turned out to be my sister-in-law's underwear. There was still a familiar smell on it that Lin Dong had secretly smelled many times. Su Tianjiao, you deserve to die. After dozens of minutes of fierce fighting, Chu Yueyao left the screening room. Only Su Tianjiao and Lin Dong were left in the room. Lin Dong, who was tortured to the point of complete collapse, loudly asked Su Tianjiao why he treated him so cruelly. Su Tianjiao wanted to tell Lin Dong that all this was just a replica of what you did in your previous life. It was he who first took away his woman, occupied his luxurious shelter, and finally allowed himself to be bitten to death by the monster. And what Su Tianjiao is doing now can only be regarded as tit for tat. But if I say that, will it make this pervert happy? Su Tianjiao changed his mind and beat Lin Dong severely again, then whispered something in his ear that made him confused. If it weren't for me, you would have already become the doomsday overlord of your dreams, right? After saying this, Su Tianjiao left a meteorite in front of Lin Dong, then turned and left the room. This meteorite was found in Lin Dong's car, and he obtained it reluctantly by using various means of coercion and inducement. Its shape is very irregular, and its surface is extremely rough, so the level of supernatural power contained within it must not be high. As for the few meteorites of slightly better quality left in Lin Dong's car, Su Tianjiao accepted them with a smile. As soon as Su Tianjiao left, the meteorite began to emit a strange light. Before he could study it carefully, Su Qianqian pushed the door open and helped him untie the restraints on his hands and feet. After the two met again, the first thought in Lin Dong's mind was to strangle this dirty woman to death. And Su Qianqian's attitude towards him also became very cold. She stared at Lin Dong and said with resentment, "Lin Dong, you're a perverted scumbag. You're actually coveting your eldest brother's wife? Shameless. I was so blind and misjudged you. It seems that Su Tianjiao is the best person for me. He is 1,000,000 times better than you. I belong to Su Tianjiao now. If you dare to touch me now, the consequences will be serious." Facing Lin Dong, Su Qianqian was also a little scared, so she put the harsh words first. Lin Dong, who had already been frightened, did not dare to act rashly when he heard the 3 words Su Tianjiao. Looking at the water and food brought by Su Qianqian, he began to eat voraciously with hatred. Lin Dong thought, since Su Tianjiao gave me food, it meant he didn't intend to kill me. As long as I have the chance, I can escape from here and take Su Tianjiao's life. When Lin Dong finished his meal, Su Qianqian continued to wait here according to Su Tianjiao's instructions, waiting for the medicine in the meal to take effect. At this moment, Su Qianqian was also full of resentment towards Lin Dong. She also wanted to watch Lin Dong die in pain, but Su Qianqian didn't know that Su Tianjiao's next target of revenge would be her. It's a mess outside. Yes, I encountered many monsters on the way here, but I didn't care at all and just rushed over here. In the villa, Zi Xianlin looked curiously at Su Tianjiao in front of her and everything around her. They were in a fairly large basement, which was barely decorated except for basic electric lighting. Zi Xuanlin's gaze wandered around and finally landed on the star-shaped meteorite in Su Tianjiao's hand. She felt a little confused, and just when she was about to ask, Su Tianjiao seemed to have seen through Zi Xuanlin's thoughts and took the initiative to explain. "You're not mistaken. This is the meteorite you sold me." Immediately afterwards, the star-shaped meteorite began to emit a faint light in Su Tianjiao's palm. The light gradually penetrated the surface of the meteorite and became brighter and brighter. The brilliant light instantly illuminated the entire basement. "It's so beautiful!" Zi Xianlin couldn't help but exclaim. Su Tianjiao smiled and didn't say anything, but his face was full of anticipation. With a click, cracks began to appear on the surface of the star-shaped meteorite. Immediately afterwards, the outer shell of the meteorite exploded and scattered all over the ground. A small ball of light, flashing with colorful light, floated gently in Su Tianjiao's palm. Moreover, The light did not weaken due to the explosion of the shell, but became even stronger. So beautiful. Is this something from aliens? Zi Xinlin was unable to open her eyes due to the strong light and could only stand there in a daze. Immediately afterwards, she saw Su Tianjiao make an incredible move. He opened his mouth and swallowed the ball of light directly. When the ball of light passed through his throat, Su Tianjiao not only did not feel any discomfort, but felt a mysterious power filling his whole body. At this moment, Zi Xianlin was also extremely shocked. She never expected that Su Tianjiao would do this. Just when Zi Xianlin wanted to ask what had just happened, Su Tianjiao's tone suddenly became extremely serious. "Stay away from me." Then his entire body began to emit brilliant, colorful light. It looks like a god descending. The dazzling light forced Zi Xianlin to hide further away. When she saw Su Tianjiao completely merged with the colorful light, she couldn't help but scream, "Oh my god, is this world crazy? Or am I crazy?" Su Tianjiao turns out to be the human form of Ultraman. Is he going to transform into Ultraman and save the world? Wait, why is this room suddenly so hot? This floor is so hot. It feels like it's about to explode from the inexplicable high temperature. What the hell is in the basement of this villa? Pay attention to discipline. These things are not our business. Yes, Mr. Su said that no matter what special circumstances there are here, don't be alarmed. Even if a nuclear bomb explodes in the basement, as long as the house doesn't collapse, it has nothing to do with us. The Special Forces members in charge of guarding Su Tianjiao's villa were discussing the abnormal situation that had just occurred. But he was quickly stopped by the captain. As for the other team members, in addition to guarding the other two villas, most of them were on duty at specially set up sentry posts on the high walls. They changed shifts every 8 hours, taking turns to stand guard with guns 24 hours a day. The order issued by Su Tianjiao was also very clear. As long as they encountered monsters or targets suspected to be monsters, they should be killed directly. After all, there are still hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition piled up in Su Tianjiao's storage space. As long as there is no large-scale monster frenzy or fierce firefight with other armed forces, these ammunition can be used for at least 1 year. And even if it runs out, it doesn't matter. Within a week, Yi Qiushui will come to meet Su Tianjiao. She knew that the military had sufficient reserves of weapons and ammunition in Jinling City, and there was even a production line for manufacturing guns and ammunition nearby. After a while, when the army is forced to retreat due to heavy losses, Su Tianjiao can directly seize the ammunition, firearms, and production lines there. Su Tianjiao also persuaded Yi Qiushui to stay in his villa. But she is full of justice and insists on going back to do her part in fighting the monster tide. Su Tianjiao also understood Yi Qiushui's thoughts, so he could only nod in agreement and remind Yi Qiushui to protect his own safety. After all, this Valkyrie of the end times can still play an extremely important role in the future. Su Tianjiao didn't want to lose Yi Qiushui. What the hell? Why is it so chaotic outside? The streets are jammed like a parking lot. There is dust and smoke everywhere. And there are screams. Look, the reporters are surrounded by monsters. Hell, the cameras have fallen to the ground. On the streets that had already fallen into complete chaos, those self-media bloggers who did not understand the situation wanted to take the opportunity to broadcast live. If I can catch this hot spot, I'll secure the bonus this month. But when the monster really pounced on them, these ignorant reporters finally understood. This is not some eye-catching hot news, but a real disaster. All the creatures around began to undergo horrible mutations. At almost exactly the same time as in the previous life, the L virus began to break out throughout the entire Jinling City. Those first-generation monsters that have already mutated and are lurking in the dark are like extremely hungry beasts. At the speed of a 100-meter sprint, it pounced on the people who were fleeing and started biting them fiercely. The rate at which the virus mutates is also related to a person's physical condition. Those with good physical fitness may be able to last 3 or 4 hours before mutating. But before that, they would most likely have been eaten clean by the monsters. Once the infected person stops breathing, even if the body is incomplete, even if the heart and brain are dug out, its corpse will also mutate immediately and join the monster team. As for those with weak constitutions, once bitten, they can only hold out for a dozen minutes at most. Of course, creatures that can mutate are already considered lucky, because many creatures were torn into pieces by monsters before they had time to mutate. The most terrifying thing is that they're still evolving. For example, the first generation monster that mutated from a tiger was over 4 meters tall and sized like the Hulk in the movie. Each leap is at least several meters away and can even cause an earthquake when it lands. The monsters that can crush several cars with one leap have become devils that kill indiscriminately. In just a few hours, large-scale riots broke out in Jinling City, the entire Yanwang, and the whole world. Just as Su Tianjiao expected, the end of the world really came. This is not some unpredictable emergency. It is just that the number of mutated monsters continues to rise, and the quantitative change eventually leads to a qualitative change. Countries even prepared more than one emergency plan a week in advance. But all rescue operations were forced to be suspended due to the worsening situation. When the L virus really got out of control, everyone realized that all attempts to save humanity were in vain. The end of the world has actually arrived. The Special Forces members who learned the news from the outside world also fell into deep despair. They now really want to go home and check if their relatives and friends are safe. But the team members knew that they were on a mission and must not leave their posts without permission. And even if they ignore the rules and insist on leaving here, it is almost impossible for them to get home smoothly. All the major streets have been completely blocked by the crashed vehicles. If you drive, it's even difficult to get out of the streets outside the villa area. And walking home is simply seeking death. Even if the team members have guns, they may not last more than half an hour. Through the images taken by the drone, the Special Forces saw in despair. The fully armed police team was wiped out by the monsters in just a few minutes. That terrifying body, like a titan giant, crushed the policeman into meat paste with one foot. Seeing this scene, the Special Forces members immediately gave up the idea of going home and felt cold all over. Master Su Tianjiao is truly amazing. How does he know the end of the world is coming? When I saw Master Su Tianjiao build such a high and thick wall, I thought it was unnecessary, but now I suddenly feel so safe. Yes, no matter how much those monsters evolve, they can never cross this 3-meter-high reinforced concrete wall. Yes, even if the monster can really break through the wall, the electric net on it is not just for show. At this moment, the Special Forces members truly felt that Su Tianjiao gave them enough sense of security. Most people had already prepared for the worst and called home. The team members couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they learned that their relatives and friends had not encountered any danger. They asked them to quickly hide in a safe place, lock the doors and windows, and stock up on enough supplies. Those team members who lost contact with their families suddenly lost control of their emotions and knelt down and cried. Now everyone understands that rescue is a long way off and may never come. The captain's family members were also trapped at home and anxiously waiting for rescue. But he suppressed the grief in his heart and encouraged all the team members with a firm tone. Listen to me carefully. Guarding young Master Su Tianjiao is Miss Yi Qiushui's order. It's a mess outside right now. We'll be dead if we go out. Even if we don't die of starvation or exhaustion, we'll be killed by monsters. Only by guarding this place can we have a chance of survival. Everyone has seen it. Doomsday theory is no longer a rumor, but a reality that has actually happened. I just received news that the police force has been almost wiped out, and all departments are either out of touch or in chaos. The entire Jinling city has completely collapsed. After hearing the last sentence, the team members burst into tears and fell into deep despair. But Captain Ling Feng's next words immediately cheered everyone up. We only managed to escape because we happened to be on a mission and hid in Master Su Tianjiao's villa. And we have to thank Master Su Tianjiao for his foresight. If he hadn't built such a safe doomsday shelter early on, this place would have been overwhelmed by monsters. So, guarding this place is not only our mission, it is also our due reward to Master Su Tianjiao. According to his prediction, this large-scale outbreak will not last too long. At most 2 days, the monster frenzy will end. So we must hold on, because only by surviving can we have a chance to save our families. Chapter 39, Naked, Try My Big Weapon? Captain Ling Feng's words helped the team members find their goals and hope again. Soon after, sporadic monsters began to invade the villa area. Everyone cheered up and immediately entered combat mode. Meanwhile, in the basement, everything that happened outside did not interfere with Su Tianjiao's awakening process at all. At this moment, his whole body was still emitting colorful light, and there was no sign of returning to normal. and Zi Xianlin, who was watching nearby, was indeed frightened at first. But after finding out that Su Tianjiao was not in danger of life, she finally put her heart at ease. On the other side, all the information related to the SSS-level creative power, Pangu flooded into Su Tianjiao's mind frantically. Ding! It is detected that the host has SSS-level creative ability. Pangu, the system reward takes effect. Ding! The superpower is evolving. Please wait. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS Plus level creative power, Pangu of Creation. Next, a familiar system prompt sounded. Su Tianjiao felt the energy in his body suddenly began to grow and evolve explosively. Zi Xianlin on the side was even more surprised to find that the colorful light, which had originally dimmed a little, suddenly burst out again. Something seems to be wrong. Why is there a gold border on the colorful light this time? If you look closely, you will find that the 7 colors of light emanating from Su Tianjiao at this moment are all tinged with a touch of golden glow. This is the sign that the superpowers are being strengthened. Then, the golden light became more and more intense. From the initial orange-yellow color, it gradually deepens and becomes closer to pure gold. All this also opened Zi Xuanlin's eyes. When Su Tianjiao just swallowed the ball of light, he gave people the feeling that he was a human being with special powers like Spider-Man and the Hulk. But now, he seems to have evolved from a human being into a creator god that all living beings fear. Even if they only look at Su Tianjiao once, they will subconsciously want to surrender and will not have the slightest desire to resist. So amazing! I can't even imagine how powerful Su Tianjiao is now. The process of awakening superpowers lasted for a long time. Su Tianjiao had been standing in the same place, and the surrounding area had been burned into a scorched earth by the energy overflowing from his body. Even the thick concrete walls and floors were burned through, revealing the surrounding soil. Su Tianjiao, who was immersed in awakening, was completely unaware of all this. He only felt that he, who was already very powerful, had even reached a state of invincibility after his superpowers evolved. Manga the Creator. It's so terrifying. Su Tianjiao was even more surprised to find that he could not only create objects out of thin air, but also modify the properties of objects at will. For example, he can turn his body into an invisible, unhittable shadow. In other words, Su Tianjiao can even use this ability to transform himself into an immortal body. But he soon discovered that releasing superpowers was not without cost, and it also required sufficient energy to support it. Such unnatural acts as modifying item attributes require the consumption of a huge amount of energy. So at present, Su Tianjiao can only transform about 25% of his body into phantom. However, this 25% is not fixed and can even be changed at any time. Even if someone suddenly shoots at Su Tianjiao from behind, as long as the injured area does not exceed 25% of the body. No matter where he is about to be hit, Su Tianjiao's body will automatically turn that part into a phantom at the critical moment. When the attack passed through the phantom part, it was like passing through a cloud and would not cause any harm to Su Tianjiao. In addition, Su Tianjiao also felt that his ability to withstand attacks, reaction speed, strength, etc. had undergone earth-shaking changes. And they even continued to grow over time, with no sign of stopping. SSS-level superpowers are even more terrifying than I imagined. After coming out of the shadow state, Su Tianjiao muttered to himself in shock. It was then that he suddenly remembered that he had been testing his new abilities and had left the beautiful schoolgirl Zi aside for a long time. Su Tianjiao looked around and saw Zi Xianlin hiding aside, her cheeks flushed, staring at his body intently. Could it be that this girl wants to try? Thinking of this, he ran at a speed that surpassed the top athletes, without any running start, from a stationary state, and crossed 20 meters in 1 second, and came to Zi Xuanlin's side. Su Tianjiao hugged Zi Xianlin tightly in his arms, feeling the faint body fragrance from a close distance. He asked with a smile, "Is this the first time you see such a majestic weapon? Do you want to experience it yourself?" Zi Xianlin really wanted to ask, did the weapon he mentioned refer to the superpowers he had just acquired or something else? Seeing that Su Tianjiao did not take any further action, she felt inexplicably disappointed. Then, he suddenly took out a smooth, round meteorite, the surface of which was emitting a faint red glow. If you want to become a member of my Su Tianjiao's team, the information you provided is not enough. Now that you've seen what I'm capable of, it's your turn." When she took the round meteorite, the orange light suddenly became extremely strong. The outer shell of the meteorite then cracked open, revealing a small ball of light. Could it be that I can also have superpowers? Thinking of this, Zi Xuanlin's heart was suddenly filled with shock. "If I swallow this, can I become like you?" Su Tianjiao explained lightly. "It's possible. You'll know after you eat it." Zi Xianlin thought for a moment, shook her head and said, "But I don't want to be naked like you." Chapter 40 False Hope, Lin Dong's Last Fight. At the same time, in the screening room where Lin Dong was imprisoned, the meteorite deliberately left by Su Tianjiao had also been activated. At this time, 7 or 8 minutes had passed since he had eaten the poisonous food. Because Lin Dong has now freed himself from his restraints, Su Qianqian has been staying away from him. She really wanted to see what Lin Dong looked like when he fell down due to the poison. At the same time, Su Qianqian was also very curious about what secrets lay behind this glowing stone that Su Tianjiao deliberately left behind. Lin Dong's attention at this moment was all focused on the glowing stone in front of him. He recognized that this was one of the several meteorites he had collected at a high price. But Lin Dong couldn't understand why Su Tianjiao left it here. Was it intentional, or did it fall accidentally? If it is the former, what is his purpose? Could there be something deadly hidden inside? So, why does it glow? When Lin Dong carefully placed the meteorite on the table, it stopped glowing and returned to its normal appearance. He picked up the meteorite again in surprise and found that it immediately began to glow again. Could this thing produce some kind of chemical reaction with the human body? Even if he could, Su Tianjiao definitely wouldn't know about it. After all, his elder brother Lin Yun and hundreds of experts and scholars in the research institute have not discovered the secrets hidden in the meteorite. It's impossible for Su Tianjiao to figure it out in such a short time. Could it be that I am overthinking? Was this meteorite the one that Su Tianjiao accidentally dropped here? At the same time, cold sweat began to appear on Lin Dong's forehead, and his body felt a little tired. But he was so focused on the meteorite that he didn't realize anything was wrong. He just thought he might have accidentally caught a cold. At this moment, he suddenly had an inspiration. If this thing can produce a chemical reaction with the human body, is it possible for the host to gain superpowers? Lin Dong, who was a little clever, accidentally uncovered the secret of the meteorite. Thinking of this, he picked up a chair and smashed the camera in front of him in pretend anger. Lin Dong didn't want Su Tianjiao to spy on the secrets hidden in the meteorite through the surveillance video. But he didn't know that everything he did at this moment was still under Su Tianjiao's surveillance. After all, how could Su Tianjiao, who was a bit suspicious, only install one camera in the room? The other cameras were not as conspicuous as the one that Lin Dong smashed, but were hidden in unknown corners. Su Tianjiao was observing Lin Dong's every move in secret. He really enjoyed the feeling of playing with the protagonist's halo. It feels a bit like teasing a pet. Give him some false hope first, then crush it completely. Only in this way can Lin Dong fall into complete despair and drain the last bit of luck from him. However, Su Tianjiao thought that it would take Lin Dong a long time to discover the secret of the meteorite. I didn't expect his mind to work so quickly. At this moment, a meteorite emitting white light slowly floated up from Lin Dong's hand. He didn't know what this meant, but he felt extremely excited. Immediately afterwards, the outer shell of the meteorite cracked layer by layer, revealing the small ball of light inside. Lin Dong also had the same strong urge to swallow as Su Tianjiao. He thought about it for a moment, but finally couldn't help but swallow it directly. Seeing this scene, Su Qianqian's face was full of shock. What is going on? Eating meteorites raw? Is there something wrong with Lin Dong's brain? How dare you eat something of such unknown origin? And Lin Dong also received corresponding rewards for his bravery. The moment he swallowed the light core into his stomach, he awakened his special powers. D-level power ability, Mountain Giant. Chapter 41. The virus breaks out. Lin Dong falls into the trap. After swallowing the ball of light, Lin Dong suddenly felt a powerful and mysterious force rushing into his body crazily. Immediately afterwards, a strong, white light wrapped him tightly. Lin Dong, who had already turned into a luminous body, also began to expand rapidly. His height soared to 4 meters, and his body became extremely burly, just like a giant in mythology. The light surrounding Lin Dong became increasingly dazzling, so bright that it was impossible to see his figure clearly. Su Qianqian narrowed her eyes into a slit, trying hard to see clearly what was happening to Lin Dong. But the stinging, tearful eyes made her feel that she might even be at risk of going blind. So she had to give up this dangerous move. After a few seconds, the dazzling white light gradually faded. Lin Dong came to his senses and found that he had turned into a mountain giant more than 4 meters tall. He opened his mouth wide and let out a slow, deep, powerful laugh. This feels so wonderful. With such a powerful force, I don't have to be afraid of that fool Su Tianjiao anymore. A power related to strength that allows the owner to transform into a corresponding mythical creature. For example, the mountain giant is not only as strong as a rock, but also incredibly powerful. With Lin Dong's current strength, he can even easily lift a small car with one hand. If his giant fists as big as iron pots smash down, even a lion will be smashed into meat paste in an instant. Such powerful defense and attack power swept away Lin Dong's despair. The fire of revenge in his heart that had long been extinguished was burning again. Even if Su Tianjiao had more weapons and soldiers, he could not penetrate the skin of the mountain giant. And his unparalleled power can easily destroy all the defenses here. Thinking of this, Lin Dong's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. After feeling his own powerful fighting ability, he couldn't wait to find someone to vent his anger. This fool would never have thought that the meteorite he accidentally left here actually contained such terrifying supernatural powers. But it's too late to regret now. Don't worry, Lin Dong, will find you soon. Su Tianjiao, I will make you pay double for everything you took from me. Superpower? Does such a thing really exist in reality? Su Qianqian suddenly felt extremely terrified. Just when she thought Lin Dong was going to kill her, he suddenly regained his human form. Lin Dong walked up to Su Qianqian, pinched her chin, and sneered. Don't be afraid. I don't plan to kill you for now. I don't know if Su Tianjiao cares about you very much, but I think it would be fun to end your life in front of him. Although the mountain giant that Lin Dong transformed into was very powerful, the energy he needed to consume was even more terrifying. After only 1 minute of transformation, Lin Dong felt that the energy in his body was rapidly draining away. According to the information injected into the brain by the meteorite, the psychics can not only increase their energy limit through practice, but also evolve their psychics. This is similar to the practice described in fantasy novels. Moreover, the energy limit of low-level psychics is much lower than that of high-level psychics. In other words, although Lin Dong and Su Tianjiao are both primary psychics at present, but because Su Tianjiao's supernatural power level is higher and his energy limit is also higher, he is already one of the starting line. Lin Dong didn't know at this time. The supernatural power he possessed seemed powerful, but it was still insignificant in Su Tianjiao's eyes. Even the fact of allowing him to gain superpowers was just a little fun that Su Tianjiao deliberately created. Before Lin Dong, this captive beast, completely loses his usefulness, Su Tianjiao plans to play some more fun on him. At this time, Lin Dong's defenses had been breached many times by Su Tianjiao, and his psychological defenses were full of holes and extremely fragile. What will happen if the psychological defenses he has finally rebuilt are easily destroyed again? Su Tianjiao is looking forward to such a scene. After Lin Dong recovered some energy, he couldn't wait to use Su Qianqian as a hostage to seek revenge on Su Tianjiao. He was even prepared for a head-on conflict with the soldiers guarding him. But the moment Lin Dong opened the door, he was stunned. Strange. Why is there no one outside? When he heard the gunshots outside, Lin Dong realized that the L virus should have broken out on a large scale by now. Perhaps because the monsters had already attacked the villa area, Su Tianjiao transferred all his manpower to the outside defense line. That's great. God is helping me. Lin Dong didn't notice that his eyes were flashing an abnormal red and that his brain was in great pain. The L virus has begun to attack his body. Chapter 42, Moral Kidnapping? I won't buy it. Oh my god. There are so many gunshots. Are there monsters wreaking havoc outside? Listen, there seems to be some noise outside the wall. Are the neighbors calling for help? Quickly ask Master Su Tianjiao to open the door and save them. You can't open the door. Monsters will come in if you open it. That's right. We can't open the door. The situation is so chaotic right now. We can barely save ourselves. How can we save others? But if we don't open the door, they will die. Can Master Su Tianjiao bear to watch them die outside? If you sympathize with them, then go out and join them. and don't cause trouble for Master Su Tianjiao. You're right. Your kindness without considering the timing will only hurt us. Hearing the gunshots, people living in the other villas became restless and uneasy. Among them were the families of Su Tianjiao's servants, as well as the relatives of Zheng Fan and other trusted subordinates. These servants and capable people in the company were all carefully selected by Su Tianjiao. They are loyal, efficient, and have no problems with their character or personality. But it is hard to say about the families of these people. For example, now the ones who insisted on opening the door to save people are a mother and daughter. My mother is a Buddhist. She often eats vegetarian food and recites sutras on weekdays, and she considers herself a very kind person. The girl is a middle-level manager of Longting Technology. She is ambitious, works hard, and has a great appearance and figure. It was because of this that she and her mother were left in the villa by Su Tianjiao. The girl named Li Liangying was very grateful to Su Tianjiao for saving her and her daughter. But when she saw her mother's opinions being opposed and insulted by others, the very filial girl could not sit still and stood up to support her mother without hesitation. Why should we get out? This is young Master Su Tianjiao's place. He saved us, so he must be willing to save more people. He has so much food and supplies stored up, so saving a few more people shouldn't be a problem, right? What qualifications do you have to make decisions for Master Su Tianjiao? Li Liangying believes that as one of Su Tianjiao's right-hand men, she will definitely get his full support. The girl didn't consider at all that what she had just said was already morally blackmailing Su Tianjiao and other family members. The mother and daughter were at loggerheads with dozens of other people, confronting each other and reaching a stalemate. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Li Liangying still wanted to continue to press on. At this moment, Su Tianjiao's voice came from behind. So, what do you two mean, mother and daughter? Li Liangying's face lit up with joy. She exchanged glances with her mother, then turned to look at Su Tianjiao, who suddenly appeared. Mr. Su, we would like you to open the door and let the people outside who are asking for help in. You have so many armed soldiers and so much food. It shouldn't be difficult to save them, right? Su Tianjiao smiled slightly and did not answer immediately, but turned to other people. Saving people is a big deal. I want to know if anyone else agrees with Li Jingying and her daughter's proposal. If you have, please don't be afraid. Stand up bravely. Su Tianjiao's words gave Li Liangying more courage. She straightened her back and looked around at everyone. There's no need to hide your thoughts. You've seen it. Even Master Su Tianjiao supports us in saving people. He just wants to see how many kind-hearted people there are in this cruel apocalypse. Please stand up and join us, mother and daughter, in speaking up for those in need. Never stand with those cold-blooded and heartless people, because when disaster strikes, they will just abandon you and run away alone. Su Tianjiao didn't say anything. He just watched quietly from the side with an elusive smile. Seeing that young Master Su Tianjiao expressed his support for Li Liangying and her daughter, some people began to waver. But more people still stick to their positions, especially Zheng Fan, who knows Su Tianjiao best. Although Su Tianjiao once personally rescued him from the siege of several monsters. But Zheng Fan understood that with his character, he would never save those useless people. If he was powerless and couldn't kill the monster, or if he didn't have the precious meteorite on him, Su Tianjiao would never lend him a helping hand. Among Su Tianjiao's subordinate team, Zheng Fan is considered to be a person with strong leadership skills and the ability to convince others. Seeing that he was indifferent, many people stood firmly where they were. But some people are also worried that Su Tianjiao will drive away all the cold-blooded people. Su Tianjiao was still standing aside, watching everyone's inner struggle with interest. Some family members wanted to come forward, but were persuaded to go back. Some people were moved by what Li Liangying and her daughter said. Despite the dissuasion of others, they resolutely walked out of the crowd and came to them. A few minutes later, for people gathered around Li Liangying, including the mother and daughter, there are 6 in total. So, the 6 of you are determined to save people, right? I want to ask, if I wasn't going to save the neighbors outside, would you still stand your ground? Su Tianjiao decided to give them one last chance. Hearing this, Zheng Fan immediately saw the clue. It turns out that Su Tianjiao had already decided to kill. He wanted to persuade them and save their lives, but finally gave up. After all, good words cannot persuade a damned ghost. So why get yourself into trouble for no reason? Adults have to bear the consequences of their choices. If Master Su Tianjiao doesn't save us, we will go on a hunger strike in protest. Li Liangying's mother took the lead. The other 5 responded immediately. Hunger strike! Hunger strike! Chapter 43. Battle between superpowers. Zi Xuanlin's miraculous ability. Okay then, come with me. Su Tianjiao smiled faintly and said. After walking a few steps, he seemed to remember something and turned around and waved to the people behind him. Zheng Fan, you all should follow along and watch carefully what will happen. Zheng Fan took the lead and the others followed closely behind him. Is Su Tianjiao really planning to save people? Except for Zheng Fan, who looked solemn. Everyone else was very confused and puzzled. When building the wall, in order to prevent the main gate from being blocked by monsters and becoming unusable, Su Tianjiao also set up an equally sturdy back door. It is also a large iron door that has been specially reinforced and is more than 10 centimeters thick. Even a fully armored vehicle cannot easily break through it. At this time, there were not many monsters gathered outside the back door. There were only about a dozen. Before everyone arrived, the special forces had already dealt with more than half of the people. Seeing this scene, Su Tianjiao immediately called a halt and left the remaining monsters behind. The 6 people following behind looked at each other, also totally confused. They simply couldn't understand the meaning of Su Tianjiao's move. Then, the door slowly opened, revealing a gap that was only wide enough for one person to pass through. Su Tianjiao took the lead and walked out, followed by 6 people. When they all came out, Li Liangying looked around nervously and saw those monsters running towards her. She was so scared that her legs went limp, and she screamed loudly. Shoot! Kill them! Quick! The 6 people did not hear the gunshots they expected, but instead heard the sound of an iron door closing. Their hearts tightened, and they turned around quickly, only to find Su Tianjiao standing on the 3-meter-high wall, looking at them expressionlessly. Immediately afterwards, Su Tianjiao sentenced the 6 men to death with an expressionless face. Thank you for standing up and saving me the survival supplies for 6 people. In the end times, we don't need saints like you who only know how to blackmail people. Soju Kangodiye. These 6 people suddenly felt their brains go blank, and they were almost on the verge of collapse. No one expected that Su Tianjiao would be so heartless. But they had no time to ask any questions because the monsters had already rushed over. Several people tried to approach the gate, but were forced back by ruthless bullets. They could only run desperately towards the villa in the distance before the monster caught up with them. Before leaving, Li Liangying glared in the direction where Su Tianjiao disappeared with eyes full of hatred. Su Tianjiao, you beast! This won't end well for you. Bang! As a gunshot pierced the sky, the person who had cursed the most harshly was killed on the spot. The others were also frightened and ran away. At this moment, Lin Dong grabbed Su Qianqian and suddenly appeared in front of Su Tianjiao. Looking at the half-smile on his face, Lin Dong's anger was ignited again. He felt that Su Tianjiao looked down upon him. So Lin Dong angrily pushed Su Qianqian aside, and in front of everyone, he instantly transformed into a mountain giant more than 4 meters tall. Looking down at Su Tianjiao from above, he roared, Su Tianjiao, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. But Lin Dong soon discovered that besides the ordinary people watching around were trembling with fear. Su Tianjiao's face still maintained that half-smile expression, mixed with a hint of sarcasm. And not only him, even Zi Xinlin, who appeared here at some point, was looking at the huge creature in front of him with a calm expression. There was no sign of fear on her face. Damn it, I'm already so powerful. Why? Why aren't they afraid at all? Su Tianjiao signaled Zheng Fan to take the others away, but he did not leave. Instead, he slowly sat on the swing beside him. Su Tianjiao smiled at Zi Xinlin and ordered, if you want my protection, then start performing. Lin Dong was shocked and couldn't help but turn to look at Zi Xinlin. Start the show? What is Su Tianjiao talking about? Did he think that Zi Xinlin, a weak girl, could defeat him after he transformed into a mountain giant? Could it be that he went crazy because he was so shocked? Thinking of this, Lin Dong burst into laughter. You are overestimating yourself. But then, when he saw Zi Xuanlin's amazing change, he could no longer laugh. Zi Xinlin, you have become a superpower too. No, what kind of strange ability do you have? Chapter 44, Lin Yun Awakens. Unexpected order. At the same time, in the Secret Research Institute of Jinling City. Although the outside world is in chaos, security is strict here because it is located 100 meters underground. Therefore, the researchers in the institute were still well protected and were not attacked by any monsters. Since the outbreak of the L virus, the institute has suspended all other work and devoted all its efforts to research related to the L virus. During this time, they have been trying to unlock the secrets of the L virus and develop a corresponding antidote. While his colleagues were working attentively, Lin Yun quietly returned to his dormitory. A meteorite that he secretly kept was emitting a dazzling blue light in the palm of his hand. This light is much brighter than the meteorite that Lin Dong swallowed, but it is much inferior to the colorful light that Su Tianjiao encountered at that time. Although Lin Yun is a scientific researcher and should act cautiously, he has a strong spirit of adventure. Although he was extremely nervous at this time, he did not let go, but held it tightly. Then, the light emitted by the meteorite became increasingly destructive, and the outer shell completely fell off, revealing a small blue ball of light. Seeing this, Lin Yun swallowed it without hesitation. A mysterious force began to influence and transform his body. The moment the light faded, Lin Dong also awakened his special abilities. B-level elemental power, extreme cold hell. He is able to release cold air by manipulating the ice elements in his surroundings, freezing his target instantly. The terrible effect of that cold air is almost comparable to that of liquid nitrogen. The wooden chair that Lin Dong had casually frozen couldn't even withstand such low temperatures, and instantly turned into powder after being thawed. Is this the mysterious energy contained in those meteorites? It's so horrible. I must quickly tell Lin Dong, Yu Yao, and my mother this news. But in the family group, neither Lin Dong nor his mother responded to the message. Even the private message sent to Chu Yueyao fell on deaf ears. He suddenly felt very uneasy. Are they in some trouble? Lin Yun suddenly recalled that his younger brother Lin Dong had said a few hours ago that he was going to go with Su Qianqian to kill Su Tianjiao and seize all his property. Immediately afterwards, Lin Dong completely lost contact. Thinking about it this way, it is very likely that Su Tianjiao is behind this. Hateful. Su Tianjiao, you'd better not touch my family. Otherwise you will pay the price. The supernatural power that had just awakened gave Lin Yun unprecedented confidence. He now not only intends to get rid of Su Tianjiao, but also wants to occupy the entire research institute. After all, here, not only are there some survival supplies stored, but there are also many meteorites used for scientific research. Moreover, the end of the world has already arrived, and there is chaos outside. The officials who can hardly protect themselves probably don't have the time to deal with things here. Even if someone really comes to clean up this mess, what do I have to be afraid of since I have B-level superpowers? Lin Yun immediately went back to the laboratory and looked at Ma Boyong, the most experienced expert here, with a smile on his face. Mr. Ma, can you lend me the key in your pocket? Hearing this, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Lin Yun in surprise. Ma Boyong's expression suddenly became very serious. One of his disciples stepped forward and shouted at Lin Yun. What nonsense are you talking about? Only Mr. Ma has the right to use the key. What are you going to do? Before he finished speaking, the snow-white cold air in Lin Yun's hand rushed straight towards his chest like a sharp sword. The moment the sharp sword pierced the disciple's heart, cold air immediately covered his entire body. Before he could finish his words, he completely lost his vital signs and turned into an ice sculpture. Lin Yun slowly walked to the ice sculpture and kicked it. The ice sculpture shattered instantly, and the limbs and organ fragments wrapped in ice scattered all over the ground. This bloody scene shocked everyone present. Lin Dundu, how did you suddenly gain superpowers? On the other side, in the villa area, following Su Tianjiao's order, Zi Xianlin, who originally looked frail, suddenly burst out with a powerful aura. Under everyone's surprised gaze, thousands of tentacles that were like silk threads and floating in the wind suddenly grew out of her body. Those tentacles, which were only as thick as a ballpoint pen, could effortlessly lift Zi Xuanlin's body into the air. Seen from a distance, countless tentacles more than 10 meters long surrounded her, like the thousand-armed Guanyin. Although Zi Xianlin does not have 1,000 hands, she has tentacles that are more flexible than her arms. At this time, Zi Xianlin was standing behind Su Tianjiao. Su Tianjiao did not look back, but just casually adjusted his clothes, as if everything happening behind him had nothing to do with him. If Zi Xianlin has any ill intentions, now is the best time for her to take action. Su Tianjiao deliberately turned his back to Zi Xianlin just to make sure whether she was really 100% loyal to him. Su Qianqian, who witnessed all this with her own eyes, felt her mood change from surprise to envy, jealousy, and hatred, and then she began to regret. If I hadn't been hanging out with Lin Dong, I would have followed Su Tianjiao wholeheartedly. So the woman standing next to Su Tianjiao, who possesses powerful supernatural powers, should be Su Qianqian, right? Why? Why did this bitch Zi Xianlin take my position? Su Qianqian remembered again that Su Tianjiao had just forced himself on her in front of Lin Dong. She couldn't help but start to fantasize. Could it be that Su Tianjiao had forgiven her for what she had done? Right. That's right. Su Tianjiao must still love me. As long as I serve Su Tianjiao well and then act like a spoiled child in bed, he will definitely give me superpowers, right? But Su Tianjiao's next words made Su Qianqian feel like she was struck by lightning, and all her fantasies were completely shattered. Kill that woman for me. At this moment, Zi Xianlin was looking down at everyone from a high place. She subconsciously thought that Su Tianjiao wanted her to kill Lin Dong. Understood. I'll go and get rid of Lin Dong right away. Wait, what did you say? Who are you going to kill? Su Qianqian. Chapter 45, Mysterious Tentacles. Playing with the crazy Lin Dong. While swinging on the swing, Su Tianjiao looked at Su Qianqian, who was almost collapsed, with a look of indifference on his face. That's right, kill Su Qianqian. If you can't even do this, you might as well die with her. I don't need someone who is indecisive and procrastinates. Zi Xianlin didn't want to kill anyone. She just felt very confused and puzzled. Didn't Su Tianjiao just have physical contact with Su Qianqian? Could it be that he still hasn't forgiven and accepted Su Qianqian again? But Zi Xianlin suddenly thought of another horrible possibility. If Su Tianjiao knew about Lin Dong and Su Qianqian's conspiracy from the beginning, how could he really fall in love with this vicious woman? He had deliberately shown affection with Su Qianqian in front of Lin Dong, and even had sex with her directly, just to vent his desires and stimulate Lin Dong. All of this was just Su Tianjiao's acting. Thinking of this, Zi Xuanlin's understanding of Su Tianjiao was refreshed again. This man's thoughts are so deep and terrifying. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seems that neither Su Tianjiao nor myself seem to like this bitch Su Qianqian very much. Kill Su Qianqian? I was originally planning to get rid of this woman in front of you because she betrayed me. But now, since Su Tianjiao wants to kill Su Qianqian, I won't kill her. I just want to go against you. I want to see this monster with tentacles and fancy clothes. What ability do you have to kill her from my hands? From the beginning to the end, Su Tianjiao did not regard Lin Dong as a human being, let alone pay attention to his trash talk. But Zi Xianlin was enraged. Before Lin Dong finished his words, an object that exceeded the speed of sound passed by his waist. Except Su Tianjiao and Zi Xianlin, no one could see clearly the movement trajectory of that thing. It retreated as soon as it was touched, and instantly retracted to Zi Xuanlin's surroundings. Lin Dong looked down in disbelief and discovered that there was a bloody hole between Su Qianqian's eyebrows. The expression of shock and collapse on her face had not yet disappeared before she slowly fell to the ground and completely lost her breath. Until death came, Su Qianqian still didn't figure it out. I have clearly already given my most precious chastity to this man. No matter how rough Su Tianjiao was, she did not resist at all and tried her best to cater to him, making him feel extremely happy. He was obviously enjoying it so much. Why did he want to kill himself? Seeing Su Qianqian suddenly die in front of him, Lin Dong was stunned. It took him a while to realize that he seemed to be injured as well. When attacking Su Qianqian just now, Zi Xianlin couldn't control her tentacles perfectly, so they brushed against Lin Dong's waist. There the stone shell had been shattered, revealing the skin and flesh beneath. Large streams of blood are gushing out from the wound. After seeing the injuries, Lin Dong fell into unprecedented fear. Zi Xianlin did not take him as the main target of attack, but just passed by him and easily broke through Lin Dong's defense, which he thought was invincible. Hateful! What kind of weird supernatural power do you have? Lin Dong roared in unwillingness. First, the guy across from me turned into a giant. Then, countless tentacles grew out from the girl next to Master Su Tianjiao. I'm dizzy. What on earth is going on? How can those tentacles that look so soft be sharper than steel and even able to cut through stone? I heard from the giants over there that they all seem to have awakened their superpowers. Shut up. Don't disturb Master Su Tianjiao. The onlookers began to talk about it. At this moment, Lin Dong no longer had the confidence he had when he had just awakened his superpowers and was left with only endless confusion and fear. Why? He's not even afraid of bullets. How could he not defeat a woman with tentacles all over her body? Lin Dong, who was originally a reckless man, suddenly felt a surge of unwilling anger in his heart. Then, he was overwhelmed by the anger and completely lost his mind. Lin Dong took a huge step forward, roared, and rushed directly towards Su Tianjiao. All the obstacles blocking the road were broken by Lin Dong's huge body. Seeing this scene, the onlookers lost their previous calmness and retreated backwards in panic. The power of the psychic is so strong. Only Su Tianjiao was as steady as a rock, still sitting on the swing, unmoved. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. I will never admit defeat. Su Tianjiao, Zi Xinlin. You are just weak humans, but I, Lin Dong, have surpassed the limits of humans and become a god. My body can't be broken even by missiles. What can you use to defeat me? Su Tianjiao. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill all of you. Chapter 46 Revenge. Lin Dong died without a complete body. Lin Dong, who had lost his mind, seemed even crazier and more terrifying than before. But Zi Xinlin remained calm and secretly calculated the trajectory of his attack. Just when Lin Dong was about to touch Su Tianjiao, the tentacles all over her body quickly adjusted their directions and locked onto Lin Dong. Lin Dong, who had already fallen into a state of madness, completely ignored all of this and directly swung his giant fist the size of an iron pot at Su Tianjiao. At this moment, all the tentacles instantly changed from soft ribbons to indestructible spears. The next moment, they rushed straight towards Lin Dong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a sound of breaking through the air, dozens of tentacles pierced through Lin Dong's body at the same time. A huge amount of blood gushed out from the abdomen, dyeing the tentacles and the surrounding ground red. And at this moment, the anger in Lin Dong's eyes turned into fear because of the strong threat of death. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Because his heart and brain were not damaged, Lin Dong could still beg for mercy. But Zi Xinlin was unmoved and shook her finger casually. Then, all the tentacles began to extend and grow crazily as if there was no end. Then they intertwined together to form a giant web. Only a moment later, when people reacted, the tentacles had returned to their original soft state and almost completely wrapped up Lin Dong's body. In order to prevent him from suffocating, Zi Xinlin deliberately exposed her head. At the same time, the tentacles cleverly supported the ground so that Lin Dong did not fall down due to loss of balance. Lin Dong, who was wrapped like a big dumpling, suddenly felt the powerful binding force of the tentacles. But it seems not fatal enough? At this moment, Lin Dong had an idea. Even though these tentacles easily penetrated his indestructible stone body, that only meant that it caused piercing damage through its extremely fast movement speed. But the strength of the tentacles remains a question mark. Maybe Zi Xinlin could strangle an ordinary person in this way. But his mountain giant's body was as hard as iron, and he couldn't even leave any marks on it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel happy. You can't kill me using this method. These tentacles will definitely break before they strangle me, a mountain giant. Why not just pierce my heart? Su Tianjiao and Zi Xinlin, you still don't dare to kill me, right? Don't forget my brother Lin Yun's official background. If you dare to kill me, you will definitely bear his endless wrath. Lin Dong really thought too much. The reason why Zi Xinlin did not kill him was because Su Tianjiao only mentioned Su Qianqian in his order. She has always been obedient, so naturally she dared not act rashly. And Su Tianjiao didn't care about Lin Yun at all. He was just waiting for the poison that he had just given Lin Dong to take effect. Zi Xinlin stretched out a slender jade hand, intending to tighten the tentacles a little more and teach this jumping clown who was still stubborn even when he was about to die a lesson. At this moment, Lin Dong suddenly had an abnormal reaction. Su Tianjiao shook his head slightly to stop Zi Xinlin from continuing to kill. After a few seconds, his body began to twitch and became hot all over. Damn it, what is going on? The crowd watching on the sides suddenly discovered that Lin Dong's eyes were red and his face was hideous, which seemed to be a precursor to mutation. Monster! He's turning into a monster! Hearing the exclamations of others, Lin Dong suddenly felt that his heart was like being hit by a sledgehammer and almost stopped beating. Why? Why did I get infected with the virus? In despair, he suddenly remembered the food Su Qianqian had just brought. It must be that woman's doing. Thinking of this, Lin Dong roared again. Su Qianqian. Then, Su Tianjiao nodded slightly. Zi Xianlin immediately understood and clenched her fist. At this moment, Lin Dong finally realized that he was wrong. So wrong. The tentacles instantly burst out with amazing binding force, completely tearing Lin Dong's stone body apart. Moreover, this force seems to be endless. Not only is there no sign of breaking, but it is still continuing to contract and tense. With a dull thud, Lin Dong's body was completely crushed by the powerful tentacles. Blood, flesh, rubble, and ruptured internal organs were instantly scattered all over the ground. Fortunately, the tentacles were wrapped tightly enough. Otherwise, Su Tianjiao and other onlookers might have been covered in blood and flesh. And Lin Dong also completed the mutation at the last moment before his death. His remaining head fell to the ground, but it was still blinking and making biting movements with its sharp teeth. Just when Su Tianjiao was about to leave, the head suddenly spoke. I won't accept this. I lost to her, not you. Su Tianjiao was not too surprised by this stubborn behavior. He squatted in front of Lin Dong's head and asked, You think you only lost to Zi Xianlin, not to me, Su Tianjiao. In your heart, I'm still that stupid licker, right? Lin Dong didn't say anything else. Su Tianjiao wasn't sure whether Lin Dong could still understand the situation around him. Then he stretched out his right hand. Master Su Tianjiao, be careful. Zheng Fan and Yun both warned loudly. Zi Xianlin was also ready to smash the head at any time, because they all know that as long as the monster's vital parts are not injured, it will not die completely. So this head still has the potential to bite Su Tianjiao. They don't know yet that Su Tianjiao has absolute immunity to the L virus. Immediately afterwards, a colorful light with dazzling golden texture rose from Su Tianjiao's palm. Only then did they feel relieved. It turns out that Master Su Tianjiao has already awakened his supernatural powers. But what exactly is the effect of this ability? Su Tianjiao used his SSS-level supernatural power, Pangu of Creation, to create a cluster of flames out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, Lin Dong's head began to spontaneously combust violently. The skin melted due to the high temperature, revealing the skull underneath. Lin Dong opened his mouth, as if he had used up his last bit of strength. Su Tianjiao. Chapter 47 mission completed, granting everyone superpowers. Before Lin Dong finished speaking, he heard Su Tianjiao say with a smile, You know what? My superpower was supposed to belong to you, but I got it before you. I have to admit, this ability is just like that bitch Su Qianqian. And the Chu Yueao you've been thinking about day and night, it's really smooth. The onlookers were very curious about what kind of hatred would make Su Tianjiao so relentless towards Lin Dong. Some people even think that this is a bit too much. But no one dared to question it, because the person who did this was Su Tianjiao. He is the master here and the undisputed leader in everyone's heart. Everyone knows that there were once 6 saints who only knew how to use moral kidnapping. They were driven by Su Tianjiao to the streets where monsters were rampant. For someone like Lin Dong, who has repeatedly provoked young Master Su Tianjiao to be able to live this long, it's already a blessing from God. No one thought Su Tianjiao did anything wrong, and everything he did was to kill people and destroy their hearts. Su Tianjiao believed that only in this way could Lin Dong truly feel the betrayal and despair he had experienced in his previous life. In fact, if he just wanted to kill Lin Dong, there would be no need to make so much trouble. Just send a loyal subordinate to kidnap him and fake it as an accident. This problem can be solved perfectly by giving your subordinate a huge sum of hush money and sending him abroad to retire. But after his rebirth, Su Tianjiao had no intention of letting Lin Dong go so easily. Killing someone is easy, but destroying their heart requires some strategy, which is why Su Tianjiao allowed Lin Dong to live until now. Su Tianjiao deliberately slept with Su Qianqian in front of Lin Dong just to make him completely despair. And Chu Yueao also played the same role as Su Qianqian. It was only because she had never offended herself that she survived. Lin Dong's head was burned to ashes the moment Su Tianjiao's palm approached. Although his revenge had been achieved, he did not feel any joy at all. Instead, he felt a little bored. It's really not worth it for me to bother with this kind of trash. More than 10 minutes later, in the living room of the villa, Zi Xianlin was concentrating on making tea in front of Su Tianjiao. You had a chance just now. Why didn't you just take action, backstab me, and take over my shelter? With the A-level control ability, infinite tentacles, it shouldn't be difficult to do this, right? If I'm not mistaken, your tentacles can not only attack or bind enemies, but also become a very powerful means of defense, right? Only the person with each superpower knows best how to use it. And Su Tianjiao's test was also very straightforward. Hearing this, Zi Xianlin smiled bitterly and replied, Master Su Tianjiao, please stop testing me. I'm not like Su Qianqian, who eats here and there and has no moral bottom line. Everything I have now was given by you. Even if the end of the world comes and civilization collapses, I will never do such a thing as stabbing my benefactor in the back. And I know that even though my A-level supernatural power, the infinite tentacles, is indeed very powerful, your ability is definitely above mine. Oh, tell me what you think. Su Tianjiao looked at Zi Xianlin with interest. Although I am not very proficient in superpowers now, and I know very little about the superpowers rating system, but I can clearly feel that the aura emanating from you is overwhelmingly stronger than mine, and my tentacles are most afraid of fire, and your ability seems to be related to fire. Even if it's a higher level of other types of superpowers, I might be able to barely fight against it. Su Tianjiao's action of setting Lin Dong's head on fire just now seemed to have caused Zi Xianlin to misjudge his supernatural powers. Su Tianjiao nodded slightly and had no intention of clarifying the misunderstanding to Zi Xianlin. Although he trusted the big bear girl in front of him very much, the less information about his special abilities he leaked, the better. Maybe in the future I can use this information as a smoke bomb to catch my opponent off guard. Thinking of this, Su Tianjiao began to wonder if it would be better for him to present himself as a fire-type mutant in the future. At this time, Zi Xianlin was secretly thankful that she had no ill intentions. Otherwise, she might not be in this world now. At the same time, Zi Xianlin couldn't help but admire her own vision and decisiveness in making choices. If he had not sought refuge with Su Tianjiao in time before the end of the world, how could he be staying in such a safe and comfortable shelter now? How could he possibly gain Su Tianjiao's favor and obtain such powerful superpowers? Go and call these people over. Su Tianjiao took out a few meteorites and then told Zi Xianlin a few names. She understood that Su Tianjiao wanted to select his first group of confidants and give them superpowers. As for the remaining meteorites in his hands, Su Tianjiao was not in a hurry to transform them into superpowers. Although he doesn't have to worry about anyone's betrayal, he doesn't want to waste this precious power. Especially those who have unclear positions may get themselves into trouble. As soon as Zi Xianlin left, a familiar system prompt sounded in Su Tianjiao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully eliminating Lin Dong, the owner of the SS-level protagonist Halo, and plundering 331 points of luck. Mission rating: SSS. Get rewards. Draw randomly once. You can use up the number of times at any time and start drawing the mysterious grand prize. The reward has been received. Just when Su Tianjiao was about to draw the lottery, Zi Xianlin had already brought the person he was looking for. So the lottery will have to be put on hold for the time being. Zheng Fan and Si Yuan and Yi Qiushui came over together with Ling Feng, the captain of the special team specially assigned to protect them, and Qian Bao, the head of the bodyguards who had always been following them. The four of them are also the confidants that Su Tianjiao knows best and trusts the most. The one who spent the shortest time together was Ling Feng. However, after several rounds of fierce close combat training, this brave man admitted defeat sincerely and was full of admiration for Su Tianjiao. But he also understood that it was not easy to win a person's loyalty. Of course, there are other reasons for choosing Ling Feng. The endorsement and guarantee from Yi Qiushui made Su Tianjiao believe that there was no problem with his character. In addition, Ling Feng is still the captain of this special team after all, and he may be needed to lead the team members to complete some high-risk tasks in the future. Since Ling Feng has good character and an important position, Su Tianjiao is naturally willing to give him a chance. You should have all seen the abilities that Zi Xianlin demonstrated just now. I want to ask, do you also want to have the same ability? Su Tianjiao didn't waste any words and asked straight to the point. When these words were spoken, everyone was extremely surprised. It turns out that Zi Xianlin did not awaken her superpowers because of good luck, but was given by Su Tianjiao. Master Su Tianjiao, are you the incarnation of God? Chapter 48. Falling into despair, a mysterious meteorite appears. At the same time when Su Tianjiao awakened, all the meteorites in Yanwang and even the whole world were activated at the same time. Just hold them in your hands, and you can witness the dazzling light. If you happen to be adventurous and willing to follow your body's strong desires, you can swallow the ball of light that breaks out of the shell and awaken your own superpowers. However, those cowardly people who are afraid of death can only hold their treasures and die tragically under the claws of the ever-evolving monsters. And those pioneers who dared to take the first step finally had the ability to fight against this doomsday catastrophe. But no matter what, the old social order completely collapsed a few hours ago. From now on, there is only the law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak and many heroes rise up. Countless people with special powers, as well as large and small forces established by powerful people with special powers, will appear on the stage of history. The other side. In order to eliminate monsters and rescue civilians, tens of thousands of soldiers from the Jinling military region are mobilized. At the beginning, the people who stayed in the military area still had hope. But as time passed, news of annihilation came back one after another, and the remaining survivors fell into despair. At this moment, Yi Qiu Shui and more than a dozen soldiers were still holding their ground in the military district's ammunition depot. Zhou Jingyu, who was covered in blood, turned to look at Yi Qiu Shui and said seriously, "Ms. Qiu Shui, the helicopter is on the helipad behind the ammunition depot. We will cover you. Run away." Unknown to the crowd, the group of monsters had already surrounded the ammunition depot. They are actually in a desperate situation. "Don't give up, everyone. Captain Zhou, I've said that I will live and die together with you, and advance and retreat together with you. So, even if we are forced to retreat, we will all retreat together. I will never escape alone." Yi Qiu Shui is ready to sacrifice here. Zhou Jingyu shook his head and sighed secretly. The sounds of battle and the smell of blood emanating from the wounded soldiers are constantly attracting monsters from afar. The number of monsters surrounding the ammunition depot not only did not decrease, but increased instead. If we continue like this place will soon be broken through by monsters. Looking back at the boxes of bullets and shells, Zhou Jingyu's eyes were red and swollen, and he roared, "If the monsters rush in, we will set this ammunition depot on fire and perish together with them." His words gave new momentum to the soldiers around him. "Yes, we are not at the end of the road yet. There is still plenty of ammunition available in this ammunition depot. The only problem now is that I dare not open the door. Once the door is opened and counterattack is launched, if their firepower cannot stop the monsters from advancing, it will instead have the negative effect of inviting wolves into the house. And if you use bombs that can kill monsters on a large scale, you may also blow up the entire ammunition depot. So now, they have a large number of weapons in their hands, but they dare not use them." Just then, a soldier ran over excitedly. "Captain, miss, there's a drilling machine over there. We can stand on a high place, drill through the wall, and forcibly create a few shooting holes. As long as we can open fire and we have so many bullets, we can slowly destroy these monsters." This proposal was quickly passed, and everyone took action. Fortunately, there were many tall scaffoldings and hand-crank generators in the ammunition depot. With everyone's concerted efforts, several shooting holes were quickly drilled. Everything seems to be moving in the right direction. But after looking through the shooting holes and seeing the density of monsters outside, the soldiers' newly ignited hope was shattered again. It's hopeless. It's all over now. Outside, there are monsters everywhere. Too many, really too many. Even if we spend a year, it's impossible to clear out all the monsters surrounding this place. Zhou Jingyu also saw this devastating scene. But he is the captain and the highest-ranking person here. Even though his heart was filled with fear, Zhou Jingyu had to stabilize the morale of the troops. "What are you afraid of? No matter how many monsters there are, we can win. Make the hole bigger, and we can blow them up with rocket launchers. There are plenty of rockets. There are more grenades than you can use up. If the rocket launchers can't kill them all, we'll use grenades. If we can't kill them all with grenades, we'll use submachine guns and machine guns. What is there to be afraid of? Go!" After Zhou Jingyu's passionate speech, the soldiers were encouraged and continued to dig shooting holes. Yi Qiu Shui was hiding quietly in the corner, covering her face and crying. She was not afraid of death, nor was she afraid of these ugly monsters. Yi Qiu Shui just didn't want to see his comrades in arms die one by one in front of him. If it weren't for protecting themselves, these soldiers could have retreated to a safer place long ago. The more Yi Qiu Shui thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Her snot and tears were smeared on her pretty face, making her look extremely embarrassed. At this moment, Yi Qiu Shui suddenly recalled Su Tianjiao's reminder to him. Don't panic or be afraid when something happens. But the most important thing is the next sentence. If someone wants to give you a meteorite, don't say no. Su Tianjiao was worried that if he said too much, it would change the course of events and prevent Yi Qiu Shui from becoming a Valkyrie according to the trajectory of her previous life. So what he said at that time was very vague. But these words suddenly woke Yi Qiu Shui up. Meteorite. By the way, my father seemed to have given me a small backpack before he left. I remember that in addition to some medals and photos of my father, there was also a meteorite. Chapter 49. Distribution of Meteorites. SS Level Superpower Awakening. Yi Qiu Shui's father was already prepared to sacrifice himself when he led a large army to encircle and suppress the monsters. Therefore, before leaving, he deliberately put all the most important things in his life into a backpack. The father handed the backpack to Yi Qiu Shui, and in this way, he left a memory for his daughter. It could be a coincidence, or it could be that he knew some top-secret information, so he deliberately put a meteorite in his backpack. But this seemingly insignificant meteorite has become the key to breaking the deadlock now. In this chaotic time, Yi Qiu Shui was forced to hide in the ammunition depot with everyone else before he had time to open his backpack. After that, she was busy killing monsters and strengthening the defense line, and completely forgot about the backpack. Damn it, where on earth did I put that backpack? Someone come here quickly. Help me find a military backpack. Has anyone seen my backpack? There is something very important in it. At this time, Yi Qiu Shui had no time to explain the whole story to everyone in detail. Besides, even if I explain it, other people may not believe in something as sci-fi as superpowers. But obeying orders is a soldier's duty. Despite having many questions, everyone quickly found what Yi Qiu Shui needed. The familiar army green backpack was lying quietly next to a box of machine gun ammunition. Yi Qiu Shui asked the soldiers to continue with their mission. She sat alone on the tall ammunition box and slowly opened her backpack. When Yi Qiu Shui saw her father's medal and the warm family photo, she couldn't help but shed tears. Zhou Jingyu didn't say much, but just cast a concerned glance from a distance. Others who wanted to come forward to comfort Yi Qiu Shui were stopped by him. Miss Yi may be missing General Yi. Don't disturb her. Just continue your work. Yi Qiu Shui knew in his heart that now was not the time to miss someone. So she calmed herself down and put these things aside for the time being. Then, Yi Qiu Shui found the meteorite in his bag. Its surface is very smooth and looks like a 5-pointed star. Immediately afterwards, the meteorite emitted a dazzling golden light in her palm. Yi Qiu Shui, who saw such a strange sight for the first time, was immediately shocked. But she still suppressed her fear and held the meteorite firmly. After a while, the outer shell of the meteorite burst open, revealing a small ball of light inside. Seeing what just happened, Yi Qiu Shui was extremely shocked. This meteorite can actually glow and explode. The strong golden light emitted by Yi Qiu Shui soon attracted Zhou Jingyu's attention. Miss, calm down. When he saw Yi Qiu Shui put the golden light core into his mouth, he hurried over to stop him. But at this moment, Yi Qiu Shui swallowed the ball of light without hesitation. Then, her entire body began to radiate a holy golden light. The light was very faint at first, but as time went on, it became brighter and brighter. Seeing this scene, the surrounding soldiers widened their eyes in disbelief. Oh my god, Miss Yi Qiu Shui, are you going to become a god? Such a dazzling golden light feels as warm as the sun. At the same time, Su Tianjiao placed several light balls that had been stripped of their meteorite shells on the table. The brilliant red light represents that they all contain A-level supernatural powers. People who don't know might think that Su Tianjiao is extremely lucky and can 100% discover advanced supernatural powers when he opens any meteorite. In fact, after the meteorite is activated, the level of supernatural power it contains can be judged by the color emitted by the core. When Su Tianjiao checked all the inventory he had on hand, he found a total of 6 meteorites containing A-level supernatural powers. He gave the first one to Zi Xianlin and kept the other one for himself in case of emergency. so he decided to send out 4 first. As for the rest, they are all low-level abilities that are not worth mentioning. Except for the blue B-level ability, which might be somewhat useful, the rest of the meteorites are totally unworthy of the status of his confidant. As for the trustworthy and capable men, Su Tianjiao's idea is to at least let them obtain supernatural powers of level B or above. Although superpowers and energy limits can grow and evolve, if you lag too far behind at the starting line, your future is doomed to be bad. These light balls all contain abilities of the same level as Z Xuanlin's. Let me make it clear in advance that even I don't know what these abilities are. You can only know after you swallow them. It could be power, support, control, speed, etc. And even if they are abilities of the same level, there will be differences in strength, and there will be situations where they restrain each other. Anyway, it's time to test your luck. Now pick one and swallow it. Su Tianjiao has made his words very clear. The first person to step forward was Zheng Fan, who trusted Su Tianjiao the most. He believed that Su Tianjiao would never harm him, so he randomly picked a ball of light and swallowed it decisively. Seeing that Zheng Fan did not feel unwell, and Si Yuan and the bodyguard leader Qian Bao also walked forward and each chose one. Only Ling Feng, the temporary captain responsible for protecting Su Tianjiao, still had doubts at this time. He did not doubt the effect of the meteorite, but was a little surprised by Su Tianjiao's choice. Master Su Tianjiao, I am honored to be chosen by you as one of the first few psychic confidants. But we haven't known each other for long. We've only been communicating and spending time together for a few days. Plus, with Miss Yi Qiushui's recommendation, you've given me such an important ability. I want to confirm, have you really decided to trust me? Chapter 50. Organize an army of superpowers to rescue Yi Qiushui. Ling Feng's expression was very serious. Hearing this question, Su Tianjiao smiled confidently and answered, First, I don't completely trust you, but I think you are worth training, so I'm giving you a chance to prove yourself. Second, you can guess what Zi Xinlin said when I tested her loyalty. Su Tianjiao nodded, allowing Zi Xinlin to speak boldly. Zi Xinlin did not hide anything and summarized the conversation between her and Su Tianjiao succinctly and clearly. Like you, I also possess powerful A-level abilities. But even if Master Su Tianjiao closes his eyes and stands still, I probably won't be able to hurt him at all. To put it bluntly, Master Su Tianjiao is not afraid that we will betray him. Even if we team up to betray Master Su Tianjiao after awakening our superpowers, he should be able to handle it easily. After hearing this answer, Ling Feng immediately understood, and he also had a new understanding of Su Tianjiao. It seems that this person is not only capable, but also very meticulous. Ling Feng believed that as long as time was given, he would be able to accomplish great things in the end times. For such a talented and powerful leader, what reason do I have not to follow? After clarifying Su Tianjiao's attitude towards him, Ling Feng did not continue to ask questions, but saluted him. Master Su Tianjiao, I, Ling Feng, swear that in the days ahead, I will be completely loyal to you. What would you do if Yi Qiushui and I became enemies? Ling Feng answered this question without hesitation. As long as Master Su Tianjiao gives the order, I will never show mercy to anyone. Su Tianjiao nodded with satisfaction, and Ling Feng also swallowed the last ball of light. The dazzling red light emanating from the 4 people instantly filled the entire room. At this time, Zheng Fan and Si Yuan, who were the first to swallow the light ball, had undergone tremendous changes in their bodies. A moment later, Qian Bao and Ling Feng also awakened their special powers. The 4 people came back to their senses and smiled at each other, with excitement on their faces. Su Tianjiao and Zi Xinlin on the side were also very curious about what kind of superpowers they had awakened. Zheng Fan was the first to explain. I have awakened an A-level speed-related ability, the Flash. This seemingly ordinary superpower can burst out in an instant and surpass the speed of a jet fighter. In 1 second, it can move 2,000 to 3,000 meters. He can even maintain his brain reaction, vision, hearing, and whole body coordination to match the amazing speed during the teleportation process. What I got is an A-level power, the power of the Overlord. The bodyguard Captain Qian Bao continued. Everyone agreed that the abilities Qian Bao acquired were very compatible with him. The 1.9-meter-tall figure and nearly 200 kilograms weight showed Qian Bao's tough guy demeanor. The combination of strength-related superpowers and a tough guy is a perfect match. And if the current Qian Bao were to fight against Lin Dong in the form of a mountain giant, he would only need one punch to smash his opponent to pieces. Even if there is an armored vehicle in front of Qian Bao, it is just a toy that he can easily control. A-level auxiliary power. Holy healing wind. This is the power I awakened. And Siyuan couldn't wait to introduce herself. This ability is also very suitable for her. No matter how serious a person's injuries are, as long as his heart and brain are still there, and Siyuan can save him. Minor flesh injuries are no problem at all and can be healed in the blink of an eye. The most amazing thing is that even if you are bitten by a monster and infected with the L virus, you can recover completely as long as you receive Siyuan's treatment within half an hour. Of course, this is just Su Tianjiao's estimated time. However, if the target's physical fitness is too poor and it mutates before it lasts half an hour, then Siyuan will be powerless to do anything. The last person to appear on stage was Ling Feng, the temporary captain of the Special Forces team. My power is an A-level offensive power. Heart of Destruction. This power can be used in many different ways. For example, he can accumulate the energy in his body, compress it into high-energy explosives like grenades, and throw it at the enemy. And as long as the compressed energy is enough, it can even blow up a skyscraper. And when the enemy approaches, Ling Feng directly detonates all the energy in his body. In this case, he himself would not be harmed, but all enemies within 30 meters will be blown to pieces. As A-level psychics, their physical fitness has also been greatly enhanced. For example, Zheng Fan, in order to offset the tremendous pressure brought by rapid running, his physical strength has increased by at least 100 times. It is no exaggeration to say that with the power he currently possesses, he can even compete with Lin Dong, who is transformed into a mountain giant. Everyone feels extremely curious about the superpowers they have acquired and can't let go of them. Although there are differences in their strength, they excel in different areas and can cooperate with each other, especially Zi Xinlin and Ling Feng, who possess large-scale lethal abilities and can serve as the main output. Zheng Fan, who has awakened the power of the Flash, is more suitable to be a scout and helps Su Tianjiao grasp the enemy's movements. Great! First, you should familiarize yourself with your own abilities. Then go out and clean up the monsters near the wall. Don't be reckless, because killing monsters is not the purpose. I just hope that you can better master your abilities in actual combat. Next, I will assign tasks to you one by one. Yes! After Su Tianjiao gave the order, everyone responded in unison. Even though Siyuan also possesses combat power beyond that of ordinary people, Su Tianjiao still doesn't want her to take risks. Whether in games or in reality, nurses who can save lives and heal the wounded must be well protected. Of course, this is to avoid her lack of experience in dealing with monsters in the future. Su Tianjiao decided to personally lead Siyuan out to hunt some weak monsters. After all, in this cruel doomsday, we can't just treat her as a flower in a greenhouse. Is there still no news from Yiqiu Shui? Reporting to Master Su Tianjiao, there is no response yet. Ling Feng replied. He couldn't help but sound a little worried. Su Tianjiao didn't say much, but asked everyone to start training. He counted with his fingers and muttered to himself. Now, Yiqiu Shui should also be getting her own special powers soon, right? After thinking for a moment, Su Tianjiao decided to make a phone call to inquire about the situation, but no one answered the call. Did something unexpected happen to Yiqiu Shui? After weighing the pros and cons, Su Tianjiao found Ling Feng. Prepare 3 transport helicopters. You, me, and Zi Xinlin. Each of us will take a plane and go to the Jinling military region to investigate the situation. Su Tianjiao did not say explicitly that they were going to rescue Yiqiu Shui. But Ling Feng, who was thinking about his comrades in his heart, saluted in surprise. Clear. Chapter 51. Seraph descends, obtains super shelter. Inside the ammunition depot, everyone who was still working hard to dig the shooting holes couldn't help but worry about Yiqiu Shui. Will the food she just swallowed harm her body? Especially Zhou Jingyu. He was so worried that he started to have all kinds of wild thoughts. Could it be that Yiqiu Shui missed his father too much and was unable to get over it? So he swallowed gold and committed suicide? As soon as this thought came up, Zhou Jingyu rejected it himself. Yiqiu Shui is a qualified Special Forces member and is definitely not the kind of little girl who would just cry when encountering difficulties. Even if she has psychological problems, she can adjust in time. 2 minutes later, under the anxious gaze of everyone, new changes occurred on Yiqiu Shui's side. The golden light emanating from her body gradually weakened, and her tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Everyone was surprised to find that the originally black pupils in Yi Qiu Shui's eyes had now turned completely golden. SS-level power type, supernatural power, Seraph. Yi Qiu Shui came back to his senses and muttered to himself. Ms. Yi, what exactly just happened? Everyone walked forward in surprise, and just when they were about to ask all the questions in their minds, a few golden lights flashed behind Yi Qiu Shui. Then, for pairs of huge, white wings slowly opened behind her. When folded, each wing is at least 2 meters long, and when unfolded it can reach a terrifying 5 to 6 meters. Looking from a distance, it looks like a holy angel has descended to the earth. The crowd, who were already stunned with astonishment, were now even more overwhelmed by the godly majesty of Yi Qiu Shui. Just when some people couldn't bear such powerful pressure anymore and knelt on the ground, ready to worship her, Yi Qiu Shui folded his wings and shouted excitedly like a child who got a new toy. Everyone, we are saved! Seeing that the familiar Yi Qiu Shui finally came back, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But her next words made everyone nervous again, and their hearts were in their throats. Open the door, and let me take care of those monsters. Do you really want to open the door? Captain, Miss, this door is about to be broken. There are at least several thousand monsters outside. This is still a conservative estimate. Everyone was worried that Yi Qiu Shui's plan was too aggressive. Zhou Jingyu was also very uneasy. He turned to look at Yi Qiu Shui and found that her wings had changed from pure white to silver white with a metallic luster. Looking closely, every feather on the wings seemed to become extremely sharp, emitting a terrifying cold light. Open the door. Do as I told you before. Before opening the door, prepare your heavy machine guns, but don't fire lightly. Let me test my abilities first. If I can't hold on, it won't be too late for you to take action. After saying this, Yi Qiu Shui conjured up a huge weapon in his hand. It looks a bit like a sickle, but not exactly the same. It is 3 meters long, with a handle in the middle for holding, and double-edged swords about 80 centimeters long on both ends. These 2 double-edged swords are also very distinctive, with slender and sharp shapes, extremely sharp blades, and flashing cold light. Although it was a weapon used by a holy angel, it exuded an indescribable aura of terror. As soon as I get close to Miss Qiu Shui, my body starts to tremble uncontrollably. Even Zhou Jingyu, who had experienced countless big scenes, could not resist the murderous aura from Yi Qiu Shui. Everyone involuntarily retreated behind her, about 10 meters away. The door of the ammunition depot slowly opened with the efforts of 2 soldiers. As soon as it was opened, the first monster came in through the crack in the door. Back off quickly. Yi Qiu Shui gave the order calmly with a blank expression on his face. The 2 soldiers responsible for opening the door quickly ran to their comrades behind them. As the door opened, the monsters rushed into the ammunition depot like a tide. However, Yi Qiu Shui, who was surrounded, did not make any move. Zhou Jingyu and others thought she was frightened by the monster and were about to shoot to rescue her. At this moment, Yi Qiu Shui finally took action. There was a gleam of determination in her eyes, and the double-pointed spear in her hand was constantly waving. Yi Qiu Shui's movements were not complicated, he just simply swept forward. Immediately afterwards, an invisible wave of attack suddenly erupted, heading straight towards the group of monsters in front. At that moment, at least hundreds of monsters that had rushed into the ammunition depot suddenly stopped where they were. Even the creepy roar came to an abrupt end. While everyone was still confused, the bodies of these monsters were suddenly cut completely in half from the middle. Countless organ fragments were scattered all over the ground. Everyone was shocked and looked towards the gate, only to see sharp cracks appearing on the heavy iron gate and the walls on both sides. The shape is exactly the same as Yi Qiu Shui's weapon. When the sunlight shone through the cracks and into the ammunition depot, everyone fell silent. Too strong. Is this the power of Miss Ye's SS-level ability? It's really scary. No wonder the lady said we don't have to shoot. We can just watch her perform. To be honest, Yi Qiu Shui was also shocked by his performance just now. And this was just a trial run for Yi Qiu Shui. She still had many moves that she had not had time to perform. Good. Then, let's use the remaining monsters to do an experiment. Yi Qiu Shui suppressed his inner excitement, and a strong, murderous aura emanated from his whole body. Kill! The next second, 4 pairs of huge wings suddenly spread out. Immediately afterwards, Yi Xiao Shui rushed into the pile of monsters. Wherever she passed, her wings were like sharp blades, cutting monsters apart easily. And those 2 pointed spears would release terrifying fan-shaped spear rays every time they were swung. The people at the back couldn't see Yi Xiao Shui's movements at all. They could only see the monster's broken limbs and arms rolling to the ground. At the same time, inside the helicopter, Su Tianjiao opened the system and planned to use his chance to win the lottery. Although he didn't know the specific content of the reward. But Su Tianjiao still remembered that the system had promised that if he could complete the task perfectly, he would be rewarded with a luxurious shelter. Ding! The lucky draw begins. Ding! Since the host's mission rating is SSS, you will automatically receive the highest level reward, the luxurious shelter. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The luxurious shelter has been completed. All infrastructure has been fully equipped and can be put into use immediately. Chapter 52. The plan is set, the first step to achieve hegemony. After receiving the reward, Su Tianjiao smiled with satisfaction. It seems that the system is much more reliable than he expected. Then, a map of Jinling City with the location of the shelter marked on it suddenly appeared in Su Tianjiao's mind. Although this luxurious shelter is located in the suburbs, there is no shortage of necessary survival supplies and various equipment around it. According to the map, there is a power station about 30 kilometers east of the shelter. A dozen kilometers to the north of it, there is a freshwater river. There is a lot of open space around the shelter, and there are many unfinished residential buildings. If used properly, it can be used as a defensive fortification and firepower point for special forces. At the same time, on the other side of the luxurious shelter, about 10 kilometers away, there is a skyscraper under construction. The entire building has more than 60 floors and is halfway built. The exterior glass has been installed, and most of the interior decoration has also been completed. Although this place can be used as a living place, Su Tianjiao feels that it is more suitable as a lookout tower. If you stand on the roof and use a military telescope at an altitude of nearly 200 meters, you can at least see everything within a radius of 5 kilometers. The view is unobstructed. It is simply the perfect high-end watchtower. If we recruit too many people in the future, those who are not qualified to live in the shelter can be temporarily placed in this building. Now that you have made up your mind to make great achievements in this apocalypse, you can't just hide in a small area near the shelter. Su Tianjiao knew that after the complete collapse of social order, many people with special abilities like himself would rise up and establish forces of varying sizes. Perhaps some psychics with insufficient abilities would be content with their own small territory. But most people with special abilities will not be satisfied with the status quo. Instead of waiting for these people to come and challenge us, it is better to take the initiative and unify all forces in the entire Jinling City area. Keep the useful ones and remove the useless ones. It's that simple. Although the plan has been made, Su Tianjiao is not in a hurry to act, because he still needs some time to move everyone here from the villa to the shelter. In addition, Su Tianjiao also hopes that other forces can develop as quickly as possible, and it would be best if they can stockpile more supplies. Only in this way can we gain more spoils when plundering them. It's more interesting when there are many heroes fighting for their own country. Sitting in the helicopter, Su Tianjiao overlooked the city below. On the streets shrouded in darkness, screams and explosions intertwined together, creating a scene of hell on earth. But at this moment, Su Tianjiao did not feel any sadness, as if what were dying were just a group of ants. At the same time, Jinling University. Even with a very strict blockade, more and more students are still infected with the L virus. 10 minutes ago, the school was in complete chaos. So far, at least hundreds of students have mutated. And within these 10 minutes, they bit countless students. But fortunately, there are still a few meteorites in the school that have not been bought by Su Tianjiao and Lin Dong at high prices. Hearing the roar of the monster coming from the corridor, Li Ming was so scared that he curled up in the quilt, trembling all over. Just now, his 2 roommates had also mutated into monsters. Thanks to Li Ming's regular fitness, he is strong enough to push his roommates out of the dormitory before they mutate and go crazy. At this moment, his 2 monster roommates kept banging on the door outside as if they were here to take his life. The old dormitory door also made a creaking sound as it could not bear the weight. Hearing this voice, Li Ming felt his scalp tingling and his brain went blank. It's over. It's over. The monster is about to break in. How can I escape? In this dormitory, besides Li Ming, there was actually another girl hiding. She is Zi Xuanlin's roommate and best friend, Yanzi. Yanzi is also Li Ming's girlfriend. Because the recent situation is turbulent, she is very scared, so she secretly moved here and lives with her boyfriend. She didn't expect that this action would put herself in danger. Li Ming, you need to think of a solution. Please don't just stand there. The monsters are about to break in. Li Ming, you are so timid. Are you still a man? Swallow kept begging. Li Ming felt extremely scared and irritated. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea and recalled that Su Tianjiao had purchased a large number of meteorites. Although Li Ming did not think too much about it at the time, he now suddenly felt that Su Tianjiao's real purpose was definitely not to build a meteorite museum. When they entered college as freshmen, Li Ming and Su Tianjiao were roommates. But not long after, he dropped out of school to start his own business. When Su Tianjiao was just starting his career, he was short of manpower, and so he invited Li Ming. But after weighing the pros and cons, Li Ming felt that this matter was not very reliable, so he rejected Su Tianjiao's olive branch. But another roommate, Zheng Fan, firmly followed Su Tianjiao. Later, Su Tianjiao became the youngest CEO of a Fortune 500 company, and Zheng Fan also became rich and became a millionaire. After knowing this, Li Ming regretted it for a long time. He knew that this was all because he didn't dare to gamble in the first place. But in Li Ming's heart, he still highly recognized Su Tianjiao's wisdom and insight. For example, he really caught a small business opportunity that no one noticed and made his first pot of gold. Could it be that Su Tianjiao also discovered some shocking secrets from these meteorites? Thinking of this, Li Mingting stood up and shouted, "Is this it? Quick, in the trunk under my bed, find a snack jar. There should be a meteorite in that snack jar. Give it to me. No, just hand me the snack jar. The disaster is imminent. Why are you still thinking about meteorites?" Just when Yanzi thought her boyfriend had some mental problems, Li Ming hurriedly urged, "Hurry up if you want to live." "Okay, I got it. Don't get mad at me. I'll get it right away." Whoa. Yanzi was so scared that she quickly handed the snack can to Li Ming. When Li Ming opened the snack can, a meteorite that was a little irregular but had a very smooth surface appeared in his hand. Immediately afterwards, many tiny cracks appeared on the meteorite's outer shell. Several blue rays of light shone through the cracks, becoming brighter and brighter. As more and more cracks appeared, the outer shell of the meteorite completely disappeared. A small blue ball of light floated in his palm. When Li Ming gritted his teeth and bravely swallowed the blue ball of light, he was shocked to feel the powerful force in his body. He looked at Yanzi, who was trembling with fear beside him, and said soothingly, "Don't be afraid, swallow. I am still the familiar Li Ming, but now I have the power to protect you. I just awakened a B-level power ability, the Violent Tiger." At this time, Li Ming's body also underwent tremendous changes. He was over 2 meters tall, and his head almost touched the low dormitory ceiling. His legs also turned into thick tiger legs, and with a strong kick, he could bounce very far. Sharp claws grew on both hands and feet, and with a single wave of the claws, they could leave deep scratches on the wall. All this makes Li Ming feel extremely confident. He felt that he had become the master of this world. "Don't be afraid. I will take care of these damn monsters and get you out of here." Chapter 53, Regret Now? It's too late. At the same time, Su Tianjiao and his party also arrived above the Jinling military region. Not only is the area here very large, but unlike scenic spots, there are no obvious signposts here. Su Tianjiao thought that it would take him a long time to find Yi Qiushui, but it turned out that he was worrying too much. When the helicopter flew over the ammunition depot, where Yi Qiushui and others were hiding, everyone saw that the lights were bright below and the ground was littered with beheaded monster corpses. Broken limbs and organ fragments mixed together, emitting a bloody smell that was overwhelming. Everyone on the plane couldn't help but cover their noses and mouths. Then, for pairs of huge wings flashing with cold metallic light appeared in everyone's sight. I saw it rushing into the group of monsters, and like the scythe of the god of death, it quickly slashed across the monsters' heads. Within a few seconds, hundreds of monsters fell to the ground. No one knew what this thing was, and they screamed in fear. Only Su Tianjiao smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the scene in front of him. "Yi Qiushui, you really did it." In his previous life, Su Tianjiao knew Yi Qiushui, but knew very little about her abilities. This was mainly because he trusted Su Qianqian too much at the time, which led to everything he had being taken away by that bitch and Lin Dong. Even a meteorite collected by Su Tianjiao was not spared. He later found out that the meteorite contained A-level supernatural powers. Although it is far from the SSS-level superpowers, in the end times, possessing A-level superpowers is enough to make Su Tianjiao a hegemon. As long as you don't try to challenge the monster craze or the strong ones above S-level, you will definitely live a very comfortable life. After all, in the previous life, even the weakest F-level psychic could occupy several women and have supplies that could not be spent for decades. As for an A-level psychic, even if he partied every night and had a different bride every night, he would probably never see the same bride twice in his entire life. In his previous life, Su Tianjiao, who did not have any special powers, had to study hard and practice diligently, and eventually he mastered the unique skill of chopping monsters with 2 swords. But as time goes by, the monsters are constantly evolving and becoming stronger and stronger. All kinds of huge monsters beyond human imagination emerge endlessly. No matter how superb Su Tianjiao's fighting skills are, he cannot make up for the huge gap in combat power. Therefore, in his previous life, he had no qualifications and no opportunity to fight alongside the psychics. So Su Tianjiao naturally had no chance to contact the woman who was almost at the top of the superpowers, Yi Qiushui. In her previous life, she was recognized by everyone as a Valkyrie. In many large-scale battles that followed, Yi Qiushui demonstrated his powerful fighting ability to the fullest, shocking all the psychics present. After that, even if there were a few argumentative people who still refused to accept the result, they were easily defeated by Yi Qiushui. The title of Valkyrie also represents the respect and fear that many powerful people have for her. At that time, Yi Qiushui was a brilliant existence that Su Tianjiao could only look up to and had no chance of approaching. But after his rebirth, Su Tianjiao can not only appreciate Yi Qiushui's charm at any time, but also bring her under his command. He could even openly embrace Yi Qiushui in front of everyone. "Well done. When I came, your body bag was already prepared." Hearing this, Yi Qiushui, who was originally somewhat moved by Su Tianjiao's rescue, couldn't help laughing. Then she pretended to be angry and punched Su Tianjiao. "Hey, be careful. If you hit someone so casually again, someone might die," Su Tianjiao reminded. Yi Qiushui thought Su Tianjiao was joking. Although he is a well-trained Special Forces soldier, he didn't use much strength in that punch just now. But Su Tianjiao insisted that Yi Qiushui use all his strength to punch the armored vehicle next to him. Yi Qiushui did as she was told, but she only used about 50% of her strength, and a deep fist mark appeared on the armored vehicle. She was completely dumbfounded. Not only that, the people watching nearby were all dumbfounded. Even Zi Xianlin and Ling Feng, who are also psychics, feel that they can't achieve this level. Are you serious? The hull of this armored vehicle can even withstand rocket fire. Forget about using fists. Even if a few strong men use a battering ram to smash it hard, it is impossible to make any dent in this armored vehicle. As a result, Miss Ye's casual punch actually. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh. Hearing this, Zhou Jingyu asked with a proud smile, "What's wrong, Lao Ling? Do you want to compete with Miss Qiushui? You know, Miss Qiushui dealt with all the thousands of monsters near the ammunition depot by herself. She is different now. She has awakened powerful supernatural powers." Ling Feng didn't say much. He just waved his fist and punched the armored vehicle. Immediately afterwards, faint fist marks were left on the armored vehicle. The power of this punch should never be underestimated. Zhou Jingyu's expression gradually changed from contempt to astonishment. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Ling Feng, you actually?" Ling Feng smiled triumphantly, and then in front of everyone, he waved his hand violently a few meters away. Although he had nothing in his hand, it seemed that an invisible object was thrown out. Immediately afterwards, the car 10 meters away that was accidentally cut in half by Yi Qiushui suddenly made a deafening explosion. The power of this explosion is even greater than that of a grenade. Seeing this scene, Zhou Jingyu immediately became jealous. "This ability of yours seems to be very strong." Yi Qiushui nodded and said approvingly, "It seems that Ling Feng's ability level is not low." After hearing Yi Qiushui's words, Ling Feng suddenly felt that he was showing off his skills and started to feel shy. "My ability is only A level, far inferior to Miss Qiushui's." But you may not know that Master Su Tianjiao's ability is the most frightening. Although he didn't say it explicitly, everyone speculated that Master Su Tianjiao might have awakened an SS-level supernatural power. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their eyes to Su Tianjiao. Zhou Jingyu's expression was also unpredictable, and his eyes looked back and forth between Su Tianjiao and Ling Feng. Ling Feng, you call Su Tianjiao young master. Could it be that? Ling Feng did not hide anything and explained directly. Old Zhou, Miss Qiu Shui, you should have seen that the whole world is in chaos now, and the old order has completely collapsed. Neither the state nor the army exists anymore. From now on, we are all survivors of the new world. This is an apocalypse full of dangers and struggles for survival, but it is also an era where heroes emerge in large numbers. Since Master Su Tianjiao is willing to accept me, Ling Feng, as his confidant, and grant me supernatural powers, then I am willing to serve under Master Su Tianjiao and expand the territory for him. Assist Master Su Tianjiao to achieve great success in the end times. The fact that Ling Feng could say this publicly showed that Su Tianjiao was not wrong about him. Although up to now, no one has seen the full picture of Su Tianjiao's supernatural powers. But everyone knew that the oppressive force he displayed was even greater than that of Yi Qiu Shui, enough to inspire awe in people. And the only person who fell silent after seeing Yi Qiu Shui was Zi Xinlin. She understood that when such a powerful girl appeared next to Su Tianjiao, she had to work harder to win Su Tianjiao's attention. Although he has now awakened A-level supernatural powers and entered the ranks of the strong. But this is far from enough. I thought it would take another fierce battle, but it seems that our Valkyrie Miss Yi Qiu Shui has almost cleaned up the scene. We just need to collect supplies. Valkyrie, don't worry, this is your title. Although it may not be worthy of the title now, I believe that in the near future, you will be worthy of this title. Yi Qiu Shui suddenly felt that Su Tianjiao was full of mysteries. Not only does he know the monster's weaknesses very well, he can even kill them efficiently. His smooth fighting skills even surpassed the elites in the Special Forces team. Then, he began to collect meteorites that seemed useless at the time at high prices. After the end of the world, these meteorites can actually awaken people's superpowers. Su Tianjiao himself also took advantage of this to become the most powerful SSS-level psychic. The most outrageous thing is that he has always believed in doomsday theory so much that he even sold shares of his own company in order to stockpile survival supplies. All these strange behaviors made Yi Qiu Shui wonder, could it be that Su Tianjiao could predict the future? Of course, it is possible that Su Tianjiao made these preparations because he had a keen sense of crisis and realized that the end of the world was approaching. After all, incidents of monsters injuring people were endless at that time. As for purchasing the meteorite at a high price, perhaps it was because Su Tianjiao smelled some business opportunity and wanted to make a fortune from it. So, how did Su Tianjiao accurately choose the one containing SSS-level supernatural powers from a pile of meteorites? Is it because he has some aura of a protagonist? Or is it just pure luck? Next, leave this ammunition depot to me. Go and open all the other ammunition depots, garages, and hangars. Don't leave any behind. Today I will take everything here away. After hearing Su Tianjiao's words, everyone couldn't help but feel extremely confused. It is impossible to move these military armored vehicles and aircraft into the helicopter cabin. Even if it can be moved in, how can it take off with such heavy cargo? Su Tianjiao did not hide this and directly used the storage space to store the armored vehicle in front of him. The armored vehicle just disappeared out of thin air and then reappeared. Do you understand? This is one of my special abilities, storage space. You don't need to ask too many questions. You just need to know that a large amount of supplies can be stored here. Even after taking away all the supplies here, there's still more than enough space left. Yi Qiu Shui looked at Su Tianjiao thoughtfully. Only now did she understand why the supplies in the warehouse disappeared overnight. It turned out that it was put into the storage space by Su Tianjiao. Wrong. The end of the world has not yet come, and the meteorite has not been activated. So when did Su Tianjiao acquire this special ability? Although there was storage space, the task of collecting supplies took a lot of time. During this period, everyone encountered some surviving monsters, but they were all easily dealt with. It was not until late at night that the 3 helicopters carrying Su Tianjiao and his group slowly took off and returned to the villa area. Master Su Tianjiao, The 6 people you drove out a few hours ago are almost all dead. Only your former employee Li Liangying is still alive, but her fate was also tragic. After finishing the report, Zi Xianlin played a surveillance video for Su Tianjiao. In the video, Li Liangying, who was driven away, hesitated for a moment, then left her mother and ran quickly to the villa next door. And that was the place where the distress signal was sent to Su Tianjiao. It was precisely because of this distress signal that Li Liangying and several other saints were driven out of the shelter and left to fend for themselves. The 2 men in the villa next door did not show any courtesy and raped Li Liangying directly on the balcony. Over the next few hours, she was constantly humiliated by the 2 men. Even the hostess of the villa, after seeing this scene, not only did not stop it, but helped to hold down Li Liangying's hands and feet. By the end, she even joined in on the fun. At first, Li Liangying was still resisting. But after several hours of torture, she lay on the ground in despair, without any resistance. Seeing this tragic scene, Su Tianjiao remained very indifferent and was not touched at all. Zi Xianlin didn't say anything, but just quietly turned off the projector after the video was finished. Then, Su Tianjiao ordered, "Settle down the survivors we brought back. Let them have a good night's rest, and then go back to work with guns tomorrow. Notify Ling Feng to find me at the number 3 sentry tower." The number 3 sentry tower is facing the balcony of the villa next door and is only a dozen meters away from the target. Standing on it, you can clearly see Li Liangying, who is naked on the balcony, eating the leftovers given by the owner of the villa like a dog. Even though her body was covered in dirt, her exquisite and unique figure still made the blood boil in everyone present. At this moment, Li Liangying regretted extremely much. She regretted following her mother and acting like a saint and trying to morally blackmail Su Tianjiao. If she hadn't done that, she wouldn't have been driven out of her warm and comfortable shelter and become someone else's slave. Just when Li Liangying was completely desperate and was about to think of a way to commit suicide, she suddenly saw Su Tianjiao appear on the opposite watchtower. She immediately regained hope of survival, not caring whether her actions would be discovered by her master, and shouted with all her might, "Help! Master Su Tianjiao! I was wrong! Save me! I know I was wrong! I will never be a saint again! Woo woo woo! They are not human beings at all! They're demons from hell! Master Su Tianjiao, please save me! I am willing to work like a slave for you. You can do whatever you want of me from now on. I don't want to be treated like a slave by them anymore." Chapter 54. Recruiting Younger Brothers, Lin Yun's Conspiracy. Such a loud cry for help soon woke up the owner of the villa. 2 men came over and beat Li Liangying again, without any mercy. They followed Li Liangying's gaze and saw Su Tianjiao standing on the opposite watchtower. "What are you looking at?" The 2 were about to get angry, but they found themselves being pointed at by countless guns, so they could only hold back their anger. "The young master next door? We saw with our own eyes that you drove this disobedient woman away, so we specially helped you teach her a lesson. Of course, we enjoyed it for a bit too. You don't mind, do you? If you have any objections, I will let her go right now. Let's talk it out, don't shoot." Compared to a woman who has been played with for a long time, the most important thing is to be alive. Even though they were surrounded by monsters, they were unwilling to die in vain just because of offending Su Tianjiao. Seeing the other party's cowardly appearance, Su Tianjiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. "It looks like you're having a hard time. Do you need my help?" As soon as these words were spoken, both Li Liangying and the 2 men and 1 woman in the villa immediately showed excited expressions. "Need it. Especially Nijichi. Please save us." Then, Su Tianjiao nodded slightly, turned around, and said to Ling Feng, "Since they are in so much pain now, let's help them get rid of their suffering." Ling Feng, who heard the hidden meaning of Su Tianjiao's words, released his supernatural power, Heart of Destruction, with an expressionless face. The next second, the villa next door turned into a blazing sea of fire. At the last moment of their lives, Li Liangying and the family couldn't understand the purpose of Su Tianjiao's actions. Do you have to kill someone just because he doesn't like you? Su Tianjiao couldn't explain why he did it. Maybe he was just in a bad mood today, so he wanted to kill someone to relieve his boredom. At the same time, in a luxurious bedroom, Chu Yueyao had been under house arrest for a long time. She had no idea what was happening outside. Chu Yueyao has always been worried that the illicit love between her and Lin Dong would be exposed by Su Tianjiao. Then, she remembered how brave and agile Su Tianjiao looked when he pressed her down and conquered her. Chu Yueyao, you're such a bitch. You used to claim to be a pure girl, but now you've been raped. Not only do you not feel resentment, you're actually indulging in it. You're really disgusting. Chu Yueyao murmured to herself. She scolded herself and showed a savoring expression. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. When Chu Yueyao saw Su Tianjiao breaking in, she immediately panicked. Before she could say anything, her mouth was completely blocked by something. Chu Yueyao knew that Su Tianjiao was in a bad mood. I might suffer tonight. On the other hand, a new conspiracy against Su Tianjiao is brewing in secret. How's it going? Any news? Reporting to Brother Lin, we just went to investigate the villa area where Su Tianjiao is located and found that there is a wall about 1 meter thick and 3 or 4 meters high. Besides that, there is a high-voltage electric fence on the wall, which is impossible to climb over. Besides, outside the wall at regular intervals, there is a sentry tower, and there are fully armed soldiers on duty in shifts. At this time, Lin Yun was still in a secret research institute 100 meters underground. Although the transportation here is not very convenient, it is extremely safe. It is also equipped with advanced air purification systems and water purification systems. Even if a power outage occurs, there is no need to worry about equipment failure, because the small power station within the institute is sufficient to support the operation of various large equipment. Finally, in order to ensure that scientific researchers can always enjoy sufficient food, there are 10 extra-large food cold storages. The storage capacity of each cold storage is equivalent to that of a large supermarket. The 10 cold storages together store meat, pasta, vegetables, and various frozen foods, enough for hundreds of people to eat for a whole year. After Lin Yun activated the B-level superpower, the extreme cold hell, his ambition began to expand rapidly. At first, he just wanted to seize the remaining meteorites here. But soon, Lin Yun had a bolder idea. He pulled out his cell phone and contacted a few childhood playmates. These people dropped out of school early for various reasons and became street thugs. Lin Yun used to think that he was a social elite and an upper-class person and was unwilling to pay attention to them. But after realizing the value of these gangsters, Lin Yun personally stepped in to rescue them from the group of monsters and brought them to this underground research institute. Having saved their lives, these people naturally respected Lin Yun very much and were willing to be his younger brothers. After awakening his superpowers, Lin Yun also conducted a detailed study of the remaining 9 meteorites in the research institute. He was very smart and quickly peeled off the outer shells of all the meteorites and found light balls of different colors inside. Although Lin Yun was still unclear about what these colors represented, he keenly discovered that the brightness of the light ball was closely related to its color. He boldly guessed that the supernatural powers contained in meteorites with darker brightness might be relatively weaker. Among these 9 light balls, 2 of them emitted the same blue light as the one that Lin Yun swallowed at that time. If I'm not mistaken, there should also be B-level supernatural powers hidden in it. The brightness of the other 7 light balls is obviously weaker than these 2. Lin Yun cleverly hid the 2 blue light balls to prevent his younger brothers from obtaining the same level of superpowers as himself. In the end, 2 of the brothers awakened C-level superpowers, while the other 2 awakened D-level superpowers. At this time, Lin Yun still had 5 supernatural light balls left in his hand. He planned to leave 2 of the B-level abilities to Lin Dong and Chu Yueyao. What Lin Yun is most worried about now is this unreliable younger brother. No one knew why, but he and his wife Chu Yueyao lost contact at the same time. But the good news is that Lin Yun's mother is still safe. This also made him feel a little relieved. So, there is still no definite news about Lin Dong? Lin Yun asked with a dark face. Hearing this question, several younger brothers looked at each other and said hesitantly, "It's not like there's no news at all. When we observed through the telescope, we saw a car parked outside the gate of Su Tianjiao's villa. But because the entire car was covered with a monster's corpse, even the license plate was obscured by blood and couldn't be seen clearly. So we can't be sure whether it is Lin Dong's car. But we interrogated the surviving security guard who was hiding in the guard room. He said he did see a man and a woman driving to Su Tianjiao's villa. They've been in there for a long time and haven't come out yet." After hearing the report from his subordinates, Lin Yun's face suddenly became very ugly. If everything was going well for my younger brother Lin Dong and Su Qianqian, they should have announced the good news in the family group a long time ago. But till now, they still haven't replied. It doesn't look good. Just when Lin Yun was feeling extremely depressed, his younger brother reported another piece of news that made him feel desperate. Brother Lin, we also discovered that my sister-in-law seemed to have gone to Su Tianjiao's place as well. She left even earlier than Lin Dong, and she has not appeared since then. What? My wife Chu Yueyao also went to Su Tianjiao's place? Lin Yun immediately understood that the culprit behind all this must be Su Tianjiao, and his younger brothers Lin Dong, Su Qianqian, and his wife Chu Yueyao are likely to have been killed by Su Tianjiao. If it were a day ago, Lin Yun would never have thought so. After all, social order had not completely collapsed at that time, and even Su Tianjiao would not dare to openly challenge the law. But now, in order to control this research institute, Lin Yun dared to kill several disobedient colleagues to make an example of them. Su Tianjiao has hundreds of soldiers under his command. It shouldn't be difficult for him to kill a few people, right? Even if they were not killed, the three of them might have been detained by Su Tianjiao. And will those two top beauties be severely ravaged by his evil clutches? Especially Chu Yueyao. Before Lin Yun had the chance to touch her, Su Tianjiao got there first. Thinking of this, he was so angry that he almost fainted. Su Tianjiao, you bastard. If you dare to touch my woman, Lin Yun, you will die. Lin Yun was filled with anger and wanted to vent his anger at this moment. At the reminder of his younger brothers with ill intentions, he looked at the rooms where the scientific researchers were imprisoned. Among the hundreds of scientific researchers, there are not only unmarried girls, but also married young women. You guys, take these women to the next room. Leave two for me, and you can do with the rest. Remember not to kill anyone, as they will be of use in the future. Hearing this, the younger brothers burst out laughing. Among the women they selected, two were married young women, and the remaining one was an unmarried girl. On the way to being dragged to the next room, they angrily insulted Lin Yun. Lin Yun, you bastard. Lin Yun, you are not even a human being. You are even worse than a beast. Don't touch me. Let me go. I'm not married yet. I've never been in a relationship. Please, Brother Lin. The two married young women knew very well that the more they begged and struggled, the more it would arouse people's animal nature. After becoming a superpower, Lin Yun's physical fitness also underwent earth-shaking changes. In the next few dozen minutes, he was like a beast, not only without mercy, but also using extremely crazy means to continuously hurt the three innocent women. Lin Yun tried to vent all the anger and hatred in his heart in this way. In the end, both married women fainted, and the unmarried girl was lying in a pool of blood with empty eyes. She had never thought that she would be violated, let alone bleed profusely at this time. But Lin Yun had no intention of saving anyone. He just left indifferently. Seeing that the girl died of heavy bleeding, the two married women couldn't help but look sad. My former colleague has become so cruel that he disregards human life and regards women as tools for his sexual gratification. They even thought that the current Lin Yun was more terrifying than the monsters wreaking havoc outside. At this time, the imprisoned scientific researchers felt that the end of the world had really come to them. After venting his anger, Lin Yun regained his composure and began to plan his revenge. Lin Yun was basically certain that his younger brother Lin Dong and his wife Chu Yueyao were in a bad condition. Even if they were still alive, they were just barely surviving. Instead of wasting time on rescue, it is better to kill Su Tianjiao directly and then take away his villa shelter. To this end, Lin Yun decided to make use of the remaining 2 B-level supernatural light balls. Of course, such an important thing must be given to someone he can trust. One of the light balls was given to Lin Yun's mother. The other candidate is the colleague who has the best relationship with Lin Dong. Wang Gang, I have always treated you as my brother. When the professor was trying to make things difficult for you, it was me who helped you out. Even though my little brother had tied everyone up just now, I still specifically instructed you to be locked up in a comfortable room alone. And after the situation stabilized, I came personally to untie you. This young man named Wang Gang is only 26 years old, 2 years younger than Lin Yun. Therefore, his thoughts are not as deep as Lin Yun's. Wang Gang, who was born in a poor area, was admitted to a key university through his own efforts and joined the research institute after graduation. Because of his poor family background and lack of experience, he was looked down upon and excluded by many colleagues and leaders. Here, only Lin Yun cares about him the most. Wang Gang knew clearly that the other party's purpose in saying these words was simply to win him over. So he put forward a condition directly. Brother Lin, I can work for you and guarantee my loyalty to you forever. But I want to meet a girl whom I love very much. Although she hasn't agreed to be with me yet, She accepted the gift I gave her. This is the first time in my life that I've asked someone for help. Brother Lin, I hope to spend the rest of my life with that girl, protect her well, and never let her get hurt. Hearing this, Lin Yun couldn't help but laugh. If I'm with Lin Yun, I can easily get 10 women, not to mention one. This is the end of the world. Women are no different from food. They are just resources that the strong fight for. You don't need to beg me for such a small matter. No matter which woman you like, just take her away. But when Wang Gang said the girl's name, Lin Yun was stunned. The girl you were talking about is Deng Yuan? Yes, because dating is not allowed here, so I can only pursue her secretly. Looking at Wang Gang, who was immersed in the fantasy of love, Lin Yun was suddenly speechless. If I had known this earlier, I would never have touched Deng Yuan, let alone killed her. Although there are not many women here, there are enough for them to play with at will. Using Deng Yuan in exchange for Wang Gang's loyalty is definitely a good deal. As a result, I messed everything up because of the impulse of my lower body. But things have come to this, and Lin Yun doesn't want to give up Wang Gang. He rolled his eyes and said, I can't hand Deng Yuan over to you now because I have sent her on a very important mission. But don't worry, Deng Yuan is also a superpower, so there won't be any danger. If you want to be with Deng Yuan, swallow this light core. Become a superpower and serve me. Hearing this, Wang Gang couldn't help but feel a little confused. When did Lin Yun have contact with Deng Yuan? But when he thought about being with his goddess, Wang Gang felt extremely happy and expectant. For this, he was also full of gratitude to Lin Yun. Wang Gang swallowed the blue light ball handed to him by Lin Yun without hesitation and awakened the B-level attack ability, Phantom Shooter. He can create hundreds of arrows out of thin air and control them with great precision. The range of each arrow is over 1,000 meters, and its lethality is equivalent to that of a large-caliber sniper rifle. After hitting the target, it can also cause an explosion, causing secondary damage to it. Seeing Wang Gang's special ability, Lin Yun felt a little regretful and relieved. Unfortunately, his abilities don't seem to be very strong. What reassures Lin Yun is that if Wang Gang wants to stab him in the back one day, the probability of being killed will be greatly reduced. You and a few other brothers, go contact the survivor organizations that posted recruitment information online. Tell them that if they want a large amount of supplies, I have a way. But they must first form an alliance with Lin Yun, and then I will lead them to make a fortune. Chapter 55, Who Are You? The so-called getting rich means plundering Su Tianjiao's supply warehouse. Although Lin Yun was not clear about the exact location, he also knew that Su Tianjiao had accumulated supplies worth tens of billions. But the most attractive thing is the hundreds of meteorites he has hoarded. And because of this, Lin Yun speculated that Su Tianjiao might also have many people with special abilities. He didn't dare to take any risks, so he planned to find more cannon fodder. Yes, Brother Lin. After I contact them, I will go there in person and use my strength to make these people obey me. In short, we must not let them have any unreasonable thoughts. Don't worry, Brother Lin. We will ensure the completion of the mission. As soon as Wang Gang and several other younger brothers left, Lin Yun called over the weakest younger brother. Brother Lin, you don't let me go because you're worried that I'm too weak and will die out there? You're so kind to me. Lin Yun had a dark face and said nothing, but brought his younger brothers to the room where Deng Yuan died. The remaining two young women were eating here. He instructed his younger brother indifferently. Deng Yuan is dead. These two women killed her. Kill them and take Deng Yuan's body away with you to destroy all evidence. Don't tell anyone about this news, especially Wang Gang, if you dare to leak any news. Lin Yun didn't say much, but I couldn't help but shiver. He nodded quickly and agreed. Looking at the two beautiful young women in front of me, who were terrified and begging, I suddenly had evil thoughts. But he still tied up the two men first, then took Deng Yuan's body and came to the ground through the freight elevator. The young man brought the two young women to an unfinished building near the research institute. After he confirmed that there were no other people or monsters around, he smiled lewdly and prepared to start his own pleasure. I have to say that Brother Lin has a good eye for women. This fair and smooth skin and the plump figure are really amazing. It would be a shame to kill him. Wouldn't it be better to keep him so that I can enjoy him? However, I cannot disobey Brother Lin's orders. Since you are all going to die soon, let me enjoy myself before you die. Before he finished speaking, a fierce battle broke out. The younger brother, who has been strengthened by superpowers, has become much stronger physically than before. The two young women had been tortured to exhaustion before and were now being ravaged by the younger brother. They had no power to resist and could only let him do whatever he wanted. Both of them were filled with despair. And in the dense bushes where no one noticed, there was a sneaky figure, secretly observing all this. Haha, this kid really knows how to enjoy himself. And these two women are so naive. It's a pity that I have mysophobia. After being played with by this kid, who would be willing to touch me? Why don't you just die? The figure intends to kill the younger brother. But he did not rush to act, but turned his gaze to the side and saw Deng Yuan's tragically dead body. What a fine specimen. The figure let out a low, strange laugh, and a stream of black smoke shot out from his fingertips and flew towards the corpse. Immediately afterwards, the black smoke went straight into the 7 orifices of the corpse. After a few seconds, Deng Yuan's body began to tremble slightly. Her fingers flew up and down, and her eyes moved unnaturally. Her body, which was originally lying flat, suddenly stood up in a strange posture. There was only darkness in those empty eyes. Looking at his younger brother, who was fighting fiercely, Deng Yuan suddenly revealed a creepy smile. At the same time, Su Tianjiao originally just planned to find Chu Yueyao to relieve the loneliness of the night. But he didn't expect that this beautiful young woman would be so cooperative tonight. She clumsily but actively tried various new techniques, bringing Su Tianjiao unprecedented pleasure. "You stinky bitch, I didn't expect you to be so good at this." Su Tianjiao grabbed Chu Yuyao's hair roughly, with a sneer of successful revenge on his face. The next moment, he involuntarily began to breathe gently. "It's so cool." Su Tianjiao, who originally planned to kill Chu Yueyao, also began to consider whether he needed to add another tool to vent his desires. If necessary, Chu Yueyao would be a good choice. Immediately afterwards, his whole body began to tremble and his mind went blank. What kind of technique is this? On this night, Su Tianjiao experienced an unparalleled battle. Why did Chu Yueyao change completely today? Could it be that this clever woman sensed his murderous intent, and so she desperately tried to demonstrate her usefulness? Whatever the reason, Su Tianjiao enjoyed this feeling. When he saw those ant-like people trying their best to survive and humbly trying to please him, he would feel an inexplicable pleasure in his heart. This is the treatment he deserves as the villain of the apocalypse. "Boss Su, do you feel comfortable with me serving you like this? These are all tricks I came up with myself. I just hope that Mr. Su can enjoy the ultimate happiness here." Although Chu Yueyao's movement seemed a little unfamiliar, her expression was still full of charm. "Do you think you are qualified to ask me questions?" Su Tianjiao took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and then asked coldly. Chu Yueyao was startled and then realized her own gaffe. Su Tianjiao is now the doomsday overlord who kills people without blinking an eye. Will he punish himself for this? After some wild thoughts, the frightened Chu Yueyao immediately bowed her head and admitted her mistake. "I'm sorry, Master Su Tianjiao. Please forgive me for my transgression." When she looked up again, Su Tianjiao had already put on his clothes and left. "Find out where you stand. Lin Dong is no longer with us. If you want to avenge him, you are always welcome. If not, just behave better." Bang! With a loud bang, the bedroom door was closed. Chu Yueyao's face suddenly turned extremely pale. "Lin Dong is dead? What's the situation outside?" After coming out of Chu Yueyao's room, Su Tianjiao went to the watchtower again and casually observed the surroundings with a telescope. Ling Feng and Qian Bao also followed closely behind him. Since acquiring A-level superpowers, they have become the main force in going out to collect intelligence. Although they were very tired, they both enjoyed it. After all, they had just gained superpowers and wanted to find an opportunity to test their abilities. Those terrifying first-generation monsters that could overturn a car with a single slap were easily defeated by the two. "Master Su Tianjiao, the two of us have scouted about 30 kilometers in the east and west directions today. The monsters on the street are much calmer than before, but they are still roaming the streets. There are hardly any survivors outside. They may have already gone to a safe place. By the way, the supermarkets and shops along the street were looted. It seems that on the eve of the alienation virus getting completely out of control, someone couldn't wait to make a free purchase. We are currently unable to count how many survivors there are in Jinling City, but I think that 1/3 of them should be able to survive." Ling Feng has finished his report. Qian Bao also nodded in agreement. But Su Tianjiao shook his head. indicating that he did not agree with their views. You guys are imagining this disaster to be too simple. Not only humans, but also various plants and animals have mutated. Faced with a frenzy of monsters numbering in the billions, perhaps less than 20% of the population has survived at most. But then they have to face the lack of basic survival supplies such as food, medicine, and drinking water. Many people did not die under the claws of monsters, but died of starvation and thirst. In addition, there are various diseases caused by the lack of medical supplies, as well as wound infection problems. I estimate that after 7 days, the number of survivors in the world will be less than 10%. After listening to Su Tianjiao's analysis, everyone present couldn't help but shudder. Ling Feng and Qian Bao looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Less than 10% of humanity is left. This is too cruel. From yesterday until now, everyone thought they had accepted the cruelty of the end of the world. But the reality seems to be even worse than everyone expected. Immediately afterwards, Su Tianjiao walked into the courtyard and took out many helicopters from the storage space. And almost all the members of the special team, led by Ling Feng, can fly helicopters skillfully. Next, each of you can bring your family here, but make sure they're not infected with the L virus. If it's just the early stages of infection, you can seek treatment from housekeeper and see Yuan. But if you're already on the verge of mutation, I hope you can solve it on your own. Everyone was extremely excited to hear the news. Yi Qiushui also realized that he was right about the person. But Su Tianjiao's decision was not for charity. The luxurious shelter rewarded by the system, as well as some nearby strongholds, definitely require manpower to maintain operations. Naturally, the families of these special forces members would feel embarrassed to eat and live in the shelter for free. For example, maintaining hygiene, educating children, treating the wounded, etc. are all essential tasks in a shelter. Su Tianjiao understood that a powerful force must have an elite army, and an elite army depends on a steady supply of reinforcements. Therefore, if you want to further expand your power, you must train enough children in the shelter. In addition, Su Tianjiao also plans to establish a complete production system, and various factories will be established one after another. The startup and operation of these factories also require the participation of young and strong people. Therefore, this luxurious shelter will mainly accommodate children and young and middle-aged workers. Therefore, their education is naturally of utmost priority. And the content of education is certainly very different from before the end of the world. For example, how to fight monsters, how to deal with people infected with the L virus, etc. are all knowledge points that people urgently need to master. Of course, in this jungle society where the strong prey on the weak, ordinary people without special powers will ultimately become cannon fodder and victims. In Su Tianjiao's army, people with special abilities are the main fighting force. Although he has been actively looking for people with special abilities who are wandering around, he will not accept these people casually. Just then, Zi Xianlin sent a message to Su Tianjiao. Master, I found the superpower you mentioned. Wait a moment. I will be able to subdue him soon and bring him back to the villa. Su Tianjiao's eyes lit up, and after thinking for a moment, he reminded, be sure to be careful of his abilities. If I could recruit this person under my command, it would definitely be of great help to me. At the same time, Lin Yun's younger brothers were behaving recklessly towards the two young women, perhaps because they knew they could not escape death. The two women no longer even thought of resisting and allowed themselves to be manipulated by the man in front of them. But suddenly, the girl, who had originally shown no resistance, suddenly tensed up and let out a terrified scream. Ah, ghost! The little brother, who originally felt a little bored, suddenly felt like he was flying to heaven because of the scream and the tightening of his body. He couldn't help but gasp. It feels so good. One more time. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that there was something wrong with the woman's eyes. She didn't seem to be screaming at herself, but at something behind her. The two young women cried out in fear and sobbed. Dang, dang, dang Yuan. Aren't you already dead? We didn't kill you. It was that bastard Lin Yun who did it. He even insisted on putting the blame on us. What? Dang Yuan? Could it be that she has transformed into a ghost and is here to take my life? Thinking of this, I suddenly felt a chill and couldn't help shivering. The chilling feeling made him instinctively turn his head back, and he immediately pulled out a dagger and stabbed it directly. The dagger really stabbed Dang Yuan's body, but it couldn't penetrate at all. At this moment, her body was as hard as a rock. There was no pupil in the entire eye, only darkness. I took a deep breath and thought about it calmly. I thought that Deng Yuan's body must have mutated, so I was not too scared. He is now a mutant. Even though his strength is not that great, he is not someone who could be victimized by a little monster that has just mutated. Want to kill me? Do you have the ability to do so? But what he didn't expect was that Deng Yuan didn't seem to be a monster. Who are you? You are not Deng Yuan. Dead people and monsters can't talk. Who on earth are you? Hearing this, the man hiding in the shadows had a teasing look in his eyes. Having just awakened last night, he has already mastered the use of his abilities quite skillfully and even performed some scary tricks. However, what the man did not expect was that while the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, a tentacle appeared silently behind the man. After sensing danger, the man instinctively wanted to hide. But suddenly, a soft yet murderous voice came from his ear. Don't move, or you'll be dead. The man has just acquired his superpowers and is full of confidence. How could he surrender so easily? But when he just had the thought of resisting, the seemingly soft tentacle, as if it was powered on, directly penetrated the tree trunk as thick as his thigh. What kind of power and speed could cause such horrific destruction? I'm sorry, I give up. Please forgive me and let me live. Seeing this terrifying scene, he no longer dared to resist the mysterious voice and quickly spoke. Zi Xianlin couldn't help laughing as she looked at the man kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Haha, you use this A-level control ability, corpse control, very skillfully, Mr. Zhang Yuan. When Zhang Yuan heard that mysterious voice, which not only recognized the supernatural power he was using, but also accurately pronounced his name, he was so scared that his face turned green. Who the hell are you? Chapter 56. Recruiting people with special abilities, new prey appears. In an unfinished building near the research institute, a male corpse with a very tragic death suddenly appeared. It lay in a pool of blood, its entire face smashed to pieces. The most horrific thing was his lower body, which was not majestic to begin with, and was smashed into minced meat. This person is the weakest psychic under Lin Yun. If he had not been so obsessed with beauty and returned earlier after completing the mission, he might not have suffered such a misfortune. Although the two women suffered great humiliation, they were lucky enough to survive. Not only was Deng Yuan's body not destroyed, but it seemed like she was resurrected and smashed Lin Yun's younger brother to pieces with her fists. Even though he was about to die, this little brother still couldn't understand how he, a person with superpowers, could be killed by an ordinary person like Deng Yuan. Moreover, she had been dead for so long, and her body was completely cold. So why could she still stand up? And why did the almost rotting corpse suddenly become invulnerable to swords and guns? A pair of fists, like hammers, completely unstoppable. This is the A-level supernatural power that Zhang Yuan possesses. It is very strange and hard to guard against. The black smoke he released could automatically find any hole on the corpse and use it to drill into its body. Then the black smoke will control the host's central nervous system, and like the L virus, control the actions of the corpse. In a sense, the L virus can also be considered a form of corpse control. But monsters infected with the L virus can only act on instinct and cannot be controlled by anyone. In addition to controlling corpses, Zhang Yuan can also transfer the energy in his body to the corpses he controls. That's why the power of Deng Yuan's body suddenly increased dozens or hundreds of times. Most importantly, his corpse controlling skills can even control monsters. Whether it is an ordinary monster that has just mutated or a first-generation monster that has evolved to the extreme and is powerful enough to rival a low-level psychic, Zhang Yuan can control it easily. Moreover, he can control dozens of monsters or corpses at the same time. However, if he does this, the rate at which Zhang Yuan's body consumes energy will increase exponentially. Facing the powerful Zi Xianlin, he seemed to show all his abilities without reservation. But Zi Xianlin knew in her heart that a cunning fox like Zhang Yuan must have many cards in his hand. Although your attitude is good, you still secretly concealed a lot of information. For example, you concealed the limit of the control quantity. Maybe you said less than half. Zi Xianlin asked back with a smile on her face. Zhang Yuan's face was gloomy and uncertain, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, Zi Xianlin did not continue to ask. The two young women next to them were completely confused. They felt as if they were saved. Since these two people worked together to kill Lin Yun's men, they should be considered good people. But why did internal strife break out between the two good guys? The corpse of Deng Yuan next to them was staring at the two young women with its dark eyes, which was chilling. Miss Azusa, stop testing me. Your powers are very powerful. At least now, I am under your control. My life and death all depend on your thoughts. I, Zhang Yuan, am a complete coward. I don't want to lose my life for no reason at all. So, how dare I lie to you, Miss Z? Zhang Yuan pretended to be timid and cowardly, but his poor acting skills did not escape Zi Xuanlin's eyes. He had told Zi Xianlin before that in order to release the black mist, he must point his finger at the target. Just tie his hands, and you can rest assured. But this was just a lie to paralyze Zi Xianlin. In fact, any part of his body can release this strange black mist. Let me guess. Even if I tie you up, you should be able to use any part of your body to release your supernatural powers, right? So, do you want to control me, or just let me die from internal rupture? The information Zi Xianlin had previously revealed made Zhang Yuan suspect that he might be being followed by her. After all, after awakening, he often used his supernatural powers to save his life. As long as you follow him quietly for a period of time, you can see the scenes of him using his supernatural powers and infer its effects. For a strong person like Zi Xianlin, this is not a difficult task. As for my name, it is certainly not a secret. You can find out by just asking. So at first, Zhang Yuan didn't think the other party was that powerful. But when Zi Xianlin accurately told him the information he had deliberately concealed and the ultimate trump card he had never used, Zhang Yuan was suddenly shocked and panicked. Is this woman in front of me extremely smart, able to deduce all this from clues, or is she able to read minds? Of course, it could be both. Zhang Yuan asked anxiously. Why do you know this? Could it be that these tentacles of yours have the ability to read minds? Otherwise, you won't be able to predict my next move, let alone know my trump card, because I have never used corpse control to control a living person. As for the internal organs rupture, speaking of this, Zhang Yuan's body began to tremble involuntarily. Zi Xianlin interrupted him contemptuously. You mean to say that although you already know that you can use black mist to destroy a person's body from the inside, you haven't had a chance to try it yet, right? In fact, not only do I know everything about your past, I can even see your future. In the near future, your abilities will evolve and become even more powerful. So, do you think I can read minds? Or predict the future? Whether it is reading minds or predicting the future, it seems too bizarre. After listening to Zi Xuanlin's words, Zhang Yuan suddenly realized that the supernatural power that he had always been proud of was not invincible. There will always be people better than you. In the eyes of a truly strong person, he is as small and ridiculous as an ant. After a moment's silence, Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. I won't guess anymore. I now understand that every step I thought I had carefully planned is nothing but a joke in front of Miss Z. Even the abilities that Miss Z has shown right now have already exceeded my understanding, and I know that this may just be the tip of the iceberg of your true strength. But Miss Z, since you didn't kill me immediately and told me so much useful information, you must be very interested in me. But if you want me to be your subordinate, I may need to think about it. Although you are indeed stronger than me, it seems that you are not that much stronger. Zi Xianlin interrupted Zhang Yuan's arrogance without any hesitation and said lightly, Stop talking nonsense, and let's get straight to the point. All I know about you is what my young master told me. He is very interested in you, so he may need Mr. Zhang to come with me. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. These few short sentences made Zhang Yuan understand that not only was Zi Xianlin extremely powerful, but there was also an even more terrifying strong man standing behind her. The young master that Zi Xianlin mentioned seemed to have control over all the information about herself. Going against it is probably not a good choice. Just as Zhang Yuan was thinking about countermeasures, Zi Xianlin gave him a reason he couldn't refuse. Dense tentacles stretched out from her back like poisonous snakes, forming a tight encirclement that trapped Zhang Yuan inside. Although they look incredibly soft, they are actually dangerous. If you break through by force, you will die miserably. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuan completely gave up. You have successfully convinced me. I am willing to go back with you to meet your young master. And I think these two women and the body can be taken away together. Because according to my previous observations, they seem to be related to the nearby Underground Research Institute. There are many treasures and scientific researchers there. Who knows? They might be useful in the future. Your young master should also be interested in this, right? Immediately afterwards, the two women were wrapped up by Xuanlin's tentacles like goods. So, how do we get to your young master's place? Before he could finish his words, a helicopter appeared above their heads. Who on earth could dispatch a helicopter anytime and anywhere in the chaotic apocalypse? At this moment, Zhang Yuan had a deeper understanding of his own insignificance. The helicopter took off, carrying Zi Xinlin, Zhang Yuan, and others back to the villa area. 5 minutes later, several roughly modified, heavily armored off-road vehicles appeared on the outskirts of the institute. From the blood-stained body of the car, it can be seen that this group of people have experienced many battles. The fact that they were able to drive all the way here with great fanfare from the monster-infested streets is enough to prove the strength of these people. Everyone opened the car door and jumped out. Among the 8 psychics in the car, 2 of them were younger brothers sent by Lin Yun to contact other shelters. The other 6 belonged to 2 temporarily formed forces. The first force was represented by 2 B-level psychics, while the second force sent out 1 B-level, 3 D-level, and 1 E-level psychics. They looked at the elevator leading to the Underground Research Institute, and then looked at the deserted environment around them. One of the middle-aged men couldn't help but sneer. A secret research institute built by the government is actually hidden in such a desolate suburb. However, if we use it as a shelter, it does have very good concealment. Hearing this, Lin Yun's younger brother sneered and responded, "Don't be too jealous, bosses. If our cooperation goes well this time, we can all share this place. And our ultimate goal is not this little profit, but the lucrative target Su Tianjiao. What you mentioned are all minor issues. I just hope that everyone won't be unhappy when the spoils are divided in the end." The middle-aged man who spoke just now, nicknamed Chen Sandow, is also the boss of the second force. Before he gained superpowers, he was the owner of an entertainment club. Although he looks gentle and refined, he is actually a hypocritical villain. In order to avoid this situation, Boss Lin Yun had better come up with a solution in advance that will satisfy everyone. Otherwise, don't blame me, Shamba, for turning my back on you. Shamba, the leader of the first faction, couldn't help but stand up and made a proposal. He and his brother were both lucky enough to obtain B-level superpowers. With such a rich foundation, Shamba naturally wants to go further and build a career of his own in the end times. Soon, people from the 3 forces gathered at the same table. As the host, Lin Yun first revealed a tempting piece of news with a smile. I can be sure that before the end of the world came, Su Tianjiao prepared more than 10 billion worth of supplies, including food, drink, and daily necessities. There are even millions of rounds of ammunition stored in his villa, as well as various armored vehicles and armed helicopters. If we can capture his refuge, not only will we no longer have to worry about food and drink, we can even arm an army. By then, the entire Yanhuang, no, the entire world, will surrender to us. At the same time, Su Tianjiao was thinking about where to find another person with the protagonist halo. Although he plundered a lot of luck points from Lin Dong, it was still a long way from the 1,000 points required to open them all. Su Tianjiao knew that some things could not be rushed. At this moment, the system prompt sound rang after a long absence. Warm tips. A new protagonist halo owner has been detected. Please be careful. The new protagonist halo owner? Before Su Tianjiao could react, a cell phone rang suddenly. He picked up the phone and found it was his old classmate Li Ming calling. When they were in college, Su Tianjiao, Li Ming, and Zheng Fan were good brothers wearing the same pants. Moreover, Li Ming, who came from a wealthy family, often invited Su Tianjiao, who was poor at the time, to dinner. Later, Su Tianjiao planned to do business, and naturally invited his good friends Zheng Fan and Li Ming. Zheng Fan readily agreed, but Li Ming was hesitant and ultimately rejected his invitation. Later, Su Tianjiao's business grew bigger and bigger. The conceited Li Ming regretted his decision, but was too embarrassed to ask for peace. He felt that he was a rich second generation, but was overtaken by Su Tianjiao and Zheng Fan, and he felt very unhappy. Later, when Li Ming was drunk, he complained about Su Tianjiao to others. Later, as Su Tianjiao's business grew bigger and his work became busier, the 3 of them lost contact. Su Tianjiao never expected that it was Li Ming who triggered the system prompt. It is true that good fortune can come from heaven while you are sitting at home. A burst of ecstasy suddenly surged into Su Tianjiao's heart. Li Ming, why did you suddenly think of me? Su Tianjiao, I have something important to say. I know you've been preparing for the end of the world. You've stockpiled a lot of supplies and bought a lot of meteorites. In fact, there are big secrets hidden in those meteorites. This meteorite in my hand has turned me into a super powerful tiger. I can even defeat those monsters. Yinzi and I are now trapped in school. There are almost only monsters around, and there are only a few living people left. Even if I can fight my way out, it's hard to guarantee that Yinzi will not be harmed. I want to ask you, can you come and pick us up? Even if she just waits for us at the door for a few minutes. I'll rush out with her. Chapter 57. Evolve Monsters. Rescue operation begins. After sending out the distress signal, Li Ming immediately hung up the phone. It seems that the situation over there is not optimistic. Thinking of this, Su Tianjiao immediately ordered Ling Feng, according to the plan we made earlier, form a vanguard team and go to Jinling University with me. Understood, Master. Ling Feng saluted. Immediately afterwards, Su Tianjiao took out several armored off-road vehicles, as well as excavators and bulldozers for clearing the road from the storage space. In order to ensure that everything goes smoothly, he also arranged 3 helicopters to escort the convoy in the air throughout the journey. Once danger is discovered ahead, the scouts on the helicopter can send a warning signal to the convoy in time. Whether it is avoiding risks by taking a detour or being prepared for battle, it is always better than being caught off guard by the enemy. Su Tianjiao understood that even a fool like Lin Dong could guess that the end of the world was approaching from just a few words from his elder brother Lin Yun. He is definitely not the only one who has started preparing for the end of the world in advance. A week ago, the price of guns and ammunition on the black market had increased several times. But this does not affect everyone's purchasing enthusiasm. There are even some people, like Su Tianjiao, who recruit mercenaries in advance and form a professional team to deal with the end of the world. Therefore, if someone took a fancy to Su Tianjiao's luxury convoy and sent a few mercenary teams to rob it, it would not be a strange thing. Master, don't worry. If they dare to come, no one will be able to return alive. Ling Feng patted his chest and assured. And he does have the ability. Now Ling Feng can throw out dozens of high-explosive grenades with ease, and can be called a human mortar. If he encounters a heavy target, he can directly detonate all the energy in his body and instantly transform into a weapon of mass destruction. I'm not worried about any threat they might pose to me. Juste don't destroy my convoi. But if even one of my cars was destroyed, I would probably kill them all. Su Tianjiao said lightly. Hearing this, Ling Feng couldn't help but shudder. When it comes to ruthlessness and cruelty, there is probably no one in this world who can compare to young Master Su Tianjiao. Also, is there any news from Qiu Shui? It's been a long time since we set out this morning. Master, don't worry. Miss Qiu Shui is now a powerful seraph. She has the name of an angel, but possesses the power of a devil. She is a Valkyrie who kills without blinking an eye. Any danger is just a piece of cake in front of her. I guess the reason why she hasn't come back yet is probably because she was delayed by something. After Yi Qiu Shui was brought back from the military area by Su Tianjiao, he only rested for one night before rushing out to save people. If it was just to save some unimportant people, Su Tianjiao would certainly not agree. But this time, Yi Qiu Shui wants to save his own family. Although her father is still missing, she has a younger sister and an older sister. My younger sister lives in Jinling City, but my older sister lives in the neighboring city. She told Su Tianjiao early in the morning that she had successfully rescued her sister. But after that, Su Tianjiao never received any news from Yi Qiu Shui again. Although the distance between the neighboring city and Jinling City is indeed not close, with Yi Qiu Shui's extraordinary physical fitness, it would not take much time at all. Therefore, Su Tianjiao guessed that she might have encountered some trouble. But he was not worried about Yi Qiu Shui's personal safety. After all, not every Tom, Dick, or Harry could be called a Valkyrie. Report to Master Su. The convoy is ready. Set off immediately. Soon, Su Tianjiao's motorcade drove onto the street in a swagger. It was a hot noon, and the activity of the L virus had also decreased. So many monsters will hide in shady corners at this time. Some hungry and thirsty survivors would take this opportunity to venture out into the streets in search of food and drinking water. But there are not many such bold adventurers. After all, those hiding monsters are still aggressive. After paying a very painful price, the survivors were forced to return to their own shelters. What the hell? If we continue like this, we will starve to death. That's right. Although there is still a lot of food left at home, the corridor is full of monsters. Now, even going home has become a luxury. Are we trapped in this shabby chess and card room? Wow, I haven't eaten for almost a day and my stomach is growling with hunger. I wanted to endure it by sleeping, but I was scared by the monster and couldn't sleep at all. I saw a message online saying that someone has awakened superpowers and can even kill monsters. Is this true? Who knows? I heard that some lucky people became superpowers because of the radiation from the meteorite. They can kill monsters as easily as squeezing ants. They will definitely have no worries about food and clothing. If I could become a superpower, I'd go to the supermarket and restaurant across the street and buy everything. Seriously. Oh my god. Look over there. Is that a convoy? The streets are full of abandoned cars, blocking the roads. How do they drive on the road? Oh my god. There was actually a bulldozer leading the way, directly removing all the obstacles on the road. Hearing the sound of Su Tianjiao's convoy, the survivors all came out to watch. Many people thought it was a rescue team sent by the authorities, so they began to shout for help. But Su Tianjiao had no intention of saving these guys. At least for now, he doesn't want to bother with these people who just waste food. Parking. Stop. Don't you see there are old people and children here? Help. Save us. Don't go. Please. You bastards. You watch someone die without helping him. I hope those monsters will eat all of you cold-blooded people. The cries for help from the surrounding residential buildings gradually turned into verbal abuse as the convoy moved away. Fortunately, the armored vehicle had such good sound insulation that Su Tianjiao couldn't hear anything at all. Otherwise, those people would have died long ago. At this moment, two tall figures blocked the front of the convoy. Su Tianjiao looked carefully and saw that they were two first-generation monsters. Then, everyone looked around and found that there were densely packed first-generation monsters on the walls on both sides of the street, behind the convoy, and on the roofs of residential buildings. Compared to the first-generation monsters we saw before, they seem to have undergone new mutations. Not only is its size becoming larger, it may even have a certain level of intelligence. They may have set a trap here, and will start to close in after Su Tianjiao's convoy rushes in. In just a few days of the L virus outbreak, these monsters evolved from zombies that could only attack based on instinct into true predators. Even a helicopter in the sky was almost caught by a first-generation monster lurking on the roof. Even if it just touches the propeller, the helicopter will fall instantly. Report. According to my observations from the air, preliminary statistics show that there are about more than 60 first-generation monsters around. Moreover, these first-generation monsters seem to have undergone further mutations. This situation made everyone feel an invisible pressure hanging over their heads. Why did so many monsters suddenly appear? Can we get out of here alive today? After the end of the world, the dark side of human nature is gradually exposed. When the survivors saw Su Tianjiao's convoy in danger, their first reaction was to applaud. They never thought that if Su Tianjiao's entire army was wiped out, the next target of these monsters might very well be themselves. Kill them. Kill those inhuman guys. Eat them all. Kill all these demons. This is retribution. This is what they deserve. Once these people are dead, we will go down and rob their armored vehicles. There must be a lot of supplies on them. If I had the chance, I would really like to go up and kill each of those demons with a knife. Chop their heads into pieces. At the same time, after a tentative attack, the subordinate saluted Su Tianjiao and reported, "Master Su Tianjiao, it has been confirmed that the pistol cannot pose any threat to these monsters. Even the firepower of the submachine guns could only barely penetrate their defenses. Only large-caliber sniper rifles and heavy machine guns can cause effective damage to these monsters. Moreover, these first-generation monsters, after mutating again, have astonishing speed and destructive power. 2 bulldozers have been destroyed, and a heavy tank is about to be scrapped. 5 soldiers have already died. Once the heavy tank is destroyed, the 4 soldiers inside may not survive. Please give instructions." At first, when Su Tianjiao heard the scout's report, he didn't even care too much. Relying on the heavy tanks in front and the fire support from helicopters in the air, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with these dozens of first-generation monsters, right? But the speed of evolution of these first-generation monsters far exceeded Su Tianjiao's expectations. In the previous life, the first generation of monsters were indeed constantly evolving, but they did not reach the level of invulnerability so quickly. Just like people with special abilities, people also classify monsters into different levels. Creatures that mutate after being bitten by the first generation of monsters, whether they are humans, tigers, insects, or plants, are generally classified as ordinary monsters. Their combat effectiveness also varies depending on the species they were before mutation. But the evolutionary ability of ordinary monsters is almost zero, which is not a threat to any psychic. These monsters are not even qualified to be rated. The first-generation monsters that underwent their first mutation were generally over 3 meters tall and could easily overturn heavy trucks. They're also called first-order monsters. The combat power of a first-level monster is already comparable to that of the weakest E or F-level psychics. However, as long as you take your abilities above level D seriously, you can still easily destroy first-level monsters. According to Su Tianjiao's memories from his previous life, the first-level monster ran rampant for at least half a month before gradually evolving into a more powerful second-level monster. Fighting, cannibalizing their own kind, sucking human blood, and even sleeping all have the potential to cause them to evolve. But according to the research of some knowledgeable people in previous lives, the probability of monsters evolving is very low. Therefore, the appearance of a large number of level 2 monsters in such a short period of time was obviously abnormal. Su Tianjiao couldn't help but wonder if this situation was related to his rebirth. Even though we were so cautious, the results still changed the future development. However, Su Tianjiao was not too worried. No matter how the future changes, you are sure to win. Next, you just need to steadily advance the plan you made previously. First, build various factories and recruit the necessary workers and technical talents to make the entire shelter self-sufficient. The education industry, which cultivates young and middle-aged labor force, is of paramount importance. Although it sounds simple, achieving these goals in the end times is still full of challenges. And this is just the first step of Su Tianjiao's plan. The next step is to form an army of superpowers. Even though the remaining meteorites he had were just some rubbish abilities below level B, at least they were in large quantities and would satisfy his hunger. After all, the combat power of even the lowest level psychics is far beyond that of ordinary people. In addition, you can also recruit some outstanding psychics who are wandering around and have not joined any forces. Of course, before that, their loyalty must be confirmed. If we accidentally let a traitor in, we will be in big trouble. Su Tianjiao knew very well that although the current first-level monsters and second-level monsters were not to be feared at all, but with the terrifying evolution speed of the first generation of monsters, if you don't make plans early, even you may become a meal. And all his plans are to accumulate enough trump cards before the cruel competition at the end of the world comes. Ling Feng, Qian Bao, go clean up the garbage around here. Although the two were not in the same car, they both received the orders issued by Su Tianjiao through the walkie-talkie. They quickly jumped out of the car and started cleaning up. Understood, Master. At this moment, eyes from all directions were watching every move of Su Tianjiao's convoy. The onlookers in the nearby residential buildings witnessed with their own eyes the first-generation monster that had evolved to the second stage, easily overturning and destroying Su Tianjiao's large bulldozer. Immediately afterwards, they launched a fierce attack on several heavy tanks. Such a terrifying power far exceeded everyone's imagination. Seeing this scene, the survivors all agreed that this was an enemy that humans were completely unable to fight against. Perhaps suicide is the only way to get rid of pain. Just when everyone was in despair, Ling Feng and Qian Bao suddenly appeared on the street. Everyone was confused. No way. The bulldozer and heavy tank are destroyed. What use are these two people? I thought they would deploy more powerful equipment such as rockets, mortars, and even missiles. Only 2 people were sent out? It's over, it's over. We're really screwed this time. Oh my god, there are really only 2 of them. They're not even enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of those monsters that are several meters tall. Chapter 58. 3 forces have ulterior motives and are having a secret conversation. The first-generation monsters that evolved to the second stage grew several times in size. Ordinary humans are as desperate in front of them as ants are in front of elephants. However, how could Ling Feng and Qian Bao, who are A-level psychics, be weak ants? With a wave of his hand, Ling Feng blew the 4 second-level monsters that surrounded him into pieces. Immediately afterwards, Qian Bao pulled out 2 giant 5-meter-long heavy swords from behind him. With a swing of the sword, 2 more level 2 monsters were cut in half. At this moment, the whole world was quiet. At the same time, on the other side, Li Ming transformed into a violent tiger and with a wave of his tiger claws, he knocked down his classmates who had just transformed. Looking at those familiar faces that had become hideous and distorted, Li Ming felt a little sad, but more excited. I actually possess such a powerful, supernatural power. Yinzi, I have cleaned up this dormitory building, although there are still many monsters outside. Don't worry, I have asked Su Tianjiao for help. He should come to rescue us. Su Tianjiao? Could it be that he has also awakened his superpowers? Otherwise, how can he save us? Actually, if it's just me, it wouldn't be difficult to escape. But if I take you with me, the risk will be too great. I don't dare to take the risk, so I asked Su Tianjiao to drive and meet us outside. Li Ming, I'm a burden to you. At this time, Li Ming's energy had been exhausted, and he was forced to return to his original form. He needs to rest for a while before he can transform again. Don't say that. You are my girlfriend, and this won't change even if the world ends. Li Ming, who was exhausted from fighting, turned around and assured Yanzi. Hearing her boyfriend's promise, Yanzi rushed over excitedly and hugged Li Ming tightly. She noticed that the smile on Li Ming's face seemed a little forced, but she didn't think much about it. Maybe it's just because he has fought to exhaustion. Yanzi never doubted Li Ming's feelings for her, but she never expected that Li Ming's image as a lovesick man was a complete disguise. He wanted to prove to Su Tianjiao that he was a good man with feelings and loyalty, willing to go through fire and water for his brothers and girlfriend. This idea had been brewing in Li Ming's mind for a long time and was not a sudden idea. Being a thoughtful person, he had already sensed danger from the increasingly unstable situation. At first, Li Ming only planned to rely on Su Tianjiao, who had stockpiled a large amount of supplies to survive in the doomsday. But after awakening his superpowers, his ambitions and desires began to grow. Li Ming already regarded his girlfriend, Yin Zi, as a burden and just wanted to find an opportunity to get rid of her. At the same time, he was also thinking about how to take everything that Su Tianjiao had for himself. After all, the feeling of living under someone else's roof is always unpleasant. If Su Tianjiao found out that he, like Lin Dong, was eyeing his shelter, he would probably be so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. I was just worried that I had no excuse to deal with Li Ming, the protagonist with his halo. He just delivered it to my door himself. However, what Li Ming is best at is hiding his true thoughts. He understood that Su Tianjiao might have become a person with superpowers. Moreover, he acquired so many meteorites before the end of the world, which would definitely allow his confidants to awaken their special powers. If these people were not strong enough, that would be fine. But if they all possess superpowers above level B, then his plan would definitely be difficult to achieve. So Li Ming planned to sneak into Su Tianjiao's forces first, find out the situation, and then act according to circumstances. If Su Tianjiao is powerful, he will secretly communicate with other forces. When both sides are defeated, you can reap the benefits. Li Ming, come over here and take a look. There are so many people recruiting people with special abilities online. Oh my god, so many people have become superpowers. Swallow, who was temporarily safe, started browsing her phone out of boredom. Li Ming took a quick glance and didn't look at it any further. He had known these things for a long time, but did not tell Yanzi. But then, a popular video caught Li Ming's attention. In the picture, a man with extremely strong arms is wielding two giant heavy swords and fighting a monster. The sword, which seemed to weigh several thousand kilograms, cut the 7 or 8 meter tall second-level monster into two pieces in one go. Li Ming was completely stunned. Damn it, is this still a human being? And why are these monsters so much more terrifying than the ones I just killed? In the blurry picture, Li Ming couldn't see the face of the sword holder at all. But it is entirely possible to infer the size and length of the heavy sword in his hand through reference objects, such as the cars and streetlights nearby. At the same time, you can also roughly estimate the size of those second-level monsters and how terrifying they are. Although Li Ming's combat capability in the violent tiger form cannot be underestimated, he can only deal with a second-level monster at most. And the sturdy man wielding the giant sword in the video can actually knock down several second-level monsters easily. In addition, Li Ming also saw that opposite the strong man, there was a bomb maniac. It seemed that endless high-explosive grenades were thrown from his hands, sending one giant monster after another to the west. The strangest thing is that these high-explosive grenades have no entity, and only some clues can be seen from the ripples they cut through the air. Then, the bomb maniac seemed to be having fun and even started a suicide attack. He used his body as a bomb, not only blowing up several monsters, but also blowing up the abandoned vehicles on the street and the tempered glass windows of the shops. After the smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated, the monsters were blown into meat paste. But this mysterious bomb maniac was completely unharmed. High-level psychics are so terrifying. Li Ming suddenly realized that his awakened supernatural powers did not seem to be enough to support his dream of becoming the king in the end times. But he is not the kind of person who gives up easily. After all, Su Tianjiao's luxurious villa shelter and massive supplies are so attractive. Li Ming smiled contemptuously and said sarcastically, "You just luckily awakened a high-level supernatural power, but you can't help but show off on the street. You are really stupid. There is always someone stronger than you. I don't think you understand that at all." At this time, Yanwang's network and power systems are still operating normally. This popular video naturally scared many survivors. "Oh my god, those monsters can grow up to 8 meters tall? How can we win?" I sincerely ask for your advice. If you are unfortunate enough to encounter such a behemoth, how can you protect your personal safety? Personal safety? When you encounter them, you should think about reincarnation in advance. Don't be reborn on Blue Star in your next life. Then you won't encounter such bad luck. So are those two mysterious people really superpowers? They look just like the superheroes in the movies. The one above, I live nearby and saw it with my own eyes. It's absolutely true. There are terrifying monsters that can grow larger than dinosaurs and supernatural beings with extremely powerful strength. What should we ordinary people who are struggling to survive in the cracks do? The internet, which seemed a little deserted due to the coming of the end of the world, suddenly became much more lively. Many people who have become superpowers also felt complicated after watching this video. They suddenly realized that they were not the only ones who had awakened their special powers. And among those with special abilities, there are actually some who have such amazing fighting abilities. At the same time, representatives of the three forces, Lin Yun, Chen Sandao, and Shamba, were plotting how to deal with Su Tianjiao. When they saw this video, they all shuddered at the same time. Chen Sandao and Shamba turned to look at Lin Yun and asked, "Brother Lin, you are a scientist. Come and tell us what these two monsters are all about." Lin Yun's face looked a little gloomy. He could be sure that the two people in the video possessed higher-level abilities than himself. There are currently 4 B-level psychics in the Secret Research Institute. And this is the top-level combat force that can only be barely put together by the 3 forces combined. But even if these 4 people come together, I'm afraid they still won't be enough to fill the gaps between the 2 mysterious men in the video. If I'm not mistaken, they should be A-level psychics who are a level higher than us. But this video is too blurry, and I can only make out a little bit of information. For example, the man wielding a big sword is obviously a power user. Boss Shamba, you and he both have power abilities. If the two of you fight with real swords and guns, are you sure you can win? Hearing this question, the burly Shamba fell into deep thought. To be honest, I haven't used my full strength yet, but I have a vague feeling that I may not be a match for that tough guy. Shamba admitted defeat without hesitation. Lin Yun didn't expect things to turn out like this. He turned to look at Chen Sandao again and found that he, like Shamba, had a look of fear and terror in his eyes. Lin Yun realized that he could no longer help others to gain prestige and destroy his own ambition. If these two people retreat and no longer join forces with him to deal with Su Tianjiao, then all the previous plans will be ruined. Ling Feng and Qian Bao were worried that the aftermath of the battle would accidentally injure their teammates, so they deliberately lured these second-level monsters away from the convoy. Therefore, the person who filmed the video did not include Su Tianjiao's convoy in the video. This also led to the fact that neither Lin Yun nor Li Ming knew that the 2 mysterious men were actually just Su Tianjiao's subordinates. Lin Yun quickly forced out a smile and said to comfort everyone, "Everyone, don't be so nervous. I'm not asking this question because I really want Shamba Boss to compete with the person in the video. Look, aren't those 2 strong men also working together for a common goal like us? Maybe we can become close comrades in arms like them in the future. And now I can tell you clearly that these 2 people have absolutely nothing to do with Su Tianjiao. According to the information sent back by my spies, he only has a team of mercenaries and no strong psychics." In order to make the 2 allies put their concerns to rest, Lin Yun made up a lie without blushing or beating his heart. He did send a few thugs to Su Tianjiao's villa to gather information. But there is no way those people could find out such confidential things. Lin Yun's plan at this moment coincides with Li Ming's idea. They all coveted Su Tianjiao's supplies and luxurious villa shelter, but they did not dare to take direct action. Finding a not-so-smart scapegoat to take risks is the best strategy for both of them. Chun Sandao and Shamba were both skeptical about what Lin Yun had just said, but they didn't point it out and still maintained superficial harmony. After all, there is no one who doesn't want to get a piece of the pie from Su Tianjiao, and every force present regarded the other two parties as cannon fodder. After the seemingly relaxed and pleasant meeting, Lin Yun very generously treated the two bosses to a sumptuous dinner. After eating and drinking, he proposed, "Two bosses, it's getting late now. Do you want to call a few women to relieve your sexual desire?" "No need. Neither of us is short of women." Chun Sandao waved his hand and refused. Shamba also nodded in agreement. In the end times, as B-level psychics and leaders of a faction, no matter where they go, countless women will approach them. But Lin Yun explained with a sly smile. The women here are different from those outside. They are all top female students. Although they may not be the prettiest, they are definitely conservative and shy good women. They will definitely satisfy you. After hearing Lin Yun's introduction, the two bosses' eyes lit up. The two men had seen many prostitutes before, but this was the first time they had seen a decent woman with the attributes of a top student. Forcing women of good character into prostitution is what men like to do the most. But these women may not be easy to control. If you really want to enjoy it, the two bosses need to put in some effort themselves. Haha, Boss Lin, don't worry, we just like this. The more I think about it, the more exciting it becomes. Soon, the screams of women and the hideous laughter of men filled the entire underground research institute. The two bosses and their capable subordinates each got at least one woman. Lin Yun remained indifferent to their wailing and pleas for mercy. He is ruthless and has already understood the rules of survival in the end times. Human civilization has long since collapsed, and now it is a jungle society where the strong prey on the weak. A capable woman, I can certainly treat you as a guest of honor. But a woman without ability can only become a man's plaything, and she doesn't even have the right to choose a man. Lin Yun looked at his former colleague indifferently, with only coldness and ruthlessness in his eyes. He was not in a hurry to take action against these women, because in Lin Yun's view, these women are his playthings. There is still a lot of time, so he can enjoy it slowly. Just when those male researchers were secretly rejoicing that they were not women, they heard extremely horrible news. Except for those old professors, don't touch them for now. Kill all the other useless men and throw them away. Don't eat and drink for free here. Chapter 59. Arriving at the campus, the top triplets appear. At this moment, the entire research institute instantly turned into a living hell. Everyone began to beg for mercy, but in the end, they could not escape death. In this massacre, more than 70% of the men were killed. The rest are the backbone of the research institute. If there is any problem with the equipment here, they will have to find a way to repair it. Lin Yun knew very well that his subordinates, who could not even read a single word, could not be relied upon at the critical moment. In addition, these researchers can continue to study the antidote for the L virus. Although the hope is slim, if the research and development is successful, Lin Yun will have an extra key bargaining chip in his hand. After completely venting their lust, the three forces unanimously agreed to take advantage of the cover of night and capture Su Tianjiao's villa in one fell swoop tonight. At the same time, near Su Tianjiao's convoy, despite the large number of second-level monsters, thanks to the efforts of Ling Feng and Qian Bao, two A-level psychics, the balance of victory has gradually tilted towards humans. This scene surprised those people who were hiding in dark corners, waiting to see Su Tianjiao's team make a fool of themselves and be completely wiped out by the group of monsters. At this moment, a sturdy man holding a submachine gun quietly moved towards the convoy. He wanted to grab an armored vehicle and get the hell out of here. Everyone who noticed the strong man's actions suddenly became excited. They were all ready to try, planning to follow the strong man's example and rob the supplies from the convoy after he succeeded. The sturdy man just raised his gun, but before he could fire, an invisible bomb exploded next to him. Its power is enough to overturn a tank. The strong man was blown to pieces in an instant before he could even react. Those survivors who wanted to imitate the strong man's actions also suppressed the bold idea in their hearts. They suddenly realized that in the end times, when order had completely collapsed, killing them would be as easy as crushing an ant. After clearing out all the first-generation monsters around, Su Tianjiao's convoy continued along the original route. Perhaps the murderous aura from Ling Feng and Qian Bao was too strong, which scared the monsters so much that they dared not show their heads. The caravan never encountered any major troubles afterwards, except for a few ordinary monsters occasionally. To deal with them, you don't even need to slow down, just run over them. If they happen to encounter a larger species, Ling Feng, who had been sitting on the roof of the leading armored vehicle, would directly throw a high-explosive grenade and blow it into meat paste. Su Tianjiao also asked the special forces to search for something called crystal core in the monster's head that had turned into meat paste. In the previous life, it was an extremely precious resource, just like the meteorite containing supernatural powers. But he was soon disappointed to find that the heads of these monsters were empty, with no trace of any crystal cores at all. Perhaps it is because they have not mutated long enough to form crystal nuclei in their brains. Soon, the convoy arrived at Jinling University. The armored vehicle ruthlessly crushed the monsters on campus and drove all the way to the dormitory where Li Ming was hiding. Just as Su Tianjiao was about to contact him, he suddenly heard an urgent cry for help over the campus radio. "Help! Someone come and save us? We are still young and don't want to die, woo-woo." Having heard so many cries for help along the way, Su Tianjiao wanted to ignore them directly, but he felt that this voice sounded very familiar. After becoming a psychic, Su Tianjiao's hearing, smell, and vision became more acute. He looked in the direction of the sound and found 3 girls trapped in another building a few hundred meters away. That's where the Jinling University Broadcasting Room is located. The good news is that because there are so many valuable equipment in there, the school spent a lot of money to install thick anti-theft windows. Even the door of the broadcasting room is a specially reinforced anti-theft door. The monsters roaming around in the school won't be able to break through this solid line of defense for a while. The 3 girls trapped in it turned out to be extremely rare triplets. Situ Ling, Situ Yu, Situ Yu. They have pretty faces, curvy figures, and a pair of straight, white long legs. These 3 sisters not only have a good foundation, but are also multi-talented, proficient in ballet, yoga, piano, and broadcasting. Such outstanding girls are naturally arrogant and look down on any boys who pursue them. And their family background is extremely prominent. The 3 sisters' father, Situ Shan, not only owns a large number of industries, but is also the owner of the Fuji Hospital. The medical level and service attitude of this top private hospital are among the best in the world, because Situ Shan spared no expense and hired many medical experts from different fields at high salaries to treat patients. No matter which tertiary hospital these doctors go to, they can become the backbone there. And according to the memories of their previous lives, the 3 sisters of the Situ family will soon obtain 3 meteorites and all become S-level psychics. Having the power of an S-level psychic is enough to dominate an area. The awakening of the 3 S-level psychics directly made the Situ family leap into a top family overnight. The Fuji Hospital, under the name of the Situ family, has also become the only medical institution in the world that can function normally. Other powerful forces also had to behave respectfully when seeking medical treatment from the Situ family. In the end times, when money has completely lost its meaning, the Situ family must pay for what they want, otherwise they will have to go back and wait to die. If we can win over these 3 sisters, wouldn't it be equivalent to directly controlling the Situ family's top medical resources? Although it is possible to use tough measures to directly take over Fuji Hospital, that would easily cause some unnecessary losses. Especially those top medical experts in various fields are extremely valuable assets. Now that there is an opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty and improve his favorability in front of the 3 sisters, Su Tianjiao will certainly not let it go. "Master Su," Li Ming called. "Don't worry about him. Follow me to the broadcasting room over there and rescue the 3 girls trapped inside." Chapter 60. Change of plan. Save the beauty first. Elder sister, have you contacted Dad? How's the situation over there? As soon as the call ended, Situ Yu and Situ Yu came over and asked anxiously. Everything is fine at home. There have been a few cases of infection in the hospital, but they have all been controlled by security guards. 2 security guards were unfortunately infected while handling the cases, but they have been properly dealt with by my father's bodyguards. But Dad said that even if help was sent to us right away, it would take at least half a day for them to get here. And since there are still countless monsters roaming around in the campus right now, it's difficult for the rescue team to get in here. So Dad is contacting other forces to see if he can find a few people with special abilities to help save us. Then what should we do? I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten anything since last night. I think I can't hold on any longer. When the L virus broke out, the three sisters who were announcers came to the radio studio to rehearse the next broadcast script. By the time they finished rehearsal and were ready to leave, more than 2 hours had passed. The three sisters were horrified to find that the outside world had completely changed. Monsters were chasing students frantically, and screams and cries for help were heard one after another. They wanted to leave the building quickly, but were frightened by the monsters in the corridor and retreated back, so they could only hide in the broadcasting room. But if no one came to rescue them, even if the monsters could not break through the solid defenses of the broadcasting room, the three would starve to death inside. On the verge of despair, they received bad news from their father. Our home has just escaped danger, and it may take a long time for rescue to come. In addition to starving, the three sisters discovered a new problem. The first generation of monsters actually appeared in the school. It is difficult for those ordinary monsters to break through the protection of the security door, and they don't even have the ability to climb walls or windows. But the first generation monsters that have evolved wildly are different. Not only can they climb walls, they also have extremely terrifying sizes and strength. The three sisters saw with their own eyes that two first-generation monsters climbed up the wall of the building opposite, broke through the window, and broke into a small room. There were three students huddled in the corner, crying and shouting for help. The monster bit off the head of one of the students in one bite, and then tore his body in half. It turns out that sound can also attract monsters. Seeing this scene, the three sisters could only cover their mouths and cry softly. That happened a few hours ago. After this, they never dared to shout for help again. It was not until the three sisters confirmed that the two huge first-generation monsters had left the area that they began to call for help again. Immediately afterwards, Sitayu saw a long convoy appearing on the campus. Xiaoling, Xiaoyu, look over there. Didn't they say that the army and the police are already in trouble and can't come to rescue us? Why are there armored vehicles and armed helicopters on campus? Could it be the person Dad is looking for? The three sisters who had suffered a lot finally saw the light of hope. The eldest sister, Sitayu, cried and waved her hands, shouting, "This way! This way! Are these the people Dad sent to rescue us? We are here!" Because the Sidhu family is very powerful, the three sisters have all picked up some habits of young ladies. Apart from a little relief, they felt more angry. The third sister, Situ Ling, was in tears, complaining with grievance. "Can you guys move faster? If we were any later, we would have been devoured by these ugly monsters. It's so stupid to dawdle. That's right, we are almost starving. Hurry up and prepare something delicious for me." The second sister, Situ, also echoed. "Hey, why are you still standing there? Come up and save us. In the name of the Sidhu family, I order you to come up immediately. Otherwise, I will tell my father and let him punish you. You bunch of idiots. Hurry up and save me." Chapter 61, The Rescue Begins. The arrogant but kind-hearted young lady. Eldest sister Sitayu felt that this seemed inappropriate, but she hesitated and did not stop her two sisters. "If those people were really sent by my father, it wouldn't be a big deal even if they were criticized a few times." But Sitayu never expected that the visitor was a handsome man who completely conquered the three sisters and even deeply admired them. Even their father didn't dare to provoke this person. "Master Su Tianjiao, are we going up?" Qian Bao sat next to Su Tianjiao and asked respectfully. Others are also on standby at all times. With the help of his hearing enhanced 100 times after awakening, the complaints of Situ Ling and Situ Yu upstairs were all clearly heard by Su Tianjiao. He originally planned to rescue the three girls quickly, but he suddenly changed his mind. If everyone in the Situ family is so arrogant and looks down on others, then there seems to be no need to rescue them. Although other forces wanted to curry favor with the Situ family, Su Tianjiao didn't care about it. It's best to make friends, but it doesn't matter if you can't. After all, apart from the Fuji hospital, he really didn't care about anything else under the Situ family's name. As for survival supplies, they have already piled up into mountains in Su Tianjiao's storage space and villa. If we use large cargo ships to measure it, even hundreds of them would not be enough. In terms of strength, Su Tianjiao is a top SSS-level psychic. Moreover, his abilities have been systematically enhanced, so even when facing SSS-level enemies of the same level, he can still win easily. In addition, Su Tianjiao also has the strong support of SS-level Yi Qiu Shui and a group of A-level psychics. Of course, he still had more than 200 meteorites that he hadn't had time to use. Therefore, saving the three sisters is also to give the Situ family an opportunity to let Situ Shan take the initiative to show goodwill and submit to Su Tianjiao. If the Situ family does not accept this opportunity, Su Tianjiao doesn't mind spending more effort to wipe it off the map. Although there might be certain losses to those valuable assets in the process of taking over the hospital, Su Tianjiao could accept it. Because of the business relationship, I have naturally heard of Situ Shan's great name. Although he acts in a domineering manner, he knows how to judge the situation. Su Tianjiao explained jokingly, I never thought that the three young ladies of the Sima family would be spoiled to such a willful state. Sensing the dissatisfaction in Su Tianjiao's tone, Qian Bao asked seriously, Do you need me to take care of those three girls or capture them? Su Tianjiao waved his hand and whispered a few instructions. Qian Bao got out of the car and saluted Su Tianjiao. Master Su Tianjiao, I promise to complete the mission. Young Master Su Tianjiao? The three ladies upstairs were stunned involuntarily. Immediately afterwards, the convoy downstairs turned around and left. Don't go. Don't abandon us. Hey, how could you do this? The three beauties watched the reinforcements leave and burst into tears in despair. They simply couldn't understand why things turn out like this. Could it be that the purpose of this convoy coming here is to tease them? But soon, the three found that Qian Bao and a large armored vehicle were still there. A glimmer of hope was rekindled in their hearts. Then, there was a lot of doubt. How could one person save them? The most terrifying thing is that the monsters around have been attracted by the sound of the convoy's advancement and surrounded the leopard. Ah, there's a monster, be careful. Run away. Run away. Chapter 62 Miss, an insincere apology is not acceptable. The eldest sister Situ Yu was the first to react among the three sisters. Her shout made Qian Bao smile. It seems that you young ladies are not completely without sympathy. Situ Yu was shocked. Could it be that they are not the reinforcements sent by my father? Then, the two sisters' previous complaints must have angered these people. This should be the reason why they turned around and left. After listening to the eldest sister's analysis, the two desperate sisters became even more angry. Whether we have sympathy or not is none of your business. You are the ones who watch someone die without helping. You have even less compassion. Wait, they left you alone. Aren't they just asking you to die? Before he finished speaking, Qian Bao took out the two huge swords from the car and faced the surging tide of monsters. At this time, there were at least 50 or 60 ordinary monsters surrounding him. In addition, the two first-generation monsters that had just left returned here. Their bodies are as huge as dinosaurs, and every step they take causes the earth to tremble violently. At the moment when this group of ordinary monsters and two first-generation monsters were besieging him, Qian Bao easily swung the giant sword and chopped them all into several pieces. If they had not witnessed the power of the two swords with their own eyes, the three Situ sisters might have suspected that what he was holding was just a foam model used for stage performances. After the battle, Qian Bao shook off the monster's blood on the giant sword and threw it back into the armored vehicle. Can a human really lift such a big sword? Wait, could this guy be the psychic that Dad mentioned? The two sisters haven't realized that they have done something wrong. Situ Yu took a deep breath and explained. They weren't sent by Dad, so maybe we said something wrong just now. What? This? Looking at the two sisters who were standing there with their mouths wide open, somewhat at a loss, Qian Bao jumped onto the roof of the car and said coldly, Young Master Su Tianjiao hates others putting on airs in front of him the most. So he's very unhappy now. You three should have seen that rescuing you is easy for me. But Master Su Tianjiao has changed his mind and is not going to save you anymore. After these words were spoken, Situ Ling and Situ Yu were completely panicked. But Situ Yu realized that since Qian Bao had not left yet, there was room for maneuver. She hurriedly grabbed her two panicked sisters and shouted to Qian Bao downstairs. We know we were wrong, Master Su Tianjiao. We are willing to apologize for our disrespect just now. Why should we apologize? We are from the Sima family. At this moment, Miss Situ Ling's temper flared up again, and she wanted to continue making trouble. However, Situ Yu reacted quickly and immediately glared at her sister, causing her to swallow her unfinished words. Qian Bao naturally could not accept such a frivolous apology. After thinking for a moment, he proposed a solution. If you want Master Su Tianjiao to forgive you, Call Sima Shan right away and ask him to come to Jinling City and apologize to Master in person before he can take you home. Otherwise, if the young master is unhappy, he might lock you up in a small dark room and let you enjoy yourself for a few days. When he has had enough fun, he will kill you, or Qian Bao's words frightened these three innocent girls who were new to the world. Situ realized that they were too weak to have the right to choose at all. Either die or accept Qian Bao's conditions. Thinking of this, Situ stopped the two ignorant sisters from complaining, bit her lips lightly, and said softly, "I understand. I will explain to Father that it was you who saved us." Finally, on behalf of the three of us sisters, I would like to express my sincere apologies to you and young Master Su Tianjiao for our disrespect just now. Qian Bao raised his eyebrows to show his agreement. Having an older sister who understands what is going on immediately made the communication between them much smoother. Soon, Sima Shan, a giant in the Yinhuang business world and a wealthy man who is as rich as a country, will come personally to apologize to Master Su Tianjiao. Thinking of this, Qian Bao couldn't help but admire his methods. At the same time, when Su Tianjiao and others were at Jinling University, Yi Qiushui, who went to a neighboring city to rescue his sister, was entangled by a group of supernatural people. Although there is no SSS level or SS level psychic stronger than Yi Qiushui in that gang, they should not be underestimated. In addition to the leader, who is an A-level psychic, there are also 2 A-level, 3 B-level, and many C-level and D-level younger brothers. Before the end of the world, this group of people were a group of bullies who often bullied men and women and robbed people everywhere. They also obtained some meteorites in this way. After becoming a superpower, the gang leader's ambition grew, and he planned to dominate the world. Yi Qiushui didn't take these people seriously. He just wanted to avoid conflict as much as possible and find his sister as soon as possible. But the place where her sister was happened to be within the territory of this gang of superpowers. Even more unfortunate was that Yi Qiushui was caught by them when she was trying to take her sister, Yi Qiuyan, away. So she is the sister of policewoman Yi Qiuyan. She is 3 times prettier than her sister. Since you're here, don't leave. How about staying and playing with your brothers? Chapter 63, since you want to die, then go and die. Beside these psychics are dozens of followers with guns. In comparison, the 2 sisters seemed particularly weak. After seeing the other party's actions, Yi Qiuyan seemed both angry and nervous. Yi Qiushui first comforted her sister, then looked coldly at the other party's leader Qiu Qinyan. "Are you tired of living?" As soon as the words fell, the scene fell into dead silence. You have to know that there are more than a dozen people with special abilities standing opposite you. Among them are 3 powerful A-level psychics. Since the end of the world, no one has ever dared to speak nonsense in front of them. Although Yi Qiuyan knew that his sister Yi Qiushui was also a psychic, he had no idea about her specific level of ability. She just felt that no matter how capable her sister was, it would be difficult for her to face so many people watching. Qiushui, don't mess around. Qiu Qinyan, I understand that when I was a policeman, I caused you a lot of trouble and raided your places. This may have left you with some resentment. But now, the entire human society is in chaos, and everyone is busy saving themselves. I am just an ordinary survivor, and I don't have time to pick a fight with you. If you want an explanation, I can sincerely apologize to you for my past behavior. I just hope you understand that in the end times, humanity has suffered huge losses. Only by uniting together can we survive. Do you really want to see humans kill each other until they are completely extinct? Yi Qiuyan was at his wit's end and had to come up with some big words to dissuade the other party. Even Yi Qiushui felt that her sister's idea was too naive. She frowned slightly, and before she could say anything, Qiu Qinyan suddenly laughed obscenely. "Ha ha ha, it really is a changing world. Who would have thought that a noble policewoman would one day have to apologize to little hooligans like us?" You're right. Human society is indeed in chaos now, and everyone is busy protecting themselves. But isn't this the perfect time for bad guys like us to show our talents? And I also think that if people continue to kill each other, they will eventually become extinct. So, I don't intend to take your lives, but I intend to invite you two to go home with me. I live in a good place with plenty of food and drink. You may not know this, but many women want to go back with me, but I don't like them at all. But you 2 sisters, TSK. At this point, Qiu Qinyan and others burst into laughter. They didn't notice at all that Yi Qiushui's face had turned cold as ice. But even if these people noticed it, they wouldn't take it to heart, because they're almost invincible in this city. In just one morning, Qiu Qinyun and his gang broke into countless homes. Not only did they crazily plunder other people's survival supplies, they even violated their wives right under the noses of their male owners. They were among the earliest groups to start buying for free, because Qiu Qinyun and others have too many and too powerful superpowers. They can act tyrannically wherever they go. Other people with special abilities tried to avoid them as much as possible, and no one dared to provoke them. In Qiu Qinyun's eyes, the two women were nothing more than lambs to be slaughtered. Yi Qiuyin, going back with me, Qiu Qinyun, can be considered a contribution to the future of mankind. Don't you understand this? Give me Qiu Qinyun a few more children, every day and every night, and I promise that you will continue to contribute to mankind. Of course, before giving birth, I have to let Qiu Qinyun enjoy herself. And your tender and beautiful sister is so beautiful that it makes people drool. After these words were spoken, Yi Qiuyin's face was full of despair. Yi Qiushui was ready to take action at any time. She didn't know what the other party's special ability was, but it didn't matter. Even if there are more A-level psychics, they cannot pose any substantial threat to SS-level psychics. In fact, even Yi Qiushui herself didn't know how strong her fighting power was when she exerted her full strength. And only Su Tianjiao knew best that in her previous life, Yi Qiushui, with her SS-level Seraph power, was almost invincible at the same level when she transformed into a Valkyrie. She even had a glorious record of fighting a tie with an SSS-level psychic. Just when Qiu Qinyun thought he had won, Yi Qiushui pulled his sister into his arms. Then, for pairs of huge wings suddenly extended from behind her. The moment the wings spread, the originally white feathers were immediately covered with a layer of metallic luster. Qiu Qinyun and his group on the opposite side were completely dumbfounded. Then, Yi Qiushui's voice, as cold as ice, came. Since you want to die, then go ahead and die. Chapter 64. Secret Observation. The terrifying SS-level superpower. These words sealed their fate. At the same time, a few kilometers away from Yi Qiushui, there was a strange man with wings and feet, like eagle claws, standing on the top of a skyscraper. He awakened a C-rank speed ability, Peregrine Falcon. Although this ability does not have any strong attack power, it can greatly improve the speed and vision of the psychic. For ordinary people, no matter how good their eyesight is, they cannot see things a few kilometers away. But this person can use his peregrine vision to see clearly the movements of Yi Qiushui and her sisters, as well as Qiu Qinyun and his group. Boss, report the situation. Qiu Qinyun and the other seem to be in conflict with those two women. And those two sisters, the elder sister looks very scared. She should be an ordinary person. But my sister has been standing in front of me. Judging from her expression, apart from anger and indifference, she doesn't seem to have any fear or terror at all. Preliminary judgment shows that this sister may be a superpower. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then suddenly let out a strange laugh. A superpower? There are people with special abilities who dare to clash with Qiu Qinyun and the others. If they are locals, unless they are too isolated from the news, they should be very familiar with the strength of Qiu Qinyun and the others. Could it be that she came from somewhere else? Hearing this, Peregrine sneered. Qiu Qinyun and the others are too arrogant. If you don't know, you would really think they are the overlords of Qingyuan City. In fact, it's just that you, boss, don't bother to argue with them. The mysterious man did not deny the compliment from his men. As the saying goes, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Even though I do have some ability, I don't want to become the target of public criticism so early. Perhaps there are more powerful people hiding in the dark? Now, let Qiu Qinyun and his gang of idiots be the bait. It won't be too late for us to take action until those powerful men lurking in the dark reveal their true identities. I hope Qiu Qinyun can be arrogant for a while longer and not destroy himself too quickly. Dozens of kilometers away, a man was sitting in his villa. He hung up the phone, picked up the wine glass on the table, and tasted the wine carefully. Then, with the man gently waved his hand, a big tree suddenly broke out of the ground in the open space outside the villa. Then it began to grow at an incredible speed and became a towering tree in just a few seconds. What's even more shocking is that demon-like facial features can be vaguely seen on the tree trunk. Immediately afterwards, the big tree rose from the ground and waved its branches wildly. And this mysterious man can create dozens or even hundreds of such big trees in an instant. Every tree can move and transform into a terrifying tree monster. Not only trees, but also flowers, plants, and even vines. The mysterious man can create them in an instant and drive them to fight. This mysterious man, named Li Chinga, possesses an SS-level creative power, the Fusong Sacred Tree. With this ability, he can even transform his body into plants. During battle, Li Chinga can also transform into a tree monster that blocks out the sky. When he wants to retreat, he can transform into a vine that burrows into the ground, making it difficult for his opponent to find his trace, even if they dig 3 feet underground. When Li Chinga awakened this special power, he had a dream of becoming the king in the end times. But he was wise enough to keep a low profile. Li Chinga knew that since he could become an SS-level expert among thousands, others might be able to do it too. He didn't want to capsize in the gutter, so he had been accumulating resources in secret and never came into contact with other people with special abilities easily. Li Chinga's goal is to lure out those powerful people hiding in the dark as soon as possible, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. He believes that only those who endure to the end will be the winner. If anyone can't help but jump out first, he will immediately lose the biggest advantage. When a strong man appears, he will recruit those who are willing to submit to him as his subordinates. Those who are unwilling to surrender will be eliminated. After eliminating all factors that threaten him to become the overlord of the apocalypse, Li will become the supreme existence in this end times. Chapter 65. Death is not a pity, the jealous Li Ming. Although Li Chinga still had a calm smile on his face, he was extremely excited inside. At this moment, Peregrine suddenly called again. As soon as Li Chinga answered the call, he heard a trembling, even panic-stricken voice. Bi. Something big has happened. Are you stuttering? Speak to me properly. Kukyanyun, entre autres. What happened to Qiu Qinyun and the others? Did they deal with those 2 girls? No. It was Qiu Qinyun who was killed by one of the girls. In just a few tens of seconds, she dealt with Qiu Qinyun and his group. Hearing this, Li Chinga was silent for a moment, then excitedly threw the wine glass to the ground. He took a deep breath and looked extremely expectant. Finally he appeared. An opponent that I, Li Chinga, can take seriously has finally appeared. If she is willing to join my camp, Li Chinga, and become my woman, we will be a great combination, right? Li Chinga originally planned to continue lurking, but at this moment, he thought he couldn't wait any longer. Since Yi Qiushui is not a native of Qingyuan City, it is very likely that he has not joined any forces here. At this time, there will definitely be many hidden strong people who will show up in order to win her over. Therefore, Li Chinga must rush over as soon as possible and recruit Yi Qiushui under his command. Wait, you'll be there soon. At the same time, Qiu Qinyun and his gang had never expected that they, who had never been defeated, would be knocked to the ground so easily by a girl. Yi Qiushui didn't even use any tactics. He simply crushed the opponent head-on. Impossible, your ability. Why is it so powerful? She's obviously a woman, but she's so cruel. Except for Qiu Qinyun, who was still lingering on, all of his men had fallen. Before death, everyone suffered extremely cruel torture. Even their bodies were mutilated and bloody. Qiu Qinyun thought that he might encounter a very powerful opponent in the future. But I didn't expect to meet him so soon. They even became psychics for just one day, and they didn't even have time to enjoy it. Facing Qiu Qinyun's question, Yi Qiushui simply spread out her 4 pairs of wings coldly. I hate answering questions from dying people. As soon as he finished speaking, countless metal feathers turned into sharp arrows and instantly pierced through Qiu Qinyun's body. Until his death, he never got any answers, and he had no idea what kind of terrifying person he had offended. Qiu Qinyun only knew that if there was another life, he must keep a low profile and behave himself. Qiu Shui, although their actions are extremely excessive, they do not deserve the death penalty. Why? Do you think I'm too heartless? Yi Qiushui slowly folded her wings and interrupted her sister Yi Qiuyan. Sister, I must tell you solemnly. After the end of the world, all the laws and rules you believed in the past are completely invalid. Here, only sufficient strength can make others obey you. You should be able to imagine what fate my sister and I would have faced if I hadn't awakened my superpowers or if I wasn't strong enough to defeat Qiu Qinyun and his gang. By then, will you still think that their crimes do not deserve death? Hearing this point of view, Yi Chuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. My sister is absolutely right. If she could not resist the invasion of those people, what awaited her would be endless humiliation. What's the point for such a scum to exist in this world? Yi Chuan is not a rigid saint, and her thoughts are beginning to change. Let's go, sister. The plane is parked in a square 3 kilometers away. Let's drive over. Yi Chuan could use his supernatural powers to fly over directly, but that would be too conspicuous and would easily attract the attention of other supernatural users. After the two sisters drove away, the survivors in the community came out one after another. Are they dead? Dead. Qiu Qinyun and his gang of villains are really dead. That's great. Finally, I don't have to be bullied by them. But aren't those two women a little too cold-blooded? They actually killed so many people. Wouldn't it be enough to just kill Qiu Qinyun? This is simply the act of the devil. Just kill Ku Qianyun. Then his followers will still bully us and bully us. That's right. Why didn't those two women kill you, the saint? It's such a pity. At this time, Yi Chuan didn't know that his helicopter had been surrounded by the psychics in Qingyuan City. At the same time, Jinling University. Li Ming waited for a long time and finally heard the roar of an engine outside. Yanzi, Su Tianjiao seems to be arriving soon. The two of them quickly looked out the window. When Li Ming saw the spectacular convoy of armored vehicles, the excavators and bulldozers leading the way, and the helicopters hovering in the sky, he immediately became jealous. Damn it, Su Tianjiao can actually organize such a powerful team. And there was a gunman in the car. Did he stockpile weapons and ammunition in advance? Yanzi looked at Li Ming in surprise, totally confused as to why her boyfriend suddenly said that. Li Ming also realized the problem, and his expression changed immediately, and he laughed. Don't get me wrong, I'm so excited. I'm praising him. Isn't this how good friends get along? Damn, you've been doing pretty well lately. Yanzi also nodded. That's right. If Su Tianjiao is willing to accept us, we will be safe from now on. Li Ming also nodded, but his heart was full of disdain. Chapter 66, Jealousy and Temptation. Su Tianjiao pretending to be stupid. Li Ming used to be close friends with Su Tianjiao and Zheng Fan. As a rich second generation with a high opinion of himself, he doesn't mind spending money on his brothers, but he really wants their flattery. But Su Tianjiao has never been a person who likes flattery, and he will not deliberately try to please Li Ming just because he is rich. This also caused Li Ming to feel a little uncomfortable. Later, when Su Tianjiao wanted to start a business, Li Ming felt that this was not a reliable idea. How can a person who doesn't like to compliment others succeed in the business world? Moreover, Li Ming's businessman father also thought that Su Tianjiao's idea was fantastic. All the above reasons made Li Ming conclude that Su Tianjiao and Zheng Fan would fail. But who could have imagined that they not only succeeded, but also became super rich people with a net worth of tens of billions? Even if Li Ming's family's assets were multiplied hundreds of times, they would still not be as good as a subsidiary under Su Tianjiao's name. At that time, his heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Li Ming hated himself for not seizing the opportunity, and hated Su Tianjiao and Zheng Fan even more for not insisting on getting him to join them. That's right. He would rather blame Su Tianjiao and Zheng Fan, and never thought that he had made a mistake in the first place. In short, Li Ming now no longer has any brotherly feelings towards Su Tianjiao or Zheng Fan, and is only filled with endless jealousy and resentment. He swore to take the villa shelter and all the supplies from Su Tianjiao. When Li Ming saw Su Tianjiao's luxurious fleet of armored vehicles, this idea not only did not dispel, but it also expanded to the point where it was difficult to suppress. I have to act quickly. I can't wait any longer. Li Ming decided to go back with Su Tianjiao first to find out his strength. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. Then he will take the opportunity to leave, gather powerful psychics, and seize Su Tianjiao's refuge in one fell swoop. Calm it down. Su Tianjiao did not get out of the car, but just waved upstairs. Just then, several monsters staggered over from not far away. Li Ming did not take any action, but wanted to take the opportunity to confirm whether there were any people with superpowers in Su Tianjiao's team. Although Su Tianjiao has a lot of meteorites in his hands, what if he has not discovered the secret of the meteorites? But what happened next disappointed Li Ming. No one in Su Tianjiao's team showed any special abilities. Two soldiers didn't even get out of the car. Instead, they leaned out of the skylight on the roof and shot at the monster. Every shot hit the monster's head accurately, and the handling was quick and neat. A few minutes later, Li Ming and Yanzi got in the car and sat next to Su Tianjiao. God bless you. Su Tianjiao, you really came to save us. Yes, Su Tianjiao, if it weren't for you, we really don't know what to do. Although Li Ming can now transform into a fierce tiger, he can knock down several monsters with one claw. But there are too many monsters in the school, so many that he can't kill them all even if he dies of exhaustion. What's wrong, Li Ming? Are you feeling unwell? Li Ming didn't want to talk too much about his special abilities, but he didn't expect Yanzi to let the secret slip. He smiled awkwardly and covered it up. Nothing. I was just planning to talk to Su Tianjiao about superpowers. At that time, Yanzi and I felt that there was no hope, but there is always a way out. I suddenly awakened my supernatural power and was able to transform into a tiger. Su Tianjiao pretended to be completely unaware of the supernatural power and deliberately asked, "How did the superpowers awaken?" I heard on the phone that it was related to a meteorite. Is that true? Yanzi was about to explain, but the alert Li Ming took the lead and took over the conversation. What? Meteorite? It might have something to do with it, but it's mainly because my physique is a little special. By the way, Su Tianjiao, are all those meteorites you collected before still there? Have you touched them? If it's still there, can you let me see it? Su Tianjiao knew very well that since Li Ming had awakened his supernatural powers, he must have discovered the secret of the meteorite. So Li Ming was definitely lying just now. Thinking of this, Su Tianjiao already understood everything. He couldn't help but curl up a playful smile, pretending to be helpless, and explained, "Oh, forget about my meteorites. As soon as I brought them home, my aunt treated them as trash and threw them into the garbage dump. I was busy with work and didn't find it in time. I guess it has been sent to a garbage disposal plant by now." What? Thrown away? Is that true? Li Ming widened his eyes in disbelief. So, you don't even have a single psychic here? Chapter 67, do you really want to provoke me? Li Ming couldn't help but accidentally revealed his true thoughts. Su Tianjiao nodded, looking very regretful. What? Could it be that these meteorites are related to the superpowers? What a pity, now I can't find it even if I want to. After all, a garbage disposal station has to process hundreds or even thousands of tons of garbage every day, and there are so many garbage disposal stations in Jinling City. You misunderstood. What I meant was that in the end times, law and order have completely lost their function. Without the protection of a powerful psychic, your shelter may be targeted by someone with ulterior motives. Since the most important information was already in hand, Li Ming deliberately changed the subject. But Yanzi on the side felt very strange. Why didn't Li Ming tell Su Tianjiao the secret of the meteorite? Are they afraid that he will become too emotional after learning about this? After all, in the end times, losing a bunch of meteorites is even more heartbreaking than losing a lottery ticket worth 50 million. And Su Tianjiao has also confirmed that Li Ming is no longer the Li Ming he is familiar with. He has turned into a bad guy with ulterior motives. If Li Ming didn't have some relationship with the new protagonist Halo owner, Su Tianjiao would have thrown him out to feed the monsters. You should be happy. Happy? That's right. If you weren't willing to help, Yanzi and I would be finished. Su Tianjiao nodded in agreement on the surface, but secretly thought in his heart. You should really be happy about the few extra days you have lived. If you weren't still of some use, I'm afraid you would have gone to see Lin Dong long ago. After all, for Su Tianjiao, who has everything he needs, what he wants right now is to find the next owner of the protagonist's halo, kill him, and then take away all his luck. After accumulating 1,000 points of luck, you can unlock the mall in the system. He really wanted to know what good things were in there. You guys go back with the convoy first. I still have to rescue others. Su Tianjia got out of the car and explained everything to Ling Feng. At the same time, he also asked Zheng Fan and Insiyuan to be prepared. I will never say anything that shouldn't be said, and I will never expose anything that shouldn't be exposed. Next, Li Ming and Yin Zi will live in a completely false world just like Truman, and in the broadcasting studio. The three sisters Situ, and Situ Ling, who had been waiting for a long time, finally waited for the person who made them hate, angry, and curious, Su Tianjiao. Senior Su Tianjiao, we all respect you, but why do you treat us so cruelly? Not only did he leave without helping us, he also let his men threaten us. Situ wanted to speak first, but her two impatient sisters spoke before her. Su Tianjiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Really? Then Xianbao, let's go. Since the three young ladies said that we would not help them, then I will respectfully obey your orders. After saying this, Su Tianjiao was about to turn around and leave with Xianbao. The three sisters were so frightened that they completely lost their composure. Seeing this, Sidu quickly expressed her sincerity. Master Su Tianjiao, I apologize to you on behalf of my two ignorant sisters. We have already called Father as Big Brother Qian Bao requested. Father said that no matter what, he would come to thank you personally and beg Master Su Tianjiao to. Su Tianjiao raised a playful smile, glanced at the triplets, and said, Don't think this is still a peaceful era. Don't think you are still those noble ladies who are admired by everyone. In this new apocalypse, you are nothing. Su Tianjiao's words were harsh. He didn't care about the feelings of the three sisters at all and turned around and got in the car. After all, Su Tianjiao's goal is to control the Sidu family. Although the three sisters were pretty, they were not stunning beauties. If you are willing to obey, you will be recruited under my command. If you don't obey, Su Tianjiao doesn't mind destroying you. The three sisters' faces suddenly turned extremely ugly. Impossible. What he said can't be true. Woo woo woo. I'm the eldest daughter of the Sidu family. I'm not a weakling who can be bullied by anyone. At the same time, in Qingyuan City, facing the aggressive psychics around her, Yi Qiu Shui, standing in front of the helicopter, had no emotion on her face, only the will to fight burning in her eyes. You guys, do you really want to provoke me? Chapter 68. Besieging Yi Qiu Shui, all the superpowers are mobilized. Qingyuan Square, where the helicopter landed, was once the most prosperous area in Qingyuan City. But at this moment, apart from the terrifying monsters wandering around, there is no longer the bustling scene of the past. The helicopter hovering in the air was now in a dilemma. He didn't want to leave Yi Qiu Shui alone, nor did he want to take the risk of staying here any longer. Almost all of the top psychics known in Qingyuan City gathered here and surrounded the helicopter. Yi Qiuqiong, who was sitting in the back seat, couldn't help but feel worried and fearful as she watched her two sisters confronting the army of superpowers. I hope my elder sister and second sister are okay. Let them land quickly and get on the plane. As long as we take off quickly, those bad guys won't be able to catch up with us. Among the three daughters of the Yi family, only Yi Qiuqiong is still studying in school. She was only 20 years old. Because she had always been well protected by her family and lacked social experience, she seemed very naive in what she said and did. However, the helicopter pilot did not dare to neglect her at all. Don't worry, Miss San. This is what Miss Qiu Shui specifically instructed us to do. She asked us to hover in the air and wait. After dealing with those enemies, she should be able to take the young lady directly to the helicopter. But there are so many bad guys down there. Can my sister really handle it? Yi Qiuqiong had tears in her eyes. The bond between the three sisters was very strong, and she was absolutely unwilling to abandon her two sisters and run away alone. But the helicopter pilot happened to have participated in the mission of rescuing Yi Qiu Shui. That day, he witnessed with his own eyes how powerful Yi Qiu Shui was. With just a wave of his hand, he easily destroyed thousands of monsters in the Jinling military region. Then these enemies in front of her should not be difficult for her, right? Although the driver had full confidence in Yi Qiu Shui to be on the safe side, he called Su Tianjiao and reported the current situation to him. After listening, Su Tianjiao did not react at all, but just replied indifferently. You don't need to report such a small matter to me. Qiu Shui can handle it herself. Hearing the busy tone, the pilot and Yi Qiuqiong were stunned. What? They just hung up the phone like that? That's right. Are you sure you've explained the situation clearly? There seem to be several very powerful psychics on the other side. Weren't you listening beside me? I must have made it clear just now. Even after all this, Master Su Tianjiao is still not worried at all? The pilot shook his head and explained. I'm quite worried, but I feel that Master Su Tianjiao is not worried about Miss Yi Qiu Shui, but those who have offended Miss Yi Qiu Shui. Are you afraid that they will be punished too badly by Miss Qiu Shui? In the square, looking at the psychics who were eyeing him covetously, Yi Chuyan's mood was extremely complicated. Today was like escaping from a wolf's den and falling into a tiger's den. However, considering that his sister had easily dealt with Qiu Qinyun and his gang before, Yi Chuyan was not too panicked at this time. She quietly reminded Yi Qiu Shui, there are so many of them, and we don't know how strong they are. Be careful and don't be impulsive. Yi Qiushui remained calm and gave her sister a reassuring look. Then she looked around, carefully observing each nearby enemy. Judging from their positions, there are a total of 4 forces gathered here, and each force has more or less a few people with special abilities. But Yi Qiushui knew that these were just minor characters. She was trying to judge the strength of the leaders of these 4 forces. What Yi Qiushui said just now was meant to anger these 4 leaders. But no one was as reckless as Qiu Qinyun in launching the challenge. The reason why they did not take any action was not because they were afraid of Yi Qiushui, but because they were concerned about and on guard against several other forces. Although Yi Qiushui didn't know these people, he could see that the relationship between them was not harmonious. Haha, I said that the one who can deal with Qiu Qinyun's gang must not be an ordinary person. Now it seems that this girl is not only strong, but also has a sharp tongue. But I, old Chun, don't want to report to the king of hell so early, girl. Please don't misunderstand me. Girl, you can consider dealing with those who have bad intentions towards you first. The person who was speaking was named Chen Qi. He was over 50 years old but full of energy. Like Su Tianjiao, he collected several meteorites before the end of the world, and luckily obtained an S-level power-related supernatural power from them. Metal Man. Not only can it transform Chen Qi into an indestructible metal man, it also allows him to freely control the size of his body. Whether it is a giant tens of meters tall or a small man a few centimeters short, Chen Qi can switch between them in an instant. But the most terrifying thing is the hardness and strength of his body. Even artillery shells cannot penetrate Chen Qi's defense. A casual punch can turn a tank into a pile of scrap metal in an instant. In addition, Chen Qi can also transform into various metal animals. Transform into a metal bird and fly into the sky, free. Then turn into a metal cheetah and run quickly in the city. This is the power of Chen Qi. Although he is only an S-level psychic, he has the strength to fight against SS-level psychics. Chapter 69, They Will Become My Li Qingga's Women. Chen Qi? Is that Mr. Chen Qi, the real estate tycoon in Qingyuan City? I have long heard of your great name, but Mr. Chun, you can't sell out our other 3 families just to protect yourself, right? After all, we are all local forces in Qingyuan City. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to fight among ourselves in front of outsiders? The person who was speaking was named Lu Pingfeng. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and always had an unfathomable smile on his face. He awakened the S-level Power Ancient Giant Bear. After the transformation, Lu Pingfeng possesses indestructible skin and steel-like teeth. The monster, which is more than 10 meters tall, can bite several armored vehicles into pieces with one bite. In addition, he can condense a beam of energy from his mouth and shoot it in any direction. Once an opponent of the same level is hit, he will die on the spot at worst, or lose the ability to move at best. Not only that, this beam of light can be fired continuously, with amazing speed and destructive power. It's really boring. 2 grown men are dawdling like sissies. Instead of listening to these old perverts, I think the 2 sisters should come and sit with me. I promise I don't mean any harm. I just want to make friends. Don't look at me like that. I'm really not a lesbian. You know, human society has collapsed now, and even the army has been dispersed. If possible, I hope to get my sister to join me and conquer the world together. The person who spoke this time was a sexy, mature woman in her 30s named Feng Wanqing. If we just look at her face, I'm afraid I can only give her an 80 at most. But if you add in her curvy figure and those long legs that are faintly visible through the fishnet stockings, she would definitely be a top-notch beauty with a score of over 90 points. Feng Wanqing's charm seems to be innate. As soon as she opened her mouth, she would attract the attention of many men, and even make them look extremely infatuated. But few people know that Feng Wanqing's special ability is extremely dangerous. S-level strength-related superpowers, the Bloody Countess. She can turn her body into blood and dissolve it on the ground, and can recondense into various forms at any time. To some extent, this is even more difficult to destroy than Su Tianjiao's phantom body. When transformed into blood, Feng Wanqing can even pass through a crack in the door and kill his opponents silently. This is also a powerful ability that can compete with SS-level psychics. This place is really full of heroes and strong people. Although I, Li Qingga, only have 2 companions around me, I still want to invite these 2 ladies to visit my villa. Of course, I have absolutely no ill intentions. I hope you don't misunderstand me. Besides that, If you guys want to test or stop Lee, I wouldn't mind competing with you." In the huge crowd of people, this group of only 3 people stood out. The leader of this force is none other than Li Chinga, the mysterious man who was tasting wine in the villa. He didn't know that he was the only SS-level psychic here. Judging from the current situation, although Li Chinga may not necessarily have an overwhelming advantage over the other 3 forces, he will definitely not be at a disadvantage. And these 4 forces are the 4 strongest forces in Qingyuan City at present. At least Li Chinga was not afraid of either side. As time goes by, the atmosphere between the 4 forces becomes increasingly tense. Yi Qiushui then realized that they just wanted to recruit him and didn't really want to destroy him. After realizing this, she slightly restrained her murderous intent, but still did not give the other party any good face, and said coldly, "Since no one wants to do it, I won't waste my time here. If you want to find me in the future, please come to Jinling City. However, I hope that when you are defeated by my young master, you will not regret your decision today." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Qiushui spread her 4 pairs of gorgeous wings, picked up her sister Yi Chuyan, and instantly flew to the helicopter several hundred meters in the air. Then, she folded her wings gracefully and slowly walked into the helicopter as if she was taking a stroll in her backyard. Immediately afterwards, the helicopter carrying the 3 sisters of the Yi family quickly flew away from here. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned and didn't even have time to do anything to stop Yi Qiushui. The expressions of the 4 forces were different, but all looked somewhat ugly. The hidden meaning of Yi Qiushui's words just now is that in the neighboring Jinling City, an extremely powerful force is rising. Will this unknown, mysterious force pose a threat to them? Such a strong girl actually obeys others. I really want to go to Jinling City and meet the young master she mentioned. When the other 3 forces were all feeling uneasy about the young master that Yi Qiushui mentioned, only Li Chinga was really considering going to Jinling City. He originally just wanted to recruit a strong man to expand his own power. But after seeing the Yi Qiushui sisters, Li Chinga changed his mind. They will become my Li Chinga's women. Chapter 70. This place is simply heaven. Oh my god, is this Su Tianjiao's villa? The yard is so big, the walls are so thick and high, and there's an electric fence on top. It looks so safe. There are still a dozen soldiers standing guard on the watchtower. If we stay, we won't have to worry about monsters, right? More than 100 Special Forces members, helicopters, and armored vehicles parked in the backyard, and countless supplies of all kinds shocked Li Ming and Yin Zi, who had just arrived here. Li Ming also keenly noticed that in each of Su Tianjiao's 3 villas, there was an entire floor dedicated to storing food, drinking water, and other supplies. The well in the backyard is also equipped with a very complete groundwater purification system. There are also high walls with electric fences, thick iron gates, and sentry towers everywhere. This is simply a perfect refuge paradise. That's great. It's really great. Thank you, Su Tianjiao, for giving me such a great gift, huh? Li Ming began to look around, trying to remember the layout here and prepare for his plan. As long as we can find the defensive weakness of Su Tianjiao's villa, and with the help of powerful psychics, we can capture this place without any effort. Oh my god, Li Ming! Sister and just told me that the supplies stored here by Su Tianjiao even exceed those of a Walmart supermarket warehouse. The meat equivalent to thousands of pigs, sheep, and cattle is stored in a huge underground cold storage. It's so big that you can even drive a forklift in there. In addition, there are piles of instant noodles, enough to fill several large trucks. There are at least hundreds of thousands of boxes of flour, rice, and sausages of all kinds. Even if there are hundreds of people here, it will be enough for them to eat for more than 10 years. How on earth was such a large underground cold storage built? Li Ming asked in great confusion. I've thought about this problem too. Sister and told me that almost all the underground garages of the villas here have been bought by Su Tianjiao and converted into warehouses. In addition to sufficient survival supplies, there is also a local area network, satellite phone, and large-scale power generation equipment. We never have to worry about losing power and network security. The life of a rich person is so wonderful. I suddenly feel that this end of the world is not that bad after all. The simple-minded Yin Zi told her boyfriend all the information she knew without reservation. She even fantasized about the wonderful life as a young lady here. The more Li Ming listened, the more he felt that this place was simply a paradise on earth. The life in Su Tianjiao's villa is completely different from the experiences of those survivors on the internet. Now there are reports of food shortages in various places, and supermarkets and shopping malls have been looted. The end of the world has just begun, and some people are already suffering from severe hunger because they can't find food. If the situation continues for another week, many people will surely starve to death. In the coming winter, I am afraid that there will be more people suffering from frostbite or freezing to death due to the lack of heating facilities. There are also, of course, many unlucky people who contract various diseases and cannot receive timely treatment due to the lack of doctors and medicines. Thinking of this, look at the massive amount of supplies and strict security in Su Tianjiao's shelter. This place is simply paradise. Chapter 71. Extremely shocking. Zhang Yuan's obedience. Li Ming tried hard to restrain his impulse to transform into a violent tiger and occupy this place. Now Su Tianjiao and the others haven't returned yet. He guessed that there might be no one in charge here and the defense is weak. But if there is a strong person hiding on Su Tianjiao's side, he would easily suffer a great loss. I just found out that it was Miss Yi Qiu. You actually chose to take refuge here. But it seems she flew out to rescue people. And she's not here now. Last time, Yi Qiu brought soldiers with him. A drama of fighting against monsters was staged at Jinling University. A monster-killing scene was also staged in the girls' dormitory. Although the most outstanding one is Su Tianjiao. But Yi Qiu also left a deep impression on all the students of Jinling University. So, the military has really lost completely. To the extent that the daughter of a high-ranking military official like Yi Qiu had to seek asylum among the civilian population. Li Ming pondered secretly in his heart. I am increasingly convinced that the world has fallen into a chaotic doomsday. In this apocalypse, there are no rules. Someone needs to establish the rules. Therefore, I, Li Ming, must seize this opportunity and must not become a person bound by the rules. Otherwise, I would be no different from a raised animal. I must become the one who makes the rules. Li Ming quickly. He searched Su Tianjiao's villa thoroughly. I drew a rough map in my mind. Right now he needed an excuse. Leave before Su Tianjiao comes back. Otherwise, once Su Tianjiao comes back, it might become troublesome to find a reason to get away. Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth. Put all your energy into it. The shadow of the black smoke devil seemed to become more solid. So try again. But it still doesn't help. Normally, he can easily grab people's internal organs and knead them as if they were playing with plasticine. But now, when he tried to grab Su Tianjiao's internal organs, it feels like trying to shake a tank. Don't even think about moving it. Not even a trace can be left. Then, following Su Tianjiao's words, it's so boring. Zhang Yuan felt it with horror. His black smoke that he tried his best. Being surrounded by a huge ball of energy. Annihilation in an instant. Zhang Yuan's face was full of shock when he saw the golden light appearing in Su Tianjiao's palm. Even Su Tianjiao's eyes were flashing with golden light. At this moment, in Zhang Yuan's heart, Su Tianjiao is no longer an ordinary young man, more like a powerful god. The trembling from the depths of the soul came back again. Zhang Yuan knelt down on the ground without hesitation, bowed to Su Tianjiao. He said this in a serious tone, hoping Su Tianjiao could feel that he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Master Su Tianjiao, I, Zhang Yuan, am not very good at speaking. From now on, I, Zhang Yuan, will serve you till my death. No matter what you ask me to do, I, Zhang Yuan, will never back down. Zhang Yuan understood. Not only was he unable to defeat the man in front of him, can't even hurt the other person. To put more desperately, even if Su Tianjiao fell asleep and lay there for Zhang Yuan to kill him, he would not be able to kill Su Tianjiao. On the contrary, if Su Tianjiao wanted to kill Zhang Yuan, he wouldn't even need to do it himself. His ridiculously powerful followers could easily kill him. If Su Tianjiao took action personally, it would only take a flick of his fingers. He would blink and vanish. Stop kneeling. I don't need this form of respect. Follow me from now on, and let me see your loyalty. At this time, Su Tianjiao said. Zhang Yuan felt heavy in his heart. Deep down in his heart, Zhang Yuan made up his mind to be loyal to Su Tianjiao. Su Tianjiao also chose to trust Zhang Yuan, because if Zhang Yuan really dared to challenge him, he could attack him at any time. After all, Su Tianjiao has been looking for an opportunity to demonstrate his authority. Kill one to warn the rest. and Si Yuan took Zhang Yuan to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment. At the same time, he also revealed to Zhang Yuan the power that Su Tianjiao currently possessed. Although it was just the tip of the iceberg, it was enough to shock Zhang Yuan. Inexhaustible resources, endless delicious food, and tens of millions of tons of pure water. Chapter 72. Hiring helpers, Sidu Shan is extremely worried. Etc. Sister, and you said you are also a superpower? And Si Yuan smiled slightly. Yes, I belong to the auxiliary department. Let me tell you this. If you are bitten by a monster, I can treat you as long as it doesn't take too long. What? Zhang Yuan was shocked. It seems that working for Su Tianjiao is not a bad thing. Su Tianjiao walked into the triplets' room. The triplets' sisters at this time. Maybe he was frightened by the monster crisis at school. I suddenly came to the villa and was still in shock for a while. But under Si Yuan's care, the three sisters enjoyed a luxurious hot bath. I changed into a new set of clothes, which were not branded but clean and tidy. After taking off their sweat-soaked old clothes and putting on new ones, the three sisters regained their appearance as noble little princesses. But in front of Su Tianjiao, they still seemed a little reserved, not as arrogant as before. Hey, why do you always look so serious? Senior Su Tianjiao, we all call you so respectfully. Can't you just smile at us? The sisters Situ Yu and Situ Ling. The personality is still so lively. In comparison, Situ Yu is much more stable. She spoke quickly. Senior Su Tianjiao, thank you very much for saving us and for allowing us to take a shower and change clothes, but we would like to make it clear in advance. We are willing to express our gratitude in any way we can. Even our father is on the way. But if you try to force us to repay you in that way, we can't accept it. Situ spoke more subtly. But her two younger sisters were much more straightforward, said with a proud and noble tone. We three sisters have long decided to marry for love. Even if it's the end of the world, we must find the prince of our dreams. Not just anyone can get us. You have to know that we are. What is it? Su Tianjiao interrupted them. Originally, he thought the three sisters' short skirts were cute. She is beautiful and has a good figure. It makes people feel happy when watching it. But now I hear them say this. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Come to my place. How dare you act like a princess in front of me? If I told you, I would take possession of you three sisters by force right here in this room. Su Tianjiao's words had just fallen. The three sisters were so scared that they hugged each other tightly. In their eyes, Su Tianjiao is no longer that senior, but a cruel devil. The other side, two helicopters were flying towards Jinling City from a distance. These are two expensive aircraft. A large civilian luxury helicopter that can accommodate up to 8 people. Sidu Shan spent more than 100 million to buy these two planes. Now, they have become a critical tool in emergency rescue of my daughter. 2 helicopters were flying one after the other in the air, with Sidu Shan sitting in the back seat of the leading helicopter. He had no time to appreciate the luxury of the plane. The thought of his 3 daughters being controlled by a stranger. Sidu Shan was so anxious that he kept looking around and asking how long it would take to reach the destination. The 3 people next to him, one is Situ Shan's personal bodyguard. The other 2 were specially invited helpers. There was a reason why Situ Shan only brought 1 bodyguard. He knows it clearly. Saving my daughter this time is not as easy as I imagined. In this doomsday world, there are not only monsters, but also people with superpowers. When Sidu Shan learned from his daughter that Su Tianjiao had a person with superpowers under his command, he instantly became nervous. Because he clearly knew how powerful the psychics were, and ordinary people could never defeat these monsters. Therefore, Sidu Shan did not bring too many useless subordinates. Although the bodyguards around him are also psychics, their levels are not high. He's just a D-level psychic. But the 2 foreign players invited by Sidu Shan are of much higher level, at least in the eyes of Sidu Shan and bodyguard Wang Wu. These 2 are definitely masters among the supernatural beings. Mr. Sidu, don't worry so much. We Zhang brothers said that it was a wise choice for you to ask us to help save your daughter. To be honest, if Brother Wang Wu had not cooperated with us before, we might not have accepted this mission. But now that we have accepted it, we will make sure to complete it. Mr. Situ and Wang Wu have also seen that as long as we brothers work together, we can easily deal with the first-generation monsters that cannot be killed even by submachine guns. Is there any problem we can't solve? Chapter 73. Who exactly is this Su Tianjiao? These 2 brothers, although the tone is very loud. But in fact, he is just a sea-level psychic, and they have the same superpowers. Sea-level strength-related supernatural power, leopard. It can transform into the appearance of a leopard, stand up to 3 meters tall, and can also change into a half-human, half-leopard fighting form. Sidhu Shan promised to build a safe shelter for the two brothers after the mission was completed. It will also be filled with food and water. The two brothers happily accepted this good job. They also don't know what they will face next. Where they are, they have not encountered any opponent stronger than themselves. Their record of killing monsters indiscriminately made them full of confidence and made Sidhu Shan believe it. Wang Wu followed suit. That's right, boss. You have seen the fighting power of Zhang Chongqing and Zhang Changming. They are not even afraid of guns. They can dodge bullets and withstand bullets. Even if the opponent has a gun, Zhang Chongqing and Zhang Changming can knock them down. Just express your gratitude this time. There is no need to apologize. If it were in the past, Su Tianjiao would be nothing in front of you. Now that you go to thank him in person, you're already giving him face. If he dares to ask you to apologize, the Zhang brothers will turn hostile on the spot. Let's see if he dares to cause trouble. Bodyguard Wang Wu has a somewhat impulsive personality. However, Sidhu Shan can do such a big business. Naturally, he's extremely cunning. But his intelligence and talent can only be utilized in the business world. It is really difficult to create glory again in the end times now. The reason why the Sidhu group was able to escape so quickly from the apocalypse was because Sidhu Shan was courageous and had reinforced his residence in advance, built a shelter, stockpiled some supplies, and even purchased some weapons privately. Rely on your own team of bodyguards, plus their own weapons reserves. When disaster strikes, the problems inside the shelter were quickly resolved. Even his own super hospital was spared from damage on the outside because of its high walls. Talking about the situation inside the hospitals of the Sidhu group are well known. But because of its high-end nature, it only serves celebrities. The hospital is huge, but the number of patients is small. Each ward is luxuriously equipped. In other hospitals, hundreds of patients may be crammed onto one floor. In the Sidhu group's hospitals, there may be only 5 to 10 patients on each floor. Their main focus is private medical services, relying on the generosity of these wealthy people. This service model has not only not reduced income, but has made them earn more. When the L virus breaks out, only a few patients had the mutation. The situation was chaotic at first, but after some people sacrificed themselves, the monster infection inside the hospital was successfully controlled. All the monsters were eliminated, and even the infected were decisively dealt with by Sidhu Shan. Therefore, both the Sidhu group's family shelter and their high-end hospital survived this apocalyptic catastrophe thanks to Sidhu Shan's foresight. He felt a little regretful at this moment. Why didn't you insist on letting your daughters take leave and go home early? In fact, the 3 daughters have agreed to go home on weekends and are considering taking a long vacation. But before I had time to ask for leave, the end of the world came. In just one day, the world turned into hell. Look at other peers, or other wealthy people across the country. There are also people who are as foresight as Sidhu Shan. But there are really not many people who can escape unscathed like Sidhu Shan. Sidhu Shan was therefore proud that he was a dragon among men, but he heard from his daughter that there was a man named Su Tianjiao in Jinling City who not only anticipated it, but also stockpiled supplies worth tens of billions. And there are troops stationed there. Yinhuang's military system has collapsed, but Su Tianjiao's army is still intact. Armored vehicles, personnel carriers, bulldozers, helicopters, troops, guns and ammunition, a large amount of supplies and superpowers. When Sidhu Shan learned about this, he knew it clearly in his heart. This Su Tianjiao should not be underestimated, maybe even on par with yourself. But here comes the problem. What was Su Tianjiao's purpose in taking away the 3 daughters of the Sidhu family? Is it to express goodwill to Sidhu Shan? But he kept thinking and couldn't figure it out. How could one ask Sidhu Shan to come in person to show goodwill? More than just a thank you. You have to apologize in person. The other people in the Sidhu family were all scolding Su Tianjiao for being so audacious. Only Sidhu Shan felt that this matter was not simple. I have seen the strength of the Zhang brothers. But listen to me, when we get there, you still have to follow my instructions. Even though we have powerful psychics, we must try to avoid conflicts with them. It would be best if we could get them to give in on their own initiative. Sidhu Shan couldn't guess Su Tianjiao's real intention. However, he believed that the Zhang brothers were extremely powerful. But he also understood that once a conflict occurred, he, an ordinary person, might be affected. It is better to be cautious. I hope this Su Tianjiao won't be too arrogant. Otherwise Sidu Shan, will have no choice but to compete with him. He only has one psychic, but I have 3 psychics on Sidu Shan's side, haha. Sidu Shan smiled faintly. But how could he know? The strength of a psychic is not determined by numbers. And even if it comes to numbers, who can compare to Su Tianjiao? Not long after, the helicopter flew into the sky over Jinling City. Situ Shan's base is in a second-tier city thousands of miles away. Its economic development is not as good as Jinling City, and its population density is also not as high. After entering Jinling City, witnessed this devastated scene, and the density of monsters on the street. Sidu Shan felt a chill. This populous city has now become a hotbed for monsters. Who on earth is this Su Tianjiao to be able to dominate in such a place? Chapter 74. Prepare to attack. The 3 sisters collapse. Night falls. Lin Yun joined forces with Chun Sandao and Shamba. After some planning, they gathered a total of 25 people with special abilities. This many people with special abilities would be a shocking number at any time. If they had not met Su Tianjiao, they would definitely be able to thrive in the doomsday. It's a pity. They just go looking for trouble. Boss Lin Yun is indeed worthy of his reputation. After all, you are the strongest on your side. You actually have 10 psychics, and 3 of them are B level. Nowhere. Boss Shamba and Brother Sanda are both very powerful. Mutual praise among the several forces is inevitable. After all, this newly formed alliance is not yet stable enough. Therefore, Lin Yun put in a lot of effort to make the alliance more solid. For example, collecting evidence everywhere. Collect evidence that Su Tianjiao purchased supplies and a large number of precious items. Several witnesses were also found for this. Boss Shamba, Brother Sanda. There is still some time before our agreed departure time. I have found a few employees who helped Su Tianjiao purchase supplies before. They personally participated in Su Tianjiao's procurement plan. Let them tell everyone about it. Hearing this, everyone was delighted. The next 3 people appeared. They are all senior employees of Su Tianjiao's company. Under Lin Yun's soft and hard tactics, they began to talk about Su Tianjiao's recent purchases, telling him everything without reservation. The 3 of them were also filled with resentment, so they did not hide anything, even if you already know a thing or 2. After listening to their stories, Lin Yun couldn't help but marvel. We spent more than 20 billion, but bought nearly 100 billion worth of supplies. We bought up all the supplies in Jinling City and ran to neighboring cities and counties to purchase. Do we have to pay a 20% deposit first? Lin Yun's words had just fallen. Chun Sandao and Shamba. My eyes lit up. 3 employees said indignantly. More than 20%. For those easy-to-talk-to bosses, the black-hearted Su Tianjiao only paid 10% and even promised to pay all at once after the goods arrived. After the boss's goods were almost delivered, they should have been paid, but they didn't expect the end to come first. We foolishly believed Su Tianjiao's words at first. He promised that the generous bonus would be paid to us soon. But when the end of the world really came, we woke up from our dream. Su Tianjiao has been painting a rosy picture for us since the beginning. They not only paint a rosy picture for suppliers, but also for us hardworking employees, because in the end times, the monetary system has collapsed and no one cares about money anymore. Now everyone understands that a piece of bread is more real than a $100 bill. So those of us who are owed money by Su Tianjiao want him to pay off the debt with supplies. Even if it's a little less, we are willing to accept it. At least it can keep us alive. But what is the result? In the end, Su Tianjiao didn't agree at all. He was only willing to give us money, whether we wanted it or not. Speaking of this, the 3 of them looked at each other. Anger was written all over everyone's face. He is just a despicable businessman and a heinous devil. Kill Su Tianjiao and take away all his supplies. We'd like to join you. Become your insider. Lin Yun exchanged glances with the other 2 parties. They all showed excited expressions. Very good. With you as the insider, it will be a sure win for us to capture Su Tianjiao's shelter. Listen to me carefully. Don't act pure and innocent in front of me. Don't act like a spoiled brat with me. Just be obedient, otherwise, there are so many monsters out there, I don't mind throwing you out to feed them. Su Tianjiao didn't want to scare these little girls, but facing those arrogant and overbearing girls, Su Tianjiao always couldn't help wanting to teach him a lesson. Of course, the prerequisite is that the other party has to be beautiful. Only then will Su Tianjiao be interested in teaching her a lesson. If it was an ugly girl with a high opinion of herself, Su Tianjiao would usually just beat her up severely, crippling her at best and throwing her to monsters at worst. I saw the three sisters trembling with fear, but not daring to make a sound. Su Tianjiao said a little irritably, "Did you hear that clearly?" "Here. I heard it. I heard you. We were wrong. Please don't kill us. Don't leave us to the monsters. We will never be willful again, and we will never call ourselves little princesses again." Chapter 75. You are my Su Tianjiao's woman. The three sisters were indeed frightened by Su Tianjiao's words. But let's be realistic. Su Tianjiao did not do anything excessive to them. He was just expressing his dissatisfaction. He really dislikes those arrogant girls. I always can't figure out where I am. But he also doesn't like people who cry all the time. If you keep crying, get out and cry. As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately became silent. The crying of the three sisters stopped abruptly. However, they cannot completely control their emotions. People who cry often know that once emotions get out of control and start crying, it is difficult to stop immediately. Even if you want to hold it back, you still need to sob for a while until the grievances and fears in your heart are released. But at this moment in the hearts of the three sisters, Su Tianjiao is simply a cruel devil. He is also a perverted sex maniac who may violate them at any time. At least, that's what the three sisters thought. In order to avoid angering Su Tianjiao again, the three sisters even held back their sobs in an instant. But I can't completely suppress it. The kind of sobbing that is a natural body reaction. The three sisters' eyes were filled with tears, but they had to keep their lips tightly shut to prevent themselves from crying out loud, and they dared not sob at all. However, the corners of their mouths twitched unconsciously due to conditioned reflex. The scene looked somewhat funny. Su Tianjiao thought he had become calm and ruthless, and so he became a cold-blooded person. But see this scene? I couldn't help but find it a little funny. He forced himself to control his expression. Then he glared at them with a stern face. "Sidushan will be here soon. You should adjust your mood. Don't let your father come and mistakenly think that I bullied his daughter. Although I don't care about these, if someone slanders my character, I will be angry and may kill someone." After saying this, Su Tianjiao turned and left, closed the door, and walked into the corridor. The image of the three sisters with tears in their eyes and trembling lips as they left echoed in my mind. They clung to each other like frightened little rabbits, seeking comfort from each other. Su Tianjiao finally couldn't help but let out a smile. Once a girl is pretty enough and behaves docilely and obediently, she is indeed hard to resist. Su Tianjiao's so-called cement-sealed heart is not just self-promotion. His heart was no longer moved by love. But this does not mean that he has lost his masculine instincts. Su Tianjiao also has male hormonal impulses. Just those impulses and loves. It's just a natural expression of desire. If you have desire, just release it. Now that there is no one else, can I call you Su Tianjiao? Su Tianjiao, I didn't pay much attention to you before. I even thought that although you were a little handsome, you didn't achieve much. It wasn't until you became successful in your career and the head of a billion-dollar enterprise that I realized how short-sighted I was. When I wanted to pursue you, I found that Su Tianjian was already one step ahead of me. I have been quietly waiting for an opportunity until I found that both Su Tianjian and you have changed, and the relationship between you two has also changed. The moment the monster crisis broke out, I knew this was my last chance. If I don't come to you, I may never have another chance. It might even cost me my life, In Su Tianjiao's bedroom, Zi Xianlin looked up at Su Tianjiao with admiration in her eyes. Even though this man always had a cold expression on his face, her feelings remained steadfast. Su Tianjiao said contemptuously, "As you said, if I wasn't the boss of a billion-dollar enterprise, I wouldn't be able to attract your attention, Zi Xianlin. The difference between you and Su Tianjian is that you are more far-sighted and know how to seize opportunities better. Although you will never be my Su Tianjiao's partner. But at least Su Tianjian is gone, and you can still kneel in front of me, hiss." Su Tianjiao's body trembled slightly. The repressed desire seemed to have found an outlet. But this is just the beginning. It was far from enough to release all his passion. Zi Xianlin seemed to have been completely conquered by the man in front of her. But when she truly felt the other's power for the first time, she still felt an indescribable fear. Su Tianjiao's terrifying aura was like the domineering power of a king on the battlefield. Each of his attacks was full of deadly force, piercing deeply and taking the life of his opponent, which made Zi Xianlin feel almost unable to breathe. This almost suffocating feeling should be resisted. But she saw satisfaction on Su Tianjiao's face. At this moment, Zi Xianlin seemed to understand instinctively. Even before the monarch strikes again, Zi Xianlin as the opponent, they would voluntarily submit to the king's majesty and use their own way to gain the king's satisfaction and pleasure. Su Tianjiao, I have never had a boyfriend. She had always heard that Su Tianjiao paid attention to fitness. But this was the first time she saw Su Tianjiao's perfect body in person. Solid muscles, strong physique, powerful arms. These were words she once considered vulgar. But on Su Tianjiao, it seemed so attractive. The desire and helplessness in her eyes. It aroused Su Tianjiao's stronger desire. It doesn't matter. The term boyfriend will no longer exist. You only need to remember one thing. You are my woman, Su Tianjiao. Chapter 76. Going to apologize? Sidu Shan was shocked. At this moment, Zi Xianlin was deeply attracted by these domineering words. But then, a burst of intense pain came. It made her grit her teeth, and sweat oozed from her forehead. Pain is always short-lived. It seemed like a long time had passed. When Zi Xianlin came back to her senses from that dreamlike state, she found that Su Tianjiao was gone. Do you not recognize me just because I pull up my pants? Zi Xianlin doesn't think so. Because as a young master, why would Su Tianjiao fall in love with a maid? Zi Xianlin understood that she was deeply trapped in it. In order to survive, she became Su Tianjiao's maid and plaything, but she was also grateful for her own fall, because after accepting all this, she saw the other side of the world. This is the light of the end times. It is also the brilliance of Su Tianjiao. Where is Master Su Tianjiao? Miss Z, Master Su Tianjiao, is in the back garden receiving Mr. Situ, who has come from afar. It's late at night. There are lights in the back garden, though, but it's never as comfortable as indoors. Despite the starry summer sky, there are also annoying mosquitoes. Sidu Shan, once a great figure who was very influential in the area, but now she was arranged to hold the reception in the backyard surrounded by mosquitoes. Zi Xianlin smiled in her contemplation. Just go and do your thing. I'm going to go see the 3 young ladies of the Situ family. Zi Xianlin knew that Su Tianjiao had already warned the 3 sisters. But it doesn't matter. What matters is, for the first time, Zi Xianlin truly understood Su Tianjiao. Even though she has become Su Tianjiao's woman. But she didn't feel that she had a solid position in Su Tianjiao's heart. Maybe she has no status at all. Therefore, in order to have a place in Su Tianjiao's heart in the future, Zi Xianlin plans to do some necessary things. For example, when warning the 3 sisters, he said some things that Tianjiao would not say and did not want to say, but hoped that certain people would know. It's a bit complicated to explain. If possible, Zi Xianlin wants to be the wisest woman in Su Tianjiao's harem. Help him discipline all the girls who might join him in the future. At the same time, declare your sovereignty. In the garden, and Siyuan has already arranged everything. What Sidu Shan and the others could see was what Siyuan had arranged for them to see. As for those things that he shouldn't see, Sidu Shan naturally had no chance to see them. But Su Tianjiao did not deliberately hide anything from Sidu Shan. Mr. Su, it's Master Su Tianjiao. And Siyuan corrected gently with a smile. Sidu Shan frowned slightly. He seemed to be thinking about Siyuan's identity. Wang Wu's attitude is completely different. Perhaps because he had the support of 2 C-level superpower users, he seemed a little arrogant and challenged Siyuan. Who the hell do you think you are? You have no right to interrupt the bosses when they are talking. Situ Shan glared at him. He expected Wang Wu to behave like this. Although a little rude, he wasn't really angry. Instead, he pretended to be serious and reprimanded. Wang Wu, you're going too far. Master Su Tianjiao, I am sorry to have embarrassed you. It is my people who are ignorant. Su Tianjiao has been sipping tea leisurely. From beginning to end, he never even looked at Situ Shan. No matter how arrogant Situ Shan's bodyguards are. And Siyuan still smiled and spoke again. If you don't understand, you need to learn to shut up. As soon as the words fell, Wang was about to laugh. And Siyuan waved her hand gently. An almost invisible needle-like thing quickly stabbed into Wang Wu's body. Wang Wu only felt a slight stinging pain, like a mosquito bite, not serious, but then he felt dizzy, and Siyuan whispered again, slap yourself in the face. Wang Wu was in front of Sidu Shan and the Zhang brothers. He started slapping himself madly. He attacked with both hands, with great force. Wait until the three of them come to their senses. Horrified discovery. Wang Wu himself was extremely harsh. Both cheeks were swollen. The eyelids and the area around the eye sockets were beginning to turn red, and blood was oozing from between the teeth. If he continues like this, his teeth might be knocked out, and his eyeballs might even be knocked out of their sockets. And Siyuan chuckled. He said something that made Situ Shan feel a chill. Master, what do you think of the new moves I've come up with? As long as I don't say anything, he will keep beating himself until he dies. Moves? What kind of move is this? Is it witchcraft? Su Tianjiao put down the teacup without signaling in Siyuan to stop. If I hear that, I will beat myself to death. Situ Shan panicked. He looked at Su Tianjiao and was about to speak. Su Tianjiao looked at Situ Shan with a smile. Bositu, let the subordinates handle their own small matters. By the way, you came here to thank me? Or are you here to apologize? Su Tianjiao smiled with great interest. Situ Shan felt a chill. The same thought as that of his three daughters came to his mind. This man is a demon. Damn it, who said those monsters hide at night? This is absolute nonsense. These monsters are obviously more difficult to deal with than during the day. That shouldn't be the case. I saw an expert online saying that preliminary research shows that monsters are more active during the day and move slower at night, or even hide, and are not as ferocious. Fuck the experts. Everyone cheer up. These monsters look like they're going crazy. Chapter 77 want to challenge me? Survive first. Lin Yun and his group formed an indestructible convoy. The convoy was full of armored vehicles and off-road vehicles reinforced with steel plates. But I never expected this. The expected difficulties that would be encountered when attacking Su Tianjiao's shelter have not yet appeared. But on the way, they were ambushed by a group of extremely ferocious monsters. More than 20 people with special abilities went out together in the convoy. Plus, there are hundreds of armed men. The shouts and cries of killing on the battlefield were earth-shaking, and the screams of the wounded were even more piercing. The ones who collected the intelligence were Lin Yun's men. There is a reason why Lin Yun scoffed at the expert's words. Ordinary people may no longer believe it because they have been deceived too many times, but Lin Yun is at least half a scientist. He knows very well that real experts will not have the time to hang out on the internet all day and express these irrelevant opinions. Those who claim to be experts and post videos online are mostly half-baked people who are just trying to attract attention. The reality is, monsters are not active during the day and become docile at night. The expert's theory is not entirely wrong. This conclusion was drawn purely because yesterday was the first day of the monster outbreak, and the monsters were still under the influence of the energy magnetic field of the giant meteorite. So both the monster viruses in the incubation period and those monsters hiding in the dark entered a state of frenzy during that time. And it was just in the evening when it was about to get dark. The energy magnetic field begins to gradually weaken late at night. At that time, human society had been ravaged by monsters for more than 10 hours and was almost completely collapsed. The monster's movements became slow due to the weakening of the energy magnetic field. If you observe the monster at that time, compare it with the monster activity level when the outbreak first occurred in the evening. Naturally, you will find obvious differences. But the reality is, the monsters are actually more violent at night than during the day, but not to an outrageous degree. Compared to daytime, the monster's ferocity at night increases by about 20 to 30%. Usually, they only show overt aggression when they encounter prey. When there is no prey, they just wander around aimlessly. There's no way to tell how violent these monsters are. The group of monsters that Lin Yun and his friends encountered at this moment. The violence has increased by more than 20 to 30%. Compared with those during the day, it is several times more violent. Even compared to the monsters when the monster disaster first broke out, it is also not inferior. Damn it, why are these monsters so difficult to deal with? Boss Chun, be careful. There is a first-generation monster behind you. Boss Shamba. Several first-generation monsters have appeared over there too. Lin Yun demonstrated strong fighting ability. Class B Extreme Cold Hell, although not the top level. But the coverage is wide. With just a wave of his hand, the monsters around were immediately frozen into lumps of ice. And Lin Yun's secret weapon, Phantom Shooter Wang Gang. He also showed amazing strength at this moment. You can condense explosive arrows at will. Not only does every arrow hit the head, you can also penetrate the heads of multiple monsters with one arrow. Even those first-generation monsters that can smash armored vehicles in a violent state. No one can escape death in the face of Wang Gang's explosive arrows. This battle This allowed the three forces to have a deeper understanding of each other's capabilities. At the same time, he also became wary of Lin Yun and his men. I don't know how much time passed. They put in a lot of effort. Finally, all these monsters that appeared out of nowhere were eliminated. Everyone was exhausted. After counting the number of people, it was discovered that more than 30 people were killed. There are only more than 100 people in total. A quarter was lost in an instant. Lin Yun was furious. Waste! Waste! If anyone leaks information like this again, I will kill you. Fortunately, this little brother is a psychic. Lin Yunkai didn't really do anything ruthless. If it were an ordinary person, he would have turned into an ice lump by now. Looking down from a high place, watching Lin Yun and the others continue on their journey, Zhang Yuan was secretly surprised, but also a little unconvinced. These bastards relied on their numbers to defeat these monsters. If you have the guts, come fight me, Zhang Yuan, and I'll kill you. Captain Ling, I'll go get some more monsters. No need. Our mission has been completed, and the rest will be left to the people behind. That's why these monsters are so crazy. It's all because of Zhang Yuan's corpse-controlling technique. Zhang Yuan felt happy when he thought that several of the dead people were people with special abilities. These idiots dare to set their sights on Master Su. Whether you are qualified to challenge Master Su Tianjiao is still to be determined. Let's see if you can reach Master Su Tianjiao's territory alive. I hope there will be more of you left by then. Otherwise, young Master Su Tianjiao won't be able to have enough fun. Zhang Yuan smiled, while turning around and leaving with Ling Feng. Chapter 78. Conquering the Three Sisters. Sidu Shan looked as pale as death. Zi Xinlin walked into the room of the Three Sisters. The Three Sisters, who had just calmed down, became nervous again when they saw her and looked at Zi Xinlin vigilantly. What made Zi Xinlin satisfied was that the arrogance and affected attitude of the Three Sisters had disappeared without a trace. She gave a gentle smile. In her hand, she held a thin blanket and a pot of hot tea. Schoolgirls, come over here. Have a cup of hot tea to warm yourself up. The weather is getting colder. You'll catch a cold if you were so little. Schoolgirls. Hearing this name, the Three Sisters then remembered that Zi Xinlin was also a student of Jinling, and she is a senior from the same class as Su Tianjiao. Senior, can we drink tea? Of course you can. This is made by Senior Sister herself. If you don't drink, Senior will be sad. Zi Xinlin then realized it. When she shows her gentle side, it really makes people feel at ease, especially little lambs as docile as the triplets. It didn't take long for him to let down his guard. Curled up on the sofa with Zi Xinlin, we sipped hot tea and started chatting slowly. From talking about life before the end of the world to the end of the world, the students turned into monsters. We talked about their panic and their helplessness. When it was mentioned that Su Tianjiao came to save them, the Three Sisters were about to start complaining about Su Tianjiao, but they paused unconsciously, mainly because of the look from eldest sister Situyu. The image of Su Tianjiao emerged in the minds of the two sisters. They all couldn't help but show a look of fear. What's wrong? Go on. What are you afraid of? Don't worry, Master Su Tianjiao is not here. There are only 4 of us sisters here. Do you want to say that Master Su Tianjiao is too cold-blooded and too fierce? I think so too. Zi Xinlin took the lead in speaking. Despite this, Sidu still felt something was wrong. But the 2 naive sisters have already started complaining about Su Tianjiao in front of Zi Xinlin. The more I talked, the more aggrieved I felt. Senior Su Tianjiao is really scary. He actually scolded us and told us to get out and cry. He also said that if we don't obey, he will pin us to the ground and violate us. Whoa. Speaking of which, Situ found that it was impossible to stop it. It's not like that. Senior, please listen to my explanation. The sisters are frightened. This is nonsense. We are not talking nonsense. Su Tianjiao is the devil. He is the devil. Situ saw the smile on Zi Xuanlin's face. His expression became somewhat panicked. Immediately following, Zi Xinlin cupped the cheeks of her 2 younger sisters. Looking at their tearful eyes, he spoke softly. The schoolgirls are so cute, but they won't be beautiful if their faces are covered with tears. But then again, if I ask you to say it, you will really say it. Do you really think I'm the gentle and caring big sister I used to be? You know what? What Master Su Tianjiao hates most are those mean people who say one thing in public but do another behind the scenes. Since he hates Master Su Tianjiao so much, he will probably find a chance to harm him. Should I help the master solve this hidden danger? Speaking of which, Silk slowly emerged behind Zi Xianlin. The feeling of fear surged in their hearts, making the three sisters feel desperate. If Su Tianjiao makes the three sisters feel scared, then Zi Xianlin let them truly feel the evil of human heart, the cruelty of the end of the world. The crying of the two sisters stopped abruptly. The elder sister Situyu immediately hugged her younger sisters tightly in her arms. Senior, Mrs. Usa, we are not two-faced. We don't hate Master Su Tianjiao either. At this time, the door was pushed open. Sidu Shan was nodding and bowing to Su Tianjiao with a flattering look on his face. A group of people walked in. Sidu Shan saw his daughters crying like a tearful man. When he saw the strange silk behind Zi Xianlin, he was immediately furious. The Zhang brothers never demonstrated their abilities from beginning to end. They felt that if they didn't perform well, they would not get paid when they returned. An impulse. He activated his special ability directly. In an instant, it turned into a leopard pressing against the ceiling. Said with a cruel expression, "Die if you dare to hurt the three ladies." However, the two leopards didn't have time to move. Zixuanlin's silk is like a bullet. Whoosh! Puff! The supernatural power disappears instantly. The moment the silk pierced through the Zhang brothers' heads, the moment when the two brothers fell to the ground and died. Sidu Shan looked as pale as death. Murder! 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 Senior sister, why kill them? They just want to protect us. Why woo? Chapter 79 Boss Sidu. Why are you so excited? Scream. Kitty sound. The three sisters were taught a lesson by Su Tianjiao and Zi Xianlin today, and they have broken down twice. Now seeing the Zhang brothers being fatally struck by Zi Xianlin, their emotions collapsed for the third time. I had 3 emotional breakdowns in one day. For ordinary people, such a blow is enough to cause a mental breakdown. In order to prevent the three sisters, who have potential in the future, from being ruined, Su Tianjiao stopped their crying with just a look. Sidu Shan was trembling all over at this time. I don't know if it's out of anger or fear. But faced with the bloody scene before him, he still rushed to his daughters and stood in front of them to protect them. Comforting my daughters, asking them if they were hurt or if they felt uncomfortable. He almost asked directly whether they had been sexually assaulted by Su Tianjiao. Zi Xianlin walked up to Su Tianjiao. The detail of taking a half step back showed her attentiveness and respect for Su Tianjiao. I'm sorry, Master. Just now, these two people showed their supernatural powers in the villa. Although they couldn't hurt you, it was disrespectful to you. Ponder for a moment. Zi Xianlin looked at the two bodies. He glanced at Wang Wu and Sidu Shan again. Said with a slightly cold tone, I took it upon myself to kill them. Please punish me, Master. Sidu Shan is not a fool. He is also a man who has experienced storms. In fact, he understood the ways of the world better than anyone else present. He can see the situation clearly. Outside, the housekeeper in Siyuan gave him his first warning. So now Zi Xuanlin's killing of the Zhang brothers is just a second warning to him. And the first time, it's because of Wang Wu's rudeness. Then Siyuan used her strange ability to make Wang Wu slap himself in the mouth. Although Wang Wu is fine now, it was only after Sidu Shan apologized humbly and begged with a humble smile that Siyuan lifted the punishment on Wang Wu. This time, it seems that the Zhang brothers acted on their own initiative. But in fact, they had already discussed this with Sidu Shan. If they encounter such a situation, they will take action immediately and intimidate the other party with their strength. There may not be a real fight, but at least you have to flex your muscles and give the other party a warning. Just didn't expect it. The Zhang brothers were killed instantly. Sidu Shan was humiliated by Su Tianjiao and lost all face. And Zi Xuanlin's words. On the surface, it is a request for punishment. In fact, it was a warning to Sidu Shan. Disrespect for Su Tianjiao must be repaid with life. But Sidu Shan's inner self-esteem did not disappear. He was not convinced, but I don't dare to turn against you directly. But he also understood. The reason why Su Tianjiao kept putting pressure on him but didn't insult him directly must be because he still had value to Su Tianjiao. Sidu Shan couldn't figure out why for the time being, but as long as there was still something about him that made Su Tianjiao afraid of him. So at this moment, Su Tianjiao, you should say something, right? Sidu Shan is waiting for Su Tianjiao's performance. Even if it's just for show, at least give Zi Xianlin a slap. This is the only chance Sidu Shan can find to step down. However, after listening to Zi Xuanlin's words, Su Tianjiao just smiled contemptuously. He glanced at the corpse on the ground, his eyes revealing deep disdain. They're just two lackeys, so just kill them. You did the right thing. Why apologize? Sidu Shan was stunned. Normally, even if it was just a play, shouldn't you, Su Tianjiao, pretend to punish Zi Xianlin? Are you going to get my forgiveness in this way? Even if it means giving Zi Xianlin a slap. Can't you just pretend? You must know me, Sidu Shan, but I lost two of my men. Sidu Shan overestimated the value of human life. At the same time, he also underestimated how cold-blooded Su Tianjiao was. A golden light appeared on Su Tianjiao's fingers. Then the golden light fell on the bodies of the Zhang brothers. And in just a blink of an eye, the bodies turned into ashes. It's as if these two people had never appeared. Master Su Tianjiao, what do you mean? Sidu Shan blurted out instinctively. But when he met the gazes of Su Tianjiao's group of wolf-like and ferocious subordinates, the words in Sidu Shan's throat seemed to be blocked by something. Su Tianjiao just chuckled. Boss Sidu, why are you so excited? Chapter 80, I am willing to kneel down and apologize to you. I just dealt with the two minor characters you brought with you. Why are you so angry? Don't forget, I saved your 3 precious daughters and showed mercy to your rude bodyguard. Have you forgotten about it so quickly? Perhaps you are still wondering what I did to your daughters, whether I went too far with them. Speaking of this, Sidu Shan's expression became extremely complicated. Su Tianjiao's words were too straightforward. It was so direct that it made everyone present feel a little uncomfortable. But then, the atmosphere in the room suddenly turned cold. There was a hint of chill in Su Tianjiao's voice. Do you think you are still the high and mighty local tyrant, or the big shot who can call the wind and rain in the business world? Even if I did do something to your daughters, even if I do something to them right now, in front of everyone, what else can you, Sidu Shan, do besides protesting helplessly? Sidu Shan's face turned red. At this moment, he wished that both the fish and the net would be broken. But in front of Su Tianjiao and his group of supernatural people, he, who was once a wealthy man, now seems so insignificant. Ordinary people's protest in front of those with special powers. Maybe it's just a joke? Sidu Shan almost collapsed. At this time, Su Tianjiao suddenly changed his attitude and smiled warmly. Bositu, I saved your daughter out of my good intention to be your friend. I don't mean to harm you, and I certainly don't mean to threaten you. If I really wanted to do that, wouldn't it be more direct to go to your home and threaten you? Sidu Shan was stunned. Yes, Su Tianjiao has such powerful strength. Plus, he has so many powerful people under his command. Even if he rushed directly to Situ's house, caught Sidu Shan, or caught anyone. But it's a piece of cake, even though Su Tianjiao said some harsh words. But in the final analysis, his 3 daughters did not suffer any real harm. As for the deceased Zhang brothers, it was because they acted rashly first and used force on other people's territory and were counterattacked by others. This also makes sense. Sidu Shan calmed down. Pull up the 3 daughters. Bow deeply to Su Tianjiao. Master Su Tianjiao, my 3 daughters, and I thank you from the bottom of our hearts. At the same time, I apologize for all my previous disrespect and suspicion towards you. If you are willing, I, Sidu Shan, am willing to kneel down and apologize to you. As soon as the words fell, Sidu Shan pushed away his surprised daughters. He stopped the bodyguard Wang Wu, who wanted to step forward. Just as he was about to kneel down, Qian Bao stepped forward to stop Sidu Shan. Su Tianjiao smiled slightly. I said, I just want to be friends with Boss Sidu. In this chaotic world, there are not many people who can be friends with me, Su Tianjiao. Since Boss Sidu can recognize his mistakes, we can still continue to discuss our cooperation in depth. There is no need to kneel. Sidu Shan breathed a sigh of relief. The triplets of the Sidu family looked at Su Tianjiao with gratitude for the first time. But then, Su Tianjiao said lightly, if there is a similar situation again in the future, you must be prepared to die. Su Tianjiao's smile. Suddenly it became a little gloomy. It made Sidu Shan's family feel a chill. There was no thought of resistance anymore, and the fear from the bottom of their hearts made them tremble. The once big shot is now being played around by Su Tianjiao. Sidu Shan had a brief reunion with his daughters. After making sure they were safe, he could finally relax completely, just when Sidu Shan was looking for an excuse to leave. However, Su Tianjiao invited him. My place is certainly bustling tonight. Not only did Mr. Sidu come to visit us, but there were also several uninvited guests. Sidu Shan hesitated for a moment. I wanted to leave with my daughters. But Su Tianjiao reminded him enthusiastically. The next scene may be a bit bloody, I suggest that Boss Situ's 3 daughters. Oh, thank you, Master Su Tianjiao, for your concern. Xiaoye, you and your 2 sisters will stay here. Situ Shan hadn't finished speaking yet. Su Tianjiao interrupted him and added, I mean, it's such a bloody scene. I suggest that Boss Situ's 3 daughters watch it together. Now is the end of the world. If you still treat your daughters like flowers in a greenhouse, they may not even know how they will die in the future. Boss Situ doesn't want his daughters to die in the future because of weakness, ignorance, and contempt for the end of the world, right? The cruel reality of doomsday. Su Tianjiao hopes to let his people experience and adapt as quickly as possible. If he didn't plan to train the 3 sisters and have them join his camp in the future, Su Tianjiao would not go to such great lengths. Situ Shan was still hesitating. But the eldest sister of the triplets, Situ Yu. But he forced a smile. Dad, we're willing to go. Master Su Tianjiao is right. We 3 sisters have grown up, and the Situ family is no longer the giant in peacetime. We don't want to live under their wings forever. Only by truly understanding the cruelty of the end of the world can we survive. Only then can you become the strong backing of the Situ family. Chapter 81. If this is the case, then there is nothing to be afraid of. Not long after, in another room, looking at the 3 people tied to the pillars, with blood holes all over their bodies, Situ Shan felt his scalp tingling. Let us go. Boss Su, we've confessed everything. We have told you everything we know. Why do you still do this to us? Please, Mr. Su, spare our lives. We will never dare to do it again. These 3 people had gone to great lengths to get to the outside of Su Tianjiao's shelter, intending to infiltrate the interior through disguise as insiders for Lin Yun's gang. They were all Su Tianjiao's former employees, but now they were stabbed and covered in blood. The one who took action was Si Yuan. Ever since she acquired the rapid recovery skill, and Si Yuan has mastered many derivative abilities. For example, she can accurately avoid people's vital points and stab the opponent's body one by one. Even after hundreds of stabs, the opponent cannot die. When the opponent is about to die, and Si Yuan will use her special abilities to heal him a little, it can allow the other party to hold on. After learning about this cruel method, Situ Shan was glad that the Zhang brothers died cleanly. In comparison, these 3 people really can't even die if they want to. Is that all? Nothing is missing, right? Su Tianjiao asked. One of them said with his last bit of strength. It's gone. There's really nothing left, Mr. Su. You'd better prepare for the battle quickly. If you're any later, Lin Yun and his men might attack us. They're very powerful. There are 25 people with special abilities, and 67 of them are B-level strongmen. Hear the news. Situ Shan and his bodyguard Wang Wu, who had never seen such a scene, were both shocked. So many strong people. Although Su Tianjiao's side is powerful, can they withstand it? Oh no. Su Tianjiao couldn't have deliberately kept us here to find a few people to be buried with you? Su Tianjiao seemed to see through Situ Shan's thoughts. He patted Situ Shan's shoulder gently. Boss Situ, don't worry. Just a few little bastards. Just watch the show with peace of mind. After saying that, Su Tianjiao led Situ Shan and his group out. At the moment of leaving, Situ Shan looked back unconsciously at the 3 dying people. Although he was mentally prepared, Situ Shan still felt a sharp pain when he saw Si Yuan holding a dagger and stabbing the 3 men's temples one after another. 3 more lives have been lost. Does killing people look like slaughtering animals in your eyes, Master Su Tianjiao? Whether it's killing people like crazy, still treating human life as worthless. Situ Shan's casual sigh. But he got a response from Su Tianjiao. More than 10 minutes passed. The answer given by Su Tianjiao was still echoing in Situ Shan's mind. In this chaotic world, human life is insignificant, and killing is just the law of survival. Business tycoon is the identity that Situ Shan is most proud of. But standing at the pinnacle of business, how is it possible not to be stained with blood? There is also some unknown darkness in Situ Mountain. When the end of the world begins, he also confidently believed that he could handle troubled times with ease by relying on his keen intuition and business acumen, coupled with the ruthlessness and decisiveness he had developed in business wars. Killing someone when necessary seems to be justifiable. But Situ Shan, who thought highly of himself, discovered it. In front of Su Tianjiao, his understanding was overturned again and again. After coming to Su Tianjiao, Situ Shan was taught lesson after lesson. At the beginning, Situ Shan still didn't take Su Tianjiao seriously in his heart, thinking that he was just a young man. But now, Sidhu Shan felt otherwise. At my age, I'm living like a dog. Compared with this young man Su Tianjiao, I am really far behind. Sidhu Shan couldn't understand why Su Tianjiao, at such a young age, could be so bloody. Face this horrible doomsday. Military order around the world is in chaos. Su Tianjiao, however, was doing very well. At this time, Sidhu Shan discovered a characteristic of Su Tianjiao. That is cruelty. That is ruthlessness. It seems that my concept needs to change. Recalling Su Tianjiao's words, he wanted his daughters to see the bloody scene. At first, Sidhu Shan didn't quite understand, but now he felt more and more that this cold-blooded Su Tianjiao actually had good intentions. If I had always protected my daughters like flowers in a greenhouse, in such a bloody doomsday, they probably won't survive for long. Following behind Su Tianjiao. When Sidhu Shan looked at Su Tianjiao again, his eyes were full of awe. Then look at Zi Xianlin, Zhou Jingyu, Qin Bao. These heroes are all willing to follow the young man Su Tianjiao. Sidhu Shan felt that he had to get to know Su Tianjiao again. Or rather, be prepared for Su Tianjiao to refresh your knowledge at any time. Mr. Sidhu, I'm fine. Oh, I'm glad you're okay. Are you okay? Sidhu Shan was feeling uneasy. When he looked up, he saw Wang Wu's face, which looked like a pig's head after being beaten by him. At this time, it has returned to its original state. Sidhu Shan was almost scared and thought he was dreaming. After asking, I found out that it was Insiyuan who helped. When Sidhu Shan learned that Insiyuan's special ability was medical, he almost cried. This is simply a miracle doctor. With such a miracle doctor, I'm afraid my super hospital is not even worthy of being taken a look at by a young Master Su Tianjiao. How would he know? It's true that Insiyuan is a miracle doctor, but one person's power is limited after all. Su Tianjiao's plan to build a doomsday hospital did not change because of this. Stuart Hill's senior medical team remains indispensable. Not long, they all came outside, just as Sidhu Shan was wondering where he should stand to watch the show. The doors open. Su Tianjiao walked out first. He raised his eyebrows at Sidhu Shan and the others. Boss Sidhu, let's go. Don't worry, it'll be okay. Okay. Sidhu Shan made up his mind. Su Tianjiao is so strong. Not even death can stop him. In that case, what is there to be afraid of? Chapter 82, Don't Be Afraid, Charge. At the same time, Lin Yun and his three forces. After going through numerous difficulties, they finally approached Su Tianjiao's refuge villa area. They never expected it. The head-on confrontation with Su Tianjiao hasn't started yet. Nearly half of the manpower was lost just on the road. Damn it, if Su Tianjiao is really that difficult to deal with, won't all of our people have to die here? What a fucking bad luck. Why is it so unlucky tonight? First, we were attacked by a group of monsters that suddenly went crazy. Then we ran into a steel spike trap, which caused half of our tire to burst. In the end, we were ambushed by a sniper in the dark. With so many of us psychics, we couldn't even find the shadow of a sniper. Is this a joke? I can't stand it anymore. I quit. Whether it is Lisanda, it's still the Shamba gang. Now we have suffered heavy losses and are feeling upset. Lin Yin was also very angry. No matter how I think about it, I feel like something is wrong. Could it be that someone leaked the news and had people ambush them? Lin Yin couldn't figure it out, and he didn't have time to think about it. Now they have no way out, and he was the initiator of this action. Lin Yin quickly calmed everyone down. Brother Sandow, Shamba boss, I understand how you feel. I've lost a lot of brothers along the way, but don't forget the abundant supplies at Su Tianjiao's place. Although it is still the early days of the apocalypse, it won't be long before people start fighting over a pack of instant noodles. Just imagine, if we can take down Su Tianjiao's supply warehouse, we can become rich in this chaotic world. By then, a piece of bread can be exchanged for a beautiful woman. A pack of cookies can buy someone else's wife. Isn't this a great, joyous event? This to sound cool and tempting. Lee Sandow and Shamba both understood this, but they still felt a little unlucky. Lin Yun took great pains to explain. I've thought about it carefully. Apart from the sniper incident, which is a bit strange, everything else is pretty normal. In fact, in such a chaotic world, it's not surprising to have snipers. After all, everyone wants to get what they want through plunder. Maybe our convoy was too conspicuous and aroused others' jealousy, which led to the ambush. Lin Yun also felt that his explanation was a bit far-fetched. To prevent everyone from losing control of their emotions, He quickly changed the subject. Two bosses. We are only 5 kilometers away from Su Tianjiao's shelter. 5 kilometers is just a fleeting distance. It's only 2 street corners away. Are you really going to give up at this point? You are right. It has come to this, and so many people were killed. Who would be willing to give up? So, Lin Yun's encouragement worked. The morale of the group is high again. For the endless beauties, for the endless delicacies. Go! Ling Feng and Zhang Yuan followed closely along the way. Hearing Lin Yun's inspiring words, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Said with a sneer, "What a bunch of morons." Fortunately, Master Su Tianjiao is busy entertaining guests. Otherwise, if he had personally taken action, you would have been finished long ago. Speaking of this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. I really want to see what Master Su Tianjiao looks like when he goes all out. Captain Ling, have you seen it? Hearing this, Ling Feng said expressionlessly, "Are you testing me?" To be honest, I haven't seen it either. To be precise, Master Su Tianjiao seems to have never really used his abilities since he gained them, so no one knows how powerful he is. The two of them moved quickly towards the villa. Ling Feng thought for a moment and spoke again. The only person who might know something is Zi Xianlin. By the way, you have also challenged Master Su Tianjiao, so you should know a little bit about this, right? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's expression changed. Recalling the situation when challenging Su Tianjiao, his face turned pale. Helpless. I know a little bit. The only feeling is that even if Master Su Tianjiao lay there for me to kill, I couldn't kill him. In Zhang Yuan's opinion, Su Tianjiao's strength is not just in combat. I guess no one can match his vitality. Not long after, Lin Yun and his group finally arrived at the villa area. When they came in, they were still worried about whether they would encounter a group of monsters. Or maybe they would be ambushed by Su Tianjiao. But none of that happened. At the same time, Lin Yun received a reply from the insider. "Boss Lin Yun, feel free to come in through the main gate. Su Tianjiao and his group have been gone for almost half an hour. They won't be back for at least 3 hours. I'll open the door for you right now." Of course, those are the inside players. Someone who used to work under Su Tianjiao. And the message sent was voice. It's not pre-recorded. All you need to do is find a computer expert who is good at voice synthesis. Synthesize the person's voice and record it. You can get whatever answer you want, without any other voices mixed in. After hearing the news, Lin Yun almost jumped up with excitement. He looked at everyone excitedly. There's a reply from the inside line. It is said that Su Tianjiao has taken most of the people away, and there are not many people left. The insider will help us open the door of Su Tianjiao's shelter, and we can easily occupy it. Hear the news. Everyone became excited. Then what are you waiting for? Go! Chapter 83. Damn it. Have we fallen into a monster's lair? Next to the 3 villas in Su Tianjiao's shelter, there is a vacant villa. Su Tianjiao and the others are in that villa now. In front of me is a huge screen showing surveillance images from multiple angles. A closer look reveals that it covers almost all surveillance areas from the main gate to every corner of the villa area. Even the interior of Su Tianjiao's shelter. There is also real-time monitoring from multiple angles. When Lin Yun and the others appeared outside the villa area, it has entered the monitoring range. Sidu Shan was extremely nervous. At the same time, they were also guessing when Su Tianjiao's men would launch the attack. However, until Lin Yun and the others entered the villa area, Sidu Shan was stunned. Just let them in like that? Are you really that confident? Aren't you afraid that your lair will be raided? Even Sidu Shan had been counting heads silently. Since he arrived here, almost all of Su Tianjiao's men he saw were here, including the obviously very powerful Zi Xianlin. So, who is guarding and preparing for the battle? Feels a bit boring. Su Tianjiao suddenly changed his plan and led a group of people to the roof. Although the walls of Su Tianjiao's shelter were very high. But looking from the roof of this villa, the view is still wide and you can see most of the area. But in comparison, the risks are definitely greater out there. While Sidu Shan was worried about whether he and his daughters would be injured, he was also curious about when the battle would begin. Suddenly, things changed. Before Lin Yun and the others could get close to Su Tianjiao's shelter, a large group of violent monsters appeared behind them. After continuous fighting, everyone was exhausted. Lin Yun ordered everyone to flee without even thinking about it. Let's rush to Su Tianjiao's shelter, so we don't have to fight with these monsters anymore. However, they didn't get far. On the street ahead, another large group of monsters appeared. There are hundreds of them, and at least 10 of them are first-generation monsters. Lin Yun and the others looked pale, surrounded by monsters from front and back. I can only change direction and escape to the only right side. When Lin Yun saw a dense crowd of monsters appearing in front of him on the right side, he was completely stunned. Damn it, have we fallen into a monster's lair? This scene, Su Tianjiao watched with great interest. It's like watching a game of cat and mouse. Li Ming possesses the B-level violent tiger ability. Rely on this ability. Even when facing 3 or 4 first-generation monsters, Li Ming could barely cope with them. Even if you were defeated, you could still escape. If the number was smaller, he could even destroy them directly. When facing a group of ordinary monsters, even dozens of monsters could not pose much threat to him. However, the power of a psychic is limited. Energy is like physical strength. If you consume it too quickly, you will need time to recover. There is currently no method or medicine to quickly replenish energy. For a B-level mutant like Li Ming, once his energy is exhausted, he will need at least half a day to recover. So he couldn't use his abilities without scruples. Instead, he found a Hummer. After filling up the gas at the gas station, the original plan was to go to Qingyuan City, 300 kilometers away. But he found out, even with a car, it is difficult to move forward. There were traffic jams everywhere, and the people in the cars almost turned into monsters. Most importantly, it is really difficult to drive through. He finally understood now. Why is there a bulldozer clearing the way in front of Su Tianjiao's convoy? Damn it, how long will it take to reach Qingyuan City? I walked around for most of the day. Li Ming had only walked less than 1/3 of the 300 kilometers to Qingyuan City. We have even just left the territory of Jinling City. He came up with the idea of abandoning the car and walking. But when he thought about the 200 kilometers left, Li Ming didn't have that much determination. Damn, the signal is getting worse. Will the telephone network system also be paralyzed soon? Li Ming tapped his phone. Fortunately, there is an onboard charger in the car for charging. Otherwise, if his phone runs out of battery, he'll get even crazier. Soon, the news came. It is a voice message from Qingyuan City. Li Ming, you don't have to go to Qingyuan City to find me. I have changed my plan and will go to Jinling City. You can wait for me in Jinling City. We can discuss the details after we meet. Li Ming was cheered up, the cousin who sent the message. This was the person he was planning to join. At the same time, Li Ming wanted to find someone to deal with Su Tianjiao's shelter. Although he originally wanted to find some cannon fodder psychics, after accidentally learning that his cousin had become a powerful psychic, he temporarily changed his mind and planned to go to Qingyuan City to find his cousin. Just when Li Ming was feeling anxious about the difficulty in moving forward, the news came as a relief to him. That's great, cousin. It's not easy driving here for me. I guess it's similar over there. In that case, I'll wait for you here. I've noticed that the signal is getting weaker and weaker. In case you can't find me when you come, I plan to go back to Jinling University and wait for you. I might wait for you in the guard room. Waited for a long time. The other party finally replied. We're already here at the Jinling University guard room. Don't worry about the transportation. I have a helicopter here. We could just fly over there. Also, help me find someone. I think his name is Yi Qiushui. He is over 1.7 meters tall, very beautiful, with a good figure, and seems to have some connection with the military. He has an older sister and a younger sister, both very beautiful. Chapter 84 Su Tianjiao, you damn devil. Listen to this voice message. Li Ming was stunned for a long time. Finally, I came to my senses. Yi Qiushui, isn't she the female soldier who came to our school last time to conduct a training exercise against monsters? Think of this. Li Ming quickly replied to his cousin. But this time there was no response. He thought his cousin had a bad signal on the plane. Li Ming didn't think about it anymore. I just drove along the relatively smooth road towards Jinling University. Fortunately, not all roads were jammed, because we have always encouraged everyone to stay at home. 2 days before the end of the world, people were forced to stay at home. Most families still have their cars parked in their garages. After some twists and turns, Li Ming returned to Jinling University. He moved the body of the gatekeeper from the guard room. Fortunately, the guard room was sturdy enough, built of reinforced concrete, and the door and glass were intact. Close everything and draw the curtains. As long as the monsters don't see you or hear any noise, you won't be attacked. Ding dong. Yanzi, Li Ming, are you there? I quietly took out my phone and sent you a message. If it's convenient, can we call and talk? I don't believe you would really break up with me. You left so hastily. There must be some reason why you did that on purpose, right? Reply my message or call me within 10 minutes, and I can help you as an insider. To be honest, Li Ming didn't expect Yan Zi to be so infatuated. He is not the kind of man who is single-minded. Being with Yan Zi is just because I want a woman to relieve my sexual desire. When they were dating, Li Ming often flirted with other women outside. This time, in order to seize Su Tianjiao's abundant supplies. It can be said that Li Ming sacrificed Yan Zi. It can be said that he had no attachment to her at all. In the doomsday, there are women everywhere. You can play with them however you want. Why bother hanging yourself on a tree? No matter what others think of him, whether they say he is a scumbag or a lustful man, Li Ming doesn't care at all. In the end times, the strong are respected. Li Ming also understood. No matter you are a man or a woman, as long as you are strong enough, you can have many people of the opposite sex you like. Men pursue beautiful women and women pursue handsome men, but they are all looking for an object to vent their desires. As for the plan in his mind, he never mentioned it to Yan Zi. So Li Ming was acting at that time. But Yan Zi's confusion is real confusion. Now, after receiving the message, Li Ming's first reaction was to make a phone call immediately. If Yan Zi was an insider, that would be great. But then he thought, could it be that Su Tianjiao saw through his plan and used Yan Zi to test him? As soon as this thought came up, Li Ming himself denied it. First of all, the Yan Zi he knew was not so cunning. Assuming that she really became Su Tianjiao's pawn, she might be able to deceive others when acting. But Li Ming, who had slept with her for a year, could easily see through whether Yan Zi was acting. Secondly, Yan Zi is a simple-minded person, or to put it nicely, she is infatuated. Thinking back to his own cold-bloodedness back then, Li Ming felt that Yan Zi might really find it hard to accept. Therefore, she might really want to reconcile with Li Ming. Li Ming even believed that if he made Yan Zi and Su Tianjiao fall out, Yan Zi would stand on his side without hesitation, even at doomsday. The more I think about it, the more possible it seems. Come back to your senses. Li Ming sneered. I never thought that this stupid girlfriend that I, Li Ming, found could be useful at a critical moment. At this moment, Li Ming had no intention of talking about any feelings. He only cares about his own interests now. Think for a moment. Li Ming made a video call directly. He must take advantage of this function while the network is still connected. He was even thinking about it while making the call. If Yan Zi answered the call immediately, it would mean everything was normal. If the call is answered slowly, say 3 to 5 seconds or even 10 seconds, it is very likely that there is someone else around her. The result made Li Ming feel relieved. The call was answered almost instantly. Including network delay, it only takes 2 seconds in total. After the call was connected, Yan Zi's face showed a complex expression of both grievance and surprise. Li Ming was sure that this silly girl was not acting, but he still kept a stern face and asked Yan Zi to calm down. Go around with your phone and make sure there's no one else in your room. Li Ming, you still don't believe me. Hurry up, stop talking. Okay, I won't say anything more. I'll turn around now. After a while, Yan Zi acted coquettishly with a bit of depression. See? I'm the only one there. I've already said that I took the phone secretly. How could someone else have it? You don't know that Su Tianjiao's people directly confiscated my phone, saying that they wanted to manage it in a unified way. I think they just don't want me to contact others casually. They are really heartless. Swallow complained for a while. He inadvertently mentioned some news that surprised Li Ming. What? Su Tianjiao has more than a dozen soldiers. But hundreds? It is possible that there are people with special abilities? What do you mean by possible? Maybe means, I can't really say, because no one has shown it to me, and I haven't heard anyone talk about it, and I don't dare to ask directly. Useless stuff. Li Ming rebuked mercilessly. Yan Zi felt wronged, and tears were about to fall. Seeing this scene, Li Ming hurriedly comforted Yan Zi. After all, he still needed her help in carrying out the plan. Li Ming did not explicitly say that he wanted to seize Su Tianjiao's territory and supplies. But he made up a story and told Yan Zi to pay close attention to Su Tianjiao's developments. He claimed that he had contacted Yin Wang's regular army. The other party suspected that Su Tianjiao was hiding a traitor to the country and that he was secretly hiding a large number of weapons. When Li Ming escalated the matter to the level of treason, Yan Zi believed it to be true. After all, the soldiers and weapons that Su Tianjiao had were real. Don't worry, Li Ming. I will pass on information to you regularly, and I promise to fulfill my mission. After the call ends, Yan Zi put the phone back where it belonged, went back to her room, and breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know that behind Si Yuan's slightly open door, there were cameras recording everything. Even Yin Zi's cell phone was taken away at that moment. A wiretap device had been installed, and all conversations were recorded and saved. All this information was transmitted to Si Yuan's mobile phone in real time. Outside the villa, Si Yuan received the surveillance video. After recording the phone call between Yin Zi and Li Ming, he gave the information to Su Tianjiao for review. Interesting. Hiding rebels, hiding munitions, treason? I had expected Li Ming to do something stupid, but I didn't expect him to be so stupid as to want Yin Zi to be his accomplice. As expected, he is another fool who covets my shelter. Zheng Fan was always by my side. After confirming that it was his old classmate, Li Ming. Although he hesitated for a while, he didn't say anything in the end. Zheng Fan, if I ask you to deal with Li Ming? Su Tianjiao hadn't finished speaking yet. Zheng Fan's eyes became firm. Master Su Tianjiao, as long as you give the order, I will take Li Ming's life immediately. From the moment he started to plot against the young master, he is no longer my friend, Zheng Fan. Su Tianjiao smiled. Look at the dying people not far away. It's not even half an hour, and it's almost over. With just this little ability, you dare to spy on my Su Tianjiao shelter. You are really courting death. Boss Sidhu, what do you think? Su Tianjiao's words. Sidhu Shan nodded in agreement, because he witnessed with his own eyes a team of more than 20 people with superpowers, and a team of dozens of armed men. It was obvious that they came to attack Su Tianjiao's shelter, and Su Tianjiao even opened the door of the villa area. However, from the entrance of the villa area, it's less than 1 kilometer away from Su Tianjiao's shelter. They had no ability to complete the journey and were beaten by Su Tianjiao, resulting in countless casualties. If we really want to storm the shelter, if Su Tianjiao wasn't playing with them, maybe they die faster? Sidhu Shan shuddered involuntarily. Not long after, Lin Yun and his group were almost wiped out. Except for a few B-level superpower users who were still fighting hard, everyone else had already fallen down, and Lin Yun and his men were also at the end of their strength. At this time, Su Tianjiao and others suddenly appeared. As expected, Lin Yun and the others fell into despair. Damn it, you deliberately let these monsters in to deal with us, right? Su Tianjiao, you damn devil. Chapter 85 Regret now? It's too late. Lin Yun was furious, but Su Tianjiao smiled and said lightly, You misunderstood. This is all thanks to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan walked out with a smile. No one present knew Zhang Yuan. However, Su Tianjiao looked behind Lin Yun and saw Wang Gang with a dagger-like gaze, and said something that made Lin Yun turn pale. Wang Gang. Let me introduce you. This is my subordinate Zhang Yuan. His special ability is corpse control. To put it simply, it can control corpses and monsters. And he accidentally discovered a female corpse, which might be of interest to you. Just a gentle wave of your hand. Behind Zhang Yuan, a corpse with black pupils appeared. At this moment, Wang Gang felt despair and shock. Poor girl, she was killed. What's even more tragic is that you actually worked for the enemy who killed your girl. How ironic. Wang Gang didn't hesitate at all. He turned his head and looked at Lin Yun angrily. Lin Yun, you killed Deng Yuan? Wang Gang has been secretly in love with Deng Yuan for a long time. He even confessed his love to her. He had been pursuing Deng Yuan for a long time, but Deng Yuan was a top student who focused on scientific research and was not very interested in love. However, not long ago, Deng Yuan was moved by Wang Gang's persistence and sincerity. Finally agreed to be Wang Gang's girlfriend. Until now, in less than 7 days. The joy of becoming a couple is still lingering in my heart. Even when the research institute was occupied by Lin Yun, Wang Gang's first reaction was that if there was a chance, he would be willing to sacrifice himself for Deng Yuan. He only hoped that the girl he loved could survive, even if she could only barely survive in this doomsday world, rather than die before him. If that happens, he will suffer for the rest of his life. When Lin Yun agreed to release Deng Yuan and promised to let them be together, Wang Gang was so happy that he felt that although Lin Yun occupied the research institute, he was still very generous to useful people. Wang Gang is determined to live a happy life with Deng Yuan. His special abilities also gave him the strength and confidence to protect Deng Yuan. So he agreed to Lin Yun, serve Lin Yun wholeheartedly, and obtain the supernatural powers bestowed by Lin Yun. Even though he knew that Wang Gang was going to seize other people's territory and supplies, and even though he knew that it was wrong, Wang Gang, who was immersed in love, didn't care. He just wanted to reunite with his beloved as soon as possible. Help Lin Yun complete this task as soon as possible. When Deng Yuan comes back, Lin Yun will personally serve as the witness and host a simple wedding for them in the end times. This idea makes Wang Gang so excited that he can't sleep at night, and he works even harder when killing monsters. But what he didn't know was, Deng Yuan is dead. She was killed by Lin Yun. He didn't know that the wedding that Lin Yun mentioned would never take place, and that he would even find an excuse in the end, or find a female corpse that looked similar to Deng Yuan to pretend to have died accidentally, in order to cover up the truth and make him work for Lin Yun forever. And now, standing here, looking at the dead body of the woman he loved. When the corpse resurrected, Wang Gang did not feel scared, but felt despair and misery. Tears of blood flowed from his eyes. When he looked at Deng Yuan, his eyes were full of self-blame and the pain of not wanting to accept the reality. Immediately following, two young women appeared on the scene. They revealed the truth that they, like Deng Yuan, had suffered cruelty and violation at the hands of Lin Yun. They accused Lin Yun in tears, causing serious harm to Deng Yuan, who was experiencing it for the first time. He could have saved her, but he didn't, and watched Deng Yuan die tragically. Until now, Wang Gang, who is deeply in love with Deng Yuan, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Lin Yun, I want you to pay with your life. Lin Yun was completely unable to defend himself. Things have come to this point. The only thing he thinks about is how to escape from here. Even the thought of rescuing his brother and wife disappeared. Only by surviving can there be a possibility of making a comeback. Yes, Wang Gang, it was me who killed your woman, Deng Yuan, and I played with her until she died. I have to say, Deng Yuan's first time was really wonderful. Unfortunately, she was too delicate and died before I could play with her. These words, it not only completely angered Wang Gang, it also made the faces of the other people present darken, especially women like Zi Xinlin and Si Yuan and the three sisters of the Siddha family. They all showed angry expressions. Even the three sisters who had not yet become superpowers felt for the first time that someone deserved to die and should be cut into pieces. Lin Yun dragged his tired body. With a sinister smile, a cold blue air gathered in his palm. I gave you superpowers, but you betrayed me. In that case, I will send you to reunite with Deng Yuan now. The battle between the two sides is about to break out. This is a battle of life and death. Lin Yun was trying to protect himself, while Wang Gang was fighting for his life. With Lin Yun's ability, it would not be difficult to defeat Wang Gang. But because Wang Gang adopted a life-risking fighting style, Lin Yun was actually seriously injured. In the end, Wang Gang died, frozen into an ice sculpture in Lin Yun's cold air. Before he died, his eyes turned to Deng Yuan's body. His eyes were filled with regret and relief. Ha ha ha! You want to kill me, Lin Yun, with just this little ability? How stupid! Lin Yun laughed wildly. But then his laughter stopped abruptly. Not far away, Su Tianjiao saw that the person in his arms was Chu Yueyao. He saw his wife, whom he had never touched, behaving so docilely in Su Tianjiao's arms, and not even looking at him. This moment, Lin Yun felt betrayed. His mentality also completely collapsed. Lin Yun wanted to fight Su Tianjiao to the death. He wanted to ask Su Tianjiao why he treated him like that. He wanted to know the whereabouts of his brother Lin Dong. But what responded to him was Zi Xuanlin's silk transformed into thousands of arrows piercing his heart. At the moment of death, Lin Yun saw Chu Yueyao crawling at Su Tianjiao's feet like a docile cat. He realized that his younger brother Lin Dong might have already died. He wanted to roar. He wanted to roar. But in the end, all that was left was a wry smile. If he had not allowed his younger brother Lin Dong to become an enemy of Su Tianjiao, perhaps he would not have ended up like this. If he had not violated Deng Yuan, perhaps Wang Gang could become his right-hand man in the future and help him become the overlord of the end times. If everything could be done over again, Chu Yueyao might not have fallen into Su Tianjiao's hands. Lin Yun was still thinking before he died. Doesn't Chu Yueyao feel any pain at all about her own death? But what he didn't know was, Chu Yueyao's hatred for him deepened. I even wanted to stab him one more time before he died. Lin Yun made a high-profile appearance, but ended up like an ant. Even from beginning to end, not even the corner of Su Tianjiao's clothes was dirty. Until his death, Lin Yun never figured out what kind of devil he and his brother Lin Dong had gotten into trouble with. This all came to an end. The survivors in Jinling City are still struggling for survival. No one knows what happened in this villa area. There were only Situ Shan and his group. During this night, I was shocked too many times by Su Tianjiao. It has also redefined our understanding of the end times too many times. Chapter 86. Li Ming's Conspiracy. Situ Shan was frightened. Situ Shan and his family stayed here until dawn. He didn't sleep much in this not-so-peaceful night. Situ Shan always felt that something was wrong. Su Tianjiao's words kept turning in his mind, and he said he wanted to discuss cooperation with him. However, he never mentioned the specific content of the cooperation, but only showed great interest in the Situ family's super hospital. Until sitting at the dining table in the early morning, looking at Su Tianjiao's imperial pomp, and then thinking about my current miserable state. Cowardly and inexplicably humble. He even didn't dare to breathe because of Su Tianjiao's silence. At this moment, Situ Shan finally understood. How could he have the qualifications to discuss cooperation with this young master? Thinking of this, Situ Shan took a deep breath and stood up. Under the surprised gazes of his daughters and bodyguard Wang Wu, he bowed slightly to Su Tianjiao. Master Su Tianjiao, I, Situ Shan, am willing to give you the Situ family's hospital as a gift. I beg Master Su Tianjiao to show our Situ family a way out in this chaotic world. This moment, the three sisters of the Situ family were unusually quiet. She no longer has the arrogance and willfulness of the eldest daughter of the past. Also at this moment, the three sisters of the Situ family finally realized it. The once prominent Situ family no longer exists. The man in front of him is the one who can bring hope to the Situ family in the end times. Boss Situ, you are indeed a wise man. Su Tianjiao's words confirmed that Situ Shan's idea was correct. Neither side wanted to beat around the bush, and Su Tianjiao had only one request. Transfer the Situ family's hospital to Jinling City and move it to Su Tianjiao's shelter as soon as possible. Su Tianjiao will properly arrange the hospital as his private security hospital in the end times. It also provides medical support for the future army formation. But Mr. Su, the hospital has a lot of large, high-end medical equipment. People are easy to transport here by helicopter, but these devices were rare in the world before and are even more precious in the end times. There is also the issue of the venue. Please forgive me for asking one more question. Where does young Master Su Tianjiao plan to build the hospital? It can't be built in this villa area. The villa area is indeed very grand. But what the hospital needs is a spacious building and those high-tech equipment. What they need is high-power industrial electricity, which cannot be met by the civilian electricity in the villa area. As for medical equipment, just bring over the rare ones. The rest are already available in regular hospitals. There's no need to waste time and effort transporting them here. Jinling City can prepare everything for you. Regarding the placement issue, once your medical team arrives, we will arrange a suitable place. It may not be as luxurious as your Situ family's hospital, but in the end times, safety is the most important thing. What I can guarantee is that no matter how chaotic it is outside, the place I give you will allow your medical team to work with peace of mind at any time. In the end times, no one cares about luxury. As soon as I heard it, safety was guaranteed. Situ Shan no longer had any doubts. The Situ family prepared to return. Before leaving, what Su Tianjiao didn't expect was that the three sisters of the Situ family all looked at him in unison. Unlike the fear of yesterday, there was a hint of depth in his eyes. Yesterday, the third child, Situ Yu, was the most timid and pampered. But he asked boldly, Master Su Tianjiao, next time we come back, can you not be so harsh to us? Actually, when you're not so fierce, you're pretty cool. Su Tianjiao was stunned for a moment. Since preparing for the end of the world, it seems like it's been a long time since I heard anyone praise him for being handsome. He smiled slightly. Amid everyone's surprised gazes, he actually nodded in agreement. Maybe you can come back next time. You three sisters will also become powerful psychics. By then, you two will be able to become strong in the apocalypse. I, Su Tianjiao, will always treat the strong with courtesy. Can we gain superpowers too? The three sisters all smiled sweetly. They mistakenly thought that Su Tianjiao would give them superpowers. But I don't know. Just like Ichio Shui, the opportunity for the three sisters to acquire superpowers was not granted by Su Tianjiao. But on their way back this time, the three sisters will most likely awaken and become superpowers at some point, whether during the journey or at Situ's house. 3 S-level psychics, and it is a rare combination of abilities. What is a combination type? Ordinary S-class. Even if 5 or even 10 people join forces, they may not be able to defeat an SS-level person. And the triplets' S-level abilities. As long as the three sisters work together. Facing ordinary SS-level psychics, he can be said to be invincible, although it may be difficult to defeat a top-level SS-level psychic like Yi Qiushui. But for those ordinary SS-level psychics, in front of the three sisters, you may not be able to gain an advantage. Su Tianjiao is full of expectations for this. To avoid accidents, Su Tianjiao arranged 2 A-level psychics, Qian Bao and Zhou Jingyu, to travel on the Situ family's helicopter. At the same time, it is convenient for transporting personnel and equipment. Su Tianjiao dispatched an additional 10 transport helicopters to ensure the smooth progress of the relocation. As for some particularly large equipment, if it can't fit into a transport helicopter, you need to find another way. After everything is ready, just as the relocation operation was about to begin, Nci Yuan reported a new piece of information to Su Tianjiao. Li Ming found reinforcements. You mean we just dealt with Lin Yun and his gang? Li Ming immediately called for reinforcements to deal with me. The traitor? Su Tianjiao had a playful smile. My heart is full of anticipation. He hopes to meet a new son of destiny this time. Don't worry, Li Ming. This time I'm calling you from an old phone, so no one will find out. After we finish talking, I will delete all the call records. Yanzi thought she had found a perfect solution. It can keep it confidential and notify Li Ming in time. However, what she didn't know was that the entire shelter was busy relocating at this time. But I didn't tell her. I see. Although this is more covert, you still have to be careful, Yin. We will be able to get there soon. Su Tianjiao and his gang will not be able to escape. Although it is the end of the world now, the foundation of Yin Huang is still there. Chapter 87 Confidence. Leakage bust. The so-called background is actually all nonsense. Li Ming's real confidence comes from his soon-to-be-arrived cousin. In Qingyuan City, after Li Qingge communicated and confirmed with his cousin Li Ming, he also made some arrangements for the affairs in Qingyuan City. Recently, Li Qingge has recruited several people with special abilities as his subordinates. Although he intends to go to Jinling City to make a big splash, out of his familiarity and affection for Qingyuan City, Li Qingge finally decided to settle down here. He had planned everything. He planned to snatch the Yi sisters from Jinling City first, then get the large amount of supplies mentioned by cousin Li Ming, and finally bring them all back to Qingyuan City. Although there are many powerful people in Qingyuan City nowadays and the situation is complicated, but at least on the surface, he is the only SS-level superpower in Qingyuan City. Li Qingge is confident that he can sit in the position of Yang Xuantu, as long as there is a chance. Further expand their influence. Li Qingge planned to unify all forces in Qingyuan City. By then, Qingyuan City will have only one overlord. That was him, Li Qingge. Just thinking about it made his heart surge. Fu Ling, you stay here and guard our base. Even though you are only an A-level psychic, as long as those S-level monsters don't show up, you should be more than capable of protecting the base. If anything unexpected happens, I allow you to abandon the base, but don't lose your life. Your life is not only related to your own life, but also to the reputation of our Li family. Although Li Ming's surname is also Li. However, he is just Li Qingge's cousin. But Li Fuling is Li Qingge's half-brother. But in Li Qingge's heart, Li Ming's importance even exceeds that of his half-brother. Just because Li Qingge attaches great importance to family background. Although Li Ming's family is not as wealthy as the Li family, it is not much different. In contrast, Li Fuling's mother was of humble origins. Even after Li Qingge's biological mother died, she married into the Li family. Li Qingge always looked down on this woman and her son Li Fuling. So much so that after Li Qingge's father passed away, Li Qingge made up an excuse. He drove Li Fuling and his mother out of the house. Over the years, Li Qingge never asked about their lives and never gave them a penny. Now Li Fu is standing beside Li Qingge. It was entirely because Li Fuling unexpectedly became an A-level mutant that Li Qingge had to re-examine him. Li Fuling may not be regarded as a younger brother, but he can be used by Li Qingge. Even as a subordinate, he is a force that cannot be ignored. Yes, since the moment Li Fuling came last night and begged Li Qingge to take him in, Li Qingge already regarded this adopted brother as a subordinate. Do a good job, Fu Ling. Your brother, ruling Qingyuan City, is just the beginning. In the near future, Jinling City and Yanjing City will be my targets, even the entire Yin Huang in the Doomsday. As long as I, Li Qingge, become the monarch of this doomsday, then you, Li Fuling, will also be crowned the king of one side by me. Ha! Li Qingge's arrogant laughter slowly faded away. Li Fuling kept his head slightly lowered, not daring to even look at Li Qingge. Until the laughter died down, Li Fuling's expression remained calm. No grievances, no anger, and no expectations. No one could guess what he was thinking at this moment. This is the trials and changes that Li Fuling has experienced over the years. From beginning to end, Li Qingge only asked one question about Li Fuling's mother. When he heard the news of Li Fuling's mother's death, he mistakenly thought that she died of infection with the L virus. But they didn't know that Li Fuling's mother died of depression a year after leaving the Li family. As you wish, Mom. I returned to the Li family. Don't worry, I will have your tablet placed in the Li family ancestral hall, together with your father's tablet. Next to him, there will only be a tablet for you, the principal wife. Chapter 88, Devouring the Psychic, the Horrifying Power of the Nightmare Seed. After leaving the Li family villa, Li Fuling displayed ghostly speed and disappeared around the corner. When it reappears, he was already standing in front of an abandoned church. The church looks like it has been abandoned for many years, and the iron lock on the main door has long been rusted. However, what no one knows is, a back door was secretly opened in this church. The door was not on any side of the church, but in a private house 100 meters away from the church. In order to defend against monsters, a heavy door was specially installed in the house. At the same time, a thick steel roof was welded above the yard, so even the first-generation monsters could step on it without any problem. The rule for knocking on the door is 3 quick knocks and 3 slow knocks. This is the secret code. The old man who opened the door was smoking a pipe. There was clearly no tobacco in it, but puffs of smoke came out of the pipe. Hey, Lao Lu, is it fun to smoke the cigarettes you made yourself? Ha, Mr. Li, please stop joking with me. You know I like this, but the guys inside don't like the smell of cigarettes, so I can only satisfy my craving like this. Walk into the yard. Old Lu moved a few heavy floor tiles against the wall. Li Fuling walked into the exposed passage, and a few minutes later, he appeared inside the abandoned church. The exterior looked as dilapidated as a haunted house, but the interior was magnificently decorated. It is reinforced with some heavy bricks of odd shapes. Each brick is 1 meter square. After the reinforcement, even if there is a party inside, no sound can be heard outside. It's just that these bricks keep rising and twitching with the sound of the music inside, which looks a bit weird. Combined with other decorations in the church, it has a cyberpunk style. Mr. Li is here. Mr. Li? What's the situation? Did Li Qingge really go to Jinling City? Stop dancing. Stop dancing. Young Master Li is here. Why are you still dancing? Stop the music. As the music stopped abruptly, a big, bearded man waved his hand. The giant bricks stopped moving. They returned to their original positions and formed a thick wall. This abandoned church was transformed into an impenetrable fortress that even missiles could not destroy. Bearded man, gothic Lolita, blonde beauty, punk teenager. These 4 people are Li Fuling's capable subordinates. 3 of them are A-level mutants, and they're all the best in Class A. The only S rank is that gothic Lolita. But even so, gothic Loli still obeys Li Fuling's orders. Because Li Fuling is a noble SS-level psychic. SS-level dark power, nightmare. Li Fuling's nightmare ability is extremely powerful. He is so powerful that even if Li Qingge is also an SS-level psychic, Li Fuling is confident that he can defeat him. But Li Fuling knew how to hide his edge and how to take advantage of opportunities. He was not in a hurry to get rid of Li Qingge immediately. At least before taking action, he wanted Li Qingge to do more for him. For example, go to Jinling City in person, to seize the rich reserves of supplies there. Even without that abundant supply, Li Ing himself, for Li Fuling, it is also a rare supplement. This is because Li Fuling's nightmare ability not only makes him as mysterious and unpredictable as the ghosts in nightmares, with amazing combat power, but also has a very special ability, which is to plant nightmare seeds in the target person. This ability cannot be used casually or frequently. Based on Li Fuling's current mastery of this ability, he can only use it once. When the opponent is off guard, the nightmare seed will be implanted silently into the opponent's body, and the opponent will not be aware of it until the seed matures and devours all energy and life. The seed will stay in the other person's body and continuously absorb energy like a leech. When the absorption is mature enough, The opponent's body will wither and decay. At the moment of death, the seed will break out of the body. Achieve perfection. After swallowing and completely digesting this nightmare seed filled with human essence, you will gain tremendous benefits, including the improvement of your superpower level and the promotion of superpower users. To put it simply, the target is the furnace for alchemy. The more powerful the furnace is, the more powerful the nightmare seeds that eventually mature will be. Lichinga is not only Leaf Fulling's enemy, it is also the most ideal target Leaf Fulling has found so far. Implanting the seeds into Lichinga's body is the most ideal choice. If the seeds are ripe, Leaf Fulling expected that after absorbing all the essence of Lichinga, there is a great chance to upgrade your SS level nightmare ability to SSS level. At the same time, the level of the first order psychic. It is also possible to be promoted to the second level. This means Leaf Fulling's strength will have a huge leap. Yes, he went to Jinling City. No rush. Although I can get the nightmare seed by killing Lichinga now, I can only gain the greatest benefit by letting the nightmare seed naturally suck him dry. This process won't take too long, and is expected to take within 36 hours. By then, Lichinga will have become a pile of dry bones. However, in order to eliminate the hatred in my heart, I will take out the nightmare seed before it sucks Lichinga dry. When he is about to die, I will devour all his strength in front of him. Help me become an SSS level expert. I can't wait to see Lichinga's desperate eyes. Leaf Fulling's eyes were full of passion. He was lurking beside Lichinga, waiting for that moment, because Leaf Fulling believed that his mother's death was caused by Lichinga. If Lichinga had not driven them out of the house, leaving them on the streets and suffering humiliation, this would not have been the outcome. It doesn't matter who caused Lee's mother's death. What matters is, Leaf Fulling said it was him, Lichinga, so that must be it. I hope Master Lee will become an SSS level expert. Mr. Lee is too powerful. If there is a chance in the future, he can find a new target to plant the nightmare seeds. Can we have a taste of it then? Don't dream. If it is really possible, it would be too scary. Yes, Master Lee said that not everyone can enjoy the nightmare seed. Except for Master Lee himself. Anyone else who eats it will explode and die. Only Master Lee can fully absorb it and turn the power of others into his own.